Swallowed by Sebastian, Charles believed he could finally punctuate the brief chapter of his existence, attaining eternal slumber. Yet, to his astonishment, he reopened his eyes, returning to the moments preceding the tragic events. His dignified father, affectionate mother, and kind-hearted brother surrounded him once more. He remained the feeble second son of the Count's estate, having successfully evaded that nightmarish evening. With the loss of a long-sought goal, he found himself adrift. Under the guidance of a mysteriously appearing man clad in black, he relinquished his chance to attend a prestigious school alongside his brother. Armed with a wand, Charles ventured into the enigmatic realm of wizards. The boy, granted a second chance at life, flashed through the dark night like a bolt of lightning, heralding monumental transformations within the wizarding world. However, a certain demon clandestinely infiltrating Hogwarts proved to be rather bothersome. Chapter 1. Charles. The weather in England is perpetually shrouded in a haze. In the early hours, a fog descended, enveloping the grand estate, which loomed like a beast prostrated upon the ground. Residing within was the Earl of Phantomhive and his family, a lineage firmly established upon this land. Unlike certain aristocrats who had fallen from grace, forced to sell their estates until only bare titles remained, the Earl of Phantomhive, dubbed the Queen's Hound, was the sovereign's most trusted confidant, holding significant sway in the kingdom. Naturally, the banquets hosted by the Phantomhive family were extravagant and lively, with noble ladies adorned in splendid gowns swaying gracefully in the dance hall, and well-dressed gentlemen engaging in animated conversation while brandishing translucent crystal goblets. The lights of the banquet hall often blazed until dawn. Amidst the envy, hatred, and fear surrounding the Earl's fierce methods, many sought the coveted invitation to a Phantomhive gathering, a symbol of their status for those privileged enough to enter the estate were inherently distinct. The revelry continued, with heavy wooden doors effectively muffling the faint strains of music from the banquet hall, preventing them from reaching the young masters who had returned to their chambers. This room, seemingly in disarray, featured grand floor-to-ceiling windows concealed by thick velvet curtains. The walls were adorned with exquisite silk patterns, and a hand-woven cashmere carpet was scattered with a few cushions. A half-finished chess game rested on a small table by the window, while a mourning robe embellished with opulent gems lay draped over a matching chair and several stacks of books were haphazardly arranged in a corner. In the center of the room stood an intricately carved four-poster bed, its deep blue canopy draping down, that a small figure lay ensconced within the soft bedding, the quilt tucked under his arm rising and falling gently with his breath. The boy boasted deep blue short hair and delicate, handsome features, yet a subtle frailty lingered in his gaze, reminiscent of a fragile crystal doll. Suddenly, the boy's steady breath quickened, his slender brows knit together, and through his thin eyelids, one could see his restless eyes rolling about, his long lashes trembling as though they were striving to open, yet he remained unable to do so. That a fine sheen of cold sweat beaded on his pale forehead, and the damp strands of hair clung haphazardly to his face. His long, delicate arms shot up into the air, flailing with fervor. Don't. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the boy abruptly opened his eyes, his frail upper body almost springing up from the bed, his chest concealed beneath his nightclothes, heaving violently as if it might tear his ribcage apart. Another nightmare. The boy lay back on the bed, striving to calm his breath. One hand clenched the blanket tightly, while the other rose slightly, the back of his hand shielding his eyes from the faint light filtering in from the bedside lamp beyond the curtain. The manor consumed by flames, the anguished cries of familiar faces, the fetid, searing blood, the grotesque visages of the nobility revealed beneath their masks, the filthy hands that incessantly brushed against him with a nauseating touch. The relentless specter of nightmares haunted him mercilessly. "Sebastian, bring in the milk," the boy instinctively uttered, only to freeze in shock the next moment. It had been half a month. He had been here for half a month. Although he had avenged himself and willingly surrendered his soul to Sebastian as per their previous pact, for some inexplicable reason, upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a place that did not belong to him. Indeed, even though his parents, siblings, and the servants who tended to him all bore an uncanny resemblance to those in his memories, Charles was acutely aware that this was no longer his original world. It seemed as if a century had elapsed. The changes in the outside world were so profound that they nearly obliterated all his prior understandings. Moreover, while the position of the Phantomhive family remained unchanged, and the aristocrats he mingled with appeared the same, the queen to whom he owed his allegiance had transitioned from Queen Victoria to Queen Elizabeth. But what of him? Charles stared in bewilderment. Why was he here? Where had the original Charles Phantomhive gone? What was he supposed to do next? There was no need for the relentless pursuit of vengeance, No need to feign smiles for the sake of preserving the nobility's facade. No need to exhaust himself managing the assets of the Phantomhive estate. And no need to engage in any more pretense of an engagement with Liz. In truth, before he had faced death with calm acceptance, he felt a pang of guilt towards Liz. How heartbroken she must have been upon learning of his demise. Yet he could no longer endure. Besides, a demon bound by contract would never relinquish its prey. Presumably, after his death, the Marquis of Midford would arrange a new betrothal for her. Perhaps this was for the best. Liz had originally been his brother's fiancée, and now it seemed merely a restoration of order, as his brother had always looked after her with great care. What then should he do? He had grown accustomed to being addressed as Count of Phantomhive. To wielding power with authority, he had long relied on the ever-present demon behind him, one who knew all his failings and awaited his commands, a demon who would clear all obstacles from his path and elevate him to the throne with his own hands. Now, he was utterly alone. Though the day that had plunged him into despair had passed before his arrival, it did not signify that the repercussions would not follow. There were always those who coveted the status of the Phantomhive family, desiring to drag it down into the mire. In this unfamiliar world, how was he to continue living as a frail, powerless second son of Phantomhive, without any claim to inheritance? He had no intention of usurping his brother's birthright, yet the thought of resigning himself to a life as a timid and inept second son, subsisting on the meager inheritance allocated to him by his parents, was intolerable. The trials of those years had forged in Charles a decisive temperament. He abruptly drew back the bed curtains, his striking blue eyes shimmering like stars under the light. Perhaps it was time he had a word with his father. Vincent Phantomhive, Count of Phantomhive, had just seen off his intimate friends when he encountered his typically frail and taciturn younger son outside a small hall, accessible only to select individuals. The attendant responsible for Charles seemed to have been remiss in his duties. Charles, Vincent's gaze swept over the boy's disheveled attire, and he discreetly frowned, softening his tone as he asked, "Why have you not yet retired? Where is your attendant?" "Andy has gone to rest," Charles replied, gazing steadily into Vincent's eyes. "Father, do you have a moment? I believe we need to discuss something." The diminutive boy, clad in ill-fitting garments, had cornered his father in the corridor at the break of dawn, raising his cherubic face in a most serious manner, as though he were an adult intent on a grave discussion. Vincent felt a smile tug at his lips, yet the earnestness in his son's eyes stifled the mirth. This conversation was of great significance for the Phantomhive family. Vincent sensed an unspoken gravity. "Of course, I have about 5 minutes to spare," Vincent said, glancing at his pocket watch before stepping aside to open the door to the small hall. "You should know that neglecting guests for too long is unbecoming of a proper noble." Charles stepped into the hall, a space reserved solely for the head of the Phantomhive family, and those he personally invited. The decor and furnishings mirrored those of his own estate, and as he pondered how to begin, he instinctively found his usual seat. As Vincent turned back after closing the door, he saw his younger son comfortably settled on his designated sofa, adopting a familiar posture. This realization dimmed Vincent's gaze, prompting him to regard his typically introverted and delicate second son with newfound seriousness for the first time. Vincent undoubtedly harbors feelings for his children, yet he is perpetually occupied devoted to the Queen, contending with the arrogant nobility and managing the vast complexities of the Phantomhive estate. The scant attention he has left is primarily directed towards his vivacious and amiable eldest son, who is destined to inherit his title. Consequently, his impression of the younger son is rather superficial in hindsight. All that lingers in his mind are the fleeting images of the boy, frail and languishing in bed, and the shy, timid smile he offered when in Vincent's presence. Timidity. Vincent mulled over this term, casting another glance at the boy, whose demeanor starkly contradicted such a description. A gentle smile tugged at his lips, for the boy's aura was familiar to hemo presence cultivated only by those who have long resided in positions of power, resolute and unyielding. Yet, his impression of him remained merely one of timidity. How perplexing was it that the boy had concealed his true nature too effectively, or had Vincent genuinely misjudged him? However, now that this child has managed to reveal his true self, what has precipitated this change? What does he seek from Vincent? Or rather, what is his ultimate aim, if it pertains to the title or wealth of the Phantomhive family? Vincent is quite content with the eldest son he has nurtured and has no intentions of considering a different heir. Should the younger son indeed harbor such ambitions, Vincent would not hesitate to allow him to face some hardships, ensuring he learns not to act recklessly. The Phantomhive family must never descend into internal strife. "Father," Charles bit his lip, ultimately steeling himself, "do you believe in the possibility of rebirth after death?" Vincent, believing himself adequately prepared for any conversation, found himself momentarily taken aback. Chapter 2. Conversation. Vincent is a devout Christian. Indeed, He is not a model believer. He is hypocritical, cruel, and stained with blood. He is acutely aware that someone like him will descend into hell after death to endure eternal suffering, yet he feels no remorse. For his actions are driven by loyalty to the Queen and a desire to restore order to the realm. In Vincent's past reflections, he believed that death led only to heaven or hell, with no third option. However, his younger son presented before him a phantom-like third possibility, rebirth. Rationally, Vincent surmised that his son might still be trapped in a nightmare, yet his keen intuition, which had saved him countless times, clamored for him to accept that Charles's words were not mere fantasy. Indeed, if Charles were to inherit the title of the Phantomhive family, it would elucidate his uncanny understanding of a chamber he had never entered and the sudden shift in his demeanor. But if the title were to fall to Charles, what had become of his eldest son, Eric? Eric had perished in the year they turned 10. Charles perceived his father's confusion and, with a hint of coldness, gestured for Vincent to take a seat. "Father, please sit down. I believe I have now earned the right to more time." At 10 years old, the Phantomhive twins had just celebrated their birthday. If that were the case, Eric's days might be numbered. This realization sent a shiver through Vincent's heart as he gazed deeply at Charles before settling onto the sofa opposite him. "Father, you intend to help the Queen seize greater wealth from the nobility, do you not? You will be branded a traitor among them and become a thorn in their side." This was the Queen's command. Vincent was acutely aware of the peril his actions would bring. The age of nobility was waning. If all wealth remained in their hands, the nation's progress would stagnate. To strengthen the country, one must excise the rod, even if it plunges the realm into temporary chaos. It is perhaps the most effective path to rebirth. "Did you ever consider us while undertaking these actions?" With the questioning tone Charles bore, Vincent nodded slightly. "I shall, of course, ensure your protection." This implied that Eric might have fallen victim to the noble's last desperate strikes. It seemed the estate's defenses would need to be bolstered significantly. "Huh." Charles laughed abruptly, his laughter laced with derision, causing Vincent to furrow his brow involuntarily. "How do you plan to protect us, father? Through the Queen's so-called decree? How can you be so certain?" Vincent instinctively retorted, only to realize that the child before him was his future successor, naturally privy to such matters. "The Queen has promised to safeguard your lives. Tell me, father." Charles tilted his head slightly, his eyes illuminated yet vacant, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. "Do you consider living to be akin to being branded like livestock and caged for the amusement of others?" Vincent's eyelashes fluttered, an ominous premonition sweeping through him instantaneously. He knew that the ensuing conversation would undoubtedly not be to his liking. He fiercely suppressed the instinct to flee, his eyes fixated on the boy before him, who appeared as fragile as glass. It occurred to him that his father had yet to inquire why he had become a count. The boy's beautiful gaze, illuminated by the dim light, appeared particularly crystalline, yet his eyes seemed to drift aimlessly. He gently furrowed his brow. "Where should I begin?" It was at our 10th birthday celebration. The servants had adorned the estate with great care and prepared gifts for us, claiming that we must follow a map they had drawn to find the treasures. Charles smiled slightly, and then, during our quest for the gifts, everything changed. A great fire erupted in the manor. Anguished cries echoed throughout. Familiar figures fell one after another. Blood splattered everywhere, cold yet scalding to the touch. Eric discovered our father's ring and informed me that the Phantomhaven family was left with only us. Charles Vincent gently closed his eyes. Under circumstances where he had almost offended every nobleman single-handedly, he dared not contemplate the fate that awaited the last two helpless children of the Phantomhaven family. "Eric and I met at the auction." Vincent heard Charles chuckle softly. £15. What a magnificent Phantomhaven count. For just £15, one can savor the taste of the Count's two heirs. Charles. His neatly manicured nails dug deeply into his palm. Waves of pain surged from his chest, nearly betraying his composure. This normally proud Count opened his mouth, a tone laced with despondency and defeat escaping him, ultimately forcing out a single question. "And then?" "We endured this repugnant existence for a month, witnessing the boys confined in the same cage succumb one by one, their lifeless bodies dragged away." The boy's voice persisted, sweet and gentle, reminiscent of the finest honey, yet the thick malice in his words sent chills through Vincent's heart. Until one day, Eric too perished upon the altar. Charles paused, gesturing to his abdomen, indicating it was here. His blood lay thick upon the altar, nearly drained away. Observing the pain in Vincent's gaze, Charles felt a secret thrill arise within him, akin to a child wronged outside, unable to express his sorrow, desperately venting to the person closest to him. Longing for him to comprehend the suffering he once endured, posing questions in a veiled manner, sharing his grievances. "I was gravely injured, it hurt so much. Why did you never come?" An invisible hand seemed to squeeze his heart tightly, countless fine needles piercing through it. Vincent's fingers trembled uncontrollably, his voice parched as he continued. "How did you manage to escape?" Vincent could scarcely fathom the immense toll a child must endure to break free from the underworld. The demons summoned at the altar forged a pact with me, promising to become the instrument of my vengeance. Charles spoke with an unsettling calm, his azure eyes concealing a darkness that seemed to churn incessantly within. In return, I pledged to surrender my soul to him as sustenance upon the fulfillment of my retribution. A soul. Vincent felt as though his mind had been struck by an unseen force. Charles, I believe I require evidence of demons and such. You might possess some understanding of your own identity? Charles raised an eyebrow. In a world where reapers exist, it is only natural that demons do as well. How could you agree? Vincent exhaled slowly, extending his hand towards Charles. That is a soul we speak of. Without a soul, one might even be incapable of reincarnation. I seek only to eliminate them, Charles replied, subtly shifting his head to evade Vincent's touch, leaning back against the chair with an air of aloofness. I shall not allow any who have dishonored me to dwell in this world. Though the path was fraught with difficulty, I succeeded in inheriting the title, achieving my revenge. And you? Vincent slowly withdrew his hand. How long have you lived? It must have been arduous. No one understands better than he the weight of responsibility and risk that comes with inheriting the title of the Phantomhive. He had witnessed the challenges posed by his subordinates, yet his youngest son had single-handedly revived the Phantomhive lineage. The effort expended during that time was immeasurable. Vincent felt a mix of sorrow and pride. He naturally wished for Charles to live a long life, yet reality often defies human will. I perished at the age of 13, consumed by the demon after exacting my revenge. Charles shrugged nonchalantly. Though somehow I have become what I am now. 13, still a child. Vincent closed his eyes, suppressing the anguish within. Your 10th birthday has already passed. He fervently hoped that his youngest son had merely experienced a nightmare, and upon awakening, nothing would have transpired. Otherwise, as a father who should have shielded them from harm, yet had cast them into the abyss, how could he face this thorn-laden, scarred child? Yet the enemies of the Phantomhive had not vanished. Charles picked up a chess piece, tapping it against the table. I shall provide you with a list. All those who have dared to lay hands upon the Phantomhive are recorded therein. However, as you mentioned, our 10th birthday has passed without incident. Thus you will need to investigate the particulars of the list yourself. Certainly. Additionally, if it is not too much to ask, I would appreciate it if you could advance the assets originally intended for me. Charles pondered for a moment before adding, of course. If I could use my frail condition as an excuse to evade those inexplicable social obligations, that would be even better. In a few days, your rightful inheritance will be transferred to your name, Vincent stated after a brief silence. There are occasions that necessitate the presence of the entire family, and your participation is essential. Yes, thank you, Father. It is getting late. I shall take my leave now. Charles offered a slight bow to Vincent, and upon receiving a nod in return, he opened the door to the small hall. Charles, Vincent's voice suddenly broke through the shadows, revealing a question he had long pondered. Do you harbor resentment towards me? Charles paused, refraining from turning back. Unlike the dim lighting of the small hall, the corridor was illuminated, casting a golden hue around him. No, I do not hold any animosity towards you, the youth replied softly, enveloped in the golden light. I merely wish that before you gracefully embrace death, you would take us brothers along with you. After all, I could not endure a repeat of such an ordeal. As the door to the room slowly closed, the departing youth carried away the light that did not belong to the small hall. Vincent, who typically maintained an upright posture, seemed to have lost his backbone. Collapsing wearily onto the sofa, the quiet room echoed with the soft murmurs of the boy. Chapter 3. The banquet. The elegant and noble Count of Phantomhive appeared to have gone mad. This bewildering news, propagated by those with ulterior motives, spread through the aristocratic circles with astonishing speed. Oh my God, is what you say true? Indeed. I have heard that he has transferred a portion of his assets to that shameless second son. Heavens, how can such a person exist? Has he been coveting his elder brother's inheritance even before reaching 11? Is the Count of Phantomhive considering a change in heirs? But both children are still so young. The second son rarely appeared in social gatherings. It was said that his health had always been poor. One couldn't fathom how such a silver-tongued individual managed to deceive the Count of Phantomhive. I would love to witness the elegantly dressed noblewomen, partially concealing their faces with exquisite feather fans, whispering in hushed tones, their lofty demeanor casting sidelong glances at the recently arrived Count of Phantomhive family, who had just entered the banquet hall. Of course, they lacked the audacity to speak openly in front of Vincent, yet many were eager to engage in gossip, to irk the excessively fortunate lady of Phantomhive, and to sow discord between the twin heirs of the Phantomhive family, hoping to incite a rift between them. Thus, while Vincent and Rachel mingled with guests, Eric, left behind to care for his younger brother, merely fetched some desserts for him. Upon returning, he found Charles surrounded by a throng of noble ladies. Charles, Eric called out, seated gracefully with a perpetual smile. Charles listened intently to a series of seemingly concerned, yet ultimately divisive remarks cautioning him to be wary of his younger brother. It was suggested that his father favored the younger son, and as the elder, he should accept some shortcomings. There were also warnings about certain individuals harboring malice since childhood, urging him to remain vigilant. However, upon catching sight of Eric beyond the crowd, the smile on his face abruptly vanished. "Eric, I am here," he called out. The handsome boy disregarded the stiff expressions of those around him, scampering to Eric's side, tugging at the hem of his garment, and peeking out from behind his shoulder like a frightened little creature. "Good evening, everyone. I wonder what brings you to seek my brother?" Eric casually handed over his plate to Charles, his cherubic face adorned with a smile strikingly similar to that of his brother. Due to Charles's frail health, he seldom attended social gatherings, leading outsiders to know of Count Phantomhive's two sons, yet few were aware that they were twins. The revelation of their nearly identical faces caused quite a stir. Those who had just spoken ill of the younger brother suddenly found their expressions turned grim. If memory served them right, the name of Count Phantomhive's firstborn was indeed Eric. This meant they had just disparaged the younger son in his presence. Reflecting on Eric's earlier demeanor, it became all too clear they had been outmaneuvered. While one might dismiss this as mere childish mischief, the underlying intent was noteworthy. Regardless of their opinions, the child maintained his smile, revealing not a hint of emotional disturbance. Truly, he was someone capable of swaying even Count Phantomhive to reconsider his choice of heir. Among those present, several astute individuals mentally marked the pitiable boy hidden behind his brother as one deserving of attention. Yet, as in any gathering, foolishness lurked. Some, feeling slighted, succumbed to indignation, their tempers flaring uncontrollably. "Master Eric, I advise you to temper your kindness. Should someone stab you in the back, it would be most unfortunate," remarked a young lady with an elaborate hairstyle, her elegant gown and exquisite jewelry betraying her privileged upbringing. She, accustomed to being pampered, was loath to admit she had been outwitted by a mere child. Indeed, this very lady, her proud demeanor echoed by the woman behind her, lifted an eyebrow, implying that Eric should not be so easily deceived. However, Eric, with a strong protective instinct for his brother, was impervious to such attempts at sowing discord. He was determined to ensure that Charles, who rarely ventured out for leisure, was not distressed by their provocations. Just as he was about to retort, he felt the tug at his sleeve. Believing Charles was frightened, he grasped his brother's wrist. Before he could speak, he heard Charles's understated response. "If the Marquis of Andrew maintains such an attitude, then let our previous collaboration come to an end." The boy's finely sculpted brows furrowed slightly before he revealed a shy smile. "Not long ago, my father had transferred the assets associated with the Marquis to my name. Yet the quality of the products provided by the factory was exceedingly poor. I contemplated that changing to a different supplier for raw materials would undoubtedly yield better results." The expressions of the once haughty mother and daughter froze instantaneously. In recent years, the economic situation had yet to recover, and most of the other enterprises under the Marquis were operating at a loss. The factories collaborating with Vandomhane were essentially the pillars supporting their extravagant lifestyle. Should this partnership be dissolved, the Marquis's savings would likely be insufficient to cover their glimmering jewels and lavish gowns. However, even when cornered, their inherent arrogance prevented them from bowing to a mere child in public. It would simply be unacceptable. At worst, they could send some gifts to the Vandomhane estate to placate them. Furthermore, in the realm of business, it was not merely child's play. Although the enterprises were said to be under the child's name, they were undoubtedly still managed by the Count. What could a child possibly understand? The Count would surely not terminate the collaboration lightly. After reassuring themselves, the mother and daughter held their heads high. "Oh, is the young master of your esteemed house not present today?" The exquisitely handsome boy slightly lifted his head, his deep ocean-like eyes sparkling with hope. He had briefly encountered the Marquis at Oxford and noted their striking resemblance. Unfortunately, the hurried circumstances had precluded any introduction. As Charles's voice faded, the surrounding murmurs suddenly intensified. It was widely known that the Marquis had always maintained an impeccable reputation, devoid of scandal, having married the Marquis's wife for over a decade and fathered only 2 daughters. All while their relationship remained remarkably strong. Even knowing that after his passing, the title and inheritance would pass to collateral branches, he remained unfazed by the swarm of admirers drawn to him. The Marquis's devotion to his wife had long been the envy of numerous noble maidens. Yet now, Charles had the audacity to inform them that this enviable love story was a facade, suggesting the Marquis might have an illegitimate child. For a moment, the crowd was left reeling from the shock of this revelation. "We only have 2 young ladies in our family. I believe Master Charles has mistaken the identity," the Marquis's wife remarked, her face shifting from pale to flushed as she tightened her grip on her feather fan. "Ah, is that so?" Facing the knife-edged gaze of the Marquis's daughter, Charles instinctively retreated behind Eric, whispering in a volume audible to all. "But that child does bear a striking resemblance to the Marquis. If he were not the Marquis's son, why would he embrace him so readily?" The lady was right there beside them. Eric struggled to suppress the upward curve of his lips, gently patting his brother's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. "Charles, are you certain this is the correct lady?" Charles hesitated, then looked up to scrutinize the Marquis's features more closely before sincerely apologizing. "I am sorry, madam. I mistook you for another. The lady who was previously by the Marquis's side does not resemble you." A muffled laugh escaped from the crowd, quickly followed by a chorus of suppressed giggles. Charles's words were hardly an apology. They were more akin to a dagger thrust into the heart of the Marchioness. The farce concluded with the Marchioness, her face darkened, forcibly dragging the flustered Miss Marquis away. Charles returned to his original seat. Yet no one dared to underestimate the boy delicately savoring his pastries. With just a few simple phrases, he had managed to subdue the haughty Marchioness. The truth of the so-called illegitimate child remained uncertain, yet one could only speculate on the chaos that would soon envelop the Andrew Marquis. Such audacity, such cunning. He was merely 10 years old. Those who had been discreetly observing could not help but cast envious glances at Vincent. For them, finding a worthy heir was a daunting challenge, yet this boy seemed to possess two. The eldest, Eric, excelled among his peers, although he had not shown much earlier. His timely interjections raised suspicions of intentionality. The younger, Charles, was astute and decisive, striking at the Marchioness's vulnerabilities with ease. Regardless of which one was chosen as heir, the Phantomhive family would not falter. They must not allow these two to flourish. The expressions of certain individuals hidden in the crowd subtly shifted, resolute in their determination to thwart the children. Unruly as he was, Vincent raised his wine glass with a gentle demeanor. "Not at all. As expected of the Phantomhive Count. Both young gentlemen are remarkable." Sighing, he mused, "If only our own wayward child could exhibit such mischief." Familiar flattery filled his ears as he withdrew his gaze. Taking a delicate sip of wine, having shared a connection, he deemed this glass a parting gift for them. Chapter 4, Brotherhood. Charles understood that after tonight, those harboring malice towards the Phantomhive family would view him as a thorn in their side, rather than mere awareness. It could be said that tonight's display was a ruse orchestrated in collaboration with his father, using himself as bait to lure ill-intentioned individuals. After all, the list he provided to his father consisted mainly of nobles. Without a plausible justification, even the Queen's hounds would hesitate to act against them. The idea of a devoted father seeking vengeance for his beloved son's assassination would silence even the Queen. Charles set aside his plate. His performance for the evening had reached its conclusion, and the remaining matters would be adeptly handled by his father. It was not that he was unwilling to intervene. On one hand, it was simpler for his father to take action, and on the other, his current resources were limited, with the loss of even one operative being a source of great distress. "Charles, are you full? Shall we go play?" Eric leaned closer, cradling his face in his hands, his eyes pleading. Charles nodded gently, and before he could utter a word, Eric seized his wrist and dashed out of the banquet hall. They did not stop until they reached a small room designated for guests to rest. Remembering their seamless cooperation just moments ago, they exchanged glances and smiled in unison. It was truly delightful that he was not despised by Charles. Eric pressed his forehead against his brother's, softly expressing his thoughts. Charles paused, bewildered. "Why would you think I disliked you? Have you been avoiding me during this time? Is there something I did that upset you?" The two shared an inseparable bond. Yet after his younger brother turned 10, Eric's demeanor towards him abruptly changed. The previous intimacy seemed to vanish, replaced by a more distant formality in their address. Despite his attempts to appear mature, Eric was still merely a 10-year-old child, and such a transformation naturally left him feeling anxious. As if he might lose Charles forever if he did not take action. Charles opened his mouth, slightly turning away as he managed to utter a few dry words. "No. It's not that." He simply did not know how to face his brother, how to confront the one who had protected him until the very end, or how to reconcile with the brother who had taken his place on the altar of sacrifice. He was no longer the delicate, harmless young master nurtured within the mansion. His character had become awkward and unappealing. His soul had long since plummeted into despair, stained with blood, and he feared that such a self would taint his brother. "Is that so?" Eric regarded the somewhat uncomfortable Charles earnestly, then wrapped him in a warm embrace, pressing his cheek tightly against Charles's face, laughing and nuzzling him. "Charles, you're so adorable. Surely you're not shy? Why you? Let me go?" A flush spread rapidly from the base of Charles's ears, gradually covering his fair face. He struggled in Eric's embrace, but his frail body was no match for Eric's robust health, rendering him powerless against his brother's exuberant affection. No. Eric decisively refused, even commenting, "Charles is so soft, it feels wonderful to hold him." Having not experienced such close contact for a long time, Charles's face turned even redder, a mix of embarrassment and anger rising within him. "Eric, let go. I don't want this." The slightly ajar door of the small room was silently closed. "Are you at ease now?" Lou, leaning against the corner of the corridor with a long-handled pipe in hand, casually inquired. "There is nothing to worry about," Vincent replied, straightening his impeccably tailored suit, his demeanor entirely serious, as if he had not just rushed after his son in a flurry. Disregarding the noble etiquette of eavesdropping at the door, children's matters are best handled by themselves. A smile unconsciously crept onto Vincent's lips as he recalled the scene he had just witnessed. His two sons were akin to kittens huddling together for warmth. Initially, he harbored concerns that Charles' temperament might veer off course, potentially leading him to take action against Eric. However, it appeared his worries were unfounded, as Eric's disposition would surely allow him to easily subdue Charles. Indeed, they were children of the Phantomhive family, remarkable in their own right. The excellence of one's offspring only amplifies the abhorrence toward those who would wish harm upon them. As a father, it is imperative to eliminate the refuse that should not exist in this world before his children become aware of it. Vincent twirled the ring on his thumb, the large sapphire flashing a glimmer of cold light. The previously agreed-upon matters could now commence. Lou. A wisp of smoke escaped his thin lips, the intricately designed long handle tapping lightly at his fingertips. As you wish, esteemed Count. That night, how many souls perished, and how many nobles lost their sleep? Charles did not know. What Vincent had orchestrated remained unclear to him. Yet he sensed a peculiar warmth among the nobility, an unprecedented harmony. According to insiders from Phantomhive, Eric was compelled to attend various soirees, where verbal sparring had notably diminished. Perhaps it was due to a fear of encountering another unexpected situation like yours? Eric removed his fencing mask, shaking his damp hair like a puppy. It was said that the Marquis Andrew's household was embroiled in a rather unbecoming dispute over inheritance, with the Marchioness harboring a deep-seated grudge against you. Wipe yourself off, don't catch a cold. Charles, somewhat disdainfully, draped a towel over Eric's head and playfully ruffled his hair. What does that have to do with me? The child is not my doing, after all. Moreover, shouldn't the Marchioness be expressing gratitude toward me? Charles tilted his head innocently, asserting that discovering matters in advance was far preferable to being unprepared when the time came. The likelihood of a bastard inheriting a title is considerably higher than that of two daughters. Who knows? Eric merely mentioned it in passing before shifting the topic. Shall we go horseback riding today? Not going. Ever since that banquet, Eric had taken it upon himself to believe that they had successfully reconciled, as if he were determined to make up for the time Charles had previously avoided him. Aside from certain social obligations as an heir, he practically carried Charles along wherever he went. Rachel had initially worried about her younger son's health, but upon seeing the elder son's antics lift the younger spirits, she acquiesced. Let us go. Eric leaped onto Charles' back, attempting to shield his eyes. What is the point of such a hefty tome? Always sitting indoors. One might end up becoming a bookworm. Charles sighed silently, attempting to dislodge the boy who, for reasons unknown, seemed to have regressed several years in maturity. You said the same thing when you summoned me to practice fencing. Yet Charles had been engrossed in his reading all along. So, upon returning from horseback riding, may I enjoy a peaceful reading session? The temporal gap between the two worlds spanned a century, and much of the content in the books diverged from what he had previously learned. Before long, they would be sent to Weston School, and he certainly did not wish to become a source of amusement over trivial matters. Very well, Eric mumbled. Who truly is the elder brother? Charles mused as he closed the book in his hands and made his way towards the door. I should take a bath and change into my riding attire. While it felt somewhat embarrassing to act coy in front of his younger brother, Charles couldn't help but indulge in this playful demeanor. As Charles walked away, a glint of mischief flickered in Eric's eyes. Eric, are you nailed to the floor? He exclaimed, his reluctance palpable as he emerged. Yet, despite his initial hesitance, Charles found joy in their escapade. However, their return journey was marred by an unexpected incident. Eric's horse suddenly became frantic, bucking wildly in an attempt to unseat its rider. The thought of being thrown from such a height filled Charles with dread. Even if Eric survived, he would surely sustain grave injuries. In a moment of panic, Charles released a signal flare, desperately trying to reach him, but to no avail. Soon, Eric's strength waned, and he could no longer hold the reins. As Eric teetered on the brink of being thrown from the saddle, Charles's pupils dilated, his mind a blank void. No, Eric cannot die. In that critical instant, an unfamiliar force surged from within Charles, empowering him. One hand gripped the reins tightly, while the other reached out toward Eric. In the next heartbeat, Eric found himself lifted from the horse, free from its weight, as the steed galloped away into the woods without a backward glance. Relief washed over Charles as he exhaled slowly, grateful that Eric was unharmed. Yet, a sense of unease crept in. Something felt amiss. Blinking, Charles's nearly stalled brain began to function again. I actually floated. He abruptly lifted his gaze to meet Eric's bewildered expression, suspended in midair. How did this happen? Charles exclaimed, panic rising within him. The two boys, discovered by the butler Tanaka, were soon returned to the estate, their heads bowed in contemplation in Vincent's study. Eric had raised his horse since it was a foal, known for its gentle temperament. Such behavior could only indicate the presence of a traitor within the household. A cold glimmer passed through Vincent's eyes. He understood his own nature well. If Eric were harmed, Charles would undoubtedly become a suspect. An investigation could lead to discord between father and sons, fostering mistrust that would benefit their enemies. For those malicious individuals, the demise of Eric would be the ultimate prize. Their resolve had not wavered, as the bloodshed from their earlier intimidation had evidently failed to instill fear. After delegating the matter to Tanaka, Vincent turned his attention to the corner of the study, where the two boys had huddled together, whispering intimately. Chapter 5, Magic. Cough. Cough, cough. Vincent coughed several times, and the two small heads huddled in the corner did not pull apart. Instead, they drew even closer. This unexpected development struck Vincent, who had always been the center of attention throughout his life, as quite novel. He had never anticipated that his presence could diminish to such an extent. Did these two children even remember that he was reflecting in solitude? They even burst into laughter. Eric, Charles, it is now your turn. The gentle voice that emanated from behind startled the two boys, prompting them to obediently approach the desk. Father, father. Vincent leaned his elbows on the desk, his fingertips pressed together at his lips, his gaze sweeping over the two children. To be candid, I am greatly disappointed in both of you, particularly you, Eric. Father. Eric abruptly lifted his head, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Vincent. You must understand that the recent situation is quite complex. The enemies of the Vandermeyn family lurk in the shadows, eager to seize a piece of us. Yet you chose to evade everyone's watchful eyes and ventured out alone with Charles. Do you believe you are safe within our territory? Do you think they cannot extend their reach into our home? Father. Eric's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet he valiantly resisted the urge to cry. He had always been the pride of his parents, and the weight of disappointment felt unbearably heavy. You were fortunate this time to have returned unscathed. What if someone lay in ambush in the woods? Can you guarantee your safety and that of Charles? You cannot. You are the heir of Vandermeyn, the future head of the family. You must learn to take responsibility for your actions, for the entire family. I do not wish to see a repeat of today's events. Yes, father. Eric lowered his head in shame, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. And you, Charles. Vincent redirected his attention. I am aware that this escapade was Eric's idea, but you have indulged him far too much of late. I thought you were sufficiently astute to recognize where the boundaries lie. It seems I have overestimated you. Vincent could certainly perceive Charles' compensatory attitude towards Eric. He had initially believed this was not necessarily a bad thing, but now he would have to reassess. I will reflect on this, father. Charles lowered his gaze. Very well. Vincent reclined slightly in his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk. Now, can you tell me what transpired in the woods? To emerge unscathed amidst a stampede of horses is no trivial feat. Charles and Eric exchanged glances, their eyes wavering. Cannot speak of it? No. It's just that the situation was rather bizarre, and we thought you might not believe us, Eric hastily replied. Try me. Well, during the stampede, Eric suddenly floated into the air. Charles, having regained his composure from the earlier shock, spoke with remarkable calmness. After all, he was accustomed to demons and death. What was a mere levitation by his brother? What did you say? Vincent questioned, suspecting he might have misheard. Eric pointed at the boy beside him, gesturing to indicate his approximate height, and then exclaimed, he floated up. Eric nodded repeatedly, his gaze imbued with sincerity. Vincent fell into silence for a moment. So, who can tell me how that was accomplished? Upon mentioning this, both boys appeared utterly perplexed. Eric remarked, when the reins were released, my mind went blank. I should have done nothing. Charles added, I merely wanted to catch him before Eric got hurt. They spoke in unison. Charles, how did you manage that? If the two children were not lying, it seemed the answer lay within him. Charles extended his hand, striving to recall the sensations of that moment, and then, under the watchful eyes of the three, the teacup before Vincent began to wobble and levitate. Like this? Vincent, momentarily shaken by the defiance of scientific logic, quietly retrieved his favorite teacup from the air and placed it back on the table, then turned to his eldest son. Eric, why don't you give it a try? The three watched in astonishment as the teacup rolled off the table, crashing to the ground and shattering into pieces. On a positive note, both of his sons possessed extraordinary abilities, seemingly capable of self-protection. Conversely, the unfortunate implication was that two sorcerers had emerged from the Christian-fearing Van Doren family. Should this be discovered, they could easily find themselves on an operating table or enshrined in a display case. Neither outcome was one Vincent wished to witness. In a moment of confusion, he found himself at a loss as to what to do. Charles's gaze flickered. Father, do you recall the matter you previously asked me to investigate? Each year, a small number of suitable children in England vanished from school, only to reappear unexpectedly during holidays. Though the whereabouts of these children might not significantly impact the political landscape, Vincent, ever the loyal servant of the Queen, had grown accustomed to possessing all potentially useful information at the earliest opportunity. What do you imply? He inquired. Perhaps there are more individuals with these extraordinary abilities than just Eric and me? Once he found direction, leveraging the Van Doren family's capabilities to investigate further would prove quite straightforward. That very evening, a letter sealed with wax was delivered to Vincent through special channels. Thus, it seemed that England not only had a ministry of magic, but also a magical school. Vincent tossed the opened letter onto the table and rubbed his temples. What are your thoughts on this magical school? Father, Were you previously unaware? Eric instinctively asked. Indeed. Vincent sighed deeply. As for the Queen, I cannot ascertain. I can only attempt to glean some information during my next audience. Knowing would be ideal, but if the Queen truly remained oblivious to the existence of sorcerers, he could not push his two sons into the jaws of danger. Charles raised a hand to his chest, feeling the long-dormant stirrings of excitement within him. I want to go. What did you say? Vincent and Eric in unison posed their inquiry. The revelation that both children were wizards stirred a certain disquiet within Vincent's heart. His question to the two youngsters was merely a means to steady himself. After all, they were utterly ignorant of that world. The might of the Vandermine family could not shield them, and whether it was the Ministry of Magic or the Wizarding School, venturing into such realms posed significant risks. Vincent believed that the safety of the children should take precedence, and the connections and resources cultivated by the Vandermine family over the years should not be entirely disregarded. Thus, entering the prestigious Welsh school at the age of 11, much like he did, seemed a prudent decision. However, who could have anticipated Charles' stance to be so unequivocal, imbued with a palpable sense of urgency? Social engagements had always been Eric's domain, and Wales was not particularly welcoming to those without claims to inheritance. The magical realm, albeit fraught with peril, often coexisted with opportunity. Did one not desire multiple avenues of escape? Charles tilted his head, adding, Moreover, you are aware of my circumstances. Life has become rather tedious for me. Eric, reluctant to be separated from his brother, wished to attend the same school as Charles. Yet, Charles appeared disinclined towards Wales, and as the heir, he could not recklessly forfeit opportunities to foster alliances. Thus, he remained silent, casting hopeful glances at Vincent, yearning for him to reject Charles' outrageous request. Yet Vincent merely paused in contemplation. Allow me to reflect on this. The light in Vincent's study burned throughout the night, and by the dawn of the following day, the master of the Vandermine estate had concocted a pretext and donned his finest attire to pay a visit to the Queen. Upon his return, a myriad of peculiar incidents from across the nation were meticulously compiled into documents that flowed onto his desk like a stream. Are you implying that the Queen has long been aware of matters pertaining to magic? Charles inquired, perusing the materials in his hands. Indeed, Vincent nodded, though the authority over the department that liaises with the magical community rests with the Prime Minister. After all, many wizards have been careless enough to expose themselves before the ordinary populace. Without government intervention, they would have been unmasked long ago. Vincent added with a knowing glance. A balance must be maintained between the bureaucrats and the aristocracy. Charles paused in his examination of the documents. I understand. For young wizards unacquainted with magic, the school would arrange for a guiding professor prior to the commencement of term, who would assist in currency exchange and purchasing necessities. Vincent, rather ungraciously, raised an eyebrow. It is said that gold coins are required for procuring wands and wizarding robes. Furthermore, would Charles like me to find you a companion in advance? A companion? Eric had become increasingly clingy of late. One was quite sufficient. A little fellow just like you, who is yet to step into the wizarding world. What do you mean by that? He did not believe that Vincent would intentionally mention someone ordinary. It is said he can converse with snakes. Vincent recalled the utterly preposterous prophecy he had encountered in the documents and raised a finger to his lips. The rest, you must investigate on your own. With a sense of delight, Char willingly accepted the minor challenge posed by his father, though he felt somewhat bewildered upon discovering the prophecy. What are you looking at, Char? Eric inquired, leaning in to observe a photograph depicting a small, frail boy with untamed hair. Who is this? The savior of the wizarding world, Char replied, his lips twitching as he perceived his precious time being squandered. What? They say he vanquished the Dark Lord at birth and saved the world. Can it be that even the savior has fallen to such dire straits? Eric scrutinized the photograph closely, pondering how this timid, seemingly starved child could possibly resemble a savior. Wait, more importantly, to have raised a savior in such a manner implies that the magical world is rather impoverished. Char, should you consider bringing extra food when you go to school? Char was momentarily taken aback by his brother's rather peculiar line of reasoning. He had been raised by his aunt and, according to investigations, had yet to encounter a wizard. In light of this circumstance, Eric could only surmise one possibility for survival. The wizarding world must be perilous. Instantly, Eric's desire to prevent Char from leaving reached its zenith. However, glancing at his visibly eager younger brother, Eric managed a strained smile. So, Char, would you like to meet him? Not urgently. Let us discuss it again upon our return from London. Chapter 6. Draco. Draco Malfoy, 10 years of age, is the sole heir of the illustrious Malfoy family, esteemed within the wizarding community. With his striking platinum hair and exquisite features, it is only natural that such a delicate and beautiful child would attract the attention of certain peculiar individuals when appearing alone on the streets of London at night. The boy, having never encountered the Muggle world, was exceedingly gullible. Although he clung to his elders' teachings and remained vigilant, his inherent disdain for Muggles made him an easy target, leading to his being ensnared and imprisoned within a cage. Draco shook his still dizzy head and opened his eyes. confusion washing over him as he took in the unfamiliar surroundings and the imposing presence of the cage, which caused his expression to shift dramatically. Where am I? Is anyone there? Those damned muggles. How dare they? Stop shouting. It's of no use. A thin voice emanated from behind him. Draco whipped around to find a small, scrawny boy curled up in the corner of the cage. The boy clutched his knees, clad in tattered robes, with his exposed skin marred by bruises, and his large eyes reflecting desolation. Who are you? Draco instinctively raised his chin, striving to mask his inner turmoil with an air of arrogance. What is this place? My name is Ryan, the boy replied, attempting a smile that faltered in its execution. They call this place a warehouse. If you attract attention, you'll be beaten. Draco pressed his palm firmly, forcing himself to remain composed. His magical energy had been entirely depleted due to the previous surge of power, and since he had been practicing spells at Malfoy Manor before the incident, the various magical artifacts his father had prepared for his protection were not at his disposal. Now, he found himself unable to unlock the very cage that confined him, let alone escape this room suffused with a nauseating stench. The chamber was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a feeble sliver of moonlight filtering through a window high above the wall, barely allowing him to discern the room's arrangement. This fleeting glimpse sent a chill coursing through Draco's core. There was no furniture whatsoever, just a series of cages stacked atop one another, perhaps a dozen in total, each containing 1 or 2 curled-up children. The most terrifying aspect was that, despite the appalling conditions, these children remained eerily silent, their shallow breaths the only sound in the room, as if they had surrendered all hope and ceased to weep. It is well known that for wizards, every youngling is immensely precious. No one would treat fragile offspring with the same disregard reserved for mere animals. Muggles, as his father had proclaimed, were indeed base. Draco pressed his lips together. He did not overly concern himself for his safety, for he was aware that once his father learned of his disappearance due to the magical surge, he would swiftly locate him through blood magic and bring him back. At that moment, those who had brought him here would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. They must face consequences. No one could humiliate a Malfoy. Of course, should these little muggles be willing to accept a memory charm, he would implore his father to grant them their freedom. Yet, despite his confidence in his father, Draco felt a hollow uncertainty creeping into his heart. The oppressive silence transformed time into an agonizingly slow stretch, as if a vast void within the room could effortlessly consume him whole. Hey, Draco finally decided to shatter the disquieting stillness. How long have you been trapped here? Ryan was reluctant to engage with this obviously spoiled boy. In truth, had it not been for his fear that Draco's noise might attract unwanted attention and lead to further punishment, he would not have spoken at all. Hey, can you hear me? Draco furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction. 3 months. Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. Has it really been that long? Haven't your parents come looking for you? A derisive snicker echoed from all corners of the room. Look at this young master. He is likely still dreaming of returning home to a life of luxury. He actually thinks he can escape this place? If we report his desire to flee, perhaps we'll be rewarded with a feast of white bread. Why not give it a try? Enough, Ryan interjected abruptly. Hey, Ryan, don't let your misguided kindness resurface. Remember how you ended up in this situation. When will you learn? Indeed, observing his demeanor, one might infer he is a young nobleman, destined for far superior treatment than ourselves. Your benevolence might be unwelcome to him. Enough of this, Ryan huffed, aware that you all recognize him as a valuable commodity. They shall not lay a finger on him prior to making a deal. Should you continue to speak, it will be us who suffer from drawing attention to him. Seemingly startled by his words, the children fell silent. Ryan furrowed his brow and glanced at Draco, who appeared utterly oblivious to the situation. We cannot escape. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. If you wish to avoid hardship, heed their every word. Now, let us remain quiet. Even if you desire to court danger, do not involve us. Draco was momentarily taken aback by his unvarnished remarks, just as he was about to retort. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed from the doorway, accompanied by faint, muffled sobs that seemed stifled, as if something were pressing upon them. Ryan concealed half his face in the crook of his arm, returning to his previous lethargy. With the clinking of keys, the door creaked open, and a blinding light flooded the room. Draco could not ascertain the source of this radiance, but found it far more intense than the candlelight within the manor. Soon after, a rough-looking man appeared at the entrance, bent slightly at the waist, speaking with exaggerated deference, and wearing a sycophantic grin that rendered him even less appealing. The object of his obsequiousness was, astonishingly, a boy of similar age. Clad in a deep blue suit and donning a petite top hat, he possessed a striking visage, marked by the characteristic aloofness and arrogance of the aristocracy. He raised his hand, nonchalantly tapping his intricately carved cane. Is this all there is to it? Indeed. The man chuckled. This is our finest selection. With commendable appearance and obedience, they serve splendidly as offerings or playthings. Allow me to see them. The boy hesitated for a moment before giving a slight nod. After you. The man bowed deeply, guiding the boy closer while incessantly chattering about something. This hair color is quite rare. The slender cane slipped through the railing, lifting Draco's chin. He is rather presentable as well. The overly dismissive tone and evident amusement in the man's demeanor ignited Draco's cheeks with indignation. His hands clenched tightly at his sides, yet he swallowed his anger. Mindful of his precarious situation, he would not let this go, as long as his father found him. Your discernment is commendable. This is newly acquired stock, untouched by others. The cleanest among them. Oh, however, this price. The man rubbed his palms together. Price is of no concern. The boy interrupted. Let us bring him out for a look. Very well. The man readily acquiesced, swiftly unlocking the cage that confined Draco and grabbing his arm with little restraint, pulling him forth. What do you think? As the words fell, a cacophony erupted from outside the room, punctuated by anguished cries. It's you. The man reacted swiftly, his face contorting grotesquely upon realizing he had been deceived. Ignoring the Draco he still held, he lunged at the boy with a menacing snarl. Draco, thrown to the ground, instinctively tightened his pupils and shouted, Be careful. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. The boy smirked, raising his arm. With a resounding bang, crimson liquid splattered forth, and the burly man staggered before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Draco opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. The boy, observing Draco's almost terrified gaze, stowed away the still smoking object in his hand. He kicked the man's body and then crouched before Draco, extending a hand. Would you care to leave this place with me? Draco stared at the hand encased in black leather gloves, his eyelashes fluttering as he reached out to grasp it. Having been well protected, this was Draco's first encounter with the stark reality of death. He understood that the man lay lifeless, vanquished by the seemingly powerless boy before him. This revelation ignited a flicker of doubt within him regarding his father's assertions about the weakness of muggles. If every muggle possessed such magical tools, could wizards truly withstand them? A chill ran down Draco's spine, and he instinctively recoiled from further contemplation. The boy gently pulled him to his feet, his gaze lingering on the dust-stained fabric of Draco's clothing. I am Charles Van Dam, and I believe you might require a new outfit. His voice and expression were calm, showing no sign of the gravity of taking a life. Instead, he seemed more concerned about Draco's attire than the man sprawled on the ground. I am Draco Malfoy. Hearing the soft sobs once more, Draco pressed his lips together. What will happen to them? The police will take over from here. If they can locate the parents, the children will be sent home. If not, they will be taken to an orphanage. Charles cast a surprised glance at Draco before continuing to explain. Isn't it said that pure-blood aristocrats look down upon commoners? The boy before him appeared less haughty than the tale suggested, which improved Charles's impression of him. As his words faded, the cries within the room escalated, the hysterical wails seemingly an attempt to purge all the suffering they had endured through tears. At that moment, several uniformed men entered the room. Charles tapped the fallen man with his cane. The key is on him. The rest is up to you. Without waiting for their response, he turned toward the door, and after a moment's hesitation, Draco followed. Wait, one of the young men blocked Draco's path. Where do you think you're going? He is mine. Naturally, he will accompany me. Charles halted his steps. Previously, there was no mention of an insider among you. The man looked at him with a face full of suspicion. What? Do we, the Phantomhive family, need to report to you? Charles raised an eyebrow. Lord Randall, your subordinates are a bit too overbearing. The young man was about to say more, but was restrained by a middle-aged man who interjected, We are merely conducting a routine inquiry, with no ulterior motives. That's good. Charles nodded. It is precisely because you waste so much time on such matters that your efficiency is so lacking. If this continues, the Queen will surely be disappointed in you. If I recall correctly, it seems the heir to the Phantomhive family is not you? So what? Lord Randall retorted. Do you intend to burn bridges? This case has not yet reached a formal conclusion. Is such a tactic truly wise? One must be wary of arrogance, for it can lead to suffering. The middle-aged man scoffed. Worry about me? Perhaps you should be more concerned for yourself. This should be the third case of human trafficking this year, correct? Such a grave oversight in London while you are in charge. Have you prepared an explanation for the Queen? There is no need for your concern. So then, I wish you good luck. So, where do you intend to take me? Draco, seated in the peculiar iron box, gazed out at the ever-changing scenery and could not help but inquire. You dare to accompany me without knowing the destination? Are you not afraid I might sell you again? Charles regarded him with a somewhat peculiar look. He had often been forbidden by his father from engaging in cases of human trafficking, to spare him from recalling painful memories. What had prompted such a sudden change of heart? Perhaps it was due to the significant revelation hidden among the abducted individuals. It was unclear where his father had acquired such intelligence, but was this boy named Malfoy not a bit too naive? Draco asserted confidently. You brought people to rescue them all. For a moment, Charles was silent, taken aback by Draco's inexplicable trust. He then extended a hand, offering a handkerchief. You have blood on your face. You should clean it. Where are we going? As Draco wiped his cheek, his gaze fell upon the dark red stains on the handkerchief, causing his fingers to tremble involuntarily. To the London estate. Charles glanced at him. Your family should arrive shortly. Chapter 7. Lucius. Draco's father, a man known in the wizarding world as a platinum noble, indeed arrived with remarkable swiftness. Appearing in the hall almost at the moment Charles and Draco stepped inside. Father, Draco called out hesitantly to the stern-faced man, his small face marred by blood, reflecting a hint of grievance. Lucius tightened his grip on the serpent staff, his fingers trembling slightly as his gaze swiftly scanned Draco from head to toe. Once he confirmed with his own eyes that his son was unharmed, this man, who had nearly gone mad with worry over his son's inexplicable disappearance, did not overtly display excessive concern. He nodded slightly and shifted his attention to Charles, who was impeccably dressed, in stark contrast to Draco, who was clad only in the dust-laden nightgown he had worn at the time of his abduction. Even within the wizarding world, the aristocracy engaged in their share of indulgent pursuits, and Lucius himself was a master of such affairs. Upon noticing the faint injuries on Draco's wrists and ankles, clearly the result of being bound by ropes, it was not difficult to surmise the horrors his cherished son may have endured during his absence. How dare a mere muggle regard a Malfoy as a slave? Only screams and blood could cleanse the humiliation of the Malfoy name and quell his anger. Lucius felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a volley of curses. The notion that the boy before him might be innocent was irrelevant. He should consider himself fortunate to be the target of Malfoy's ire, simply because he was a muggle. Moreover, the true intentions of this boy who returned Draco to their estate were likely known only to him. As for any altruistic motives, what a laugh. A muggle nobleman, exuding arrogance from his very being, could hardly possess such excessive benevolence. Rather than being kind-hearted, he likely regarded Draco as nothing more than an intriguing trinket found by the roadside. No one, under any circumstances, could belittle a Malfoy. Charles nonchalantly ignored Lucius's cold, serpentine scrutiny, removing his top hat and crossing his legs as he settled into the sofa, before leisurely inquiring, "Sir, may I ask what brings you here?" The tall man in the center of the hall possessed a cascade of smooth, lustrous platinum hair, a pale complexion, and exquisitely chiseled features tinged with an air of enigmatic gloom. He habitually held his chin slightly aloft, exuding an oppressive presence cultivated only by those long accustomed to power. Clad in a black wizarding robe that seemed unremarkable at first glance, a closer inspection revealed intricate embroidery even at the hem. Indeed, he was a nobleman, and a powerful one at that. "Oh, certainly, there is something of great importance," Lucius asserted, casting a glance at Draco, who dutifully positioned himself behind his father. Lucius then raised the serpent staff towards Charles. "Father," Draco could not restrain himself from exclaiming. He knew that within the serpent staff lay a wand not registered with the Ministry of Magic. "He is merely a muggle, little dragon." A glint of cold light flickered in the man's gray eyes as his deep voice resonated like a splendid aria. "A filthy, despicable muggle, you know. The secrets of wizards must remain hidden from them." Draco opened his mouth to speak. Yet the education he had long received rendered him utterly incapable of refuting his father's words. "Yes, father." Lucius nodded in satisfaction, but just before he uttered the incantation, a bullet whizzed past his cheek with a deafening bang, reducing the expensive vase behind him to a heap of worthless shards. He abruptly turned around, only to find two figures at the doorway. The leader, a young man, bore a striking resemblance to the boy on the sofa, while the thunderous sound had evidently emanated from an elderly gentleman behind him, whose hair was stark white and who was impeccably dressed in a butler's uniform. Holding a smoking weapon, a gun, Lucius's pupils constricted sharply. In his youth, he had encountered such a device, referred to as a gun by muggles, in his father's study. It was deemed a perilous contraption, one that even wizards could not withstand. He recalled his father's grave and wary expression, yet the clumsy and cumbersome object had paled in comparison to his wand, leading him to lose interest after a few days. But now, the small device in the old man's hand was indeed a gun. An inexplicable sense of danger surged within him, prompting Lucius to tighten his grip on his serpent staff. "What do you intend to do with my child?" the handsome young man inquired, a smile gracing his features, though his aura suddenly intensified. "Father," Charles called out, rising to greet him, promptly discarding the carefully planned terms of their transaction. Vincent's direct involvement rendered his efforts unnecessary. Vincent and Lucius, two equally formidable men, faced each other, exuding an air of palpable tension, the atmosphere in the room thickening to an almost suffocating degree. "Father," Draco tugged at Lucius's sleeve. "You are injured." Only then did Lucius realize that his cheek was burning with pain. As he turned his hand to inspect, he discovered blood staining his fingertips. Just then, a soft click echoed in his ears, and he diverted a fraction of his focus to see that the boy he had previously dismissed was now aiming a gun at him as well. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for Lucius, despite carrying several protective magical artifacts, who could ascertain their efficacy against bullets. His mind raced, seeking a way to ensure his and Draco's safe escape. Just a day prior, he would never have imagined being cornered by a muggle he had always looked down upon. "It was merely a jest," Lucius said, lowering his serpent staff and donning a facade of insincere geniality. Since the Muggle had not acted aggressively while in a position of advantage, perhaps a dialogue could be entertained. Upon witnessing Lucius's concession, Vincent's smile deepened. He pressed down on the gun held by the butler, reproaching Charles in a tone laced with affection. "Charles, put the gun down. Pointing that at our guests is rather impolite." Charles glanced at the visibly tensed Draco and complied, swiftly holstering the weapon. Only then did Draco exhale in relief. He well understood the devastation such a device could unleash. He had witnessed the young lad before him mercilessly take a life without so much as a blink. "My apologies. My son has spoiled him." Vincent offered a rather insincere apology. "Not at all," Lucius replied with feigned politeness. "He is quite remarkable." This compliment held a grain of truth. After all, not everyone could withstand his malice without flinching. "Charles, please take this young master to tidy up." Vincent accepted Lucius's dry praise with unreserved confidence. "And once he is presentable, we can partake of some refreshments in the Little Flower Hall. I still have matters to discuss with Mr. Malfoy." Chapter 8. Character. Lucius cast a significant glance at Vincent. A mere Muggle could not casually utter the name Malfoy. It seemed this individual had some knowledge of the wizarding world, and judging by his demeanor, he bore no substantial ill will toward wizards. Lucius's mind raced. He was not concerned that Vincent might covet the item in his possession, as being swayed by material gain was preferable to the unwavering zeal of the ecclesiastical faction intent on extinguishing wizards. "Mr. Malfoy, this way please," Butler Tanaka said with a slight bow, leading Lucius up the staircase toward the study. Lucius adjusted his robe, gently patting Draco's head, who was gazing at him with eager eyes. "Go tidy yourself up." At the rear, Vincent exchanged a meaningful glance with Charles before proceeding leisurely toward the staircase. "I shall have fresh clothes sent to you shortly. They are newly made and have not been worn, so you can wear them with ease," Charles said as he guided Draco into a guest room. Perhaps due to a lingering concern, Draco moved quickly and soon emerged from the bathroom with damp, short hair. "Hey," Draco remarked, glancing at the boy standing by the window, arms crossed, seemingly lost in thought. "You knew who I was all along." Draco was not foolish. Even if he had not realized it at the time, he could piece together Vincent's words while in the bathroom. "Indeed," Charles replied, turning back with an even tone. "The Malfoys are quite renowned in the wizarding community." "Of course, the Malfoys are the best," Draco said, a mix of pride and caution evident in his voice. "But how do you know this?" "If all goes as expected, we shall be classmates next year," Charles said, lifting his gaze. "As you can see, my father is not a wizard. In fact, he was completely unaware that magic existed in this world, which has caused him considerable concern for my future, prompting him to investigate in advance." This explanation was certainly plausible, yet Draco's lips quirked involuntarily. Did this fellow truly need to be worried? Shouldn't the concern lie with them? After all, despite Slytherin's poor reputation, there had been no reports of any young snakes having taken a life before even graduating from Hogwarts. Draco recalled the blood that had splattered across his face and Charles's nonchalant demeanor, as if merely brushing off an inconsequential speck of dust from his attire, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "Be careful not to catch a chill," Charles cautioned. Draco casually responded, absently rubbing his hair with a towel. "What do you think they are discussing?" "Well, we will find out once they finish talking." Charles led him to the small sitting room, where a tea table was adorned with an array of prepared snacks and steaming tea. "Have a bite. You must be famished." In truth, Draco had not eaten all day, yet the series of events that had transpired overwhelmed him to the extent that he had not felt hunger until the rich aroma of black tea wafted through the air, awakening him to the emptiness of his stomach. The three-tiered platter of delicacies swiftly vanished. Draco, satisfied, cradled his teacup and sighed, a wave of drowsiness washing over him, causing his head to droop intermittently. Was the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage truly of such a disposition? Whatever happened to the cunning aristocrat? This fellow appeared rather dim-witted. Charles observed the sleepy platinum-haired boy with a look of incredulity. No, if memory served him right, the butler Tanaka had indeed aimed a gun at Malfoy. So why wasn't Draco on alert? Shouldn't he be concerned for his father? Shouldn't he be devising ways to evade his gaze? Shouldn't he worry about poison in his food? What had happened to the animosity towards Muggles? How could he consume the snacks with such naivete and even yawn? Charles pondered whether Draco's demeanor was merely an act. He found it hard to believe that a man enveloped in darkness could raise his only heir to be so foolish. This had to be a fade. Despite his repeated probing, Draco's responses compelled him to accept his initial assessment. The boy was indeed as simple-minded as he had suspected. In their aristocratic circles, such a temperament would likely lead to his utter ruin. Charles retrieved a blanket and draped it over Draco, who had succumbed to slumber on the sofa. The truth behind Draco's current nature lay with Lucius. When he inherited the Malfoy estate, he had not yet graduated from Hogwarts and had been thrust into the role amidst turmoil in the wizarding world. To secure Malfoy's assets, he had endured considerable hardships, and he did not wish his son to encounter similar trials. Thus, he inevitably indulged Draco, With the Dark Lord's disappearance, Lucius had ample time ahead of him to observe his son grow. He would gradually impart all his knowledge to Draco, ensuring that his beloved son would smoothly and serenely assume control of the illustrious Malfoy legacy. Lucius's methods were resolute and merciless. Under his leadership, the Malfoy family stood as the vanguard of wizarding aristocracy, resulting in the lesser noble family's sycophancy towards Draco, who would not dare reveal any ill intentions. For few in the wizarding realm had the audacity to confront a Malfoy's wrath. Draco was well protected by Lucius, surrounded by amiable and courteous individuals. In such an environment, even though he was a natural Slytherin, proud and cunning, he still carried an air of misplaced innocence. After all, some experiences cannot be fully grasped through mere words. As the door to the hall swung open, two strikingly handsome men entered, their expressions suggesting that the conversation ahead would be rather pleasant. "Mr. Malfoy, I shall trouble you for a while," said Charles, rising and offering a slight bow to Lucius after receiving a cue from Vincent. Lucius glanced at the impeccably mannered Charles and then at Draco, who was sprawled on the sofa in a deep slumber, his feelings momentarily complex. Despite being peers, was there not a significant disparity between the two? Charles followed Lucius's gaze and softly explained, "Draco may be utterly exhausted. Even so, he should not be sleeping here." Lucius replied, his brow furrowing. Though dissatisfied with Draco's behavior, he hesitated to rouse his son, whose sleepy visage stirred something within him. He raised his serpent staff and cast a levitation charm upon Draco, addressing Charles, "I hope you do not regret this later." Rest assured, the boy's beautiful blue eyes burn with the flame of ambition that Lucius knows all too well. "I shall not disappoint you." Chapter 9, Training Malfoy Manor, Spell Practice Room. Raise your hand and soften the strength in your wrist. Articulate clearly, with the final syllable lifted slightly. "No, the target is here. Focus. Your movements are too slow. Retaliate with the spell. Raise your wand." Enough for today. Upon hearing this, Charles collapsed onto the floor, as if all his strength had been drained. His mind was a blank, and a persistent buzzing filled his ears. Sweat-drenched strands of hair clung haphazardly to his face, his large eyes reflecting a state of dazed confusion. His lips lost their color, and his frail chest heaved dramatically. He appeared utterly disheveled. However, Lucius's gaze upon the boy was tinged with an imperceptible appreciation. Assisting Charles in acclimating to the battles and life of the wizarding world was part of the initial agreement he had struck with Vincent. Yet, he had never intended for Charles to enter Malfoy Manor, though the practice room was relatively safe for young wizards and would not be traced by the Ministry of Magic. The notion of a muggle-born stepping foot into Malfoy Manor was laughable. After assigning Charles to a vacant annex and sending a house elf to attend to him, Lucius had no further plans to interfere. He had numerous responsibilities to manage and could not personally oversee everything. As long as the boy remained safe and healthy, it was likely that the muggle noble would not voice any objections. However, Charles was not one to obediently comply. In the initial days, he immersed himself in books within the library, to the point of neglecting meals. Yet, it wasn't long before a modest fire broke out in the annex, compelling Lucius to hasten there overnight. Although the house elf reported that the boy had inadvertently ignited a guest room while practicing magic, the choice of location was telling. A room far removed from both the library and the training area, seemingly designed to provoke Lucius into action. By the time Lucius arrived, the fire had already been extinguished by the house elf. The frail boy was nestled on the sofa in the living room, wrapped in a large blanket, politely extending an invitation to a game of wizard's chess set on the coffee table, appearing as though he were the master of the house. Lucius struggled to maintain his composure. That evening, he suffered a resounding defeat, as the boy's myriad of strategies and effortless arrangements forced Lucius to re-evaluate his perception of this seemingly harmless child. Lucius had to admit that, for a fleeting moment, he entertained thoughts of eliminating the boy. The child possessed an uncanny ability to perceive the depths of human nature, and allowing him to mature unchecked could prove perilous. Even though the Malfoy and Vandermine families had a written agreement, it offered no guarantees against future enmities. Ultimately, the boy was alone in the magical world, and orchestrating a minor magical accident to eliminate him would be a trivial task for Lucius. Yet, after much contemplation, he refrained from taking action, perhaps due to the immense benefits that the Vandermine family offered, or perhaps because an instinctual sense of danger had been screaming at him since he set foot in the annex. Under the boy's insistence, Lucius found himself entranced into signing an equal magical contract, nearly identical to the one he had previously executed with Vincent. However, it was evident that the magical contract exerted a far stronger influence over Lucius. "How delightful that you are willing to concede to my unreasonable request." The boy with delicate features beamed, producing a palm-sized device from his pocket and tossing it onto the coffee table. Noticing Lucius's gaze fall upon the object, he smiled and elaborated, "This is a detonation device. I have placed several little toys around the house. If you wish to act against me, with a bang, we shall ascend to the heavens along with this house." A cold sweat trickled down Lucius's back. In his recent endeavors to expand the Malfoy family's presence in the Muggle world, he had diligently gathered information about it. Thus, he was acutely aware of what the boy referred to as toys. He had witnessed the devastation of explosions and understood the immense destructive potential they could wield. It is worth noting that, for safety reasons, all of the Malfoy family's enterprises had been fortified against apparition. While their ancestral estate might still allow for such magic due to their bloodline, the current annex was merely a hastily arranged property for Charles, rendering bloodline magic ineffective. Lucius could scarcely fathom the potential consequences had he acted impulsively moments ago. "Do not be so anxious," the boy said with an innocent tilt of his head and a light-hearted tone. "I am rather timid. This is merely a small precaution for my safety. Surely, Mr. Malfoy would not hold a child to account, would he?" "Of course," Lucius replied with a feigned smile. "Since there is a fire, this house is no longer suitable for habitation. Young Master Vandermeer, I formally invite you to stay at Malfoy Manor for a while." "It is my honor," the boy, wrapped in a blanket, leapt from the sofa and executed a perfect bow. Initially, Lucius had taken it upon himself to personally instruct Char in the art of spellcasting, motivated by a desire to exert some control over the boy and alleviate his own frustrations. Yet, no matter how unreasonable his expectations, the boy endeavored with unwavering determination to meet them, exhibiting both tenacity and notable magical talent. Besides employing a minor trick during the magical contract signing, he had remained quite compliant. Gradually, Lucius set aside his reservations and began to genuinely care for him. "Prepare yourself. It is time for dinner." "Very well, Mr. Malfoy." The boy, adorned in a robe embroidered with gold thread, vanished through the doorway. Char completely relaxed, lying on the floor, letting out a deep sigh as his vacant gaze fell upon the exquisitely enchanted dome above. He endeavored to sense the slow replenishment of his nearly depleted magic, eventually rising after a considerable time. With trembling hands, he cast a cleansing charm upon himself and tidied his slightly disheveled attire before making his way to the dining room. He arrived not too late. The Malfoy family was already seated at the table, seemingly engaged in discussion. Upon his entrance, their conversation paused. "Good evening, Mrs. Malfoy, Draco," Char greeted. The proud matriarch's gaze barely skimmed over Char, emitting a dismissive grunt in response. Char took no offense, being of the black lineage. Her background was one of fanaticism and fervent pureblood elitism. It was quite commendable that she refrained from casting any curses upon him, a Muggle-born. Draco exchanged a glance with Char, who sat across from him. While he still harbored disdain for Muggles, Char, having saved him, had evidently transcended the ordinary Muggle classification in Draco's eyes. His acceptance of having a peer at home was quite favorable, despite the fact that this peer preferred the library or training room over Quidditch. Char subtly raised an eyebrow, and receiving an affirmative response, Draco smiled. "Let us dine," Lucius declared, observing the exchange between the two boys as he cleared his throat. In the next moment, the empty plates were filled with an abundance of delectable dishes. The group finished their meal in silence, and as soon as they left the dining room, Draco eagerly seized Char's hand and dashed toward his room. Chapter 10, The Gift. Draco presented a two-way mirror to Charles, and upon meeting Charles's astonished gaze, the platinum-haired boy lifted his chin and spoke with an air of arrogance. "Father mentioned you would soon be leaving. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. After all, you are one whom my father has personally instructed. Do not tarnish the Malfoy name in public." The two-way mirror, a precious magical artifact within the wizarding world, holds considerable value. It is unlikely that anyone other than the pampered Draco would willingly part with such a treasure. Charles hesitated for a moment, noticing Draco's expression shift as he began to scrutinize his face due to the pause. A smile crept onto Charles's lips as he accepted the mirror and tucked it into his pocket, responding to the platinum-haired boy. "Of course, if I encounter anything unfamiliar, you will be the first I seek." Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement, a hint of crimson rising to his ears. He had never learned the art of expressing goodwill in a conventional manner. Even his kind intentions were often laced with a condescending tone. In fact, he felt a twinge of regret as soon as the words left his lips, yet he was relieved that Charles did not seem offended. "Well, do not forget to keep in touch." "Rest assured, I will not forget." Charles was willing to embrace this young lord's friendship and was eager to nurture it. On one hand, he harbored no ill feelings toward Draco. On the other, barring unforeseen circumstances, the Malfoys and the Phantomhives would be closely intertwined due to mutual interests for the foreseeable future. It would be prudent to establish a rapport with the heir of the Malfoy family, especially considering his keen interest in the extensive library at Malfoy Manor. However, this pragmatic calculation did not imply that Charles viewed Draco purely as a means to an end, devoid of any sincerity. In his eyes, a friendship intertwined with mutual benefit was far more stable than one based solely on empty words. Charles disliked squandering effort on endeavors that bore no fruit. Since becoming the Earl of Phantomhive, he had long since grown accustomed to calculating every situation to secure his standing among the nobility. Weighing gains and losses had become second nature to him, much like the contract of the demon that had been inscribed upon his very soul. Charles raised a hand to touch the rim of his right eye. It seemed he seldom recalled the dark demon cloaked in shadows. The maddening pain that once consumed him appeared to have faded completely from his memory. Charles, Draco, who had unknowingly approached the door, turned to call out to him. What is it? Let us play Quidditch. Father just bought me a new broomstick, and you can use the one I received last year. All right. Though he held little interest in the chaotic sport of flying brooms, it seemed only natural to concede to a friend occasionally. Soon, the grand and opulent Malfoy manor echoed with the joyful shouts of the boys, their exuberance reaching the ears of Lucius, who was in his study. He moved to the window, pausing as his gaze fell upon Draco's delighted face. It appeared to him that it had been quite some time since he had witnessed such joy in his son. Lucius was well aware that his son had been raised into an arrogant, selfish, and troublesome little fool due to his own indulgence. However, he believed that Draco was still young, and children should live life to the fullest. If the Malfoy family's current influence could not even handle the minor troubles Draco stirred up, it would be a grave failure on his part as a father. The intricate dynamics among the aristocracy could be taught to Draco gradually as he matured. Initially, this was Lucius's intention, but as his gaze shifted to Charles, who was suspended mid-air on his broomstick, he reconsidered. Reflecting on the cunning displayed by the child, and recalling the almost self-punishing training methods he employed while practicing spells, Lucius, who typically regarded his son as the best, found himself somewhat exasperated with his own little fool. Perhaps it was time to initiate Draco into the studies befitting an heir. Allowing him to attend Hogwarts without proper preparation felt rather precarious. He might end up being betrayed by that treacherous little brat. Outside the window, Draco beamed brightly, entirely oblivious to the grim fate that awaited him. Charles, still reeling from the dizziness brought on by apparition, had just steadied himself when a large, furry figure suddenly attached itself to him. A fuzzy head nestled against his neck, accompanied by a sticky, affectionate voice. Charles, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Startled by the sudden embrace, Charles felt his cheeks flush as he clumsily pushed against Eric's shoulders, attempting to extricate himself from his overly enthusiastic brother. Eric, let go. I can hardly breathe. Eric, came Vincent's gentle voice from behind. You are being quite rude. Upon hearing this, Eric reluctantly released his grip but remained closely attached to Charles, as if they were glued together. Lucius, usually so eloquent, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The sight of the two nearly identical boys, distinguished only by their attire, was a significant shock to him. This is my eldest, Vincent chuckled lightly, Eric Vandermine. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. Thank you for taking care of my brother during this time, Eric said, stepping forward to bow obediently. Lucius's scrutinizing gaze shifted between the two boys. Compared to the cool detachment of Charles, the eldest son of the Vandermine family appeared more cheerful and warm. Yet it puzzled him why this spirited child was the second son without any claim to inheritance. What a delightful surprise this was. Lucius managed a strained smile. The Malfoy family's influence in the Muggle world needed significant improvement. It was astonishing that they had not even unearthed something as simple as the number of children in the Vandermine family. Eric's magical aptitude did not rival that of Charles. Vincent ruffled Eric's hair. He seems to lack much interest in magic, so I left him at home during our last encounter. Gazing at the handsome man across from him, who wore a gentle smile, Lucius could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. The fact that this individual permitted his younger son to enter the magical realm indicated that he had no intentions of replacing his heir. After all, no rational noble would willingly thrust their cherished successor into peril. Clearly, from their previous encounters, Vincent was a sufficiently astute noble, thereby eliminating the possibility that he was deliberately suppressing his younger son out of favoritism for the elder. Thus, the current situation could only imply one thing. The capabilities of his elder son were indeed on par with those of the meticulous younger son. To prevent potential discord over succession between the two brothers, it seemed prudent to send the younger son into the magical world. This not only provided a means for him to establish roots in that realm, but also ensured that when they matured, the brothers could collaborate to fortify the Vandermane family's stature. After all, they were two exceptional heirs. Lucius's fingers incessantly stroked the serpent-shaped staff in his hand. Would this man be consumed by jealousy? Heaven knows how crucial an outstanding heir is to nobles who value lineage. Remarkably, this individual possessed two heirs and, in a display of extravagance, had chosen to send one away. The magical world posed considerable dangers to an ignorant muggle. He could hardly believe this man was unaware. Chapter 11. The Twins. The two boys nestled closely together, exuding an air of camaraderie indicative of a strong bond. Vincent, it seemed, could not bear the thought of his astute and perceptive younger son languishing forever in the shadow of his elder brother. He was also unwilling to witness the tragic fate of two equally remarkable siblings turning against each other for wealth and titles after a century. Thus, engaging in a transaction with Malfoy to support Charles in venturing into the magical world appeared to be the most judicious course of action. Lucius found himself at a loss as to whether to label Vincent as ruthless or protective, or perhaps a blend of both. After escorting Charles home, Lucius did not hasten to depart. Instead, he lingered in anticipation of the evening's gathering, an event teeming with muggles. "I had thought the aristocrats of the magical realm held disdain for the common folk," remarked Eric, who had been sent out of the study where the two heads of households were discussing matters of importance. Upon learning of the so-called bloodline discrimination, he had previously expressed his objections to their father regarding Charles's placement at the Malfoy residence for magical education. After all, Charles was his brother, fragile and innocent. Eric could scarcely fathom the terror that a boy, who had spent most of his life in poor health and had little interaction with others, would experience when thrust into an entirely unfamiliar environment. Yet, their father had rejected his pleas to bring his brother home, asserting that Charles had himself proposed the idea of studying magic at the Malfoy estate. A month passed since Charles's departure, during which Eric's heart remained in a state of turmoil, until he finally laid eyes on his unscathed brother, which granted him solace. Indeed, bloodline discrimination existed within the Wizarding World. Charles recalled the initial disdain expressed by Mrs. Malfoy upon his arrival at the Malfoy Manor. Yet, Mr. Malfoy insisted on remaining for the dinner. Perhaps it is to gauge the strength of the Phantomhive family? Charles plucked a white rose from the garden and casually tucked it into Eric's pocket. "By the way, how has the Savior been faring lately?" Charles was confident that, even if he had not mentioned it before his departure, Eric would keep an eye on the Savior for him. Eric gently touched the delicate petals of the rose. His expression somewhat conflicted as he spoke of the Savior. "Are you certain you have not mistaken him for someone else?" "What do you mean?" "I merely feel that he does not quite fit the description." Eric counted off on his fingers, noting that the average grades were lackluster, his demeanor rather gloomy and unappealing, and his physical condition appeared subpar. He was often bullied by his cousin with no means of resistance. Although there had been a few instances of magical outbursts in his childhood, none had caused any significant turmoil, leaving his magical prowess in question. The only notable trait seemed to be his ability to manage household chores. Furthermore, his life at his aunt's home was evidently far from ideal. Even though he was orphaned, he still bore the title of Savior. Was there truly not a single wizard in the magical community willing to take him in? Surely, in the realm of magic, regardless of personal feelings, anyone would treat him with kindness, would they not? Unless, of course, someone was intentionally isolating the Savior from the magical world. Charles and Eric exchanged glances, both perceiving the unspoken thoughts within one another. Perhaps that individual was not unaware of the Savior's dire living conditions, but was merely feigning ignorance. It might even be that the worse the conditions, the more advantageous it was for their plans. Consider this. What might transpire when a child, who has lost both parents and rarely experienced kindness, suddenly discovers that he possesses an extraordinary identity? Initially, he might remain humble, yet he would soon be influenced by the incessant gaze of others. And what if, at that moment, someone close to his deceased parents were to appear? Whether it be a respected elder or a close friend, with just a gentle nudge and a hint of care, he could easily become a compliant puppet, a mere figurehead on display. It seems that the so-called prophecy is indeed more complex than it appears. Charles exhaled deeply. Eric opened his mouth, hesitating to voice his concerns, and instead wrapped an arm around Charles's shoulder. "You must exercise caution." "I will." Unbeknownst to them, a raven, entirely cloaked in ebony, unfurled its wings and departed from the resting branch, its dark red eyes, reminiscent of dried blood, glimmering with a hint of amusement. The evening banquet proceeded smoothly, with Lucius integrating almost flawlessly into the gathering, appearing rather at ease. The Malfoy family, adept in the art of flattery for centuries, skillfully navigated through the tides of favoritism, their duplicity a hallmark of their repertoire. In truth, the Malfoy family once engaged in some ventures within the Muggle realm, but they coincided with the Great Depression that plagued that world, rendering Muggle industries a burden. Furthermore, Lucius's father, Abraxas, in his quest for greater influence within the wizarding community, placed all his bets on that half-blood Slytherin Jr. To demonstrate his determination, he relinquished all Muggle enterprises. Although Abraxas' investments eventually encountered minor complications due to certain unspeakable reasons, they indeed secured the Malfoy family a more significant voice among the aristocracy. Thus, as they resumed collaboration with the Muggle world, Lucius felt no pangs of conscience. Within merely a month, the profits garnered from the partnership with the Phantomhive family were enough to entice him. Despite his lingering disdain for Muggles, who would refuse a galleon, the distinguished, proud, and strikingly handsome guest from the Phantomhive family naturally became the centerpiece of the soiree. Everyone yearned for a conversation with him. Although Vincent did not specifically introduce Lucius's identity, his nearly flawless elegance, enigmatic aura, and melodious voice spoke volumes of his extraordinary nature, especially when Lucius stood alongside Vincent. The visual impact they presented was far from ordinary. Many attendees even anticipated sharing an evening with him. Does he truly possess a title? Eric nudged Charles, who was engrossed in his pastries. "I do not know. Charles responded leisurely, swallowing the cake in his mouth before speaking slowly. I hadn't heard of it before, but I believe Mr. Malfoy would not weave such a clumsy lie. Being trusted by Charles was indeed an honor. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from nearby. Eric instinctively recoiled, a faint blush creeping onto his face. Being caught discussing someone behind their back contradicted the etiquette he had learned since childhood, leaving him feeling somewhat ashamed. In fact, the Malfoy family indeed possessed an earldom that had been passed down through many generations. However, there was no need to divulge that this title was acquired by their ancestors at considerable expense and galleons. It seems you are enjoying this banquet, Charles remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. It is the honor of Phantomhive, Lucius replied, adjusting the perfectly smooth hem of his formal attire. He accepted a wine glass from a serving tray and raised it in a toast towards Charles. The Phantomhive name indeed represented a power in the Muggle world that surpassed anything he had previously understood. Lucius had a premonition that entering into a contract with Phantomhive might be one of the wisest decisions he had ever made. You ought to return, Charles said, tilting his chin towards Lucius, his tone playfully complaining. If we take up too much of your time, my brother and I may earn your ire. If that is your wish, Lucius nodded towards Eric, turning to rejoin the throng of guests. He resembled a resplendent white peacock, displaying its plumage in all directions. Eric murmured to himself as he observed Lucius's retreating figure. Chapter 12, Harry. The residents of Privet Drive were modestly affluent, and the weekends often brought a lively atmosphere as neighbors hosted small gatherings. The gentlemen would boast about their weekly accomplishments and engage in lengthy discussions regarding current affairs and economic matters, while the ladies would flaunt the intimacy of their marital relationships and occasionally inquire about various pieces of gossip. Unlike most children, Harry Potter loathed weekends. Aunt Petunia never bestowed upon him any pocket money, and during school holidays, he found himself devoid of places to go. His dim-witted cousin Dudley was ever reluctant to share his food or toys, even denying Harry the privilege of watching television. Aside from assisting with household chores, he often spent his days confined to the cramped cupboard under the stairs. Even at school, he was merely a sullen, solitary oddity, perpetually clad in oversized, ill-fitting garments. Yet, he relished the fleeting moments of freedom, often retreating to a corner to observe his peers frolicking and playing. Unable to suppress the fantasies of being one of them and imagining the joy such inclusion would bring. Although being caught in the act of watching would inevitably invite more unbearable teasing and scorn, he found himself undeterred. Furthermore, during school days, to avoid idle gossip, Aunt Petunia would prepare him the same lunch as Dudley, but during holidays, he was frequently confined for various reasons, sometimes surviving on merely a thin pancake for an entire day. On yet another weekend morning, Harry Potter silenced the incessant clamor of his alarm clock. Groping in the darkness to switch on the light in the cupboard, with bleary eyes, he emerged from his cramped quarters and splashed some water on his face at the kitchen sink, then began preparing breakfast for the family, ensuring that it was ready before Aunt Petunia awoke, lest her ire be provoked. An extravagant automobile glided into Privet Drive on this ordinary weekend morning, effortlessly capturing the attention of all. They stood by their windows, peering out, eager to glean more information about the vehicle's owner. The worth of a single door of that car could surpass their entire fortune, an expense beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Yet, it remained a mystery whom the owner had come to visit among their neighbors. The vehicle came to a halt at number 4, Privet Drive, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. The door to the driver's seat swung open, revealing a sharply dressed man who strode deliberately to the front door and pressed the doorbell. Harry, go open the door. Vernon, leisurely enjoying his breakfast while perusing the newspaper, commanded without lifting his gaze. Of course, Uncle Vernon, Harry replied, hastily swallowing his mouthful of bread before sprinting to the door. The man who appeared at the entrance was tall, imposing Harry even more so, despite his handsome features and courteous smile. Instinctively, Harry took a step back, his voice trembling slightly. Excuse me, sir, whom do you seek? Is Mr. Vernon Dursley at home? Oh, Harry, who could it be? Why are you taking so long to open the door? Are you being lazy? Penelope Dursley muttered as she wiped her hands on her apron and approached the entrance. Upon seeing the man, she paused momentarily. May I ask if you are Penelope Dursley? The man inquired politely once more. Yes, I am. I am she. Penelope stammered, feeling somewhat anxious as she was unfamiliar with the imposing figure before her. Do you have time this morning? Our master wishes to discuss a business matter with you. Be business? She exclaimed. Vernon, oh Vernon, come quickly. Upon hearing his wife's call, Vernon hastened to her side. What is it? What has happened? Penelope looked at Vernon with a sense of urgency, as if he were her anchor. This gentleman wishes to talk business with us. Vernon positioned himself protectively in front of his wife and regarded the man. I don't believe we possess anything that might interest you. He had clearly noticed the luxurious car parked outside their home, and as a mere manager of a small company, he had not deluded himself into thinking that someone of such stature would take notice of them. Why not hear about our business? I believe you may find it intriguing. The man replied with a mere smile. Regardless of his intentions, it was evident that he was not inclined to withdraw. Vernon grasped his wife's trembling hand and, after a moment of contemplation, stepped aside. Perhaps you would like to come in for a cup of tea? Please wait a moment. The man turned and walked towards the car, where he respectfully opened the door, revealing a refined young boy of approximately 10 years of age. With soft, deep blue hair and fair, luminous skin, he donned a meticulously tailored suit and held a delicate cane in his hand, his shoes impeccably clean. The collective impression was that of a privileged and cherished young master. Please, come in, Vernon beamed, now noticing that the man wore white gloves. Realizing that this imposing figure was merely the boy's driver, Charles made no objection and gracefully entered the Dursley residence. Though modest in size, the home was impeccably tidy, reflecting the care of its mistress. Charles observed the framed photographs on the mantelpiece, each depicting a smiling family, clearly a happy trio. Harry Potter seemed as if he had never existed. It appeared that the savior's circumstances were far more dire than he had previously assumed. Charles thoughtfully tapped his cane against the floor. After living in such an environment for 10 years, could this individual truly remain unextreme? His previous notions would surely require reevaluation. Please, make yourself at home. Penelope presented the finest china and red tea, setting it on the table. After pouring a cup for Charles, she stood awkwardly behind Vernon. Charles inhaled the fragrant tea, took a gentle sip, and looked up at Penelope with a warm smile. The tea is delightful. Why don't you take a seat? Penelope exhaled a quiet sigh of relief and pulled out a chair to sit down. If you do not mind, I would like to have a private conversation with you. Vernon and Petunia exchanged glances, prompting Dudley and Harry Potter to vacate the house. I trust you have surmised that my presence here concerns your nephew, Charles stated bluntly. Your nephew appears to possess certain extraordinary abilities. I have no idea what you are talking about. Petunia's nerves were fraying, her face betraying a look of terror. Since I am already here, I believe we can speak candidly. We do not know. We know nothing at all. Petunia's expression froze in fear. Who are you? What do you want? What exactly are you intending to do? Vernon grasped his wife's hand tightly, his emotions boiling over. Suddenly, a glinting dagger plunged forcefully into the solid wood table. The imposing figure radiating an aura of menace succeeded in calming Vernon down. How can one behave in such a manner while visiting another's home? The boy frowned slightly, delivering a nonchalant critique, before turning to the Dursleys with an apologetic smile. I apologize, my servant has been rather rude. Chapter 13 Petunia. This is a threat. Vernon's face flushed crimson, his chest heaving violently. I harbor no ill intent. I merely wish for you to calm down swiftly. If you are willing to cooperate, I assure you, it will only be a simple discussion. The exquisite porcelain made a delicate sound as it met the table, causing the Dursleys to shudder. As for the earlier mentioned arrangement, should you decline, I will not press the matter. The first to regain her composure was Petunia, who tightened her grip on her husband's arm, as if drawing courage from him. She licked her dry lips, her voice hoarse. What do you wish to discuss? Just speak of your nephew. How did you come to know of his uniqueness? How did you find out? Petunia scoffed. From the very first moment I laid eyes on him, I knew he was a freak, just like my sister. Of course, the offspring born from her union with another oddity would also be a little monster. Petunia narrowed her eyes, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. How delighted my parents were upon receiving that acceptance letter, a witch emerging from an ordinary family. Yet only I knew her true nature. She was a creature that thrived on blood. In the Middle Ages, she would have been condemned to the pyre. It is evident through Petunia's agitated demeanor that the relationship between the sisters is far from cordial. Charles touched his teacup thoughtfully. To raise the child of a sister in such a situation, this seemingly harsh woman might indeed possess a good heart. She vanished after graduation. Harry was left at our doorstep one fateful night. Petunia's voice seemed to carry a shard of ice. The sister, as pure as a lily, seldom corresponded with her family after she commenced her studies. Each letter prompted her parents to send her a modest sum of pounds, for they were merely an ordinary family with some savings. In a bid to shield their daughter from potential mistreatment in an unfamiliar environment, the three of them had to live frugally. She, in the prime of her beauty, had not even acquired a single new garment. Yet, upon returning home for the holidays, she busied herself with bizarre pursuits, and upon graduation, she wed a stranger whom they had never met. Subsequently severing all ties with her family, she did not even attend her parents' funerals. This was the youngest daughter who weighed heavily on her parents' minds as they approached their final moments. After marrying Vernon, Petunia managed to enjoy a few years of tranquility, only to be confronted with the news of her sister's death, which also brought with it a child named Harry Potter and a letter bearing her name. Initially, Petunia contemplated placing the child in an orphanage, with Dudley still young. The family relied solely on Vernon's income, which would be challenging. However, upon reflecting on the contents of the letter, she hesitated. And it was her husband who discerned her inner conflict, urging her to keep the child and work even harder to support the family. At first, Petunia aspired to be a good aunt, as this child was the only legacy left by her sister. The grievances of the elders had nothing to do with the innocent child. Yet Harry was no ordinary boy. His every cry and tantrum brought about considerable chaos, leading to financial losses that were hard to ignore. On one occasion, a chandelier fell, sending Vernon to the hospital. From that day forth, Petunia could no longer suppress her malice towards the child, nor could she contain her temper. She admitted that she was not kind to her nephew. Yet she managed to raise him safely, and she felt no remorse in that regard. Despite her disdain for Harry, she wished for the child to grow up well, even if he amounted to nothing. Thus, she held a deep apprehension towards magic, not wanting him to vanish into the unknown as her sister had, only for her to receive news of another loved one's passing in the future, without a funeral or a body to mourn. Petunia's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she forcefully closed them, stifling her anguish. If you are here to persuade me to send him to that wretched school, I shall not acquiesce. Charles raised an eyebrow. Certainly not. The decision of whether to send him to school rests with you. My purpose for this visit is merely to request your consent for me to engage with him for a period of time. Just that? Petunia inquired incredulously. If this is merely a trivial matter, have they not overreacted? Indeed, Charles nodded slightly. Just this. Given your prior stance on magic, I believe it essential to obtain the Guardian's approval as a matter of basic courtesy. As a token of gratitude, I shall provide you with a modest sum of funds. The notion of occasional engagement caused Vernon's brow to furrow. Is there a possibility of taking him away from here? Was there an overwhelming eagerness to expel him? Charles squinted. Yet before he could utter a word, Penny's anxious voice interrupted. No, he cannot leave here. She bit her lip and resolutely declared, he must not depart before reaching adulthood. It seemed there were additional matters at play. A glimmer flickered in Charles's eyes as he curled his lips into a smile. Of course, as you wish. Before departing from the Dursley residence, Charles encountered the legendary Harry Potter, a boy clad in oversized clothes, his thick glasses accentuating his frail appearance. His complexion was sallow, and his unruly hair formed a tangled mess, the sort of presence one would overlook even on the street. Upon seeing Charles, a distinct shyness enveloped him, as if fearing punishment, yet his gaze betrayed a tinge of envy. Master Charles, have you reviewed the contract we prepared earlier? Inquired the driver as he turned back. Dispose of it. It is no longer needed. Charles had initially intended to secure Harry Potter's release from the Dursleys in one fell swoop, but upon reflection, that notion seemed overly simplistic. Setting aside the peculiar stipulation regarding his inability to leave before adulthood, Charles harbored little fondness for the boy himself. An insecure, sensitive, and weak individual, driven by ambition and a desire for validation. Would he truly withstand the seductive allure of the wizarding world upon his return? A deluge of accolades and adoration would surely come his way. Could he genuinely uphold the mantle of a savior and meet the expectations of wizards? Charles doubted Harry Potter's capacity to achieve such heights. While he might possess a modicum of cleverness, it was evident that he had discerned the purpose of Charles's visit. His demeanor upon their meeting spoke volumes about his discontented life and his yearning for assistance. Elevating such a person could lead to arrogance and obstinacy. If merely a puppet, it would suffice, but granting him power could herald disaster. Henceforth, occasional interactions would suffice. There was no need to forge a close bond. Chapter 14. Snape. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over 6 months had elapsed. Charles busied himself managing his enterprises while diligently absorbing knowledge of the magical realm. His days were filled with work and study, yet he occasionally carved out moments to encounter the still struggling savior and listen to Draco's grievances through a one-way mirror. Remarkably, his life had become even more fulfilling than in his previous existence. Hey, Charles, did you hear what I said? Draco's tone through the mirror conveyed dissatisfaction. I did. Charles replied, seated at his expansive desk, not lifting his eyes from the documents before him. He briefly summarized Draco's half-hour of complaints. Mr. Malfoy, your godfather has taken on the task of instructing you before your father's business trip, and you find his teaching methods too rigorous, which displeases you. Exactly. Draco nodded emphatically. I don't understand what father is thinking. He previously told me that I needn't learn so much in advance. After just a week of business travel, I was assigned a multitude of tasks. In truth, Draco did not resist the prospect of undertaking the heir's educational responsibilities. Even though he was somewhat spoiled by Lucius and Narcissa, he remained a competent nobleman, having grown up amidst cunning individuals. His naivety, though present, had its limits. He was acutely aware that the intricate knowledge he was required to master formed the bedrock of nobility, the very foundation that would ensure the enduring legacy of the Malfoy family. Thus, despite feeling utterly exhausted each day, he persevered. The reason he found himself overwhelmed after only a few days was primarily due to the presence of his godfather. I recall your deep respect for your godfather. Charles had some recollection of Draco's godfather. Severus Snape, a renowned potion master in the wizarding world and a recipient of the Order of Merlin, was a figure not lacking in fame or fortune. Yet, for reasons unknown, he willingly devoted so many years to teaching potions at Hogwarts. It wasn't that there was anything inherently undesirable about the teaching profession. It simply seemed a misallocation of talent. akin to having a seasoned medical professor instruct first graders in basic counting, an absurdity by any measure. That is indeed the case, Draco replied sullenly. The intimidating aura that surrounded his godfather made him feel as if every breath he took was cautious. The mere thought of committing what appeared to be simple errors in Snape's eyes sent a shudder through him. He glanced at Charles, who was diligently engrossed in his work reflected in the two-way mirror, and suddenly, with a whimsical notion, proposed, "How about I stay at your home for a few days?" Charles paused momentarily, his fingers resting on the documents. What prompted such a sudden idea? Staying here would impede your magical training. Regardless, my godfather is mostly at Hogwarts during the day and only returns to Malfoy Manor through the fireplace at night, leaving him little time to supervise me, Draco argued. Increasingly convinced that this was a splendid idea, the pressure exerted by his godfather was overwhelming, and he lacked the confidence to endure until his father returned from his trip. If he could not practice magic, he could at least advance his studies in ancient Latin and the intricacies of runic drawing. The spell practice could wait until his father's return. Moreover, I have yet to visit your family. Noticing Charles' inclination to decline, Draco added, I will bring along those books you had not finished reading. Will Mr. Malfoy consent? Charles promptly altered his question. Lucius Malfoy, far across the ocean, would undoubtedly agree. It was evident that the Malfoy family would be engaging more closely with the Muggle world. He had long desired for Draco to gain more insight into that realm. And since his own son had broached the subject, there was no harm in an early introduction. In fact, compared to the rigid and conservative wizarding community, the rapid advancements in the Muggle world left Lucius astounded. He even began to regret not having invested in Muggle enterprises sooner, lamenting the countless opportunities to amass galleons that he had squandered over the years. With his father's approval, it was clear that his godfather could hardly object. The following morning, two figures, one large and one small, unexpectedly appeared outside the Van Doren Manor. Upon receiving the news, Vincent promptly sent for them, and shortly thereafter, Draco and Severus Snape entered the drawing room. Severus Snape, a tall man, had shoulder-length black hair that appeared somewhat greasy as it clung to his face. His forehead bore two deep furrows, and his countenance carried a hint of bitterness, accentuated by his pronounced hooked nose. His demeanor was relatively polite, and during his conversation with Vincent, he did not exhibit the haughty air that Lucius had initially shown. From his neatly pressed shirt and trousers, Charles surmised that he must have spent some time in the Muggle world. Nevertheless, one could not deny that he was indeed a master of potions, an unmistakable, slightly bitter herbal scent wafted from him. It seemed that Snape had other matters to attend to, as he exchanged a few brief pleasantries before departing the Van Doren Manor alone. Seeing that the two children were getting along well, Vincent offered a brief greeting before returning to his study. With a sigh of relief, Draco could not help but exclaim, "Was that really so exaggerated?" Charles chuckled at him. "When my godfather is angry, it is indeed quite terrifying," Draco asserted earnestly. "I could swear by Merlin's foul socks." "That is entirely unnecessary," Charles replied, arranging for Draco's luggage to be taken to the guest room. He then inquired, "Would you like to rest for a while, or take a leisurely stroll?" "I am not tired," Draco replied. Nodding, Charles led Draco around the manor to familiarize him with the surroundings. Eventually, they encountered Eric, who had been felled by his opponent's sword in the fencing room. Draco was taken aback. He looked at Eric, who was seated on the ground in his fencing gear, then turned to Charles. The two identical faces made it difficult for him to process the scene. "This is my brother, Eric Van Doren," Charles said, extending a hand to help Eric up. He then introduced the other well-protected fencer to Draco. "This is his fiancée, Elizabeth Athelstan Cordelia Middlefort. Are you a new friend of Charles?" A light laugh came from behind the mask. The skilled fencer lifted her hand to remove her mask, revealing a charming girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. "This is Draco Malfoy." After exchanging pleasantries, Elizabeth and Eric donned their gear once more to continue their training for the day. Noticing Draco's eyes sparkling with excitement as he watched their duel, Charles pondered and asked, "Would you like to give it a try? Although I am not as skilled as they are, I can manage a little." Chapter 15, Observations. As a young wizard who typically paid no heed to physical training, Draco found himself utterly outmatched against Charles, who, despite having been frail in the past, had trained with Eric for over half a year. Not to mention, Draco was a novice in fencing, leading to a particularly humiliating defeat. Before long, the esteemed young Malfoy had exhausted his strength and slumped breathlessly onto a nearby chair. Observing his state, Eric inquired, "Charles, do you have any plans for the afternoon?" "At present, a decision has yet to be made." Charles offered Draco a glass of water. "Hey, Malfoy, can you ride?" Eric suggested with a cheerful grin. "How about we go hunting this afternoon?" "Ride?" Draco shook his head. While there were a few Pegasi on the Malfoy estate, they were primarily used for pulling carriages. He was only adept at riding a broomstick. "That's all right. I can teach you," Eric said, rather too familiarly, as he patted Draco on the shoulder. Charles, observing his brother's mischievous intentions, sighed and closed his eyes momentarily, telling Draco, "It's perfectly fine if you don't want to go. Learning to ride isn't as simple as it seems." Even a genius can't expect to ride on the same day they start learning, can they? Eric's smile was radiant. He simply couldn't tolerate Draco intruding upon the limited time he had with his brother and was eager to stir trouble. No, I want to give it a try. The obliviously enthusiastic platinum-haired young nobleman exclaimed. After lunch, the group made their way to the stables. Charles, eager to prevent Eric from causing further mischief, instructed the stable manager to select a docile mare for Draco. Eric, however, maintained that his brother was overthinking it. He merely wished to see Draco face a bit of hardship and had no intention of witnessing him get hurt, considering Draco was a guest in their home. Draco, displaying considerable aptitude, quickly learned to control the horse at a gentle trot. The boy, riding for the first time, was quite exhilarated and reluctant to leave the stables until dusk began to envelop the sky. Upon returning to the manor, the bright lights illuminating the entire estate caught Draco's attention once more. Is this electricity? Draco asked, his eyes widening as he poked Charles's arm with a finger and whispered his question. He had encountered the term in the books his father provided, but it was his first time witnessing the phenomenon in person, and he found it far more intriguing than the magically lit candlesticks at home. Indeed, Charles nodded, devoid of any mockery. After all, he too had marveled at the convenience of such things when he first awoke in this world. Pondering over dinner, Draco suddenly inquired, Charles, do you think the magical world could use electric lights? They would surely be quite popular as a commodity, wouldn't they? Is it fair to say that Malfoys have an innate sensitivity towards galleons? The idea itself was sound, yet Draco frowned, recalling a regulation from the Ministry of Magic prohibiting the misuse of Muggle items. The Ministry won't dare to say anything to the Malfoy family, he asserted. However, it could cause trouble for Mr. Malfoy, Charles replied, pressing his lips together. All right, I'll ask my father when I return, Draco conceded. The after effects of horseback riding set in swiftly. The following morning, Draco could hardly rise from bed, feeling as though his body had been dismantled. Even the slightest movement sent waves of soreness through him. Nevertheless, recalling his agreement with Charles to explore the Muggle world in London before sleep, he mustered the strength to descend the stairs. Good morning, Draco, Eric remarked, a broad smile spreading across his face as he observed Draco's stiff gait at the dining table. Refrain from displaying too much schadenfreude. Under the table, Charles discreetly kicked Eric, inquiring about Draco's sleep last night. It was quite decent, to be honest, Draco replied, not anticipating the pain that would assail him the following day. The inner thigh bore the brunt of discomfort, chafed raw by the saddle. You appear somewhat unwell. Perhaps you should rest at home. We could postpone our trip to London until tomorrow. No, that won't be necessary. I'm perfectly fine, Draco insisted through gritted teeth, feeling too embarrassed to voice his affliction in such a sensitive area. Observing his resolve, Charles chose not to press further, to be on the safe side. Draco discreetly consumed a potion brewed meticulously by Snape before departing. Though its taste was rather unpalatable, its efficacy was undeniable. Their first destination was the most vibrant street in London, where Draco, overwhelmed by the sights, purchased an array of peculiar items to stow in their vehicle. As dusk descended, the duo, shielded by a cadre of imposing bodyguards, arrived at an underground casino, the primary objective of their outing. Before disembarking, Charles and Draco donned the exquisite masks handed to them by the bodyguards. The cacophony of music intermingled with the jubilant cries of gamblers filled the air, and the intoxicating blend of smoke and alcohol enveloped them in a dizzying haze. The dim lighting illuminated the faces of the crowd, accentuating their wild expressions and lending an air of madness to the atmosphere. The innocent young Malfoy was visibly startled by the raucous scene before him, instinctively flinching and grasping Charles' arm for reassurance. Charles exchanged a knowing glance with the bodyguards, who promptly procured £50,000 worth of chips. He pressed several chips into Draco's hands and nudged him toward a gaming table. Why not try your luck? Draco clenched his fist around the hard chips, the rough edges digging into his palm. A glance at Charles, who maintained a calm and somewhat weary demeanor, made Draco feel somewhat inadequate. After all, he was a Malfoy. Remaining hidden behind his peers was unbecoming. Summoning his courage, Draco stepped forward. Fortune favored Draco. As the games progressed, he found himself winning more than losing. His confidence burgeoned, and his daring grew bolder. Though there were those with ill intentions eyeing them, whether for wealth or status, each would-be predator was swiftly dealt with by the vigilant bodyguards lurking in the shadows. Still wishing to play? Charles inquired, following Draco through various games. I'm growing weary. Shall we head back? Draco's pale cheeks flushed with excitement. Yet his gaze remained clear and discerning. It was evident that he was not intoxicated by adrenaline nor addicted to the thrill of the game. No, the main event is yet to come. As soon as Charles finished speaking, a bodyguard leaned in to whisper in his ear. Sir, everything is prepared. Let us proceed. Though Draco was somewhat puzzled, he nonetheless followed suit. A group of individuals arrived at the edge of the casino, where a coldly indifferent attendant clad in a golden waistcoat stood in a corner. A bodyguard presented an exquisitely crafted invitation, prompting an instantaneous transformation in the attendant's demeanor. He bowed respectfully, a humble smile gracing his face, and opened a concealed door behind him, guiding the group through a labyrinthine passageway to a lavishly decorated private room. Within the room, a massive glass wall offered a view of a raised platform encircled by barbed wire, beyond which an excited crowd surged. "Is this a duel?" Draco pondered, somewhat perplexed. "In a sense," Charles replied enigmatically. Chapter 16, Observations, Part 2. What did Draco envision a duel to be? To prevent accidental injuries. Duelists typically selected a secluded location, often under the cover of night, perhaps with a few witnesses present. They would stand with wands in hand, adhering to the ancient customs of dueling, bowing to one another before unleashing dark curses, potentially even the 3 unforgivable curses. Yet, this grotesque spectacle before him was unfathomable. The combatant on the platform hoisted his opponent high and slammed him against the barbed wire, the vicious thorns easily piercing flesh and skin. Crimson blood splattering across the faces of the onlookers. The searing blood and anguished cries only spurred the audience's frenzied cheers. Even as the defeated individual lay incapacitated, he was not spared. The sickening sound of fists meeting flesh, interspersed with the occasional crack of bones, resonated clearly through the specialized sound system into the private chamber. Such violence, such savagery, such filth. Draco's face paled, his expression a mix of horror as he tightly shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. His initial curiosity utterly extinguished. Yet, even with his eyes closed, his acute hearing transmitted the events unfolding on the platform with startling clarity, leaving him nowhere to hide. Time seemed to stretch interminably until a fresh wave of fervent cheers erupted in the arena. Draco shuddered involuntarily, his fingers brushing against something warm. He hastily opened his eyes to find Charles pouring him a cup of hot tea. Cradling the cup, he instinctively cast a glance toward the platform. The duel had concluded. The victor raised his fist triumphantly above his head, showcasing his robust physique, while the vanquished lay in a pool of blood, eyes wide open yet devoid of any glimmer of life, dragged off the stage like a lifeless dog by the staff. An inexplicable chill coursed through Draco's body. Reaching his heart, he quickly averted his gaze and took a sip of the tea, the fragrant brew soothing his alarm. After a lengthy pause, he finally inquired in a hoarse voice, "Did that person die?" "Probably," Charles replied, lifting an ornately patterned teapot to pour himself a cup. His tone was nonchalant, as if he had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Why was he so composed? Why had he brought Draco to such a place? Draco observed the boy before him, whose demeanor was inscrutable, and an unexpected sense of fear seeped into him, causing his body to instinctively lean back. This was a request made by Mr. Malfoy. It seemed as though Charles could see through Draco's thoughts, as he raised his head and offered him a smile. "Father?" Draco could hardly believe his eyes. "How could that be?" "Why, this, too, is part of what you must learn," Charles said, crossing his legs and reclining against the spacious sofa, his exquisite brows and eyes casting a languid glance outside the glass. Only when one can maintain a faade of calmness shall they be ready to graduate. He could indeed comprehend Lucius's rationale. Only by having witnessed the most extreme depths of malevolence could one possibly, and justifiably, wield it. To have encountered the treachery of the human heart would enable one to possess foresight, thus preventing reckless missteps. However, it appeared that Lucius was somewhat too eager. Delving into such matters now might be a touch premature for Draco. As for Charles himself, his own journey was initially driven by revenge and the desire to restore the Van Dorn family. In the beginning, he too had endured sleepless nights, haunted by visions of blood and screams. Eventually, that demon learned to quietly crush the intruding mice, becoming accustomed to the scent of blood and smoke. Among the crowd below, nearly half bore noble titles, while the remainder possessed substantial wealth. A sardonic smile curled upon Charles's lips. In such a place, entry was reserved for the affluent. Those individuals were not unworthy of securing a private box, yet they relished the thrill of close observation. The Malfoy family now sought to establish their estate here, and you would inevitably find yourself in contact with them. Who could have imagined that those impeccably dressed gentlemen and elegantly poised ladies, upon shedding their disguises, revealed such grotesque and sordid natures? The nobility here is thus. Do you believe your own kind to be any better? Those endowed with ample wealth, power, and prestige only fervently pursue novelty and excitement. And when the mundane no longer suffices, the occurrence of repugnant acts becomes all but inevitable. Within the hearts of humanity lies a ferocious beast, both pure and malevolent, utterly untamable. Some willingly bind it, while others are eager to unleash it. Draco's lips had drained of color, and his beautiful eyes appeared somewhat vacant. Before today, he had never contemplated such matters. He wished to refute the notion that the wizarding aristocracy before him was anything but benevolent and courteous. Even those who were unaccustomed to the overwhelming power of the Malfoys would merely exchange a few sardonic remarks behind their backs. He longed to assert that they could not possibly treat the lives of their kin as mere instruments for amusement. nor could they descend into the madness exhibited by the rabble below. Ultimately, Draco remained silent. He was not naive enough to entertain such delusions. Reflecting on the stories his father had recounted, he recalled the dark and sordid Nocturne Alley, rife with dark wizards. Over the past 6 months, he had learned much from his father. He understood that the impoverished faction led by Dumbledore sought to suppress the rights of the nobility. He remembered how his grandfather and the aristocrats had once supported a half-blood with Slytherin lineage to counter the rising fame of Dumbledore, who had vanquished the first Dark Lord. Unfortunately, unforeseen circumstances had arisen, resulting in the loss of much power once firmly in the hands of the nobility. Dumbledore remained ever vigilant, and the aristocrats surrounding the Malfoy estate harbored their own ulterior motives. Draco found himself unable to utter the foolish sentiment that they were all quite agreeable. He had long been aware of these matters. However, no one had ever laid the stark reality before him in such an unvarnished manner. A brutal competition had drawn back the veil that obscured Draco's vision, illuminating the unsettling truth that his friends and foes were likely no different from the frenzied mob below. Several more matches awaited him. Charles, sensing Draco's distress, pondered whether he should suggest a brief respite. "No need," Draco replied, closing his eyes as if steeling himself. When he reopened them, his gaze had transformed, imbued with newfound resolve, as though he had matured in an instant. Let us continue watching. He would heed his father's directive and discern their true natures. Charles raised an intrigued brow, but refrained from further persuasion. Draco kept his word, indeed forcing himself to endure the remainder of the match. Of course, the nightmares that plagued him for several days following their departure from London would be a tale for another time. Chapter 17. Preparations for school. A gunshot shattered the tranquil morning. Vincent, astride his steed, lowered his rifle as the eager hound dashed forth, swiftly returning with its quarry. "Master, your marksmanship is commendable," remarked the butler, Tanaka, who followed closely behind, lightly applauding. "It has been some time since you last engaged in such activity. At least your skill has not waned," Vincent chuckled softly. Today marked the 11th birthday of his sons, a rare occasion for him to indulge in a ride and hunt, with the captured game serving as an enhancement for the evening feast, a delight for the children. "Master," Tanaka interjected, "what is it? The quarry seems somewhat amiss." Tanaka retrieved a mortally struck bird from the hound's mouth to present to Vincent. The smile on Vincent's face abruptly faltered. "So, you mean to say that you shot the owl that delivered my acceptance letter?" Charles helplessly rubbed his aching temples. Receiving such an overwhelming surprise early in the morning, he wondered if his birthday would still turn out well this year. He decided to examine the letter first. Vincent, feeling inexplicably guilty, handed over the envelope stained with blood and dirt. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Charles delicately pinched the relatively clean corner of the envelope with 2 fingers and opened it, the faint musty odor of parchment wafting through the air. After swiftly reading the letter, he nudged his elder brother's head, which was resting heavily on his shoulder, away slightly. The letter stated that a professor would come before the school term to help him acquire the necessary supplies. Looking up at Vincent, Charles inquired if their father would like to join them. Despite having allied with the Malfoy family for quite some time, various reasons had prevented them from visiting the Wizarding District's shopping street. Vincent, who possessed a genuine appreciation for life's pleasures and enjoyed embracing new experiences, readily agreed to Charles's suggestion. However, their mother Rachel happened to have prior engagements that day, and ultimately it was decided that Vincent would take the 2 children to the legendary Diagon Alley to procure Charles's school necessities. Meanwhile, far away at Hogwarts, Dumbledore was also arranging for a professor to guide the young wizards into the magical realm. "You better have a pressing matter." The door to the headmaster's office was forcefully pushed open, revealing a tall figure enveloped in the complex aroma of potions. Snape looked down at the elderly man seated at the desk. "Severus, do not be so hasty. Why not sit down and enjoy a cup of honeyed tea?" The white-haired elder chuckled amiably. "There is a cauldron in the basement that is on the verge of completion. What is so urgent?" Snape's mind was entirely consumed by the potion, his tone particularly frosty. "Severus, I hope you will become this year's guiding professor. Have you finally lost your mind?" Snape's brow furrowed tightly. "What led you to believe I would willingly squander time on those little trolls with their heads full of snot?" "Oh, Severus, children are delightful beings. You should engage with them more. It would bring you joy." Snape forced a smile that barely concealed his disdain. "Are you suggesting that I will no longer need to devote time to brewing potions for your dental ailments?" "No, no, no. Your dental potion remains quite valuable," Dumbledore replied, his demeanor stiffening imperceptibly. "However, you should be aware that this year, that child will be starting school." Instantly, Snape's expression turned cold. "Rest assured, it will not consume too much of your time," Dumbledore continued, as if oblivious to Snape's discontent, handing over a slip of paper with a few names scribbled upon it. "I wish for you to become acquainted with these students. After all, the temperament of peers can significantly influence a child." Charles's name was prominently listed on the note. Meeting the gaze hidden behind the crescent-shaped glasses, Snape fell silent for a moment before snatching the paper from Dumbledore's grasp. With his dark robes swirling, the man, shrouded in an air of palpable tension, exited the office without uttering a word. Dumbledore gazed at the door with a sigh, rising to gently stroke the somewhat unattractive phoenix nestled in its cage. His aged voice resonated in the disheveled office. "Fox, I find myself once more the object of disdain." The phoenix, responding to its name, let out a soft call, as if to offer solace, laboriously lifting its head to nuzzle against his fingertips. The individuals whose names were inscribed on the note he had written were of considerable wealth, their parents wielding significant influence within the Muggle world. Severus Snape was acutely aware of Dumbledore's motives for such arrangements. It was merely a strategy to instill a bias against Slytherin in these children before they even set foot in Hogwarts. Dumbledore sought to isolate Slytherin, hoping to draw the Muggle-born wizards into his own faction. The exchange rate of pounds to galleons meant that securing these young wizards would not only prevent the aristocrats of Slytherin from garnering support from the Muggle realm, but also provided a potential avenue for financial retribution should any harm befall them at the hands of Slytherin. What could be more effective than a brooding, acerbic, and unlikable headmaster to achieve this aim? As the head of Slytherin, Snape was quite protective of his house. In the past, he would never have acquiesced to Dumbledore's blatant suppression of Slytherin, despite the fact that such tactics were not unfamiliar to the headmaster. However, this year was different. This year, Lily's son was set to enroll. Contemplating the memory of those bright green eyes, Snape clenched the note tightly, exhaling deeply. Reluctantly, he resolved to safeguard that wretched Potter, for he was the sole remaining lineage of Lily. Being an unlikable professor came easily to Snape. He merely needed to stay true to himself, effortlessly reducing a few children to tears, until he found himself once again at the doorstep of the Vandermeer household. "Good morning, Mr. Snape," Vincent greeted amiably. "Today, my son and I intend to trouble you." Before Snape could respond, Charles and Eric flanked him, their faces devoid of the expected fear or disdain, instead alight with curiosity and admiration. Their cheerful and courteous demeanor left Snape, who seldom received kindness from others, feeling rather ill at ease. It is noteworthy that even Draco, his own student, displayed more respect than affection towards him, making such an enthusiastic approach from anyone, let alone a radiant smile, utterly unexpected. Chapter 18, Diagon Alley. The car halted beside an inconspicuous street in London, and the Vandermeer trio, under Snape's guidance, entered a rather shabby tavern. Pushing open the door, they were immediately enveloped by a mingling of the scents of smoke and alcohol, accompanied by a whiff of decay. The dimly lit tavern was filled with oddly dressed patrons, and the wooden bar was coated in a thick layer of grime. Behind the bar, a middle-aged man wiped a glass with a filthy towel and greeted Snape with unexpected enthusiasm. "Professor Snape," Vincent murmured, "is this the tavern?" It is rather peculiar that he did not notice the existence of a bar until his two sons pointed out its exact location. "The Muggle-repelling charm," Snape replied coldly. "The purpose of this incantation is as apparent as its name, and he believed further explanation was unnecessary. Pushing open the door concealed behind the bar, he discovered a cramped space. Ignoring the refuse bin tucked away in the corner, Snape retrieved his wand and rhythmically tapped the moss-covered brick wall in a systematic manner. In the next moment, the bricks began to shift, revealing an arched doorway that led to another world. The throng of people filled the narrow alley to capacity, with shops lining either side, bustling with activity. Naturally, many of the items appeared exceedingly bizarre to the Van Dorn family, not to mention their attire. Reminiscent of medieval papal fashion, there were animated posters, explosive ice creams, and flowers that wriggled like pig snouts, all of which captured their attention. "Let's exchange for galleons at Gringotts," Snape urged, intent on completing the task swiftly, mindful of the potions simmering in the basement, and wishing to avoid prolonging their time at the entrance of Diagon Alley. Gringotts Hall was impressively opulent, and the presence of the diminutive, unattractive goblins shattered any illusions the family may have had about these magical beings. Vincent, ever generous towards his sons, inquired about the exchange rate between pounds and galleons, then produced 2 priceless gemstones, creating a small dome of wealth. However, the meager pile of galleons exchanged appeared rather pitiful against the vastness of the dome. "I believe Father intends to hide something here," Eric stated, feigning profundity. The Van Dorn family possessed numerous unsavory secrets, whether they be incriminating evidence or leverage. Perhaps a fraction of their assets could serve as a contingency plan, securely concealed in this reputedly impenetrable Gringotts. Indeed, Charles concurred with Eric's assessment, but he cast a glance at his oblivious older brother. "Yet, I am soon to attend boarding school. Who do you think Father will entrust with the task of relocating the items?" Eric's eyes widened in realization. Noticing his reaction, Charles patted him on the shoulder. "Well done." Upon exiting Gringotts, Charles found himself clutching a bulging purse. Snape, indifferent to Vincent's subtle probing, succinctly directed the 3 of them to several shops and informed them of the proper way to depart before turning on his heel and leaving with efficiency. Twin wizarding progeny are exceedingly rare within the magical realm, and and the striking appearance of the Van Dorn family heightened their visibility, particularly in the absence of the formidable presence of Snape, a nightmare to many Hogwarts graduates over the past decade. Nevertheless, this increased attention did not affect the trio, who were already accustomed to being the center of attention. The trio first arrived at the Lehan bookstore, where they purchased 2 sets of textbooks. Although Eric declined to attend Hogwarts, Vincent believed that since magic resided within him, there were still essential lessons to be learned to prevent any potential mishaps caused by uncontrolled magic. In addition to the textbooks, they selected numerous intriguing volumes. The bookstore staff, delighted to see the dusty tomes, which had languished in a corner, finally being sold, graciously presented their esteemed customer with a handbag enchanted with a space expansion charm. "Is this reusable?" Eric inquired uncertainly, prodding the somewhat grimy and slightly worn handbag. "It should be," Charles shrugged, noting that this item would indeed facilitate their upcoming endeavors. They had a considerable amount to purchase, and while the 3 of them could manage, it would undoubtedly be a bit cumbersome. The weight was manageable, though. Vincent hefted the handbag, acknowledging that while it did not align with his aesthetic preferences, he would not impose it upon the 2 younger companions. "Charles, would you prefer to buy wands first or the school uniforms?" "Let us procure the wands first," he replied, his curiosity about them piqued. The wand shop was somewhat secluded, and as they approached the entrance, a resounding bang echoed from within, accompanied by a thick cloud of white smoke billowing through the doorway. The passing wizard seemed unfazed, hardly sparing a glance at the commotion. A cacophony of sharp sounds ensued from inside, shattering even the glass of the display windows. "Shall we wait a moment before entering?" Eric suggested, not out of cowardice, but because the establishment appeared genuinely perilous. Though he understood that the current situation was not specifically targeting them, he could not help but ponder whether their trio would be swept away together if they ventured inside. That notion was absurd. Eric resolutely dismissed the idea of departing in such a manner. Charles, glancing at Eric, who seemed lost in his thoughts, boldly pushed the door open. He recognized the boy standing at the counter, wand in hand and disheveled hair, none other than the illustrious savior, Harry Potter. "Charles." Harry blinked in surprise, then broke into a radiant smile. After several orchestrated encounters, Harry and Charles had grown closer, with Charles being Harry's closest peer among his contemporaries. "Harry, did you come alone?" Charles surveyed the wand shop and noted that aside from a seemingly eccentric white-haired shopkeeper, Harry was indeed the only customer present. Setting aside the perplexing question of why the Dursleys, who had consistently displayed resistance, would permit Harry to attend school in the magical realm, Charles was aware that the couple had fled Privet Drive overnight, seeking refuge on a remote island under the guise of a vacation to evade the Hogwarts invitation. Regardless of the circumstances, it seems only fitting that a guiding professor should accompany Harry Potter, who has grown up in the ordinary world. It is rather audacious for such a savior to wander about unchecked, seemingly unafraid of potential mishaps. "No, Hagrid brought me here," Harry hastily explained upon noticing Charles' bewildered expression. "Hagrid is the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts and also a friend of my parents." "I see," Charles replied, narrowing his eyes. "So he is the keeper of the grounds now? To be summoned to escort the savior to school, he must be quite an extraordinary individual. He mentioned he needed to purchase a few items and asked me to wait here. Have you selected your wand yet?" "It is not the wizard who chooses the wand, but rather the wand that chooses the wizard," the previously silent shopkeeper emphasized in a gravelly voice. Chapter 19, The Wand. "Have you been chosen by a wand?" Charles adapted his question amicably, eliciting a smile from Harry. It was the first time Charles had witnessed such genuine joy from Harry, as if he had shed a great burden. "I think not yet." Harry carefully placed the wand he was holding onto the counter. "Oh, no rush. You are a discerning young wizard," the shopkeeper remarked as he disappeared behind a shelf laden with wands. Before long, he returned with a long box in hand. "I believe this is the one." He dusted off the thick layer of grime covering the box, introducing the wand as he presented it to Harry. 11 inches. Made of holly, with a core of phoenix feather. As soon as Harry grasped the wand, a warm crimson light emanated from its tip. "Oh, how marvelous. I mean, this is truly extraordinary," Ollivander exclaimed. "This one has chosen you." "Forgive me, but why do you say that?" Harry inquired timidly. "I remember every wand I have sold. 2 wands share feathers from the same phoenix. One is in your hand, and the other." Ollivander gestured vaguely toward Harry's forehead scar. "Its sibling left you this mark." Charles couldn't help but gaze again at the scar on Harry's forehead. Aside from its peculiar shape, it seemed unremarkable. However, Ollivander's cryptic manner of speaking evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Who could it be? The conversation continued between the two, but perhaps out of consideration for Charles, Harry merely inquired about the identity of the wand's previous owner, before falling silent amidst Ollivander's assurances that he would undoubtedly achieve great things. "Remember, it is the wand that chooses." "Charles, have you yet found a suitable wand?" The door swung open, and Eric and Vincent entered, interrupting Ollivander's discourse. "Not yet," Charles replied, introducing Harry. "This is my father Vincent and my brother Eric. You two have not met before." "Father, Eric, this is Harry Potter." Vincent nodded slightly, while Eric greeted Harry warmly. Harry stared blankly at the two identical faces, a sense of unease settling within him. He had fancied that he and Charles had reached the status of friends, yet Charles possessed knowledge of all his secrets, while Harry was oblivious to the fact that his counterpart had a twin brother. The complexity of Harry's emotions was lost on the others in the room. Eric had already approached Ollivander, eager for a wand recommendation, while Charles, upon encountering Vincent, finally recalled the source of the déjà vu that Ollivander evoked. It was from the funeral parlor, the Grim Reaper's traitorous fondness for dark humor. Nevertheless, one might ponder whether the funeral parlor in this world also served as a Reaper's domain. If so, could that malevolent demon, with a temperament of the utmost cruelty, also dwell within? Charles silently reined in his thoughts. He seldom reflected upon that demon anymore. Reassured that his father would not allow the sacrificial rites to repeat, and that the demon would not resurface in his life. The display window, now restored to its former state, suddenly drew everyone's attention with a series of dull knocks. A towering figure, resembling a giant, appeared at the window, his plump form obscuring the entire pane. With disheveled hair and a long beard, he looked rather unkempt, clutching a large birdcage that contained a snow owl. "Harry, happy birthday!" he exclaimed. It was Hagrid. Harry's expression visibly relaxed, akin to a pet reuniting with its owner. He did not linger in the shop for long. After inquiring about Charles's plans, he departed with Hagrid. "You didn't know today was his birthday?" Eric shot a glance at Charles. "I did. The gift has already been sent to his aunt's house," Charles replied nonchalantly, surveying the wands displayed on the counter. Since he had resolved to deepen his relationship with the Savior, such trifles required attention. After all, it was the household servant who selected the gift. He merely needed to pen a card. After a series of attempts that resembled a chaotic home renovation, Eric received a wand, 12 inches long, crafted from fur and the heartstring of a dragon. Fur wood is particularly suited to those with strong intellect and clear ambitions. Ollivander regarded Eric with a penetrating gaze. "You may find it quite delightful for transfiguration." Eric remained silent, savoring the moment when the wand first touched his fingers, a sensation that reverberated to his heart as if every cell in his body were rejoicing. Charles's wand selection process was fraught with unexpected events. Flames, explosions, and torrential rain alternated in a chaotic dance. Just before the roof threatened to be torn asunder, Charles finally discovered his ideal wand, 12 inches, composed of elm and the tail feather of a thunderbird. This was indeed a remarkable combination. The thunderbird's feather possessed immense power, yet was notoriously difficult to master, while Elmwood favored a master of remarkable skill and noble bearing. In the magical realm, there exists a notion that only those of pure blood can wield the U-wand. However, Ollivander considers this belief to be utterly absurd. While it is indeed rare for half-bloods or muggle-borns to master the U, the boy before him stands as a living testament to the contrary. After Ollivander once again bestowed upon him the optimistic blessing of a promising future, Charles quietly counted out a few gold galleons from his pouch and placed them upon the counter. Upon their return from Diagon Alley, the three members of the Vandomhane family, Charles and Eric, dove headfirst into their spoils, resorting to their two-way mirror to perplex Draco whenever they encountered something they could not comprehend. The platinum-haired young aristocrat, his face adorned with disdain, would then elucidate the common knowledge held in the eyes of wizards. Time flew by swiftly, and soon the commencement of the school year arrived. As ordinary folk cannot access the platform, Vincent and Rachel escorted them only to the station's exterior, where Eric, also a wizard, guided Charles onto the platform. Chapter 20. The Platform. Perhaps this was a misguided decision. Under the scrutinizing gazes of passers-by, Charles affectionately ruffled the fur atop his brother's head, who clung desperately to him. With a furrowed brow, he reassured, "I shall return for Christmas. You may write to me." Eric nuzzled his fluffy head against Charles' neck. "But you did not acquire an owl." "I can borrow Draco's," Charles replied, his slender frame swaying slightly from the affectionate nudges, silently gazing skyward. Was Eric feeling overly sentimental lately? Nevertheless, Charles understood that Eric's unease stemmed from their prolonged separation, so he refrained from forcibly detaching him, allowing Eric to babble incessantly in his ear. Together, they became a striking sight amidst the bustling crowd. "What are you two doing?" A familiar voice interrupted, and upon turning, they beheld Draco, his face a portrait of confusion, with Lucius standing beside him, equally perplexed. "Mr. Malfoy, Draco," Charles nodded slightly in greeting, maintaining his composure as he patted the stiff body of Eric clinging to him. "As you can see, we are bidding farewell." Eric wiped his face with a hand and casually acknowledged the Malfoy duo, as if the earlier display of affection towards his brother had never occurred. Lucius observed the two composed and well-mannered boys before him, then glanced at his own son, feeling an unexpected sense of disdain. In terms of emotional disguise, his own little fool was significantly inferior to those two boys. However, thanks to the Malfoys, Charles and Eric's farewell ceremony was expedited considerably. No matter what, Eric could not afford to present himself as petty in front of future collaborators. At the invitation of the platinum-haired aristocrat, Charles entered the exclusive compartment of the Malfoy family. Merely from its exterior, the Malfoy compartment appeared more spacious and comfortable than a typical one. Just as they settled their luggage, the door swung open from the outside. Draco entered with a tall boy of dark complexion, who visibly paused upon encountering Charles. His previously relaxed smile evaporating in an instant as he scrutinized the unfamiliar visage with a furrowed brow. This is not a place for muggles. Blaze, Draco interjected before the boy could utter further scathing remarks. He is my guest. Since when has the Malfoy family befriended muggles? A girl with short black hair appeared behind him, her chin slightly raised as she regarded Charles with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for something unseemly. Pansy, Draco admonished sharply. While he had indeed ventured into the muggle world and understood their weapons should not be underestimated, his disdain for muggles remained intact. However, in Draco's eyes, Charles was no ordinary muggle. He would forever remember the blood that splattered across his face in that filthy warehouse and the boy who had reached out to him beside a corpse. Not to mention, this individual had held his own during negotiations with Draco's father. Having begun his education as an heir, Draco was acutely aware that he and his peers were not in a position to dismiss someone of such significance. In a tone grave and resolute, unlike anything Blaze and Parkinson had ever heard, he warned, "Do not let me hear such words again." Parkinson's face flushed crimson as she shot Charles a venomous glare before turning on her heel and fleeing the room. Blaze. Draco turned to him. "Aren't you going to chase after her?" "Why should I?" Blaze languidly settled into a seat. "You were the one who made her run off." His interest in a muggle capable of altering the attitude of the haughty platinum aristocrat was piqued. "This is Blaze Zabini," Draco introduced, noting that Zabini showed no inclination to depart. "And this is Ciel Phantomhive. Indeed, you place considerable importance on this, do you?" Blaze raised an eyebrow. The introduction bore significance. Typically, one would present the lower-ranking individual first, followed by the higher-ranking one. Of course, if there were closer ties between one party and the introducer, the hierarchy might be bypassed. However, it was evident that they did not belong to the latter scenario. Draco and Zabini's relationship could only be described as amicable at best, having exchanged pleasantries at a previous soirée, but it hardly constituted intimacy. At the very least, Zabini did not believe his rapport with Draco surpassed that of those invited to the Malfoy's exclusive box. After a brief exchange, the three engaged in light conversation. Charles could certainly sense Zabini's probing, as his intentions were rather transparent to someone of Charles's acumen. Fortunately, Charles excelled at navigating such inquiries. Before long, the door to the box swung open with a flourish, revealing a girl with a wild mane of curly hair. She quickly scanned the room and urgently inquired, "Have you seen a toad?" "A toad?" Charles repeated in disbelief. Could anyone truly consider such a filthy creature as a pet? "Indeed, a toad." The girl spoke rapidly. "It belonged to the pet of Navalombaton from the preceding carriage and had just gone missing." "No, that is not the case." Charles shook his head, his education instilling in him a gentle demeanor towards women, suggesting, "Perhaps you might search elsewhere." Zabini and Draco frowned at the girl's brusque behavior. "I am Hermione. Hermione Granger," the girl suddenly declared. "If you wouldn't mind, may I enter to look for it?" Draco and his friends were on the verge of erupting. "Apologies. We have matters to discuss," Charles replied with a slight smile. "If it is not too much trouble, could you assist us by closing the door?" Often, possessing an extraordinary appearance proves quite advantageous. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded softly, closing the door before hastily departing. Charles shrugged under the somewhat peculiar gazes of Draco and Zabini, remarking, "Isn't this a simpler approach?" Ahem, Draco cleared his throat. Resuming the topic that had been interrupted, "They say the Savior is currently on this train. Should we not take a look?" Harry Potter's name resonates throughout the wizarding world. Even Draco, whose lineage is steeped in Death Eater heritage, grew up hearing it. Naturally, he was quite curious about the boy who had triumphed over the one who saved the wizarding realm. A curiosity laced with a modicum of admiration that he had purposely chosen to overlook. Chapter 21, The Start of Term. Charles glanced at the eager Draco, pondering that the proud little prince might not resonate with the sensitive savior. However, such matters were of no concern to him. He viewed Draco merely as a partner and felt no need to delve into trivialities. Zabini, however, spoke at length, dissuading Draco from immediately seeking out the savior. By the time the train reached its destination, night had fully descended. The group donned their wizarding robes and disembarked, only to behold a rather imposing figure holding a lantern beside the train's front. "First years, follow me. You may leave your luggage on the train. It will be taken to your dormitories after the sorting," Hagrid bellowed. "Take care of your pets. Do not let them roam." A voice from the line inquired softly, "Do first years need to be separated from the others?" "Indeed, it is said to allow the new students to retrace the steps of Hogwarts founders," came a familiar voice. Charles turned to see none other than Hermione Granger, whom he had encountered previously. Hagrid led the group through the fog-laden marshlands to the edge of a lake. Its waters as dark as ink. Not far away, an enormous castle loomed at the precipice of a cliff. The young wizards boarded small boats in groups of 4, and Charles found himself paired with Draco and his 2 companions. Once everyone had boarded the vessel, it miraculously began to glide forward on its own. In comparison to the small boat, this lake seemed overwhelmingly vast, and reaching the center evoked a sense of impending engulfment. Charles reached out to touch the icy surface of the water. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he felt an unsettling sensation that something lurked beneath the depths. Watching them. "Charles, don't touch that," Draco said mysteriously. "Father mentioned that a colossal water creature resides at the bottom of Hogwarts Lake, and if one were to fall in, they would be devoured. Do you truly believe such a blatant tale meant to frighten children?" Charles's expression momentarily revealed a complex mix of emotions. He retrieved a handkerchief to dry his fingertips and quietly inquired, "By the way, do you know how the sorting works?" "My father never told me," Draco said, abruptly shifting his focus. He furrowed his brow. "However, it is rumored that the sorting task is quite challenging. Have your fathers mentioned anything about it, Goyle, Crabbe?" The 2 plump boys stared blankly and shook their heads, causing the little boat beneath them to sway with their movements. "Stay still," Draco admonished, steadying himself against the boat's edge while casting a glare at them. "Charles, which house do you intend to join?" Draco asked. To him, Slytherin was undoubtedly the finest choice. Charles, in terms of demeanor and habits, seemed well suited for Slytherin. Alas, being a Muggle-born, even if he managed to enter Slytherin, he would likely face considerable challenges. Perhaps Slytherin or Ravenclaw. Charles pondered before speaking. "If you join Slytherin, we could share a room." Draco's eyes sparkled momentarily. As for the possibility of them not being assigned to the same room, if they were unafraid of offending Malfoy, they could certainly voice their opinions. The boat soon reached the shore, and after a brief walk, they arrived at the grand entrance of the castle. Just as they came to a halt, Draco strode forward with his 2 sidekicks. "I heard the Chosen One was on the train," Draco declared, lifting his chin and speaking in a habitually condescending tone. "I am Draco Malfoy." Charles could discern that the platinum-haired aristocrat genuinely wished to befriend the Chosen One, aiming to leave a favorable impression on the legendary figure. Yet it was evident that he had failed. In a fit of embarrassed rage, Draco carelessly insulted Ron Weasley, who had snickered quietly, thus further diminishing Harry's opinion of him. "What are you doing?" A calm voice interrupted Draco's unfinished tirade. He shot a fierce glare at Harry and Ron before returning to Charles's side. At the entrance stood a stern-looking woman clad in a deep green velvet robe, her head adorned with a tilted pointed hat. The parchment she held in her hands harmonized beautifully with the ancient castle behind her. If one were to overlook the peculiar hat, it was as if time had momentarily transported Charles back to a bygone era. Charles found himself momentarily distracted as the wooden door creaked open, revealing a vast hall adorned with 4 long tables, clearly designated for the 4 houses. At the far end of the hall, on the highest tier of steps, sat a row of figures who were unmistakably professors. To Charles's astonishment, there were fewer than 10 of them, including the gamekeeper Hagrid and the individual beside him, while the number of students was evidently far greater. Surely, such a multitude of students could not be taught by merely these few? Even if it were impossible to assign a professor for every subject and every year, surely they could manage to distinguish between upper and lower grades? With a sigh, Charles considered that if there were indeed only these few professors, acquiring knowledge over the next 7 years would rely heavily on self-discipline. The Hall of Hogwarts was enchanted, and Hermione Granger pointed to the cloud-laden ceiling and the floating candles, explaining to those nearby, "I read about this in a brief history of Hogwarts." Yet, she appeared somewhat anxious about the content of the entrance examination, chattering nervously, "I've only gone through a few basic spellbooks. What if the test covers material I haven't learned yet? I hope it's not too challenging. I've only mastered a few simple spells." The crowd halted before the steps, where a small platform held a high stool, upon which rested a grimy, patch-laden black hat. Charles noticed the hat twitching slightly, as if it were alive. The next name called, "Please take a seat on the stool," the witch announced, clearing her throat before calling, "Hannah Abbott." A girl with 2 golden braids stepped forward from the first years and perched herself on the stool. The moment the filthy hat was placed upon her head, it bellowed, "Hufflepuff." The girl beamed with a shy smile and scampered to the Hufflepuff table. Is this truly the infamous entrance assessment? Charles glanced at Draco, whose expression seemed somewhat stiff, then at the equally uncomfortable Zabini. Rather than a challenge, it seemed more a matter of parental whimsy. Perhaps they too had been deceived in their youth? Out of consideration for his new friends, Charles refrained from voicing this thought. After the serious looking witch had called out the names of 7 or 8 others, Charles finally heard a familiar name, Hermione Granger. Hermione's already voluminous curls appeared to stand on end. "Don't be afraid. It's all right. Just relax," she murmured to herself as she stepped forward from the crowd, tiptoeing to sit on the high stool. The hat was placed upon her head. "Why does she seem a bit jittery?" Ron Weasley nudged Harry quietly. "Perhaps she's just nervous," Harry replied. "Ron, noticing Harry's lack of agreement, merely shrugged and said nothing further. The hat lingered atop the girl's head for a moment, as if engaged in a silent conversation with her, before proclaiming loudly, "Gryffindor." Hermione Granger leaped down from her high stool and made her way to the longest table, where she was greeted with enthusiastic applause from her upperclassmen. The atmosphere in Gryffindor appeared vibrant, albeit somewhat boisterous, a thought that crossed Charles's mind. Meanwhile, Draco had already been sorted into his long-desired Slytherin, the tattered hat barely grazing his hair. Ron Weasley let out a loud grunt behind Draco and turned to Harry, saying, "See? I knew he was indeed an evil Slytherin." Following Ron's gaze to the Slytherin table, Harry instinctively nodded at the row of straight-backed, aloof little snakes. Setting aside the question of morality, Slytherin made a rather unimpressive first impression on him. Their haughty demeanor suggested they would be difficult to engage with. In stark contrast to the spirited little lions on the other side of the hall, Harry felt an increasing aversion to Slytherin. Charles Phantomhive. Upon hearing his name, Charles instinctively adjusted his already neat cuffs and walked leisurely to the high stool, chin slightly raised. To Dumbledore's surprise, the mention of the Phantomhive name stirred a minor commotion among the younger students. Is it truly that Phantomhive? My goodness, the Count's child has come to Hogwarts. The famous one? Indeed, who else would possess such a name? Isn't the heir of Phantomhive supposed to attend Wilton? Oh, you're not aware? This generation of Count Phantomhive has a pair of twins. Do you think this one was abandoned? That's unlikely, someone asserted confidently. I've heard the Count favors the younger son. The Phantomhive family, often referred to in hushed tones as the Queen's Hound, also wielded considerable assets and was known for its philanthropic investments, frequently gracing the headlines. Not to mention, this generation's Count Phantomhive possessed a striking appearance and charisma, making the surname familiar to students from the Muggle world. Some upperclassmen were already contemplating ways to forge a connection with Charles. As Charles once again became the center of attention, he found himself engaged in a battle of wits with the tattered hat. "Ah, you possess determination, courage, capability, and quite the intellect. You are already studying your fourth language," the Sorting Hat mumbled. "What do you think about joining Gryffindor? When assigning students to houses, the Sorting Hat initially offers its suggestions, but the ultimate choice rests with the students themselves. Are there any other options? That particularly noisy table? If I were truly sorted into Gryffindor, I would likely be plagued by incessant noise. Very well, let the old hat take another look." Memories from the past began to surge uncontrollably in my mind. Charles struggled to restrain himself, yet fragments buried deep within his recollections were unearthed. A manor strewn with corpses, a residence engulfed in flames, a blood-soaked altar, dismembered remnants in dark alleyways, bullets he had personally fired, and black feathers drifting down from the sky. "Enough," Charles exclaimed coldly, forcefully interrupting the Sorting Hat's process of reading his memories. The grimy hat emitted a series of sharp, piercing shrieks in his mind, prompting Charles to frown. "I said enough. Ambition, and ample means. You shall undoubtedly achieve great things. Off to Slytherin you go. Salazar will certainly appreciate you. I thought Slytherin only accepted purebloods." "Oh, no, Merlin's foul socks," the Sorting Hat exclaimed. "Slytherin values power above all else. They may be cunning and devious, but as long as you stand out sufficiently, you will become a coveted presence. Then, could you, dear Hat, keep what I just witnessed confidential?" Charles inquired, noting the probing gaze of Dumbledore fixed upon him, as the hat had lingered atop his head for far too long. "You see, I have just entered the magical realm and would prefer to avoid drawing any unwanted attention." "Oh, the old hat hardly ever encounters a likable child to converse with. It has seen nothing." The Sorting Hat mumbled a few words before loudly declaring, "Slytherin, a Muggle-born, sorted into Slytherin." The little creatures were nearly in an uproar, astonished, speculating, doubting, worrying, and of course, a considerable number eager to witness the spectacle. Charles, under the scorching gazes of the crowd, took his time settling beside Draco. "I thought you wouldn't be able to make it," Draco remarked, somewhat surprised. "In truth, the Sorting Hat's initial choice for me was Gryffindor," Charles replied with a slight smirk, "but I believe Slytherin suits me better." Upon hearing this, the glances of the little snakes at the table softened somewhat. Perhaps this Muggle-born isn't so dreadful after all. At the very least, his judgment seems sound. The little snakes raised their chins modestly. "Now that I have been sorted into Slytherin, other matters could be addressed in the dormitory. Causing discord with other houses would only tarnish Slytherin's reputation." Coincidentally, right behind Charles sat Harry. Although some whispers regarding his savior status circulated among the audience, the number of such individuals was clearly fewer compared to those discussing Charles. After all, aside from the pure-blood wizardlings, the current student body at Hogwarts comprises a higher proportion of half-blood and Muggle-born wizards who possess little understanding of the so-called savior, with many having completely forgotten or never even heard of his existence. This can indeed be attributed to Dumbledore, who, for various reasons, entrusted Harry to the Dursleys, causing the savior, Harry Potter, to remain absent from the Wizarding World for an entire decade. Humanity is inherently forgetful, especially when it comes to painful memories, which they wish to erase entirely. The wizarding community has recovered quite well over the past 10 years, leading many survivors to deliberately overlook the dark times when the Dark Lord ruled. The savior, who vanished for a decade, has become merely a symbol. His existence and well-being do not hold significant importance for many. He resembles a cherished talisman, elevated yet misunderstood. Should the support falter, he would surely fall hard to the ground. Charles, to which house do you think the savior will be sorted? Draco inquired quietly. Gryffindor, perhaps? Charles replied nonchalantly. Why do you say that? Because he is the savior. Charles smiled at the distant figure of Dumbledore, the just and brave savior. How could he possibly belong elsewhere? Chapter 23, The Feast. Oh, Severus, my child. Dumbledore withdrew his gaze and turned to his companion, Snape. Is your mind clouded by too much sugar? Snape grimaced in distaste. Such endearments made him feel nauseated, and Dumbledore always employed this tone when he desired something from him. Speak plainly. Oh, Severus, the elderly wizard replied. Unfazed by his acerbic tone, I merely hope you can keep an eye on Mr. Van Doren. After all, you know that Slytherin may harbor some opinions about him. Surely, you wouldn't want such a delightful child to come to harm? Huh, is this a request for him to monitor Van Doren? He will be fine, Snape scoffed. Despite his disdain for Dumbledore's attitude towards Slytherin, he could not deny that Slytherin was the house most concerned with bloodlines among the four at Hogwarts. Then I shall rest easy. Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped spectacles, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. I've heard he and Harry have met before. Perhaps they could become friends? As if you would truly permit him to engage with your meticulously nurtured savior, Snape retorted with a sardonic smirk, choosing to ignore him altogether. We have Harry now. Harry received a warm welcome from the little lions, who cheered and clamored to shake his hand. This situation was unfamiliar to Harry. He felt somewhat overwhelmed, yet undeniably pleased. He instinctively glanced back toward Dumbledore, who, with a kind smile, raised his goblet and winked at him. Hagrid had mentioned that his parents were both Gryffindor graduates and favored pupils of Dumbledore. Surely the headmaster was proud of him, Harry mused, further affirming that choosing Gryffindor was the right decision. After the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore delivered an exceedingly brief speech. Furthermore, our castle administrator, Mr. Filch, once again cautioned all students against wandering into the Forbidden Forest, as well as the corridor to the right on the 3rd floor, which has been designated a new restricted area. He paused briefly, reiterating that such reckless intrusions could pose a threat to life, a warning directed at the entire student body. The corridor on the 3rd floor to the right? With narrowed eyes, Charles committed this location to memory. How intriguing it was that, in the very year the so-called savior commenced his studies, Hogwarts had introduced a new forbidden zone. Charles was skeptical that such a development was devoid of ulterior motives. If the empty title of savior held no significance, might Dumbledore be inclined to nurture him instead? They were to reside at Hogwarts for 7 years. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, those years would unfold under Dumbledore's watchful gaze. 7 years for Harry to validate the title of the savior. What methods might Dumbledore employ to elevate his renown? For one who vanquished the Dark Lord at birth, the most fitting sacrifice would surely be. Charles widened his eyes in disbelief, whispering urgently, Draco. What is it? Draco inquired, looking at Charles with confusion. Has your father ever mentioned whether that individual has truly vanished? Just as Charles was about to speak, he sensed the subtle gaze of the little snakes and swallowed his words. No, it's nothing. This was not a topic for discussion here. And given Lucius's cautious nature regarding Draco, he would likely withhold any pertinent information. It would be more prudent to consult Lucius directly through the two-way mirror. Very well. Draco glanced at Charles, pressed his lips together, and refrained from further inquiries. Following the headmaster's address, the entire student body proceeded to sing the school song. And at that moment, the expressions of the little snakes dimmed almost in unison. Charles was perplexed. He had no understanding of their aversion to the school song, until it struck him with great astonishment. Why was there a school song lacking a unified melody? Singing the same lyrics to varying rhythms created a significant disparity. Moreover, with so many students in the hall, the collective voices sounded like a cacophony flooding his mind. Charles felt as though his ears had been sullied. His gaze fixated on the lyrics floating in the air, and he recited them in an emotionless tone, matching the quick pace of the little snakes. For the Slytherin students, completing the school song did not signify the end of their ordeal. Though their speed was impressive, it was futile, only they were quick. By the time everyone finished singing, a heavy, almost tangible low pressure enveloped the backs of nearly every little snake. Oh, music, how moving. Dumbledore on stage had particularly unique taste, dabbing at the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief, looking genuinely touched. Charles felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Now please enjoy the feast. The banquet officially begins. Dumbledore gently tapped his wand against a goblet, and in the next moment, an exquisite array of delectable dishes adorned the long table. The atmosphere within the hall was instantly ignited. The small creatures eagerly selected their favorite delicacies to fill their plates, indulging with evident satisfaction, particularly at the Gryffindor table. Which was the most boisterous? Char cast a distant glance in that direction, then observed the little serpents who maintained their dining etiquette, and couldn't help but feel a sense of relief at having chosen Slytherin. Indeed, Gryffindor was rather loud. As the banquet reached its midpoint, the grand doors of the hall swung open once more, allowing a few ethereal figures, shimmering with a pearlescent hue, to glide in from outside. Char noticed that even the ghosts at Hogwarts seemed to belong to their respective houses. The Gryffindor ghost suddenly lowered its head, startling the little lion into a cry, while the Hufflepuff spectre appeared particularly lively. The Ravenclaw ghost was a sorrowful-looking woman, and at the Slytherin table, there stood a robust male clad in armor, silent and stoic, who seemed to pause momentarily as he passed by Char. How were these souls preserved? If they had been struck by the Grim Reaper's scythe, could they still participate in this spectral promenade? Char idly twirled his fork in the pasta on his plate, recalling the peculiar, red-haired Grim Reaper from his memories, and pondering whether the Book of Death still existed in this world. Had he encountered souls fleeing from the Reaper's pursuit? If faced with a demon, would these souls be devoured? Char closed his eyes briefly, retracting his wandering thoughts, and began to focus on his meal, for after the banquet, a fierce battle awaited him. Chapter 24, The Head Boys' Duel. The Slytherin dormitory was located in the castle's dungeons. After traversing a long, dark, and damp corridor, the group halted before an oil painting. The figure depicted was dressed in medieval noble attire, casting a sidelong glance at the first-year students behind the Slytherin seventh-year head boy, before speaking slowly. Password. Honor, replied the head boy. The password is correct. The painting gradually swung open, revealing a concealed doorway behind it. You must remember the password to enter the common room, the young man explained. The Slytherin password changes every 3 days. The common room was a hidden paradise, adorned with intricately patterned dark green wallpaper. A roaring fireplace along the wall dispelled the chill of the dungeon, while beneath their feet lay a soft, handcrafted carpet. The decor was replete with silver and green embellishments, and large gemstones were casually embedded in the arms of the sofas, presenting a picture of opulence that was luxurious yet not gaudy. Severus Snape, as the head of Slytherin, swept and clad in flowing black robes, standing in the center of the common room, looking down upon the young serpents before him. Words such as glory, pride, and identity have likely become tiresome to your ears. His voice, deep and smooth, instills confidence that none among you would act contrary to your esteemed identities. As members of Slytherin, I encourage you to adeptly navigate the rules, to truly embody the spirit of Slytherin. You must hold the principles of our house close to your heart. It would also be prudent to peruse the school regulations a few times. The young serpents erupted in laughter, and a somewhat rigid smile graced Snape's lips, though it soon faded. Charles bore a complex expression, if his intuition served him right. The headmaster was imparting lessons on how to exploit loopholes. Was it permissible to engage in mischief as long as one remained undetected? To utter such words during the inaugural address to new students was hardly in keeping with the cunning and devious reputation of Slytherin. Remember my words, Snape intoned, casting a glance at the young serpents before acknowledging the seventh-year prefect, standing quietly to the side. You may now commence your activities for the evening, but do not cause excessive commotion. With this parting remark, he exited the common room, leaving with an air of liberation. The current seventh-year prefect from Slytherin hailed from the Bulstrode family, a lineage traditionally aligned with the Malfoys, skilled in offensive magic, and somewhat slick in demeanor, yet fair in dealings. Snape felt at ease relinquishing control, for this Bulstrode was not a fervent supporter of blood purity. Rather, he valued the collective honor of Slytherin. Despite harboring disdain for Muggles, he would not allow prejudice to mar the house's reputation. Next came the traditional Slytherin Prefect Challenge, a system once prevalent in other houses, given Hogwarts' multitude of students, many of whom possessed formidable capabilities. Relying solely on a handful of professors was impractical. Thus, prefects bore a significant share of the house's governance, wielding considerable influence among their peers. This system was, in some respects, designed to aid professors in their administrative duties. However, upon Dumbledore's ascendance to headmaster, he abolished the practice of appointing prefects through peer nomination, opting instead for each house head to designate students for the role. This change took effect starting in the third year. Yet, within Slytherin, the ambitious young serpents still preferred to elect their leaders through dueling. Snape was content to relinquish oversight. Naturally, the prefect's appointment required the headmaster's consent. Should the headmaster wish to alter the selection, the house heads would not dare undermine his authority over such trivial matters. Thus, Dumbledore could easily grasp the reins of the young serpents' leadership, guiding their cognitive development. The malleability of youth is profound, and their worlds remain uncomplicated. Many unconsciously strive to emulate the esteemed figures chosen by venerable elders. The competition for the position of third-year prefect was about to commence. With a flick of his wand, Folly delineated a boundary on the ground. Anyone who stepped outside this designated area would be deemed eliminated. He called forth those aspiring to become prefects to step forward. This year, the number of first-year Slytherin students, both male and female, amounted to fewer than 20. Whether by design or happenstance, they found themselves encircled by a throng of upperclassmen closest to the duel's arena. Notably, Charles stood calmly outside the circle, his taciturn demeanor inciting derision among many observers, while a few older students leered at his exquisitely lit visage in the flickering flames. Regardless of his status as a Muggle aristocrat, it mattered little to them. Once in the magical realm, one must adhere to their customs. The contest among the third years concluded swiftly, with a petite girl possessing raven locks emerging victorious. Though her stature appeared slight and delicate, her actions were ruthlessly decisive, as she swiftly severed her opponent's arm. "Charles, she is formidable," Draco whispered in awe. "Indeed, quite impressive." Charles murmured in agreement, reminding himself internally that no one at Hogwarts should be underestimated. The closeness between Charles and Draco dispelled some of the more unsavory thoughts harbored by onlookers, who were perplexed by the apparent camaraderie between the two. Offending a Malfoy for the sake of a lowly Muggle-born seemed unwise. Yet, a faction remained fixated on Charles, clinging stubbornly to the belief that he was merely a plaything for young Malfoy, and anticipated that Malfoy would not resist the opportunity to exchange this toy for some benefit. Moreover, they mused, even if Malfoy were to refuse, this Muggle-born would eventually find himself alone, at which point compliance would be inevitable. The first 2 rounds of the competition unfolded rapidly, but during the 5th-year match, an unexpected incident occurred. A malevolent curse was hurled directly at Charles's face. In a moment of peril, Charles, who had appeared lost in thought, instinctively tilted his head aside just in time to evade the projectile. Before anyone could react, he raised his wand and cast a spell at the assailant, resulting in the burly youth emitting a heart-wrenching wail as he clutched his bleeding eyes, collapsing to the ground and writhing in agony, fresh wounds appearing on his exposed skin. The crimson liquid swiftly stained the carpet, and the atmosphere in the common room became palpably tense. Chapter 25, A Display of Power. All eyes turned to the strikingly handsome, slender boy who appeared innocuous. That was a silent spell. Many adult wizards struggled to perform such a feat, yet it had been executed by a mere Muggle-born just entering Hogwarts. This revelation was particularly disconcerting for those who prided themselves on their pure bloodlines, equating it to a public slap in the face. Sensing the gaze of the crowd upon him, the boy smiled faintly, his lips pressed together, appearing somewhat bashful. However, the pervasive stench of blood in the lounge, the anguished youth writhing in pain, his body nearly devoid of unscathed flesh, and the desperate, harrowing screams created an atmosphere of palpable oppression. "Seniors, might I inquire whether the match shall not continue?" Charles tilted his head, seemingly unfazed by the recent interruption, as if the boy sprawled on the ground was no more significant than the dust beneath his feet. A chill crept up the spines of the younger students, instilling a sense of caution and apprehension in their glances towards Charles. This cohort of Slytherins had matured during the absence of the Dark Lord, leading them to rely predominantly on minor curses, with many having never witnessed blood. Thus, encountering such a scene inevitably disrupted their composure, and some had already succumbed to retching. "Mr. Van Dumhane, please cease the curse," spoke the head of the 7th year, Fully, who had finally regained his senses. He carefully considered his tone before continuing. The boy's cries of pain had dwindled to a mere whisper. If the torment did not cease, he might very well bleed to death here. "However, you are aware that I have only recently begun my studies in magic and have yet to learn the incantation to halt a curse," Charles replied, furrowing his brow in apparent distress. "If it isn't too much trouble, might I request your assistance?" Fully regarded Charles with a penetrating gaze before promptly waving his wand to cast the spell that would stop the curse, then instructed 2 others to escort the injured boy to the headmaster's office. Given the severity of the injuries, they could not manage the situation themselves. To avoid providing Dumbledore with an excuse to intervene in Slytherin affairs, the boy could not be sent to the hospital wing. My apologies. May I speak with this senior for another moment?" Charles interjected, causing the 2 who were lifting the boy to freeze as if petrified. "Do you like the gift I sent you, senior?" The boy's clear voice rang out, causing the battered youth to tremble uncontrollably. "As for me, I am generally averse to causing trouble," Charles said, gripping the boy's long hair to force him to raise his head. With the other hand, he delicately wiped the blood and tears from the corners of the boy's eyes. "However, I truly detest the way you are looking at me, senior. Should there be a next time, I would not hesitate to remove your eyes. That thick, nauseating glance, senior, do you remember?" The boy's voice was gentle and polite, even tinged with a hint of mirth, yet it resonated in the ears of the man like a thunderclap. He nodded vigorously, fearful that a moment's delay might cost him his eyes at the hands of this ruthless youth. "Excellent," Charles said, satisfied as he released his grip, allowing the boy's head to fall weakly. He replaced the handkerchief with a fresh one, meticulously wiping each fingertip that had just touched the other. "I hope you recover swiftly." As he spoke, he casually approached the fireplace and tossed the soiled cloth into the flames. The understated demeanor sent an involuntary shiver through everyone, compelling them to truly see the boy they had previously regarded as mere playthings. Despite some unforeseen circumstances, the competition must go on. Charles resumed his original position, remaining silent. Yet this time, no one dared to underestimate his presence. He sensed his heart racing unnaturally fast, his fingers curling slightly beneath his robe as he exhaled slowly. Although the outcome was somewhat ruthless, he had nonetheless achieved his objective, justifying the considerable effort he had invested in this silent curse. Consequently, his school life would likely become much easier. As the Sorting Hat had remarked, Slytherin values strength above all else, and they instinctively weigh the pros and cons. Once they were subdued, a significant amount of trouble could be avoided. Draco, witnessing Charles's second display of power, was taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, no one had died this time. Compared to the previous incident, it was hardly a matter of consequence. Moreover, the individual involved hailed from a minor family. And even if he were to act foolishly, Malfoy could easily suppress him. Draco was now curious about the spell Charles had employed. According to his father, their magical capacities were quite comparable, which should theoretically prevent them from wielding such a large-scale curse. The young wizard's magical circulation was still developing. An excessive extraction of magic could potentially lead to a catastrophic failure, rendering him unable to harness any magic at all. However, after spending considerable time together, Draco believed he understood Charles fairly well. He was not one to act recklessly, always calculating his steps, suggesting he had some form of support. Thus, Draco tugged at Charles's sleeve. "Charles, what was that spell you just used?" he inquired softly. "Want to know?" Charles replied, glancing around at the little snakes who were clearly eavesdropping. "I'll tell you back at the dormitory. By the way, are we in the same room?" Sharing a space with Draco felt far more agreeable than being with strangers. Upon hearing this, Bully paused, quickly recalling the cramped, filthy room that had been allocated to Charles as a result of some individual's malicious whims. He shot a fierce glare at those responsible, receiving a few insincere smiles in return, and then discreetly gestured to a companion, who promptly vanished silently from the common room. Those few individuals were equally aggrieved. Bullying half-bloods and Muggleborns was a norm in Slytherin. These two groups remained at the bottom of the hierarchy until they demonstrated capabilities that warranted attention. They had merely followed custom by making a preemptive arrangement to intimidate the newcomer, hoping to instill a sense of reality. However, who could have anticipated that this year's Muggleborn would defy expectations? The Sorting Hat had inexplicably allowed a formidable presence to enter. What does it matter? We can always switch dormitories, he thought. Draco spoke, and in an instant, all eyes turned to him as if he were a valiant warrior. Truly, he embodied the legacy of the Malfoys. His audacity was indeed unmatched, for he dared to remain in the same room as a Muggleborn. Even in the face of such brutality, the freshmen wore expressions that screamed relief, not out of cowardice, but out of genuine concern for their safety in the same dormitory. Who knew what might happen under the cover of darkness? Yet, could a Malfoy genuinely form an unprovoked bond with a Muggleborn? Even if he were ruthless, what of it? For those of noble lineage, there existed countless methods to make someone disappear without a trace. Would the cunning and shrewd Draco Malfoy risk entangling himself with someone so insignificant? Surely, there was something more at play that eluded their understanding. The astute little snakes exchanged knowing glances and, upon returning to their dormitory, hastily dispatched letters via their trusted owls, the implications of which would illuminate the halls of many Slytherin families throughout the night. Chapter 26, Aftermath. Severus Snape gazed with a grim expression at the student sprawled on the sofa in his office, his voice low and tense. "Gentlemen, would you kindly elucidate why this has transpired? With so many present, how could none of you inform me at the very first instance? Have your brains been devoured by slugs?" The individual on the sofa bore grave injuries. Aside from the numerous lacerations adorning his body, he was nearly exsanguinated. If any more time elapsed, the consequences would be unfathomable. Indeed, it was that phantom heir who had drawn the attention of the two little snakes. "Who do you speak of?" Snape's brow furrowed deeply. "The Muggleborn who was sorted into Slytherin today," one of the snakes stammered. Snape sensed unrest within Slytherin that night. He had initially believed that phantom heir would suffer the greatest losses, acutely aware of the inhospitable environment Slytherin posed for Muggleborns and half-bloods. However, as the head of Slytherin, he could not wage war against the entire house for the sake of a single student. At most, he could instruct the house prefect to keep a watchful eye, ensuring the boy did not face undue torment. If the boy wished to establish himself within Slytherin, it would be a battle fought alone, for little assistance could be rendered by others. As it turned out, Phantom Heir, that little giant, had proven remarkably successful. Snape could scarcely fathom that a fifth-year student, raised within the magical realm, could be so thoroughly bested by a boy who had only recently embraced magic. Damn it, the boys I had nearly been destroyed. If Dumbledore were to learn of this. Snape closed his eyes, contemplating the stubborn old man. After considerable deliberation, he resolved to suppress the incident. Fortunately, they had traversed the secret passage connecting the Slytherin common room to the headmaster's office, alleviating concerns of being reported by the portraits throughout the castle. Both of you, please return. Allow him to stay here for the night. Indeed. Meanwhile, the contest for the position of Slytherin prefect has formally concluded, and the young serpents have all retreated to their respective dormitories. Naturally, under the meticulous arrangement of a discerning individual. The rooms assigned to Charles and Draco are the finest among the newcomers. The accommodations, neither small nor lacking in elegance, are adorned in shades of silver and green. On either side stand 2 grand 4-poster beds, draped in heavy canopies, with leather footstools at their feet. A solid wooden desk and an opulent upholstered chair complete the furnishings, alongside 2 similarly sized wardrobes against the wall, while their luggage, delivered that morning, is neatly arranged in the center of the room. Charles finds himself reasonably content with this future abode, loosening the collar of his shirt beneath his robe as he contemplates how best to manage his belongings. While he excels at many tasks, he is somewhat inept in matters of daily living. The simple act of dressing himself is a skill he has been relearning since arriving in this world. From his initial clumsiness, he has gradually mastered the art of maintaining a neat appearance, albeit at a painstaking pace. As for packing his belongings, regrettably, that remains beyond his current capabilities. I heard Gryffindor rooms 4 to a chamber, Draco remarked, emerging from the lavatory with a disdainful curl of his lip. The thought of so many individuals sharing a single space was utterly unfathomable to him. Slytherin has always placed great value on privacy and maintains a considerable distance in social interactions. For them, agreeing to share a dormitory with just one other person is already a significant concession. Adding more inhabitants would likely lead to many sleepless nights. Hey, what are you doing? Draco inquired, observing the chaotic state of Charles's suitcase, which had been thoroughly upended in an instant. Packing my belongings? Charles replied, his uncertainty palpable. Huh? Draco chuckled. What are you laughing at? Charles looked up, his expression one of bewilderment. No, you must have misheard. You laughed. You definitely misheard. When do you plan to pack your things? Charles challenged, unwilling to concede that this young master might be more capable than he. Come on, let us engage in mutual embarrassment. I refuse to be the sole source of disgrace. Draco, feeling victorious, could not suppress a laugh. He snapped his fingers, and with a loud pop, a house elf clad in a tattered pillowcase appeared in the room. Esteemed sir, Dobby is at your service. This creature, with its long nose, pointed ears, and large eyes, bowed deeply to both of them, its voice sharp and eager, and Charles noticed it trembled with excitement. Please attend to our luggage, Draco commanded, not even glancing at the elf as he perched on the footstool, chin raised in a display of nonchalance. As you can see, being a member of Hogwarts Board of Governors, the Malfoy family enjoys certain privileges. Dobby will fulfill your request, sir. The house elf waved its gnarled fingers, and shortly thereafter, both their belongings were neatly arranged. It inquired once more, in its high-pitched voice, if there were any further commands, and upon receiving a negative response, it departed with a surprisingly despondent demeanor. This creature is rather intriguing, mused Charles, stroking his chin, as he could not help but contemplate the substantial profits that could be garnered by introducing such a diligent species, which requires neither holidays nor wages, into a factory. This was, in fact, the first occasion Charles had witnessed a house elf at work. While the Malfoy family possessed such beings, it was evident that house elves did not conform to the Malfoy aesthetic of grandeur. Thus, they typically remained hidden from view. It was only after Charles expressed his curiosity regarding the inexplicable appearance of food on the table that Draco commanded one of the elves to reveal itself for a brief moment. However, due to the creature's rather unappealing appearance, coupled with Charles' subsequent focus on training, he merely glanced at it with mild curiosity. Furthermore, this species is remarkably loyal, alleviating any concerns of betrayal. The more Charles pondered, the more enamored he became, though he was uncertain where to find a house elf that could sign a contract with Van Domhane. Should such a creature exist, he would not hesitate to offer it superior treatment. By the way, Draco casually kicked his feet, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he looked at Charles. What spell did you use tonight? It appeared truly impressive. It was merely a simple peeling charm, Charles replied. What is that? Draco inquired, finding the term unfamiliar, though he suspected it was not a dark curse. It's just a peeling charm, Charles shrugged. A straightforward and practical domestic spell I discovered in The Perfect Witch, 100 Practical Spells to Create a Cozy Home. This book was one they had purchased from the Leaky Cauldron, which contained numerous simple, everyday spells that demanded little magical energy from the caster. As a fruit enthusiast, Charles had become quite adept at using the peeling charm. With frequent practice, his magical energy flowed smoothly, allowing him to execute the spell silently. Where did you say you found that? Draco's gaze was blank with disbelief. The Perfect Witch, 100 Practical Spells to Create a Cozy Home, Charles reiterated. You mean to say you were using a domestic spell? Draco exclaimed in disbelief. Do you realize the absurdity of what you're saying? Whose domestic spell is that ferocious? Indeed, Charles had not anticipated the spell's formidable impact when applied to a person. His intention had merely been to embarrass the individual by removing their clothing. He had even considered employing a slightly aggressive spell learned from Lucius should the person react in anger. Who could have foreseen that the incantation he casually cast would strike true? Who would have imagined that even when directed at a person, the peeling would indeed result in peeling? Circumstances had overtaken his plans, and Charles found himself unwittingly solidifying his reputation as a ruthless individual in front of all the Slytherins. Draco ran a hand through his hair, feeling as though his entire worldview was beginning to unravel. He most likely experienced hallucinations due to his lack of sleep last night, dreaming that those inconspicuous household spells could surpass many dark magics. But, after all, they are merely household charms. I recall there is even a specific spell for deadening that one could practice when time permits. Suddenly, Charles's thoughts were ignited. It dawned on him that many kitchen spells, specifically designed for cooking, possess offensive capabilities that are hardly inferior to those so-called curses, yet they require minimal magical energy, truly offering remarkable value. Draco instinctively shivered. Merlin's foul socks. How has his friend become increasingly ruthless? Chapter 27 On the first day of school. Slytherin typically arranges for upperclassmen to escort the newcomers to familiarize them with the classrooms. After all, the castle is vast, the staircases are perpetually shifting, and most importantly, arriving late due to misunderstandings is quite contrary to Slytherin's aesthetic. This arrangement only occurs on the first day. Thereafter, punctuality becomes the responsibility of each new student. In the early morning, the little snakes gradually gathered in the common room. After confirming their numbers, they made their way to the Great Hall, where they would partake in breakfast before classes commenced. The long tables in the hall were already laden with a sumptuous feast, and the arriving students chatted amiably while eating. Seated at the head was Dumbledore, who initially wore a cheerful demeanor. However, upon noticing Charles sitting beside Draco, his gaze, hidden behind his crescent-shaped glasses, suddenly transformed into one of contemplation. It is essential to understand that the seating arrangement in Slytherin signifies status. Dumbledore was not surprised by the fact that the Malfoy heir had become the leader of the newcomers. The Malfoy family is the most cunning and powerful among the stubborn, traditionalist nobility. Even he harbored a sense of trepidation towards this family, let alone the lesser nobles who relied on them. Yet, why was that Vandemhane seated next to Malfoy? He was undeniably a mudblood, the very type they held in disdain, yet placed in a position of higher standing. Did no one else find this objectionable? If such seating had occurred during the sorting ceremony, one might excuse the boy for being unaware of Slytherin customs, but after a night had passed, he could not still be oblivious, could he? Dumbledore took a sip of the pumpkin juice before him, feeling increasingly that something was slipping from his grasp. Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to converse with Vandemhane. The boy was still young and needed the patient guidance of an elder to avoid straying onto a misguided path. Slytherin's first lesson was potions. The classroom was located in the dungeons, cold yet dry. Tall shelves lined the room, filled with peculiar materials steeped in transparent liquids, and the flickering candlelight cast an eerie, sinister ambience. Slytherin, indeed, was not a pleasant place. Ron Weasley muttered quietly to Harry, shrinking his neck. It was incomprehensible that anyone could find joy in such a place. Harry sensed the malevolent glances directed at him from the Slytherins upon hearing those words. He gently tugged at Ron's sleeve and shook his head. Thus far, Harry harbored little animosity towards Slytherin. His experience at Hogwarts was a stark contrast to that of his previous school. There were no bothersome cousins, no bullies among classmates, and no one deemed him an oddity. He was no longer obliged to perform menial chores in exchange for meager meals. The past few days felt like a wondrous dream to Harry, and he wished for such days to continue indefinitely. He was keen to avoid conflicts with others, fearing he might again find himself isolated as he had in his former school. In the classroom, the small Slytherins and Gryffindors sat distinctly apart, and then Severus Snape strode in with an imposing presence. With a flick of his wand, the curtains in the room fell shut. Standing at the lectern, Snape delivered a speech that could only be described as beguiling. At the very least, it sparked an increased interest in potion-making for Charles, as the notions of controlling life and death and concocting glory sounded utterly fascinating. However, just as Charles prepared to take notes, Snape unexpectedly shifted his focus and began to mock Harry. Charles mused that it was apparent the so-called savior had not prepared for the lesson, resulting in a loss of points for Gryffindor due to his insolence towards the professor. Interestingly, Charles observed that the brooding man's gaze towards Harry was intensely focused and rather complex. He pondered the potential connection between Snape and Harry while transcribing Snape's questions into his notebook. During the first potion class, Snape merely elucidated a few commonly used ingredients for potion making, along with their purposes and handling methods, without allowing them to engage in practical brewing. Furthermore, Snape employed various tactics to deduct several points from Gryffindor, successfully inciting disdain among all the young lions towards him. Consequently, as soon as class ended, the Gryffindors hastily vacated the dungeon, with Harry's face flushed from anger after being repeatedly targeted, amidst the mocking laughter of the Slytherins. Charles felt that Slytherin resembled a villain from a film, yet he found himself oddly unbothered by this sensation. Following the potion class was herbology, where Slytherin and Gryffindor once again shared the same classroom at the same time. In fact, Charles noted a significant overlap in the schedules of the two houses, as if there was an intentional design to place these incompatible houses together, deliberately deepening their conflicts and prejudices. If such conflicts and biases persisted for a full 7 years, it seemed quite simple to establish a deep-seated enmity. Charles pinched the bridge of his nose and continued walking to the next classroom. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind. Turning around, he saw Harry striding towards him. "Harry, is there something you need?" Harry observed the boy before him, who wore a faint smile and hesitantly halted about a meter away. He had heard that Slytherin placed great importance on bloodlines and was concerned for him, fearing he might be bullied. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts as Charles appeared unchanged from before, showing no signs of being mistreated. "Thank you for your concern. I feel quite well in Slytherin. In fact, everyone is rather easy to get along with." "Is that so?" Harry scratched his disheveled hair, offering an awkward smile. "Easy to get along with. Shouldn't you reconsider your words?" Charles nodded lightly. "What about Gryffindor? Do you enjoy it there?" "Yes," Harry affirmed with enthusiasm. "I've made many new friends." "That's wonderful," Charles smiled, seemingly genuinely pleased for Harry. Just as Harry was about to introduce Ron Weasley to Charles, the latter interjected with an apologetic tone. "My companions are waiting for me. Shall we continue this conversation another time?" It was then that Harry noticed the first-year Slytherins standing a short distance away, as if awaiting someone. They seemed to hold Charles in high regard. An absurd thought suddenly crossed Harry's mind. Surely it must be an illusion? Ron had clearly stated that Slytherin held disdain for young wizards whose parents were both ordinary. Harry remained rooted in place, watching as Charles bid him farewell and walked towards the group of upright Slytherins, effortlessly blending in as if he were destined to stand among them. A sense of disappointment washed over Harry as he once again recognized the chasm between himself and Charles. It felt as if they had never belonged to the same world. Chapter 28, The Burglary at Gringotts. In the Great Hall, students were partaking in breakfast when a flurry of owls swooped in from outside, delivering newspapers and letters that cascaded onto the tables. Charles glanced at the feathers swirling about, raising a hand to shield his cup of milk. He mused idly that it would be quite a scene if something were to accidentally fall upon the food. At that moment, a minor commotion erupted at the Gryffindor table as an owl inexplicably plummeted from the air, skidding across the table and sending items flying in its wake, much to the dismay of the young lions whose robes were soiled by remnants of food. "Ah, truly the impoverished Weasley," Draco scoffed, observing the red-haired boy who was lifting the owl. "Can't even manage a single owl properly." For some inexplicable reason, this platinum-haired noble seemed to harbor an exceptionally high disdain for Ron Weasley. "Oh, Merlin," Zabini exclaimed, flipping through the pages of the Daily Prophet, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Gringotts has been robbed. How is this possible? Isn't Gringotts supposed to be the safest place? How could it have been burgled? Have the culprits been apprehended? Is there any mention of the specific losses incurred?" Originally, the young serpents were leisurely observing the commotion in Gryffindor, but upon hearing Zabini's remarks, they began to engage in fervent discussion. Such matters were not trivial. After all, which of the noble families did not possess a few domes in Gringotts? Setting aside the galleons for the moment, many of these items were ancient relics passed down through generations. This directly influenced the extent of their future inheritances. The report stated that only a small dome was involved, and fortunately, the owner had removed its contents the day before the intrusion. Thus, Gringotts suffered no losses. Zabini noted. Perhaps it was merely good fortune. The astute young serpents exchanged glances. Who could predict if such an incident might occur again? It seemed that Gringotts was not as secure as they had imagined, and perhaps it would be prudent to advise their families to transfer some galleons elsewhere, just in case. With this thought, most of the young serpents set down their utensils and departed the table in small groups. "Are you not coming?" Charles inquired, glancing at the unmoving Draco beside him. Charles was not particularly concerned, as the Vandomheim family currently held little in the wizarding world. Even if the dome had been completely emptied, it would not substantially impact their family's fortunes. "There is no need," Draco replied, feeding a piece of bacon to the eagle that perched before him. What they pondered, the heads of their families would undoubtedly consider with greater foresight. Those hastily writing letters were likely unsettled at home, merely hoping that a letter would grant them a moment's favor in their parents' eyes, thus strengthening their position in the impending inheritance contest. The sole young master of the Malfoy family had no need for such endeavors. "Honestly, I do not comprehend why you all perceive Gringotts as secure," Charles remarked as he and Draco exited the dining area. "It is said that a dragon resides beneath Gringotts, and no one would willingly risk inciting a dragon's wrath to steal from there," Draco stated. "No, I mean, why do you place your trust in goblins to safeguard your wealth?" Clearly, they were bitter enemies of wizards in ancient times. According to historical accounts, the outcomes of those battles were quite devastating. Yet, after the wars, wizards boldly entrusted their economic lifelines to a hostile force. Shouldn't you reconsider the implications of your actions? You discriminate against muggle-borns and half-bloods due to bloodline issues. Yet you turn around and place your trust in the very goblins who nearly annihilated wizards. Are you not concerned that the goblins might attempt to incite conflict once more? Charles asked earnestly. If war were to erupt between the two sides, how would the galleons stored in Gringotts differ from providing aid to the enemy? Surely that cannot be the case? Draco hesitated. After the war, the defeated goblins signed a magical contract with the esteemed 12. I cannot recall the specifics, but I believe it should impose certain restrictions on the goblins, correct? Charles cast a silent glance at Draco. What does that look for, Charles? Draco exclaimed, visibly agitated. No, I merely feel that the wizards are indeed quite arrogant. Charles raised his hand to shield his eyes, harboring doubts about whether these wizards had rendered themselves foolishly oblivious. The fairies possessed an abundance of galleons. Even without overt hostility, a mere flick of their fingers could easily dismantle the economy of the magical realm. Once the existing economic structure succumbed to collapse, instigating chaos within the wizarding world would be a trivial endeavor. By the time the internal strife among the wizards was resolved, how much fighting capability would remain? What remnants of the sacred bloodlines of the 12 noble families, who originally forged magical contracts with the fairies, would endure? Should the binding force of these magical contracts wane, who would continue to suppress the fairies? Charles had a tendency to contemplate the most adverse outcomes in specific situations, and he discerned that the wizarding world was beset with both internal and external crises, rendering it alarmingly fragile. Internally, there were the contentious nobles and Dumbledore, while the Ministry of Magic, caught in the middle, seemed to lack any substantial presence. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows were the Death Eaters, emboldened by the disappearance of the Dark Lord, and externally, there were werewolves, vampires, fairies, and other formidable creatures. Perhaps even ordinary humans could be added to this list. This was not mere alarmism. Indeed, wizards wielded magic, and some could even command beasts that ordinary individuals believed existed solely in myth. Yet, the rapid advancement of weaponry outside the wizarding realm was disconcertingly swift, and the total population of wizards was but a fraction of the lives lost during World War II. Should a conflict arise between the two factions, the outcome was all too predictable. Charles had no doubt that if the wizarding world were to be fully exposed to ordinary humans, a considerable number of them would disregard laws and morals, lavishly spending to acquire a unique pet, treating them like cherished house elves, viewing them as symbols of wealth and power. Worse still, they might brandish a noble and righteous facade, subjecting wizards to experimentation on the operating table, perhaps to study the origins of magical power, perhaps to decode the secrets of longevity, or perhaps merely to inflict torment, relishing their cries and wails. Charles had never hesitated to speculate on the worst aspects of humanity. He had witnessed scenes reminiscent of purgatory, and it was truly difficult to discern the truth hidden beneath the opulent and gentle exteriors. Charles placed a hand on Draco's shoulder. Tell me, is the concealment of the wizarding world truly for the protection of whom? Of course, it was for the Muggles. Draco suddenly recalled his experiences in the Muggle world, yet the words lingered unuttered on his lips. Chapter 29. Fathers? Was that what he meant? Lucius regarded his son with a complex expression in the two-way mirror. Father. Draco opened his mouth, questioning whether the barriers of the wizarding world were genuinely meant to protect Muggles. Draco found that reality seemed to starkly contradict the truths he had previously held dear. His way of thinking, cultivated over the past decade, was abruptly overturned, leaving him feeling as though the sky above had caved in. He could scarcely recognize the world in which he lived. Lucius remained silent for a moment, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the desk before him. Draco, would you share your thoughts? I believe that the barrier serves to protect us. The once proud Platinum Peacock lowered his head. Had anyone suggested that Draco would one day regard Muggles as superior to wizards, they would have been deemed to have lost their senses. Yet now, Draco hazily perceived that Muggles did not seem as feeble as he had once believed. Lucius sighed. You are correct. That barrier is indeed meant to safeguard wizards. He had not intended to confront Draco with such harsh realities at this early stage. He wished for his son to relish the experience of Hogwarts, free from complex dilemmas, living exuberantly, even if it meant being an arrogant, troublesome rascal during his school years. Despite this, Lucius found joy in witnessing his foolish child beginning to think critically, even if such contemplation was prompted by the influence of others. The aristocrats, who secretly wielded power over the wizarding world, had never relaxed their vigilance against Muggles since the fervent witch hunts of the Middle Ages. Their portrayal of Muggles as weak was merely a strategy to deceive wizards, steering them away from Muggles. Humans are inherently drawn to strength, and wizards are no exception. They may feel pity for the weak or recoil in disdain, but they are generally reluctant to invest time and energy in understanding them deeply. The continuous influx of Muggle-borns and half-bloods into the wizarding realm, competing for resources that rightfully belong to the aristocrats, and attempting to impose the label of exploitation upon them, further sought to coerce them into relinquishing their ancestral legacies. The number of aristocrats was woefully small, making it difficult to contend with the vast populace of common folk. The question of how to maintain their advantages while ensuring stability in the wizarding world had troubled the aristocracy for many years. At this juncture, a half-blood with Slytherin lineage entered their purview, whom they believed would be the key to a breakthrough. Yet, no one anticipated that this half-blood, thrust into the limelight by the aristocrats and lacking any notable lineage, would harness his ambition to rally a significant portion of the aristocracy, nearly leading to the destruction of the entire wizarding world. Father, Draco interrupted Lucius's reverie. I believe we need to have a serious discussion this Christmas. The matters at hand were numerous and complex, and he was uncertain where to begin. Although Draco was using a two-way mirror in his dormitory, who could say whether Dumbledore might overhear their conversation? The headmaster's control over the castle was not to be underestimated. You need not worry about other concerns. But I hope your final grades will be commendable, Lucius reassured his visibly anxious son. After all, he was still present to shield his child from the troubling issues that might arise. Of course, Draco Malfoy was exceptional. Draco raised his chin with a composed demeanor. After closing the double-sided mirror, Lucius pondered for a moment before deciding to visit the Muggle alliance associated with the Malfoys. He was intrigued by how an 11-year-old could draw so many connections from a Gringotts affair, particularly regarding the upbringing of the enigmatic Count Vendome. However, since he had already regarded Vendome as an ally, a proper Malfoy would certainly refrain from making a direct and impolite visit. A majestic golden eagle soared from Malfoy Manor, carrying a formal invitation, and soon returned with the response from Count Vendome. Vincent received the invitation while engaged in a clandestine discussion with his close companions. Upon taking the missive from the hands of Butler Tion, he chuckled softly, his light laughter instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the room. What amusing occurrence has transpired? Count Lou, dressed in an exquisitely tailored robe, languidly exhaled a puff of smoke from his long pipe. Indeed, Vincent replied, placing the document casually on the coffee table, leaning back against the sofa with his fingers steepled before his lips. It is quite amusing. I did not anticipate that the haughty wizards would begin to acknowledge us muggles. Thus, it seemed that their previous plans would require modification. They had initially intended to capitalize on the wizards' disdain for them to further their own development. What mischievous scheme are you concocting now? Didrik scoffed, taking a bite of his sandwich. He was a quintessential German, with chiseled features, though his slightly puffed cheeks detracted from his otherwise stoic presence. Do not say such things, Vincent tilted his head. You unjustly accuse me, Didrik. Didrik turned away, unwilling to engage, recalling how Vincent had feigned innocence when he had ensnared him as a junior in the past. Now curious about whom he had set his sights on this time. With a resounding thud, the white ball sunk the last 8 ball into the pocket, and the blue cat, slumped over the billiard table, straightened up and calmly turned to Lou. I won. Splendid, splendid, Lou beamed at her. Would you like to continue playing? I am weary. Come sit here. Lou gestured to the sofa beside him, and the blue cat settled next to him, resting her head on his lap. Hee. It appears the little one has lost, giggled the funeral home attendant, half of her face obscured by her silver bangs. The little blue cat is quite impressive. Now, my dear friends, would you care to meet our new partner? Vincent clapped his hands and inquired gently. I believe many matters would be more clearly elucidated by the wizards. Thus, when Lucius appeared at the entrance of the Vendome estate through apparition, he was greeted by Butler Tion, who guided him down the corridor. Lucius observed as Tion tapped on the wall several times before unveiling a concealed door. Your lordship and the guests are awaiting you inside. Tion gestured for him to enter. Are there other guests? Lucius raised an eyebrow, the sound of his serpent staff tapping against the ground echoing with a rhythmic cadence. He stepped into the room, and the door was gently closed behind him, engulfing the brightness of the sun from outside. That Didrik, who appeared in the 4th chapter of the comic, was a plump man and a friend of Vincent, and surprisingly handsome when he was slim. Chapter 30, during the flying lesson. While Lucius and Vincent were engaged in a discreet conversation, Charles and Draco stood on the castle lawn, preparing to commence their first flying class, alongside the little lions. Observing the tattered broomstick at his feet, Draco could not suppress his disdain. When shall we be allowed to use our own brooms? Don't even think about it, Zabani replied, wearing a similar expression of disdain as Draco. Hogwarts regulations prohibit first years from joining the Quidditch team. You won't be using your own broom this year. Will this thing really not fall apart in midair? Charles mused, nudging it with his toe. He valued his life too much to entrust his safety to this heap of wood. It shouldn't, right? Draco hesitated. Hey, this broom is the same model as ours. Ron Weasley exclaimed, animatedly recounting the joy of playing Quidditch at home with his brothers. When he discovered that Harry had never heard of the sport, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he immediately began to extol the excitement of Quidditch, boasting about his skills. I swear, if I had flown just a bit faster back then, I could have caught a muggle's bullet, Ron declared emphatically, clearly buoyed by Harry's encouragement. Chuckling softly, Charles couldn't hold back his laughter. Hey, You damn snake, what are you laughing at? Ron's face flushed crimson as he shouted. Charles merely cast a light glance at Ron before turning back to converse with Draco, unwilling to squander his precious time on meaningless disputes. This blatant disregard only fueled Ron's fury further. Ignoring Harry's attempts to stop him, he drew his wand and shouted angrily, "Go eat slime worms." At the instant Ron brandished his wand, Charles cast an armor charm upon himself. To everyone's astonishment, the spell Ron attempted to cast rebounded directly upon him. Ron was propelled backward, landing on the ground and remaining there for quite some time. The little snakes erupted into laughter. "Ron, are you all right?" Harry hurried over to help the red-haired boy up. Ron opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, a slimy worm crawled out. The laughter from the little snakes intensified. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. The Weasley family was so impoverished that they could only afford to eat slime worms. Draco looked down at the disheveled red-haired boy from above. "Why only slime worms? Is it because you can't afford anything else?" Pansy raised an eyebrow. "Of course. Did you not notice that even his wand is secondhand?" Another little snake chuckled, truly deserving of being called a traitorous pureblood. "Weasley cannot even manage his own wand." "You are going too far," Hermione Granger exclaimed, her face a picture of indignation. "Have you not seen how distressed he is?" This was indeed the truth, amidst their conversation. A large puddle of slime had accumulated before Ron, and apart from Harry, the other little lions had quietly distanced themselves from him. "Is that not simply his own doing?" Charles interjected without hesitation, interrupting the girl's self-righteous accusations. His expression was grim, as he could not help but ponder whether, had Ron Weasley's wand not malfunctioned, those disgusting things would have been forced into his own mouth. "Yet you are unscathed, are you not?" "I am unhurt solely due to fortune." "It is because of his own foolishness," Charles replied coldly, raising his chin, "not because Mr. Weasley has altered his opinion. I trust that the astute Miss Granger can discern the distinction." The boy's refined pronunciation resonated with a striking cadence. "Furthermore, due to Mr. Weasley's actions, I have suffered significant mental and physical distress, and I shall hold him accountable for his actions. I assure you, in the name of Vandomahane, he will pay for his transgressions." Draco stifled a laugh. Nothing could be more contemptible than Charles's current demeanor. He was even too lazy to remember the Weasley's name. You Ron Weasley, was infuriated, rolling his eyes as he trembled and pointed a shaky finger at Charles. "Do you have anything else to say?" Charles shrugged nonchalantly. "As for the subsequent compensation, Vandomahane's attorney will contact your parents." This simple statement left all the little creatures present in stunned silence. The little snakes privately lamented Charles's ruthlessness, attempting to drag the entire Weasley family into a trivial conflict, knowing well the notorious financial struggles of the Weasley household within the wizarding world. The little lions, however, did not ponder such matters. They merely perceived Slytherin as despicable, cowardly, and shameless, resorting to parental intervention at the slightest issue. Unlike their Gryffindor kin, who were brave and fearless. "Charles," Harry hesitated to speak. "Ron has already been punished. Could you possibly?" Unlike other wizarding children raised in the Muggle world, Harry, having endured a consistently harsh environment, was not as naive. He understood the potency of wealth. "I'm sorry, Harry." Charles decisively rejected him. A savior with mere notoriety pales in comparison to the esteemed reputation of the Vandomahane family. What on earth transpired here? Professor Rolanda Hooch, their flying instructor, hurried over. "Oh, Merlin, what has happened to Mr. Weasley?" Professor Hooch cast a knowing glance at Slytherin, clearly aware of the rift between the two houses. "Professor, Mr. Weasley attempted to cast a spell on me, but it seems his wand has encountered some issues," Charles stated. "Thus, it has come to be as it is now. Is that so?" Upon observing the small creatures nodding in unison, Professor Hodge finally relaxed the furrowed brow that had been tightly knit. "I shall escort Mr. Weasley to the infirmary. The rest of you may engage in free activities. But no one is permitted to use the flying broomsticks until my return." As she downplayed Mr. Weasley's ambush, Draco felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Once Professor Hodge departed, he turned his attention to the remaining Gryffindors. "Look what I have found," Draco exclaimed, tossing the memory orb into the air. "Give it back. It's a gift from my grandmother." The chubby boy rushed forward in a frenzy. Chapter 31, After the Flying Lesson. "If you want it, come and take it yourself," Draco replied, raising an eyebrow as he mounted his broom and soared into the air. Neville Longbottom stood below, flustered to the point of tears. Yet his timid nature left him merely gazing helplessly. "Now, where shall I hide this?" Draco ascended higher, pausing near the castle's pinnacle. "I'll place it at the highest point." Harry's eyes narrowed as he seized his broom, attempting to mount it when Hermione Granger quickly reached out to stop him. "Are you out of your mind? You can't ride a broom, and Professor Hodge clearly stated no one is allowed to use them until her return. You will surely face punishment if caught." Harry dodged her hand, unsteadily flying toward Draco. "Malfoy, that's Neville's memory orb. Return it to him at once." "Oh, if you want it, then of course," Draco replied, his tone laced with annoyance at Harry's commanding air. Suddenly, A radiant smile broke across his face as he tightened his grip on the orb and hurled it into the air. You'd better catch it before it shatters. Glaring fiercely at Draco, Harry gripped his broom tightly, leaning forward and launching himself into the air. His speed was remarkable, akin to a flash of lightning. And amidst the gasps of the Gryffindors, he grasped the orb firmly just before it crashed against the castle wall. Landing smoothly, Harry raised the memory orb triumphantly, akin to a victorious hero, surrounded by his fellow Gryffindors. Yet, before their jubilation could last, Professor McGonagall hurriedly emerged from the castle. You, how dare you? Do you realize you could have broken your neck? McGonagall admonished, casting a stern glance at the sheepish Harry. Mr. Potter, please accompany me. Oh. The great savior seems to be in trouble, the Slytherins chuckled, knowing well Professor McGonagall's rigid and fair demeanor meant that Harry would undoubtedly face consequences. The Slytherins were certain of their conviction, but their confidence shattered the following day upon learning that Harry had been selected for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. At the Slytherin table, the jarring clatter of knives against plates echoed, a sound that was decidedly unbecoming of noble dining etiquette. Yet, the Slytherins were utterly preoccupied with thoughts far removed from decorum. Charles sighed softly, raising a hand slightly to shield himself from Draco's envious gaze. It seemed that this fellow had mistaken the bacon on his plate for Harry, reducing it to mere shreds, yet refusing to relinquish his grip. Charles? Could it be that Charles wished to speak on behalf of the savior? Draco could not help but ponder. Do not be vexed, Charles said, placing a cup of pumpkin juice before Draco. Shall we witness some entertainment? My sources have uncovered a compromising detail regarding Weasley. Charles had little patience for frivolous individuals and trivial matters. He preferred the sensation of striking with precision. Draco felt a flicker of intrigue. After all, it was a foregone conclusion that the savior had secured a spot on the Quidditch team, and witnessing Weasley's misfortune would certainly serve as a delightful diversion. But, have you truly forgotten Weasley's name? Each time you refer to him, the surname changes. Is such a detail truly significant? Charles tilted his head, offering a nonchalant smile. No, it is not, Draco replied, mirroring the smile. At that moment, an owl plunged into the milk jug beside Ron Weasley, dropping a vibrant red letter directly in front of him. Merlin, Weasley has received a howler, a small lion exclaimed. And in the next instant, the entire hall fell silent. A howler? Charles inquired softly. What is that? You shall find out shortly, Draco replied, his expression complex. Hey, said the boy seated next to Ron sympathetically, patting his shoulder. I advise you to open it quickly. I once received one too, but I did not dare to open it, and he gulped, as if recalling something terrifying. Well, just open it quickly. Ron Weasley's fingers trembled as he broke the wax seal on the envelope. Instantly, the red parchment transformed into a pair of paper lips, and as they opened and closed, a resonant female voice echoed throughout the hall. Ron Weasley, do you have any idea what trouble you have brought upon our family? How could you engage in such a sneak attack and get caught? Oh, Merlin, cursed Merlin, those muggle lawyers demand exorbitant compensation. Why can't you be more like your brothers and stay out of trouble? They have even found evidence of your father using magic in front of muggles. You've put your father in jeopardy of being dismissed. Do you know what this means? Ron Weasley's face turned crimson as he buried his head lower, wishing to vanish into the ground. He had inadvertently jeopardized the primary source of income for the Weasley family. The Slytherins collectively glanced at the composed Charles, their admiration and apprehension towards him growing. After 5 or 6 minutes, the floating paper lips finally transformed back into mere scraps, descending onto the Gryffindor table. How did you find the spectacle? Charles inquired. Quite satisfactory. Draco nodded emphatically, the gloom that had settled in his heart due to Harry dissipating entirely. You despicable serpent. Ron Weasley suddenly lunged in front of Charles, gripping his collar tightly and yelling in fury. Is there something you wish to discuss? Charles's expression remained unchanged, displaying a demeanor that suggested he was entirely unfazed by Ron's ire. Harry swiftly intervened, seizing Ron's clenched fist just before he could strike. Ron, don't. I advise you to heed his words. The boy's deep blue eyes were fathomless as he pried open Ron's fingers with an irresistible force. Are you certain you can bear the consequences of harming me? Charles leisurely adjusted his wrinkled collar. This is merely a warning, should there be a next time. I would not hesitate to ensure that you are left without even a second-hand rope. How pitiable that would be, Zabini deliberately exclaimed. Ron, provoked by his words, nearly succumbed to his temper once more, but this time the Weasley twins swiftly positioned themselves beside their younger brother to avert further escalation. Chapter 32, Dumbledore's Invitation. I apologize for the trouble my brother has caused you, spoke another Weasley, who, though still a Weasley, appeared rather more stoic and less Gryffindor-like. Percy, you traitor. How could you? Ron struggled fiercely, but his words were muffled by the twins. Charles scrutinized the young man before him. This is a one-time concession. It will not happen again. He had no intention of extinguishing all Gryffindors in one fell swoop. After all, one ought to cherish the presence of someone in Gryffindor with the capacity for rational discourse. Thank you, Percy Weasley said earnestly, casting a serious glance at Charles. Thanks to a rather boisterous letter, Charles received a note delivered by a phoenix during lunch. Although this crimson creature did not strike him as particularly appealing, it bore an important message. Dumbledore wishes for me to visit his office after dinner, Charles casually remarked to Draco, who was watching him intently. You must be cautious, Draco exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Given that many of Slytherin's elders were Death Eaters, Dumbledore had taken on a somewhat demonized persona in the eyes of the serpents, having achieved a significant victory against them. I have no intention of going. What did you say? I said, I have no intention of going. Charles rested his chin on his hand, lazily lifting his gaze to the elderly figure on the high platform. That is an invitation from the headmaster. You would refuse him so readily? What else would you have me do? Charles replied, taking a sip of his pumpkin juice, the syrupy texture causing him to grimace. He did not make an appointment. Why should I heed his summons? He has been fixated on me since the sorting ceremony, and rather than cower, I prefer to indulge a bit more. I would much rather hold the reins of my own destiny than follow the dictates of others. Besides, I am genuinely quite busy. Disregarding the portion of assets allocated to him by his father, the collaboration between the Van Domhane and Malfoy families within the magical realm was entirely under his purview. Coupled with an array of peculiar magical courses, it was undeniably more significant than engaging in verbal sparring with an elderly gentleman. Charles's refusal caught everyone off guard. The elderly man, with his white hair, looked down upon the slender boy with an inscrutable expression before finally handing over the note delivered by Fawkes to Severus Snape. The clear handwriting momentarily stiffened Snape's expression. Mr. Van Domhane appears to be quite burdened, Dumbledore remarked, twirling his long beard with a chuckle. He is still quite young, Severus. You ought to take more interest in his well-being. In matters not concerning Harry Potter's safety, Snape relished the sight of Dumbledore's discomfort, merely responding with a cold laugh. I assumed that extending an invitation in advance is a fundamental courtesy. Oh, my child, you have matured, Dumbledore said, wiping away non-existent tears with a handkerchief. You once never paid heed to such superficialities. That is largely thanks to your assistance, Snape replied with a smile that barely concealed his disdain. Severus, Mr. Van Domhane is a good boy, Dumbledore said, his azure eyes shimmering with warmth and kindness. He deserves a bright future. I do not wish for him to be adversely affected by certain matters. Snape emitted a muffled grunt, suddenly rising to his feet and storming out of the hall, his robes swirling dramatically behind him. The following evening, after enduring the headmaster's scathing remarks, Charles appeared at the door of the headmaster's office. He uttered the incantation to unlock the door and ascended the spiral staircase hidden behind the statue. The office appeared disheveled, with thick files and books strewn across the floor, and the large desk cluttered with parchment. In one corner stood an object resembling a wash basin, and near the window was a golden birdcage, within which the unattractive phoenix perched, looking rather unwell. On the wall behind the desk hung portraits of past headmasters, their gazes piercing as they scrutinized him, occasionally whispering amongst themselves. Dumbledore was momentarily absent from the room, so Charles casually surveyed his surroundings before taking a seat in the chair opposite the desk. As time ticked away, Charles sat there composedly, as if devoid of any curiosity. After approximately 5 minutes, he stood up and courteously addressed the portraits, saying, "Esteemed headmasters, I fear that Headmaster Dumbledore has become preoccupied with some important matter and has forgotten me. Would you be so kind as to convey a message to him?" Indeed, he had no intention of waiting any longer. Dumbledore's little games might work on others, but to Charles, such clumsy displays of authority were utterly laughable. He could be far more productive with his time. The figures within the portrait collectively directed their gaze towards Charles. With a subtle smile, he was poised to articulate his thoughts when he heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. What a fortuitous coincidence. Thus, the headmaster indeed possesses the ability to glean information through the portrait. Charles's eyes flickered momentarily before he turned to behold Albus Dumbledore, clad in a dark purple robe adorned with stars. For a man of his age, the attire seemed rather ostentatious. "Mr. Van Domhane, I trust you have not been kept waiting," he said warmly, gesturing for Charles to take a seat. "Not at all. I have only just arrived," Charles replied politely. "How about a cup of red tea?" Dumbledore inquired, tapping his wand upon the desk, which instantly manifested 2 cups of fragrant red tea. Charles watched with a cool demeanor as the elderly gentleman sweetened his cup with an excessive quantity of sugar, transforming the liquid into a syrupy concoction before finally taking a sip with evident satisfaction. "Perhaps a little candy as well?" Dumbledore suggested, producing a candy that resembled a writhing cockroach, which he bit into with a crunch. "Ah, this is a new delicacy from the Duke of Honeycomb, a peculiar appearance, but quite delightful in flavor." "Thank you, but I shall decline," Charles replied, averting his gaze, making a concerted effort to disregard the whimsical curl of Dumbledore's mustache. He raised his teacup and took a sip, suppressing his revulsion. "Mr. Dumbledore, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons?" "Oh, I merely wish to ask your opinion of Hogwarts. Have you encountered any difficulties in acclimating?" "Hogwarts is quite agreeable," and the Slytherin students have been kind to me. Oh, Dumbledore mused, fiddling with his cup. I have heard of a minor altercation between you and Mr. Weasley a few days ago. Weasley? Charles tilted his head, feigning innocence. Who might that be? Dumbledore paused, slightly taken aback, before continuing. I am aware that you are both well-meaning young individuals. It is natural to experience occasional disagreements during your shared classes. It is essential to foster a harmonious relationship over the coming 7 years without undue contention. Despite his dissatisfaction regarding Arthur Weasley's clandestine modifications of Muggle devices, Dumbledore recognized the Weasley family as pivotal members of the Order of the Phoenix. He could not allow one of his trusted allies to bear a substantial burden of debt. Coupled with his apprehensions regarding Charles's ability to establish himself in Slytherin, this conversation was deemed necessary. My sincerest apologies, Charles interjected, interrupting Dumbledore before he could smile. However, I must ask, who is this Weasley you mention? I confess I have little recollection of that name. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. He understood that if Charles continued to deny any acquaintance with Ron Weasley, their dialogue could not progress. Then, I assume Mr. Vandomahane recalls the minor incident during flying class. Minor incident? Charles scoffed inwardly. It was clearly a case of provocation backfiring. Oh, so that person is named Weasley? Charles realized suddenly. If you are referring to that incident, I do not believe it was an accident. The one who first provoked was Weasley. The one who ambushed with a wand was also Weasley. Ultimately, the consequences were a result of his own incompetence, as he fell victim to his own curse. Throughout this entire ordeal, I did nothing. Is it too much to ask for an apology as the victim? Mr. Weasley was merely joking. Yet, rather than penalizing him for this incident, you come to me, the victim. Is it because you regard me as a muggle, as you say, and thus look down upon me? Charles pressed assertively. Child, you are overly sensitive. That is not my intention. I merely wish to understand the situation better. And what will you do with this understanding? I trust you do not intend to coerce me into forgiving him under the guise of your authority as headmaster? Will you punish him? Or perhaps, Charles narrowed his eyes meaningfully at the portraits of former headmasters lining the walls behind Dumbledore. Do you believe that ambushing someone is commendable? Is this what Gryffindor calls bravery? Dumbledore took a sip of his tea, only to be met with a mouthful of bitterness. Oh no, ambushing is certainly wrong. Therefore, Gryffindor shall lose 50 points, for Mr. Ron Weasley has used a spell against a fellow student. Does that satisfy you, Mr. Vandomahane? You speak as if I am forcing you, Charles replied, his gaze reflecting mild surprise. Isn't it only natural for one to be punished for their mistakes? Or does Hogwarts operate under different rules? Mr. Vandomahane, Dumbledore interjected firmly, cutting off the boy's words. We cannot allow this to escalate and involve both families. But all I want is for him to sincerely apologize, Charles said, smiling shyly. Involving his family was not my intention. After all, I did not foresee that Mr. Weasley, being a member of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, would deliberately contravene the laws of the Wizarding World. This information was relayed to Charles by Lucius, the arrogant platinum aristocrat who has always looked down upon the blood traitor Weasley, refusing to miss any opportunity to see him falter. Additionally, the wizard's ignorance of the current technological advancements of Muggles made it easy to pinpoint the general vicinity of the Weasley household and the Ministry of Magic. And with a modest investment in surveillance equipment nearby, gathering incriminating evidence was a matter of mere convenience. Initially, Charles accused Arthur Weasley of using magic in front of Muggles simply to issue a warning, but who would have anticipated capturing footage of him unlawfully modifying Muggle objects? Typically, as long as no one reports such matters, everyone tends to turn a blind eye. Who among us lacks a few undisclosed interests? Yet, these simple recordings, under the deft maneuvering of the golden-haired lawyer employed by the Vandomahane household, proved to be immensely impactful, directly severing the primary source of the Weasley family's income. Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words of counsel. Despite his disregard for the Ministry of Magic, he could not impart the message to his students that ignorance of the law was excusable. Perhaps it would be prudent to allocate some funds from the Order of the Phoenix to support Arthur's family. He drained his cup of tea and sought to shift the conversation. As their discussion drew to a close, Dumbledore's wariness towards Charles reached an apex. This clever, arrogant, and ambitious boy evoked a sense of danger far surpassing that which he had felt in the presence of Tom in his youth. Reminiscent instead of that old acquaintance who had imprisoned himself in Nurmengard. Dumbledore's fingers grazed the empty picture frame on the table, his heart laden with melancholy. After all these years, he was compelled to acknowledge that it was a fleeting moment of his own folly that had doomed Tom, bringing immense calamity to the Wizarding World. Now, confronted with a boy who bore a greater resemblance to Tom than a mere child, he pondered, what course of action should I take? Well then, Professor Dumbledore. I shall take my leave, Charles said, gradually making his way to the door. He paused, as if struck by an epiphany. Professor Dumbledore, should you wish to employ Veritasrum next time, perhaps consider a different blend of black tea. The boy turned slightly, his finely chiseled features half hidden in shadows, the other half illuminated by the flickering candlelight. His smile was faint, yet the depths of his cerulean eyes harbored no mirth, lending an air of enigma to his already striking visage. "This blend of tea is rather too insipid," he remarked before exiting the headmaster's office without a backward glance. Silence enveloped the room until it erupted with fervor. "Veritaserum! You dared to administer Veritaserum to a first-year student!" exclaimed a portrait of a woman adorned in finery, her voice nearly a shriek. "Oh, Merlin, how could you? What are you doing? Do you consider Hogwarts a battleground? He is your student, not a criminal." "Huh, Longbottom. Look at the fine student you've raised," quipped another stern-looking middle-aged man with a sardonic tone. The one addressed shook his head in disappointment. "Albus, you have truly let me down. This is not how I taught you. To administer Veritaserum directly to a young wizard is utterly unforgivable." Dumbledore had long been aware of the biases against Slytherin that permeated the portraits. The head of Slytherin House, born of that lineage, was particularly distressed. Yet they found themselves powerless, for their era had long since passed. Even the mightiest wizards, once fearless in life, now existed merely as painted figures, compelled to watch in silence, bound by the magical contract of Hogwarts. Without the headmaster's consent, they could not even relay messages to the younger generation. "I dare say he wishes to expel all Slytherins from Hogwarts," one of the portraits mused. "Dumbledore, I trust you recall that Hogwarts Castle originally belonged to Slytherin." Dumbledore exerted considerable effort to pacify the irate headmasters. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he merely attempted to mollify them. As most of the headmasters stormed away from the portrait, leaving behind only a few from Gryffindor who lingered in the frame, yet were disinclined to engage with him. Chapter 34, Halloween. As Charles entered the Slytherin common room, Draco approached him, swiftly scanning him from head to toe, inquiring, "Are you all right?" The boy's demeanor, akin to one preparing for battle, was somewhat amusing, prompting Charles to chuckle in response. "I'm fine. Just a simple chat," although a bit of Veritaserum was involved. Dumbledore is, after all, a renowned white wizard, and he wouldn't stoop to directly target a child beyond his control within the school walls. "However, I heard you were to duel the Chosen One tonight." "Indeed," Draco replied. "Aren't you afraid Professor Snape might catch you while out at night?" "Who said I was actually going?" "It's just a jest," Draco laughed. "If they get caught while sneaking about, it serves them right." Draco was never one to adhere rigidly to rules. He adeptly manipulated the constraints imposed upon him to his advantage, a skill that was quintessentially Malfoy. "Malfoy, you coward." The following day, Harry and Ron Weasley confronted Draco with palpable aggression. "You fled from the battlefield last night. If it hadn't been for him, they would not have stumbled into that forbidden area on the 3rd floor while evading the patrolling professors, nearly being savaged by the terrifying three-headed dog lurking within." Draco raised an eyebrow dismissively. "It was clearly you who fled. When I arrived, the classroom was deserted." "You liar. What evidence do you have to prove I wasn't there yesterday? Were you waiting there the entire time?" "Without evidence, on what basis do you accuse me?" Draco scoffed. "It appears, Weasley, that you haven't learned your lesson yet." Turning to Charles, who had remained silent, he asked, "Could I borrow your lawyer for a moment?" Compared to those in the magical realm, Muggle lawyers were far more reliable, their prowess not to be underestimated. A mere word from them could resurrect the dead, so to speak. Draco was astounded when he learned how much the lawyer from the Vanderhain family had demanded from the Weasley clan on the grounds of defamation. Charles's propensity to seek compensation at the slightest provocation provided the Slytherins with an excellent method to control the often indiscreet Gryffindors. On one hand, the Serpents had no qualms about accumulating their galleons. On the other hand, they were merely a group of teenagers who would wish to bear the weight of a malicious reputation while being subjected to scorn from others. Previously, the Slytherins, secure in their status, had refrained from wasting breath on the dim-witted lions, given that the latter had always enjoyed the headmaster's favoritism. Even if a scandal erupted, it would merely be brushed aside by a light-hearted quip from the faculty. However, this does not imply that the young Serpents have truly disregarded the matter. Slytherin's tendency to protect its own and harbor grudges always presents opportunities for reprisal. If they cannot act within the confines of Hogwarts, they may well bide their time until after graduation. After all, the employment opportunities in the wizarding world are limited and predominantly held by the aristocracy, making it exceedingly simple to stir trouble for someone once they have left school. "Of course," Charles replied with a nod, casting a glance at the silent Harry. Harry, in disbelief, widened his eyes. Charles was a friend he had known since the Muggle world, and having known him for so long, Harry had assumed Charles would refuse Malfoy's request out of loyalty to him. He was acutely aware that Ron was his friend. A sense of heaviness settled in Harry's chest, and his eyes stung slightly. He reached out to grasp Ron Weasley, whose face was flushed from being choked up, giving Draco a furious glare before turning to leave. "Hey, Weasley, why don't you continue?" came Draco's taunting voice from behind. "Afraid you'll lose everything?" The two of them hurriedly lowered their heads, quickening their pace to depart. Halloween is a highly anticipated celebration among young witches and wizards at Hogwarts. It boasts an array of peculiar magical artifacts, distinctive costumes, and a feast more sumptuous than usual. The enchanted ceiling of the great hall transformed into a tempestuous sky, with dark clouds flashing with lightning, while various floating pumpkins illuminated the space. Occasionally, ghosts glided through, shimmering with a pearlescent glow, creating an atmosphere brimming with enchantment. Yet, amidst the merriment of the banquet, the doors of the hall were suddenly flung open, and Professor Quirrell, drenched and pale, rushed in, exclaiming loudly, "Troll! There's a troll in the dungeons." His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The once boisterous hall fell into an immediate hush, and soon after, the small creatures, realizing the gravity of a troll, began to stir in alarm. "Silence!" bellowed Dumbledore, amplifying his voice with a spell. As the noise subsided, he commanded, "All students, follow your prefects back to the common rooms. Professors, follow me to the dungeons." Dumbledore's words carried a weight of authority, prompting the students to spring into action, forming orderly lines with calm efficiency. All but one, that is, Charles. He leisurely wiped the corner of his mouth with his handkerchief and remained seated, drawing the attention of all with his incongruous demeanor. "Mr. Phantomhive." Professor McGonagall was the first to speak, her tone laced with discontent. "Do you have a question?" Indeed, Charles rested his elbows on the table, intertwining his fingers beneath his chin. "I have some inquiries I wish to pose to the headmaster." Dumbledore paused in his stride. "Mr. Phantomhive, I regret to inform you that it is rather inconvenient for me to address your inquiries at this moment. As you are aware, there are trolls currently within the castle. So for your safety, I must insist that you promptly accompany the head of house back to the common room. Of course, should you have any further questions in the future, you are always welcome to visit my office." No sooner had Dumbledore finished speaking than Charles felt the piercing gazes of the small creatures upon him, filled with suspicion. Some believed he was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Others thought he was merely stirring trouble, and many felt he was squandering their precious time for escape. Charles fixed his gaze upon Dumbledore, observing the gentle and benevolent elder suddenly break into a smile. His clear voice resonating throughout the hall. "Professor Quirrell mentioned that the troll is in the dungeons, correct? How fortuitous. For the Slytherin common room is also located in the dungeons." Chapter 35, The Troll. With but a simple statement, Charles quelled the discontent brewing among the little serpents, who exchanged glances before silently aligning themselves behind him. "I am merely curious as to how Headmaster Dumbledore can assure us that Slytherin will not encounter a troll on our way back to the common room." He left his thought unfinished, allowing a significant pause that opened a realm of speculation for others, particularly for the little serpents who were eager to scrutinize Dumbledore with glistening eyes of wariness and discontent. Human beings are inherently social creatures, easily swayed by the collective will. Even those who may feel overlooked within their families possess at least one magical artifact for self-defense. This applied not only to the little serpents, but to the majority of creatures hailing from wizarding lineages. Although the chaos had transpired too swiftly for anyone to react in time, surely the professors are capable enough that not all of them need to be mobilized to handle a single troll? Charles mused, glancing at the professors who bore less than pleasant expressions. After all, he intended to remain at Hogwarts for several years. Confronting Dumbledore was one thing, but offending all the professors would be most unwise. Why did Dumbledore feel it necessary to take all the professors away? The boy pondered, tilting his head in confusion. Surely having professors present in the Great Hall would be far safer for us. Indeed, the small creatures chimed. The presence of professors in the Great Hall must surely be more secure than returning to our respective common rooms. The creatures buzzed with discussion, casting odd glances at the professors. What could Dumbledore possibly say? He could only gaze deeply at the seemingly harmless boy before apologizing. "Ah, how mistaken I was. I merely thought the castle was vast, and that having the professors search separately would expedite the process of locating the troll. However, since Mr. Phantomhive has expressed concern, let us heed his words. All students shall remain in the Great Hall and are not permitted to leave. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, I must entrust you with this responsibility." No sooner had he spoken than a startled cry erupted from the Gryffindor table. "Harry and the others have vanished." "What?" Professor McGonagall inquired sharply, demanding to know when they had last been seen and who might know of their whereabouts. This was no trivial matter. Despite the grand reputation of Harry Potter as the savior, in McGonagall's eyes, he was merely an 11-year-old child in need of protection. The mere thought of the young wizard facing a troll sent shivers down her spine. "It seems they went to the restroom to find Hermione," a small Gryffindor quavered. "Ron and Harry are together." He added, under the intense gaze of their peers, that Hermione had not joined them for dinner that evening. With so many students at the school, it was concerning that only 3 had gone astray, and all from Gryffindor. McGonagall's expression darkened further at this revelation. The paramount task now was to ensure the safe return of the children. Professors wasted no time, grasping their wands and departing the Great Hall. "Do you think the headmaster knew all along that the savior was not in the hall, which is why he was so anxious to send out all the professors?" A voice murmured from the crowd. "Surely not. How can his safety be deemed more important than all of ours?" Another voice protested. "He is the savior. What do you amount to before him? Came a disdainful retort. Is this not excessive? Are our lives to be disregarded? Do not speak recklessly. How could the headmaster possibly know a troll was in the castle? It should rather be said, how could he not know? A small Ravenclaw scoffed. His lineage had long been rooted in Ravenclaw, and with that came a certain pride and knowledge of Hogwarts secrets. The headmaster had indeed made a pact with the castle, wielding control far beyond what one might imagine. It must be understood that Hogwarts and Gringotts were renowned as the safest havens in the wizarding world. The four founders had gone to great lengths to protect the young witches and wizards within, establishing intricate defensive spells throughout the castle. There was no chance a clumsy troll could stealthily navigate the protective charms of Hogwarts to appear within its walls. In other words, as headmaster, Dumbledore could not possibly be unaware of the situation. How could so many of them be overshadowed by a so-called savior? Was the headmaster displaying a touch of favoritism? This remark incited a minor uproar among the students. Though McGonagall quelled the commotion, the incident left an indelible mark on their minds, and opinions began to shift regarding Harry Potter's special treatment by the headmaster. The trio's brave encounter with the troll did not unfold as Dumbledore had envisioned. It was not celebrated as a legendary tale among the younger students, nor did it enhance Harry's reputation as the savior in the eyes of their parents. In fact, following the incident, many began to distance themselves from Harry, including some of the Gryffindors who had previously championed individual heroism. When the knife does not fall upon oneself, no one truly comprehends the pain. Perhaps Dumbledore possesses the confidence to ensure the safety of all students, yet when confronted with peril, becoming the Forsaken One renders it impossible for anyone to maintain a calm demeanor in the presence of those who reap the benefits. For the impetuous younglings, merely enduring the situation without clashing with Harry Potter is already a commendable feat, for he is but one chosen among many. If one were to assess blame, it would not rest upon his shoulders. However, to seek their adoration while treading upon their safety, that is but a fanciful dream. That night, a multitude of owls took flight from the castle's rooftop, and the furious letters from parents inundating Dumbledore's office threatened to drown the entire space. The graduated Slytherins caused considerable trouble for the Order of the Phoenix. Unbeknownst to them, the reputations of Dumbledore and Harry Potter at Hogwarts plummeted. Dumbledore found himself besieged by an array of troubles, while Harry gained a well-informed companion and faced hostility and subtle scrutiny from the younger creatures, leading to inexplicable point deductions for his every misstep. Yet, that is a tale for another time. Chapter 36, The Quidditch Match. Ravenclaw, truly the house of wisdom and civility. With a mere hint, one could recall the headmaster's contract. It is curious how Gryffindor dares to call them bookworms. After completing his task, Charles signaled to Zabini from a distance, and upon receiving a nod, he slowly stifled a yawn. Indeed, it was better for Zabini to instigate discord. Had Draco taken the lead, he might have inadvertently escalated the animosity towards Slytherin. Charles smiled at Draco before turning his gaze back to the still-lying Professor Quirrell. There was an unmistakable stench emanating from him, a foul odor of decay that even an abundance of garlic could not mask. Yet, Professor Quirrell seemed to lack social grace, for he had lain there for quite some time, and not a single person had the kindness to assist him. Harry Potter felt as though he had been isolated by his classmates. Throughout his life, he had often been regarded as the peculiar child. So when he discovered his identity as a wizard, he felt a sense of joy. It was not that he was excessively odd. Rather, he had simply yet to find his kin. Had he been at Hogwarts, things would undoubtedly have been different, he mused. Initially, he enjoyed considerable popularity, though he was not particularly fond of the attention surrounding the scar on his forehead, for it made him feel akin to a monkey in a zoo. Nevertheless, apart from Slytherin, his classmates were truly warm and friendly, a kindness Harry had never experienced in his 11 years. Life at Hogwarts felt like a dream for Harry. He often found himself reluctant to fall asleep, fearing that upon opening his eyes, he would still be confined within that cramped cupboard. However, he never anticipated that after Halloween night, the demeanor of his classmates would shift so dramatically. They no longer sought to engage with him, and at times, he could sense whispers and pointed fingers directed at him from behind. It would have been bearable had he never experienced the kindness of others. But witnessing them retract their goodwill and resort to indifference was unbearable for Harry. He was perplexed about what he had done wrong and how he might restore their former camaraderie. Harry yearned to uncover the reasons behind this change. Yet he was inherently not the most sociable of individuals, and aside from Ron, he had no particularly close friends. Moreover, he noticed that many now seemed disinclined to converse with him. "Harry, you should eat something," Hermione Granger urged. "I can't eat," Harry replied, shaking his head and gripping his brand new broom tightly. "Today is your first Quidditch match. You should eat a little," Ron Weasley added, placing a piece of bread on Harry's plate. "Don't be too nervous," George chimed in. "When I played my first match, I was hit by a bludger within 5 minutes, broke a rib, and spent a week in the hospital wing." Ron's attempt at comfort only heightened Harry's anxiety. He had no desire to be thrown from his broom or end up in the hospital wing. To prevent Ron from continuing his unreliable reassurances, Harry hastily stuffed some food into his mouth. Hey, Charles, you're coming to watch today's Quidditch match, right? Draco inquired. It's Slytherin against Gryffindor. You will come. One to you? Before Charles could decline, he was swept along by the eager Slytherins towards the pitch. No sooner had they settled on the stands than the match commenced. The players from both houses soared on their brooms, engaging in the game, and though Charles had little initial interest in such sports, he soon found himself captivated. Just then, Harry's broom suddenly went haywire. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, it began to buck violently, as if possessed, desperately trying to dislodge Harry from his grip. Wait, possessed? Charles squinted, suspecting some foul play was indeed afoot, but he could not discern who might be behind it. He instinctively glanced at the professor's box, where Severus Snape stood out, intently fixated on Harry while muttering under his breath. No, it couldn't be him. Then, Charles lifted his gaze slightly and noticed Professor Quirrell, also murmuring something from the steps behind Snape. What on earth? Was it him again? But what could Quirrell possibly gain from this? Charles pondered, stroking his chin. Surely, he was not seeking revenge for the fallen Dark Lord who had vanished 11 years prior? With a sudden plunge, Harry's broomstick dove downward. And just a moment before it crashed into the ground, the spell controlling the broom seemed to falter. Gritting his teeth, Harry managed to correct his direction, yet still, he was dragged along the ground for a short distance before coming to a halt. Then, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, the weary savior slumped onto the ground, expelling a small golden ball from his mouth. In the next instant, the stadium erupted with deafening cheers. He had successfully secured victory for Gryffindor. Char looked at the boy thrown into the air by the exuberant players, then glanced at Draco, who was angrily tossing his hat aside, and said earnestly, If every match were this dramatic, I would concede that Quidditch is indeed a captivating sport. Aware that Char was expressing discontent over being somewhat coerced into watching the match, Draco could not suppress a roll of his eyes. As if, Scar had merely got lucky. Now those foolish lions will have something to brag about. Is that so? What a pity, Draco frowned. Well, if you truly detest it, then you needn't come next time. Quidditch is so enjoyable. Why does Char refuse to appreciate it? He just doesn't understand what makes those grand matches so appealing. By the way, Draco, could you help me arrange a meeting with your father in the next few days? Is there something important? Father seems to be out of the country lately. Draco adjusted his expression. If Char needed to speak with his father, it must be a significant matter. We could communicate through the two-way mirror. I can certainly inquire about that. Thank you, Char replied, casually redirecting his gaze from Professor Quirrell, as there was an urgent matter he needed to discuss. It is truly important, Char reiterated. Chapter 37, Christmas. Perhaps sensing that Hogwarts, under Dumbledore's watchful eye, was not entirely secure, or perhaps due to Lucius's genuine regard for Char as a partner, Lucius scheduled their meeting during the Christmas holiday. A victorious Quidditch match rekindled the Gryffindors' enthusiasm for Harry Potter, while the other three houses remained largely unchanged in their attitudes. The Slytherins and Gryffindors continued their occasional rivalry. And although Char and Harry would exchange greetings, their bond was gradually becoming more distant. Time flew by, and soon Christmas arrived, blanketing the castle in a thick layer of white snow, while the interior donned festive decorations. Students opting to return home boarded a lengthy train. And as soon as Char disembarked, he spotted Eric waiting outside. He seemed to have grown taller, his demeanor slightly aloof. As Char came to a stop, before he could utter a word, he was suddenly adorned with an unexpected accessory. Char. The previously indifferent boy tightly embraced Char, burying his head against his neck. You're back. I missed you so much. Char's body stiffened for a moment, and after a brief silence, he gently wrapped his arms around his brother and softly replied, Eric, I'm back. The moment Eric received a response, his heart swelled with joy, and he became even more enthusiastic. Surely, Charles missed him dearly. The two were inseparable and would not allow the time apart to create any distance between them, contrary to what others said. Eric, there's someone here, Charles said with a hint of exasperation, gently patting Eric on the back before casting a pointed glare at Draco, who was watching the spectacle unfold. What do they have to do with us? Eric grumbled, reluctantly loosening his grip, revealing a face strikingly similar to Charles's before the curious onlookers. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. The boy who had firmly established himself in Slytherin had a twin. What was more astonishing was that he too was a wizard. After all, ordinary people could not access the platform. It remained a mystery why this individual had not entered Hogwarts to study alongside Charles. Unlike the students from other houses, those who had witnessed this seemingly harmless boy effortlessly tormenting others were left pondering. Could such a ruthless character truly have a twin? Why had he not been admitted to Hogwarts? Perhaps he was as formidable as Charles. Regardless of their thoughts, most maintained a cordial demeanor. Their politeness stemmed partly from familial expectations. It was perplexing how their elders, who had traditionally looked down upon muggles, suddenly shifted their stance, urging them in letters to befriend Charles, or at the very least, not to create enmity. Moreover, Charles's academic achievements and conduct aligned impeccably with Slytherin's principles, leaving little room for criticism. Slytherin had always prioritized strength, Even those who disapproved of Charles's heritage adopted a respectful distance. Occasionally, those who sought to provoke would reconsider, pondering whether offending the Malfoy family over a Muggle-born was truly worthwhile. Thus, Charles's life at Hogwarts could be described as stable and harmonious. However, was it not peculiar how vastly different the personalities of the Van Doren twins appeared? Observing the bright smile of Eric contrasted with the indifferent demeanor of Charles, the spectators couldn't help but reflect on this disparity. After setting a meeting time with Lucius, who had come to collect Draco, Charles, with a heavy heart, dragged Eric away, who was incessantly extolling his brother's virtues. What did Christmas signify for the Van Doren family? Countless banquets, social obligations, and the ensuing tests, provocations, and mountains of gifts awaited them. When Lucius arrived at the Van Doren manor, the dinner was still in progress. Melodious music wafted through the heavy wooden doors of the banquet hall, faintly reaching the upstairs, where Charles sat before the fireplace in his room, tinkering with a newly received wizard chess set. Upon seeing Lucius, he greeted him with a warm smile. Lucius shed his heavy cloak and seated himself opposite Charles, his demeanor betraying a hint of fatigue, with dark circles lurking beneath his eyes. "Care for a game?" Charles suggested, nudging the chessboard towards him. "Not at the moment," Lucius replied, his mind too preoccupied for chess, seeking instead a moment of respite. This Christmas had proven to be anything but serene for Lucius. It could be aptly described as a relentless whirlwind, primarily due to his partnership with the Phantomhive family. Lucius was acutely aware that he could not conquer the entire Muggle realm alone. To avoid becoming the target of collective disdain, he needed to select suitable partners to share in the spoils, with the Malfoy family retaining control over the distribution of shares. The moment this proposition was voiced, the old foxes, who typically placed an inordinate value on blood purity, could no longer contain themselves. Faced with the lure of substantial profits and mounds of galleons, they readily cast aside their so-called prejudices regarding lineage. Lucius amassed a towering stack of invitations, and the constant engagements left him in a state where even the rejuvenating elixir brewed by Snape scarcely salvaged the beauty of the Platinum Elite. Nonetheless, the outcome was favorable. "What do you wish to inquire?" Lucius leaned back in his chair, fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames in the fireplace. Charles made no demands, instead arranging the pieces on the board. "Is he still alive?" The rhythmic tapping abruptly ceased as Lucius fixed his gaze on the boy before him, who had lowered his head. He pursed his lips, his voice dry. "What did you say?" "I wish to know if the one who was said to have been defeated by Harry Potter 11 years ago, the one you once pledged your loyalty to, is still alive. What have you seen?" The man's voice betrayed a barely perceptible tremor, as though he were gripped by fear. "A mere immature conjecture." Charles tapped the chess piece against the edge of the board. "Thus, I require an answer." "I do not know." After a long pause, Lucius's voice resonated once more, the proud platinum noble gripping his left arm tightly with his right hand, repeating, "I do not know." "Then could you tell me what kind of person he was?" Charles inquired. "I believe he may still be alive." Chapter 38, Lucius's Memories. "What kind of person was he?" "When I first met him, I was still young. He was a junior of my father, visiting our home. The courteous man left no profound impression on me. At that time, the rift between Dumbledore's faction and the nobility was widening. Confronted by the recently victorious and renowned White Wizard, the nobles found themselves at a disadvantage. To avoid further encroachment on their already limited space for survival, they elevated the half-blood with Slytherin lineage to prominence. Subsequently, that man increasingly frequented the household, surrounded by nobles who coalesced around him, forming the later Death Eaters, with the once illustrious Slytherin's Walpurgis Knights at its core. He was undoubtedly an exceptional individual, possessing a captivating charm, striking appearance, formidable magical prowess, and vast knowledge. He led the aristocrats in triumphant song, effortlessly halting the decline, standing toe-to-toe with Dumbledore without losing an inch. Such a figure held an extraordinary allure for the Slytherins, yet it was not solely them. An ever-growing throng began to idolize, emulate, and revere him, like an irresistible tempest sweeping through the wizarding world, driving them to madness, including Lucius. How proud he had once been, for among so many, he alone could bask in the glow of his father's influence to receive that man's teachings sporadically. He was blindly convinced that the bond between that man and the Malfoy family was unbreakable. However, just as everything seemed to flourish, his father, the head of the Malfoy family, suddenly passed away, succumbing to a most dishonorable and disreputable illness. Soon after, the heads of the Potter, Parkinson, and Black families followed suit into the afterlife. Lucius had entertained doubts regarding the cause of his father's demise. Despite his father's indiscretions, he had always held stringent standards for his partners, never risking his own safety. Yet, what could his suspicions yield? He had not yet graduated from Hogwarts. If he wished to uphold the Malfoy legacy and prevent their family from being devoured by the ravenous wolves lurking nearby, he required a formidable ally. The price for such support was the dark brand upon his arm, a mark steeped in shame, compelling him to grovel at the feet of that half-blood. trembling as he kissed the hem of his robes. That man amassed the majority of the nobility's power and wealth, but somehow, he gradually descended into madness. He became irritable and deranged, heedlessly inflicting excruciating torment upon the great aristocrats, and his handsome visage began to melt like wax, becoming grotesque. Was he intoxicated by power? Or did this merely unveil his true nature? Lucius could not ascertain the reason. As time wore on, that man succumbed further to insanity, audaciously proclaiming his intent to purge the wizarding world of its bloodlines, despite being a half-blood himself. Those loyal sycophants, donning grotesque masks, discarded the dignity befitting the aristocracy, recklessly unleashing their malevolent thoughts, their eyes nearly bloodshot with fury. Lucius was reluctant to sink into this abyss, yet he found no means of escape. After all, that man held the very lifeblood of the wizarding community in his hands. Who could have foreseen that such a figure would ultimately be vanquished by an infant due to a ludicrous prophecy, disappearing for many years? A madman. Lucius gazed at Charles, his expression inscrutable. He was a madman, Lucius declared, a formidable madman. Charles was momentarily taken aback, casually placing his chess piece down. Do you think he would attempt to come back? Indeed, Lucius replied with a wry smile. I see, Charles mused, a sudden insight flashing through his mind. Dumbledore must be aware that he is not dead, and he probably regards that individual as a trial for the savior. Impossible, Lucius asserted emphatically. Why is it impossible? You are unaware of his formidable prowess. A first-year student could never defeat him. Didn't Harry manage to defeat him once, when he was merely an infant 11 years ago? Who knows if he employed some trick? Lucius suddenly paused. Indeed, a fragile infant could never vanquish a nearly deranged adult. Surely someone must have intervened. Perhaps that ridiculous prophecy was deliberately crafted by Dumbledore? If that is the case, Lucius scoffed. What a clever Dumbledore. Even if Lucius had indeed escaped that individual's grasp years ago, it did not imply he would welcome the Order of the Phoenix tightening its grip on the aristocracy. It must be noted that they had shed considerable blood to absolve themselves back then. Shall we stir up some trouble for him? Charles propped his chin up with one hand. Lucius regarded him. Has he wronged you? Does administering a truth potion to me count? Charles swung his leg slightly. He possesses no remarkable traits other than being petty and holding grudges. Ugh, Lucius frowned. Dumbledore actually used a truth potion on a child? Such substances, if overconsumed, could adversely affect the mind. I wonder if little Draco has faced any grievances at school. What would you like me to do? Nothing specific. Merely feel that as a board member, it might be prudent to thoroughly examine the financial accounts of Hogwarts. If I am not mistaken, the majority of Hogwarts operational funds to date predominantly stem from the donations of the board members, correct? That is indeed the case. Then, are you certain that the galleons you have donated have been allocated solely for the maintenance of the castle? You mean? Lucius hesitated for a moment. That is unlikely, right? How could someone like Dumbledore possibly misappropriate public funds? Surely you jest? I am merely engaging in a bit of reasonable speculation, Charles remarked, prodding a chess piece on the board. The rickety brooms, Professor Snape's brewed potions, and the herbs we cultivated in herbology class. Dumbledore himself may not be avaricious. But what sustains the organization known as the Order of the Phoenix? If it were Dumbledore, do you think he would refrain from supporting the families of those who sacrificed themselves for the Order? Lucius was nearly brought to laughter by the absurdity. So, all these years, the valuables donated by our aristocracy have likely been appropriated by Dumbledore to fund the Order of the Phoenix? Chapter 39, A Visitor. Indeed, it is inconceivable that Lucius, with his intellect, would overlook these matters. In Draco's letters home, he occasionally lamented the antiquated facilities and subpar living conditions at the school. At that time, Lucius attributed these complaints to his son's previous pampering, believing that Draco was simply struggling to adjust. Reflecting on it now, it seems that his clandestine donations, made out of concern for his child, must have appeared to Dumbledore no different than the antics of a jester. Lucius clenched his teeth, mentally marking Dumbledore for his duplicity. Ultimately, the selfless image Dumbledore had so successfully crafted for himself had not only garnered him a legion of admirers, but had also effectively blinded the aristocracy. After all these years, it is likely that other board members have also contributed significantly to the Order of the Phoenix. One can only hope that Dumbledore can withstand their wrath when the time comes. Perhaps you should consider finding a new headmaster in advance, Charles suggested. Do you honestly believe that if Dumbledore were to misappropriate funds, he would depart from Hogwarts? Lucius thought Charles was being somewhat fanciful. Dumbledore held considerable esteem within the wizarding community. Such trifles could hardly inflict significant harm upon him. That old fox would not willingly relinquish his control over Hogwarts. He would certainly never leave voluntarily. The delicate boy sat before the fireplace, a gentle smile gracing his features, as the flickering flames cast a golden hue upon him. However, that does not mean you cannot apply some pressure. I believe the board members possess the authority to check the headmaster's power, do they not? Lucius's eyes brightened at the thought. Indeed, if the board were to uncover any wrongdoing on the headmaster's part, they could convene a board meeting and vote to dismiss him. How had they not thought of this before? I truly cannot fathom your reasoning, Charles muttered. To place your sole heir in the hands of a leader from an opposing faction is audacious. If he were to misguide him, you would have nowhere to lament. This was an undeniable truth, and a bittersweet smile crept across Lucius's face. The complexities of that era were overwhelming, with their followers having succumbed to madness, while the few remaining aristocrats who retained their sanity were constrained by the marks upon their arms, unable to advance or retreat. Whether to protect their young or to secure a path for their families, sending children to Hogwarts was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Even if Dumbledore's teachings altered their nature, it would still safeguard their lives. After all, the Great White Wizard could never truly harm a child. However, if, as Charles suggested, that individual still lived, would removing Dumbledore not place Hogwarts in jeopardy? Dumbledore was the only wizard capable of standing on equal footing against that formidable figure. Even if Dumbledore's position were to be rescinded, it would not matter. Charles discerned Lucius's thoughts. If that individual were truly to return, do you think Dumbledore would remain idle? Setting aside personal biases, it is evident that Dumbledore is not the insincere figure he is often portrayed to be. Numerous indications suggest that he genuinely cares for the wizarding world. Whenever it faces peril, he will undoubtedly rise to confront it, regardless of his location. Lucius tightened his grip on his serpent staff, resolute in his decision. I shall convene the Board of Governors post-haste. The selection of the new headmaster warrants careful consideration. Oh, and Charles added, let us also investigate Dumbledore's past. Any blemish discovered could be wielded against him once he is compelled to relinquish the position of headmaster. Dumbledore stands as a mighty tree, deeply rooted in the wizarding realm. Undermining his foundation will not be an effortless task. It necessitates severing his vital connections, thus cutting off his sustenance. Charles suddenly realized that both the commoners and aristocrats of the wizarding world had seemingly deified Dumbledore, believing that as long as this elder remained, the threat of the Dark Lord's resurgence was negligible. They placed their trust in him, relying on him, and collectively elevated him to a pedestal. This is not a favorable phenomenon. However, addressing it is not particularly challenging. After all, Dumbledore is ultimately a living being, not a deity. It is inconceivable for any individual to be infallible. Having lived for so many years, he must have erred at some point. Followers, by nature, are often unreasonable. Even the slightest imperfection in their eyes would be magnified beyond measure. Perhaps an initial transgression might be willfully overlooked. Yet what if Dumbledore's missteps extend beyond that singular instance? They would react with fury, resentment, feeling deceived. This is the very divinity they have exalted. How could he commit acts that lead to their disillusionment? Their blind and foolish devotion would prevent them from admitting their own misjudgment. They would eagerly cast aspersions upon Dumbledore, accusing him of deliberate concealment and deceit, perceiving themselves as mere victims of a rogue's treachery. In that moment, Dumbledore would be utterly forsaken by those he sought to protect. They would revile him, scorn him, and drag him into an abyss of despair, all in an attempt to showcase their own foresight and exceptional discernment. The boy's delicate, fair fingers gently toppled the Black King on the chessboard, a playful smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of innocence. Lucius stormed out of the Vandermine estate, leaving Charles to idly peruse a book while seated. Charles Vandermine. An elegant male voice suddenly resonated in his ear. You are indeed quite intriguing. Who? Charles exclaimed, jolting his head up towards the source of the voice, only to behold a shadowy figure materializing silently before the grand bay window. The figure donned a black cloak, a sizable hood obscuring his face. Upon hearing Charles's inquiry, he chuckled softly, raising a hand to remove his hood, revealing a face that could only be described as peculiar. He possessed a head of raven-black curls and a pair of eyes resembling dried bloodstains. The majority of his visage appeared strikingly handsome, yet the other half bore an uncanny pallor, akin to melted wax. Who could he possibly be? When did he arrive? Had he overheard the conversation between Lucius and myself? A wave of cold sweat broke out on Charles's back as his mind raced. The man before him exuded danger. Regrettably, his firearm was not within reach. Informing his father would be futile. Even if they could hear his cries for help, they would likely be powerless against this individual. Charles feigned composure, lifting his chin. Pardon me, sir, but may I inquire as to your identity? The banquet hall is downstairs, and it is rather impolite for a guest to intrude upon the host's chambers. Chapter 40. The Steward. Ah, Mr. Phantomhive, are you truly unable to deduce my identity? The man chuckled softly, confirming Charles's worst fears. Clenching his hands behind him, Charles pondered the man's presence in his room. What did he seek from him? It was imperative to ascertain this, for misidentifying him would be exceedingly rude. Slowly rising, Charles gestured for the man to take a seat. Sir, please, have a seat. The man, the Dark Lord who had vanished for 11 years, cast a glance at Charles before settling into the chair recently occupied by Lucius. I wonder what brings you to visit at such an hour. I have heard tales of a Muggle-born who could bring Dumbledore to his knees. With legs crossed and reclining against the chair's back, he scrutinized the boy before him inch by inch, his fingers idly toying with his wand. It seems rather intriguing. I could offer you the opportunity to become my apprentice. What say you? Though framed as a question, the tone was undeniably lofty, clearly indicating that he would not take rejection lightly. In the wizarding world, the status of an apprentice is legally protected. Formal mentorship requires both parties to establish a magical contract, and the bond between teacher and apprentice is akin to that of a parent and child. The teacher's elevated position naturally elevates the apprentice's status as well, granting the teacher a degree of control and authority over the apprentice. The honors bestowed upon the apprentice are shared with the teacher, and conversely, the apprentice may inherit the teacher's legacy upon their passing. What, then, must I offer in return? Given the current circumstances, as a young wizard born into a Muggle family, merely surviving beneath the wand of this pure-blood fanatic was no small feat. Considering his standing in the magical community, accepting Charles as a pupil could be seen as an elevation in status by many wizards. Yet, Charles desired no such elevation. He abhorred the sensation of being controlled and wished to remain uninvolved in the conflict between light and dark wizards, harboring little ambition. God knows, he merely sought to leverage the Malfoy family status to earn a modest living within the magical realm. Quite simply, I require you to procure a few items from Hogwarts. Narrowing his eyes, he spoke with a beguiling tone. If you bring forth those few items, I shall take you as my apprentice. In due time, you shall stand just beneath the pinnacle of the magical realm. It was as if he had already vanquished Dumbledore and ascended to greatness. Charles secretly scoffed at this notion, though he dared not voice his thoughts. After pondering his response, he shook his head. I apologize, but I consider myself merely average. I fear I lack the qualifications to be your apprentice. Seemingly unprepared for rejection, the false smile on the man's face vanished, replaced by an overwhelming surge of magical pressure directed at Charles. His silky voice coiled around the boy's neck like a venomous serpent. I advise you to reconsider, Mr. Phantomhive. A wise man such as yourself ought to recognize what truly constitutes the best choice for you. Charles's complexion drained of color, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as his body trembled involuntarily, struggling for breath. As time stretched on, gold stars danced before his eyes, and his mind grew blank. His bloodless lips parted, and after a long pause, he managed to utter, Sebastian. His voice was faint, barely audible across the table. The man opposite assumed the boy had merely misstepped. However, intent on imparting a lesson, he not only failed to alleviate the magical pressure, but intensified it further. To dare refuse the demands of the great Dark Lord necessitated a price to be paid. At that moment, a faint sound of slicing air pierced the room, followed by several silver dinner knives hurtling towards him. With a swift maneuver, he evaded them, watching as the blades embedded themselves into the wall behind him. Had his reflexes not been sharp enough, he had no doubt those knives would have pierced his throat. Who dares? The slight sting on his cheek heightened his alertness. How could anyone else possibly be in this room? Ah, oh dear, came a deep, elegant voice as a man clad in a sharply tailored tailcoat appeared silently behind him, delivering a forceful kick that sent him sprawling outwards. It was exceedingly rude for a guest to lay hands on his host. As a pure-blood wizard, he had not suffered such indignities in years, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he clutched his lower back, struggling to rise. Enraged, he brandished his wand, but just before he could utter a spell, it was snatched from his grasp. Such dangerous items should not be wielded in the presence of the young master, the man remarked, raising a hand to his forehead. After all, the young master is rather fragile. It would be unfortunate if he were to be harmed. Sebastian, long time no see, my young master. The man addressed as Sebastian turned to face the trembling boy, a low chuckle escaping his lips. Are you mocking me? Charles glared at him. Not at all. I simply believe this posture suits you quite well. Sebastian knelt before him, gently guiding him into a more upright position. The fragile, pitiable, and vulnerable visage truly evokes nostalgia. No matter how many times one gazes upon it, it seems perfectly fitting. Your arrival was decidedly tardy. Ciel shot him a sidelong glance, clearly indicating that the young master wished to disregard their covenant. Sebastian gently grasped the boy's left hand, bestowing a soft kiss upon the back of it in a gesture of submission. You are aware, I shall materialize whenever you summon me. Ah, Ciel lowered his eyelids, casting a deeply enigmatic glance at the demon before him. We shall address other matters later. For now, let us graciously attend to our guest. With a swift motion, Sebastian rose and stepped back to stand behind the boy's chair as he had done long ago. Ciel reclined, his elbows resting on the armrests, his hands forming a tower against his lips. He tilted his head, directing his gaze toward the gentleman who had fallen to the ground in disarray. Sir, regarding the matter we discussed earlier, I believe we can now converse thoroughly about the conditions. It was unforeseen that a dialogue, which had been progressing smoothly, would be abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of a mysterious man. Moreover, the dynamics of their conversation had experienced a reversal. To be defeated by the underlings of a lowly mudblood was undeniably humiliating. He longed to rend the two before him into oblivion. Yet, his intellect remained intact. Judging by the force of that recent kick, He recognized that he could not match the physical prowess of the man before him, though he had contemplated fleeing through apparition. His wand remained firmly grasped in the opponent's palm. Setting aside considerations of how to reclaim his wand should he escape, he understood that, given his currently unstable magical prowess, recklessly employing wandless apparition was perilous. Enduring excruciating pain, he rose from the ground, suspecting that one of his ribs had been fractured by the man's kick. He forced himself to return to his chair, disregarding Ciel's words, yet his dark crimson gaze remained fixated on Sebastian, rasping, "Who are you?" "I am Sebastian Michaelis," the man replied, placing his right hand upon his left breast and bowing slightly, merely an ordinary butler in the service of the young master. Huh. A cold smirk graced his lips. Having traversed the magical world for so many years, he had never encountered anyone capable of inflicting such a significant loss upon him. Save for that old fox, Dumbledore. An ordinary butler? Such a claim would hardly be believed even by peeves within Hogwarts. Become my subordinate, and I shall grant you all that you desire. The rewards you could obtain from me far surpass what he can offer you, gesturing towards Ciel. Be it wealth, power, or beauty, everything is negotiable. I beg your pardon, but Sebastian interrupted the seductive insinuations with unwavering certainty, asserting, I believe there is nothing in this world more precious than the remuneration bestowed upon me by the young master. Wealth, power, beauty? I harbor no interest in the shoddily crafted products of humanity. The refusal did not immediately alter his resolve. The man, who proclaimed himself a steward, appeared to him as a ferocious beast, one who should stand beside the Dark Lord, conquering lands, rather than sheathing his claws and dimming his brilliance. Meekly trailing behind a mere mudblood, Charles paid little heed to the evident disdain directed at him. He merely tilted his head and softly inquired, I wonder if you wish to continue our prior discussion? If not, I kindly ask you to depart swiftly, for the hour is late, and I must retire. Indeed, we must converse. If his initial intent was merely to vex Charles, he now began to perceive that perhaps this boy could indeed procure what he sought. If matters progressed favorably, taking this mudblood as an apprentice might not be out of the question. Surely, he would feel honored to become the Dark Lord's disciple. With this thought, he articulated it as such. 2 stipulations. First, prepare the items I require. Second, relinquish the steward who stands behind you. He maintained his lofty demeanor. If you fulfill these conditions, I shall host a banquet to formally accept you as my apprentice. Charles hesitated momentarily before erupting into laughter, his mirth growing louder while the man's countenance darkened. After a time, Charles ceased his laughter, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and offered an insincere apology. I beg your pardon, I could not contain myself. Sir, have you not negotiated with anyone for quite some time? This was indeed true. Since ascending to the role of Dark Lord, he had become accustomed to issuing commands, treating his subordinates with orders. Negotiation? Submission? Such notions had long been cast aside, along with the tribulations of his youth. Sir, I hope you can recognize the reality. It is you who seeks my assistance now. The boy's deep blue eyes radiated a chilling clarity, devoid of any trace of mirth. The first condition may be negotiable. As for the second, Charles's gaze drifted, seemingly casually, over the smiling demon behind him. It all depended on Sebastian's own inclination. This demon would not be easily swayed. Charles held unwavering confidence in him. Stung by his impolite words, anger surged within him instantly. How dare this filthy, contemptible mudblood speak thus to the Dark Lord? He must be punished. He must learn the consequences of offending the Dark Lord. He could hardly contain his anticipation for the sight of the boy writhing on the ground in supplication, weeping and begging for mercy. Within his dark crimson eyes swirled a viscous malice as his lips curled slightly, silently casting a malevolent curse towards the unsuspecting boy. Yet, with an expectant gaze, that curse was effortlessly deflected by the man clad in black, his motion as graceful as a mere wave of the hand. Akin to swatting away a fly, a jolt of shock coursed through him, nearly compelling him to rise from his seat. Who on earth was this man? Struck by his own incantation, how could he possibly remain unresponsive? It was akin to a prey under the gaze of a ferocious predator. A sudden chill creeping down his spine. As I have previously mentioned, the young master is exceedingly fragile. I kindly ask this esteemed guest to moderate his words and actions. Sebastian raised a slender finger to his lips, a faint smile revealing his sharp, pale canines, his voice maintaining its courteous tone, yet laced with an unmistakable threat. Should the young master suffer any harm in my presence, I would be greatly distressed. If I were to act inappropriately as a result, it would not bode well for anyone, would it, dear guest? Indeed, the impeccably manicured nails dug deeply into his palm, mentally noting the exchange between master and servant while outwardly acquiescing with a pained expression. Then, sir, do reveal your price. Charles paid no heed to the verbal skirmish between them. He was solely interested in discerning what was sought and what he could gain from this transaction. Chapter 42, The Butler and Charles. The banquet below was abuzz with merriment, yet the room above lay in utter silence. save for the faint sounds that trickled through the door's crevice. The effort to force a disingenuous smile was palpable as he extended his hand towards Charles. In that case, I wish to reclaim my wand. Surprisingly, the boy did not hesitate, promptly presenting the wand before him. After receiving it, he cast a cold glance at Charles and his companion Sebastian before turning to leave. Indeed, he had no intention of engaging in their so-called transaction at that moment. He would wait until the mudblood was alone to discuss matters thoroughly. He was resolute in his belief that this monster would not remain constantly by the mudblood's side. However, his departure was abruptly halted by Charles's next remark. If I am not mistaken, sir, what you seek resides within Hogwarts, does it not? At present, you lack the means to enter the castle, correct? What do you know? He whirled around, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him, though a sense of unease lingered within. Impossible. The hiding place he chose could never be discovered. It is merely a small conjecture. There is no need for such agitation, sir. Charles narrowed his eyes, his words elongated, as if his very heart were suspended in anticipation. But what would happen if Headmaster Dumbledore were to learn of this news? No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming pressure of magic bore down upon Charles, only to be effortlessly countered by Sebastian. From behind the demon, Charles peeked out, wearing an endearingly innocent smile. If you do not intend to discuss business with me, might I suggest considering a hush fee instead? It was a jest, of course. Fully aware that this individual harbored no benevolent intentions towards him, he had to devise a method to hasten the signing of a magical contract, whether through coercion or temptation. The aim was to subdue the individual before addressing any further matters, thus alleviating the anxiety of potential future betrayals. Charles found himself simultaneously infuriated and amused by the shameless demeanor of his adversary. How dare he demand a silencing fee? At that moment, Charles could hardly suppress the urge to raise his wand and unleash a barrage of curses upon him. However, the prevailing circumstances were more formidable than any personal grievances. Gritting his teeth, and under the watchful gaze of Sebastian, he reluctantly finalized the previously contemplated transaction, signing a meticulously detailed magical contract. Before departing, he took one last earnest look at the astute boy, who, in contrast to the trembling figure he had previously witnessed under his oppressive influence, now sat poised like a pearl, polished and resplendent. The man responsible for this transformation exuded an intensely inhuman aura, and once ensnared by his presence, Charles found himself devoid of any desire to engage in confrontation. Indeed, after weighing the potential consequences, he deemed it unnecessary to cultivate an enigmatic adversary, which further dissuaded him from issuing a challenge. The stranger, not belonging in that room, departed. Charles stood by the bedside, slightly raising his chin as he allowed the bent-over demon to remove his shirt. The crackling fire occasionally broke the silence, creating a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. The white-gloved hand inadvertently brushed against Charles's neck, its slightly coarse texture reminiscent of the countless nights he had single-handedly upheld the Phantomhive name. The thought struck Charles abruptly. The demon had truly returned. How could this be? Had he not transitioned to another world? The Phantomhive lineage persisted, untouched by that nightmarish ordeal, devoid of confining cages and filthy altars. How could a demon possibly manifest here? Perhaps, he mused, he was merely dreaming. Gazing intently at the demon's face, mere inches away, he suddenly lifted his arm, his slender fingers quivering in the air, before firmly grasping the demon's face. Young master? Sebastian, caught off guard by the sudden pinch, displayed a look of confusion. Does it hurt? Charles inquired. Not particularly, Sebastian replied, a slight blush creeping onto his cheek as he pondered the young master's thoughts while maintaining an impassive facade. Is there something you require, young master? Clearing his throat, Charles, realizing the childishness of his actions, awkwardly lowered his arm. No, it's nothing. At that moment, the heart that had been suspended since his arrival in this world finally settled as he grasped the reality of the demon's existence. His parents were harmonious, his brother affectionate. The Phantomhive remained one of the foremost noble families, wielding power and influence, an entity everyone sought to please. Though this scene had been envisioned countless times in his midnight reveries, Charles had never felt an authentic connection to it. He could not help but question whether his previous memories were merely a nightmarish illusion. Now that he had awakened from this dream, all that remained was a heart riddled with wounds and a soul, tarnished and forsaken by the divine. His spirit seemed to float at a distance from everyone else, silently observing their laughter and anger, while his corporeal shell would respond appropriately at the right moments. The discarded shirt was meticulously folded and placed at the edge of the bed, and he donned a soft robe, allowing his eyes to gently close. Sebastian, tell me what truly transpired. He should have perished on that autumn night. His soul ought to have been devoured by the demon, becoming a delectable morsel. Yet, a minor mishap occurred. The demon's fingers had delicately arranged his soft locks and had taken care of everything. Young master, please do not take it to heart. It was merely a reckless fool's little trick, attempting to substitute the soul he had nurtured with a counterfeit. Although it did cause him some inconvenience and required some effort to rectify, he ultimately found his rightful master. And what of the previous contract? Is it still in effect? Of course, the demon sighed, gently grasping the boy's chin. He leaned down, his icy lips brushing fleetingly against the boy's eyelid. After all, our pact pertains to your soul. Young master, are you afraid now? The demon inquired with a peculiar smile. Or perhaps, are you regretting it? There is no regret, nor will there be fear. Charles declared resolutely. This was our agreement from the outset. I am merely curious as to why you did not consume me the moment you found me. You had promised to take care of everything, had you not? Sebastian paused momentarily, then chuckled, his gaze upon Charles thick with desire and unspoken admiration. Indeed, young master. You are truly remarkable. Ah, how delectable your soul must be. Just the thought of it sends shivers of excitement through me. Disgusting, Charles retorted with a disdainful glare, turning towards the bed. I may refrain from inquiring about the reasons, but you must inform me in advance when you wish to devour me. Such inexplicable disappearances would certainly raise concern. Of course, my young master. Sebastian gently lowered the curtains of the four-poster bed, but as he turned to leave, a soft voice called from within the drapes. Sebastian, I am here. Do not leave, young master. I command you to stay here until I fall asleep. Sebastian halted at the foot of the bed, peering through the gap in the curtains at the small figure nestled deeply within the bedding. Chapter 43, The Exclusive Butler. The sudden presence of a living being in the household could not go unnoticed by Vincent, the head of the family. Moreover, Sebastian displayed an admirable nonchalance, lacking any intention to conceal his existence. Upon learning of Sebastian's true identity from Charles, Vincent isolated himself in his study for an entire night, his anxiety nearly turning his hair gray. The following day, he opened his eyes, bloodshot and weary, and inquired of Charles, is it truly impossible to expel him? Even though deep down he understood the likelihood was slim, a trace of imperceptible hope lingered in Vincent's voice. Regrettably, it cannot be done, Charles replied, shaking his head, his hand instinctively rising to touch his right eye, where a conspicuous demonic contract should have been. For reasons unknown, that contract had been concealed. The contract with the demon affected the soul, serving as a mark deliberately left to prevent their prey from escaping. Theoretically, as long as his soul remained tethered to this world, liberation from the demon was unattainable. Is there truly no way for a wizard to dissolve such a contract? Vincent pondered, torn by the notion that even a preference for the eldest son did not diminish his affection for the younger. To witness his younger son spiral into utter annihilation was a cruelty too great to bear. I do not know, Charles replied, suppressing his true thoughts as he observed the sudden brilliance igniting in Vincent's eyes. Relying on wizardly methods to resolve a demonic contract seemed impractical. Perhaps during the era of the Four Great Ones, there might have been wizards capable of such feats, but now, amid the tumult within the wizarding community, it was evident that even the most formidable wizards faltered before Sebastian's might. One could easily surmise the fate of others facing a demon would be akin to being delivered as mere fodder. Yet, to voice such sentiments directly to his father would surely wound him deeply. At that moment, Charles found himself surprisingly tranquil. Perhaps he had previously indoctrinated himself too thoroughly. After all, the Phantomhive family remained intact, his parents and elder brother were well, and he himself had no pressing goals to achieve. Even the prospect of his soul being consumed by the demon seemed inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Vincent, too, was not oblivious to the faint hope of rescuing his son from the demon-esque grasp, but at least he had identified a path forward, which was preferable to being lost without direction. A clandestine conversation ensued between Vincent and Sebastian in the study, the contents of which remained unknown to Charles. However, following that discussion, Sebastian remained as Charles's exclusive butler. Vincent explained to Eric, who still lacked a dedicated butler, that Sebastian had been summoned to safeguard Charles' security in the magical realm. Despite the close bond between the two brothers, Eric would not irrationally harbor jealousy toward Charles. But Vincent preferred to guard against any external influences that might sow discord. He was determined to leave no stone unturned in preserving familial harmony. Eric did not disappoint Vincent's expectations, expressing his clear understanding of the situation. In truth, Eric felt somewhat guilty in the presence of Charles. To him, Charles's unhesitating decision to venture into the unfamiliar world of magic was largely motivated by a desire to avoid competing for the inheritance of Phantomhive. In fact, through a lens of unwavering affection for his younger brother, Eric perceived Charles as remarkably delicate and kind-hearted. He wished fervently to gather a multitude of wizards to encircle his brother, providing him with layers of protection. His father's singular choice in this matter seemed rather miserly. Eric harbored no objections to assigning a dedicated butler to Charles. However, he hesitated at the name. Sebastian? He inquired, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Indeed, Master Eric. I am Sebastian Michaelis, the demon replied with a genteel smile. Is there something amiss? No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of barking erupted from outside, followed by the entrance of a large, sleek black dog, which bounded around the two boys, its long, thick tail wagging furiously. "Sebastian," Charles called. "Woof." The boy glanced at the large dog that had flung itself into Eric's embrace, then at the demon whose complexion had turned a shade paler. Unable to contain himself, he turned his head and laughed. "Master, did you not name me yourself?" "Ha ha ha. I've said it before, your name is quite fitting. And you simply refuse to believe it." Charles chuckled until tears of mirth glistened in his eyes. Thus, Sebastian's inaugural task was to rename the family dog. Time flew swiftly, and the Christmas holidays came to an end once again. Eric was the one to see Charles off to the train, only to discover upon his return to the estate that Charles's dedicated butler had already departed. He must protect Charles, and naturally, he must accompany him to Hogwarts. Vincent stated matter-of-factly in response to his eldest son's query. "Oh," Eric exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, and he cautiously probed. "Father, where did you find this butler?" Vincent offered a knowing smile. "What of it? I merely wish to inquire if the same standards could be applied when seeking a butler for myself in the future." Eric scratched his head, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Without elaborating further, it was clear that Charles's dedicated butler was exceptionally competent, ever attentive, and capable of fulfilling even the most outlandish requests within a designated time frame. Under his vigilant care, the life skills Charles had painstakingly developed for boarding school swiftly regressed. Now, he could hardly manage to dress himself. Watching this unfold filled Eric with a passionate fervor, leading him to envision what his own butler might be like in the future. Although Sebastian, the demon, showcased an undeniably alluring proficiency, one child under the watchful gaze of a demon was quite sufficient. Another such presence would surely overwhelm Vincent. He coldly interrupted Eric's musings. "He is the servant that Charles chose for himself. I will make the arrangements for your steward in due course." "Will my steward be as remarkable as Sebastian?" Vincent inhaled deeply. "No, but I assure you, his abilities will only be surpassed by Mr. Tanaka." Eric felt a fleeting sense of disappointment, yet the thought of the ever-reliable steward, always standing behind his father, quickly restored his spirits. Indeed, Mr. Tanaka is quite formidable. Chapter 44, Return to School and the Crows. Charles accepted Draco's invitation and took a seat in the exclusive compartment of the Malfoy family. Also invited were Zabini and Pansy Parkinson. Yet this time their demeanor towards Charles had transformed entirely from their initial encounter on the train, now tinged with subtle flattery. Perhaps they had gleaned some news from Mr. Malfoy? The compartment was pleasantly warm, and as Charles pondered this, he removed his leather gloves. Although he felt somewhat unappreciative of the fiery-tempered Pansy Parkinson, friendships among the nobility often extend beyond the individuals involved, reflecting the interests and positions of their families. Of course, there were instances where exceptional personal abilities garnered their friendships. Consider the Malfoys, whether it was the empathetic Abraxas elevating a fellow student of humble origins, the acerbic potions master Lucius, or Draco befriending Charles, a muggle-born. The Platinum Elite did not deviate from their cunning reputation, consistently making astute choices, even if they appeared elitist and cold-hearted. Charles had no desire to disrupt the long-standing, unspoken traditions of noble friendships. Though troublesome at times, certain customs endure for a reason. From the current dynamics between these two and Draco, it seemed that the Zabini and Parkinson families had perhaps aligned themselves with the Malfoys. In a sense, this positioned them as allies of Charles as well. Clearly, the other three in the compartment shared this sentiment. Once everyone was settled, Draco produced his wand and cast several protective charms against eavesdropping and intrusion on the compartment door, shrugging at Charles's puzzled gaze. Just in case. Zabini tossed a galleon into the air, the gleaming coin spinning gracefully before he caught it with ease, lounging languidly against the back of the sofa. "Draco, have you begun your air training? Wasn't it said that Mr. Malfoy wanted you to enjoy a few more years of leisure?" Given Draco's previous level of skill, executing these spells consecutively was no simple feat. My father suddenly changed his mind, feeling that my comparison to Charles was too stark. Draco rubbed his nose, hesitant to divulge the latter part of his thought. "What? Does Mr. Malfoy intend to make a move against Dumbledore?" Pansy Parkinson, who had remained silent until now, delivered a striking blow with her words. "How did you know?" Draco blurted out. "Where did the news leak from? Will Dumbledore be prepared in advance?" "No. Once we arrive at Hogwarts, I must inform my father of this matter promptly. Although they may have been unaware before, they should certainly be informed now." Charles, somewhat exasperated, pressed his forehead, gesturing for Draco to observe the astonished expressions on the faces across from them. It seemed that Pansy had initially intended to tell a cold joke. But who could have anticipated such a reaction? Should they be grateful that Draco had cast a spell on the door beforehand? No. Zabini suddenly sat up straight, his eyes wide with surprise as he deliberately lowered his voice to ask, "Is Mr. Malfoy really planning to take action against Dumbledore?" "When?" Pansy gave Zabini a light slap on the back of the head. "There are only 4 of us here. You needn't act like a thief." She then turned to Draco. "So sudden, does Mr. Malfoy feel confident about this?" Draco, who had inadvertently let slip some information, sought assistance from Charles. What should he do? In this situation, should he clarify matters? The Parkinsons were also on the board of governors. It should be fine to inform Pansy, right? Charles decisively turned to gaze out the window. After all, he was not the one who had let anything slip. The snow-covered Hogwarts castle appeared quite enchanting from a distance. The Christmas decorations within the castle had all been replaced, and the welcoming dinner for the returning students was rather unremarkable. It was only on the way back to the dormitory that Charles remembered the presence of Sebastian. "Draco, do you mind if I keep a pet in the dormitory?" Charles inquired. "Have you acquired a new pet? What is it? Why didn't I notice it while on the train?" Draco pondered, recalling that he did not remember seeing a cage among Charles's belongings. "It's a raven. Its presence is rather subtle." Sebastian followed the train all the way to Hogwarts. "How could you have seen him on the train? A raven?" Draco's brow furrowed. The entirely black bird did not appeal to the Malfoys, who preferred the extravagant and golden. "Why would you like such a bird? Why not allow me to gift you a golden eagle instead? Perhaps because ravens are quite intelligent?" Charles replied as he pushed open the door, pointing at the raven perched on his desk. "Rest assured, he will be very quiet." "All right. If you can ensure he won't make a mess of the room." Draco leaned in to take a look at the raven. But why are its eyes red? A chill ran down Draco's spine as he was stared at by those eyes. "I don't know. Perhaps it's innate. What is its name?" "Sebastian," Charles said, extending a finger to gently stroke the raven's head. "His name is Sebastian." Charles was not lying. The raven was indeed remarkably silent. So much so that if Draco did not deliberately seek it out, he often failed to notice its presence. Yet, as soon as Charles entered the room, the raven would appear, shadowing him closely. "How excessive, my lord," Sebastian lamented without much sincerity. Today was the day of the Quidditch match, and most students, including Draco, had rushed to the pitch, leaving Sebastian to manifest in human form within Charles's dormitory. "Excessive? In what way?" Charles inquired, his gaze fixed on the documents in his hands. "You expect me to play the role of a raven perpetually? Did you not assert that a competent butler must always remain by his master's side?" Charles retorted, echoing Sebastian's earlier words. "However, such a stance does not provide the service befitting my lord. Spending the entire day idly while watching you fend for yourself is utterly contrary to my aesthetic. Are you not the one who helps me change my clothes every day?" Charles pointed out, noting that he had to rise earlier than Draco each morning because of this. "You collected the information, and you issued my commands. What more do you desire?" Charles expressed his confusion. Aside from attending classes, which he managed on his own, this demon hardly shirked his duties. Sebastian knelt on one knee before Charles, allowing the boy's slender foot to rest upon his knee, as he picked up a long boot from the floor. Preparing to speak when the door was abruptly thrust open from the outside. "That cursed scar-headed fool must be scheming something peculiar, Charles," Draco exclaimed suddenly as he entered, taking in the unusual scene with the two of them, and silently swallowed the rest of his words. The atmosphere in the room turned awkward. Sebastian was about to greet him when Draco, startled by the sight before him, muttered an apology for the interruption and dashed away like the wind. "Ah, discovered," Charles mused, feeling surprisingly calm, even experiencing a sense of inevitability. Given his understanding of demons, once this one had entertained the notion of not continuing as a raven. Even if they had narrowly escaped detection this time, there would surely be another unexpected occurrence in the future. Whether discovered sooner or later, the outcome remained unchanged. Yet, why did Draco flee? This was, after all, his dormitory. Should he not have inquired about Sebastian's identity immediately? Why did he run? Unbeknownst to Charles, who had grown accustomed to serving demons, he failed to perceive the profound impact his normalcy had on the psyche of the platinum-haired young noble. Draco, at the doorway, found himself questioning the same thing. Why had he rushed out? Furthermore, if he was not mistaken, the figure kneeling before Charles appeared to be an adult male. Was Hogwarts not strict about allowing outsiders to wander freely? Where had this man come from? Surely, he could not have just imagined it. Draco, in a moment of impulsiveness, flung open the door and stormed into the room. To his surprise, the two occupants maintained their previous positions. Though Charles had merely switched the foot he had resting on the man's knee. "Charles, who is he?" Draco inquired, furrowing his brow. "Why is he in our room?" "I apologize for our first meeting under such circumstances, Master Malfoy," Sebastian said, rising after fastening Charles's shoelaces. He placed his right hand against his left chest and bowed slightly, introducing himself with a respectful demeanor. "I am Sebastian Michaelis, your dedicated butler." "Sebastian," Draco muttered, his expression akin to that of a startled cat. "Are you that raven?" "Indeed," came the reply, the devilishly handsome features of Sebastian adorned with a gentle smile. "I was compelled to present myself in that form, and I am grateful for your care." Charles tilted his head in confusion, sensing that Draco's reaction was perhaps excessive. Was there something he was unaware of? Draco, recalling his childish antics and grievances that had been witnessed and overheard by Sebastian, felt a wave of despair wash over him. A flush crept up from his neck to his pale face, leaving him feeling both embarrassed and furious. He pointed an accusatory finger at Sebastian, but found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? Demand that Sebastian forget everything he had seen in the room? What if the butler hadn't regarded it as significant? His very words would only serve to remind him. And what if Charles witnessing this? Surely he would mock Draco for it. Noticing Draco's eyes reddening with frustration, Charles quickly offered an apology. After all, it was indeed his oversight not to inform Draco that the raven could transform into a human. However, Charles's apology seemed to have little effect. Draco shot him a glance that suggested his anger had only intensified. In that moment of awkwardness, the platinum-haired nobleman, trembling with rage, was inexplicably soothed by Sebastian's assurance. I have been by Master's side to ensure his safety. Charles mused. I seem to have missed some crucial information. Casting a glance at Draco, who was now scrutinizing Sebastian, he refocused his thoughts and asked, Draco, what were you intending to say when you entered? Oh right. Draco exclaimed mysteriously. I overheard Potter and the others talking. It seems they plan to go out tonight. And so? Charles replied. What does their night outing have to do with you? I intend to report them. Draco declared, shaking his fist. They will certainly face consequences. Charles hesitated, torn between two thoughts. On one hand, he could not fathom why Draco felt compelled to engage in such self-sabotaging behavior whenever Harry was involved. On the other hand, he pointed out, have you considered that when you report them to the patrolling professor, you too would be out on a night excursion? Are you planning to drag them down with you? Draco was taken aback, his pupils dilating in shock. Evidently, as he contemplated how to expose the savior, he failed to consider this particular aspect. Yet, he was somewhat reluctant to forfeit such an opportunity that would disadvantage the Scarhead. With a gaze imbued with a hint of bewilderment, he turned his eyes towards Charles, his eyes glistening with moisture and the corners tinged slightly red. Although he was the one who sought to instigate trouble, Draco now appeared overly innocent. Charles, feeling a pang of sympathy, hesitated for a moment before wearily pressing his hand to his forehead. If you insist, Master Sebastian, tonight you shall follow them and create a stir on their return journey. After all, his rapport with Draco was superior to that with Harry. Moreover, having previously concealed matters regarding Sebastian, granting Draco a moment of joy in this trivial affair could serve as a form of atonement. Yes, Master. Additionally, I wish to know their intentions. Draco's eyes brightened as he added this request. Those three have been acting rather furtively of late. Charles cast a glance at Sebastian, who responded, Rest assured, Master Malfoy. As dusk settled, Hogwarts Castle succumbed to slumber. The trio from Gryffindor, laden with secrets, discreetly pushed open the door. Before they could step into the castle, they encountered an unseemly cat, and shifting their gaze backward, they were met with the fearsome visage of Mr. Filch, whose ghastly smile was illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Ah! Echoed three terrified screams throughout the quiet castle. Before departing, Sebastian, who had remained hidden in the shadows, bestowed a gentle smile upon the cat cradled in Filch's arms. Meanwhile, Draco paced restlessly in the dormitory. Why haven't they returned yet? Surely they haven't been discovered? Panic began to grip him. What if Dumbledore catches him? Will he reveal our involvement? His thoughts spiraled into darker territories, amplifying his anxiety. In stark contrast, Charles, who ought to have been equally tense, sat calmly at his desk, perusing a novel. Chapter 46, Secrets. Aren't you the least bit worried? Draco asked incredulously. Worried about what? That he might enjoy himself too much and demolish the castle? Charles reassured him. Rest easy, he won't be caught. Observing Draco's heightened state of alarm, Charles had no choice but to set aside his book to offer comfort. If that demon cannot manage this trivial task, I shall undoubtedly mock him mercilessly. However, Draco's subsequent words were interrupted by two light knocks at the door, and before anyone could respond, Sebastian, clad impeccably in a tailcoat, slipped into the room. Why the delay? Charles inquired. I discovered something rather intriguing. As Sebastian recalled the shattered soul encountered deep within the forbidden forest, a nauseating scent lingering in the air made him squint. Oh, rest assured, there will be no trouble. The only consequence might be that he feels hungrier upon meeting his young master. However, he must continue to endure. For the pinnacle of exquisite flavor deserves a grand and opulent curtain call to be deemed perfect. Before the young master graces the stage he has meticulously prepared, he must exercise patience. The demon lowered his eyelids, long eyelashes concealing the intense, viscous desire swirling within his eyes. Upon hearing Sebastian's words, Charles set the matter aside. Prior to Sebastian's arrival, Charles had acted with a degree of restraint, concerned for his own safety, yet with Sebastian's presence, he began to liberate himself. After all, the demon would not allow others to harm his prey. Perhaps he could afford to be bolder in certain matters. So, have you managed to handle the task assigned to you? What information have you gleaned? Charles felt that if he did not voice his inquiries soon, the fervent gaze of Draco beside him would become unbearable. Indeed, before I departed, they had already been captured by Mr. Filch. Sebastian reported in a precise manner. After leaving the castle, the three of them went straight to a small cottage beside the forbidden forest. The owner, Mr. Hagrid, had acquired a Norwegian ridgeback egg, which hatched just this evening. How is that possible? Draco exclaimed in shock. It is illegal to buy and sell dragon eggs. Moreover, dragon eggs are quite valuable. How could he possibly afford one? Draco was so knowledgeable about this because a dragon was the gift he had desired most since childhood. He had pestered Lucius countless times for one, yet was met with rejection every time. According to Mr. Hagrid, he won it from a stranger, Sebastian elaborated. It seems the other party was eager to lose to him. Charles and Draco exchanged glances. The temperament of a mother dragon during the laying period is notoriously irritable and highly aggressive. Obtaining a vibrant dragon egg is no simple feat, and no one would willingly risk such danger to simply give one away. There must be more to this. Additionally, they spoke of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone? Draco exclaimed, leaping to his feet. What is that? Charles inquired, puzzled. It is a stone imbued with wondrous magical powers. It can transmute any metal into gold and create the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it. Draco provided a brief explanation before questioning Sebastian. Are you certain they mentioned the Philosopher's Stone? Yes. Sebastian nodded. They claim the Philosopher's Stone is currently within the school and asserted that Professor Snape intends to steal it. How could that be? My godfather would never do such a thing. Draco protested vehemently. Oh, Merlin's socks. What on earth does Dumbledore intend to do? How could such a perilous object be placed within the confines of the school? Draco spun around twice in agitation. That was the Philosopher's Stone, a magical artifact that countless individuals covet. The mere thought of this secret leaking from Hogwarts sent a shiver down Draco's spine. This matter must be brought to his father's attention. Draco was acutely aware that such a significant issue could not be managed solely by him and Charles. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair and turned to seek the two-way mirror designated for communication with Lucius. Little dragon, what has transpired? The connection to the mirror was established rapidly, revealing Lucius on the other side, clearly startled from slumber, clad in a night robe with tousled hair, as though Draco's late-night summons had jolted him awake, interrupting his grand serenade. Draco briefly recounted the situation regarding the Philosopher's Stone, prompting a cold smirk from Lucius. Dumbledore. He uttered the name through gritted teeth. Did Dumbledore comprehend the extent to which dark wizards were coveting the stone? Was he aware of how many malevolent individuals were prepared to go to great lengths to acquire it? How dare he bring such a perilous object into the school? Should this news leak, even if those wizards struggled to infiltrate Hogwarts, the students would be on holiday. Did Dumbledore not consider that those individuals might target the students during their break, using them as leverage in negotiations? Lucius had initially thought Dumbledore merely harbored bias against Slytherin, but upon reflection, it seemed he had given little thought to the safety of all students. How could someone like him hold the position of headmaster at Hogwarts for over a decade? Perhaps it was merely to provide trials for the so-called savior, he mused. Charles interjected, Good evening, Mr. Malfoy. Good evening, Charles, Lucius replied, his expression darkening as he acknowledged Charles with a nod. You two need not concern yourselves with this matter. It is late, and you should rest. I will handle it. This situation might very well serve as leverage to expel Dumbledore from Hogwarts. Charles cautioned, additionally, have you considered acquiring a Philosopher's Stone belonging to the Malfoy family? Do you possess a means? The notion of a Malfoy-affiliated stone was an irresistible temptation for Lucius. Only a slim chance exists, Charles replied. If all goes well, perhaps we could negotiate a new venture. Lucius regarded Charles intently through the mirror. Then, for the sake of our collaboration, I wish you success. Is the young master seeking the Philosopher's Stone to attain immortality? After terminating the connection, the dark demon, cloaked in shadows, revealed its sharp, pointed fangs and whispered, its dark crimson gaze fixed unblinkingly upon the boy's slender neck, as if poised to pounce and tear into him. Chapter 47. The Philosopher's Stone. Young master, do you yearn for immortality? The demon gazed down at the boy, whose entire form was engulfed by the shadow cast by the creature itself, and inquired once more. The boy, utterly unguarded, possessed a frail physique that could be effortlessly shattered by a mere hand. Should he consume him immediately? The thought of the young master's radiant soul becoming mundane and tainted by greed was unbearable for Sebastian. If such a fate were to befall him, it would be preferable to. With narrowed crimson eyes, the demon's blood-red tongue grazed his sharp canines, while his fingers, resting at his side, stirred slightly before he gradually lifted his forearm. What foolishness are you uttering? Charles rolled his eyes in response. The demon's movements halted. Did not the young master desire the Philosopher's Stone for the sake of immortality? I merely wish to provide my father and others with an alternative. Charles waved his hand dismissively. Setting aside his own disinterest in immortality, he understood well that this demon, who had traversed an entire world in pursuit of him, would not allow such a possibility to slip away. This creature awaited his soul to satiate its hunger. However, although he himself held no interest in eternal life, what if his father wished to explore it? To take it a step further, even if they were disinterested? Surely there were those within the wizarding world who would be intrigued? Negotiating with Malfoy could yield fruitful results. Such a splendid opportunity lay before them. It would be foolish to let it go to waste. Charles would never entertain such a simplistic notion. The demon's raised arm fell back down. So, young master, Shall you issue a command? The delicate young master would undoubtedly be reluctant to squander too much time and energy on the trials set by Dumbledore to hone the savior. Ah, Sebastian, I command you to procure the Philosopher's Stone for me. Charles straightened his posture, lifting his chin with haughty arrogance. The man clad in black hair and attire knelt before the boy on one knee, pressing one hand to his chest in a gesture of submission, his head bowed low, with his slightly long hair concealing the corners of his upturned lips. His young master, indeed, each of his choices consistently defied expectation. Before he was devoured, it was paramount that the situation remained engaging. Excuse me, a timid voice interrupted. Draco, just emerging from the lavatory, inquired, "What are you two doing?" With the path cleared before him, Sebastian began to appear openly in the dormitory of the two boys, repeatedly demonstrating to Draco just how far his roommate could be indulged. The shoes were one thing, but he didn't even need to lift a finger to change his clothes. "Charles," Draco whispered, clutching his cake fork. Casting a furtive glance at the man tidying Charles's bed, he leaned closer to Charles and quietly asked, "Where did you find Sebastian? His skills, temperament, appearance, and craftsmanship are all remarkable. The various treats we've been enjoying lately are all homemade by Sebastian, and their flavors are simply astonishing. Behold the elegantly poised Sebastian. And then consider the scruffy house elf. Even the platinum aristocrat, who has always taken pride in his superior lineage, cannot help but acknowledge his abysmal defeat this time. Once again, he is a victim ensnared by the demon's beguiling exterior." Charles shook his head. It was Sebastian who insisted on sticking around. "Is that true?" Draco exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Is this some kind of trick? How could he possibly find someone like that?" "Indeed, he simply cannot be shaken off," Charles remarked deliberately, knowing full well that Sebastian was eavesdropping. "From the very first moment I laid eyes on my master, I knew he was destined to be mine," the demon declared, appearing from behind Charles with an eagerness that suggested the latter was his entire faith. "Is that so?" Draco responded, momentarily dazed. The brazen demon easily intimidated the naive boy. When he proclaimed that not even death could separate him from his master, Draco could no longer remain composed. He cast a desperate glance at Charles before hastily concocting a feeble excuse and bolting from the room. How utterly terrifying. Surely, Charles has not entangled himself with a madman? "Are you satisfied?" Charles set down his teacup. "What is the purpose of frightening him so? Young Master Malfoy is well protected at home." Sebastian replied with a sly smile, suppressing his darker inclinations. "Now that he has fled, may we proceed to reveal the items?" Considering the time, Sebastian should have already acquired the Philosopher's Stone. This was also the reason Charles did not intervene when Sebastian was speaking so recklessly. It was incomprehensible how such nauseating words could escape this fellow's lips. The legendary Philosopher's Stone appeared rather unremarkable. This was Charles's first impression upon seeing it. It was a stone no larger than the palm of his hand, akin to an unrefined ruby. Holding it up to the light, Charles found nothing particularly extraordinary about it. "Are you certain this is the Philosopher's Stone?" He couldn't help but inquire. "This stone hardly seems capable of concocting an elixir of immortality." "Indeed, it is the singular miracle," Sebastian replied with a smile. For some reason, the profound smile on his face made Charles feel uncomfortable, causing his delicate brows to furrow slightly. "Speak plainly. You may recall the law of conservation of mass that I taught you years ago?" Sebastian's gloved hand gently covered the back of the boy's hand that held the stone, his gaze filled with pity. "Though magic and science may appear worlds apart, there are certain truths that bind them. Matter cannot be created from nothing." Charles's lips began to tremble slightly. Only Charles, ever astute, felt the weight of the demon's words, and his face drained of color as his pupils dilated, instinctively wanting to cast the stone away. Yet his hand was gently ensnared, the jagged edges of the stone pressing painfully into his palm. The demon, relentless, refused to release him, its warm breath tantalizingly close, while Charles felt a chill enveloping him. Why not take a guess at how many lives were sacrificed to create such a diminutive piece of magic stone? His worst fears were confirmed. Charles's eyes snapped shut. Chapter 48, The Magic Stone. This gem, a phantasmagorical artifact endowed with the power of immortality, was procured through the blood and suffering of countless souls. The thick malevolence clinging to the magic stone was enough to provoke even Sebastian's astute gaze. Humanity, with its avarice and timidity, often surprises with its brutal ruthlessness when wielding a blade against its own kin. The inherently wicked demon reveled in tormenting its prey before feasting, relishing their self-entrapment and desperate struggles for survival. The expressions of despair upon realizing their shattered hopes varied, yet all provided the demon with ample amusement, occasionally leading to unexpected delights. The air in the room fell into an oppressive silence. "Oh dear," the demon's large hand pressed lightly upon Charles's shoulder. Sensing the slight tremor emanating from his palm, a satisfied smile gracing its face. "Are you afraid, young master?" "Release me," came the voice, slightly hoarse. "Young master?" "I said release me." Charles forcefully swatted Sebastian's hand away. His complexion was pallid, his body trembling involuntarily, resembling a drenched puppy. Yet, within his deep blue eyes blazed two flickering flames, as if nothing in this world could compel him to submit. He stubbornly pressed his lips together, stepping back and forcefully hurling the magic stone into Sebastian's embrace. It's filthy, this thing. Utterly filthy. Charles closed his eyes, exhaling deeply, and added slowly, you keep it safe. Once the transaction is complete, deliver it directly to Malfoy. I do not wish to see it again. Sebastian paused for a moment before pocketing the magic stone. Yes, young master. Prepare a hot bath. I wish to cleanse myself. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, the truth weighed heavily on Charles, who felt the nauseating scent of blood emanating from the magic stone, as if the ever-flowing lifeblood had seeped through his fingertips and onto his very being. Before immersing himself in the bathtub, Charles scrubbed his hands repeatedly. Had it not been for Sebastian's firm intervention, he might have stripped away a layer of skin. After his bath, Charles regained his usual aloof demeanor, draped in a robe as he sat in a chair, allowing Sebastian to dry his hair with a large towel. Just as Sebastian believed Charles was sulking and unwilling to speak, Charles finally broke the silence. I recall that the creators of the Magic Stone, Nicodemus and Dumbledore, were friends, weren't they? Indeed, Sebastian replied. It is said their relationship was quite close. After a prolonged silence, Charles asked, so, do you believe Dumbledore knows how to create the Philosopher's Stone? Before Sebastian could respond, he muttered to himself, how could he possibly be unaware? He is the one who defeated two Dark Lords, a learned and venerable white wizard. Once Charles regained his composure, he pondered deeply. In the magical realm, it is nearly impossible to swiftly and inconspicuously claim numerous lives. The number of wizards is already scarce, and should Nicholas Flamel take action, he would undoubtedly be discovered. Thus, it must occur within the Muggle world, and the simplest and most expedient method would be war. The staggering casualty figures from the recent conflict, as reported officially, were already alarming, yet that was merely the surface. If, and only if, a portion of those who perished in that war had silently transformed into mere stone. A chill coursed down Charles's spine. It seemed that in his youth, Mr. Dumbledore shared a close association with that German Dark Lord, only for their relationship to sour inexplicably. Sebastian poured more fuel on the fire of his indignation. It was that Germany which instigated the war. The coincidences were simply too numerous, causing Charles to tremble in anger. In his eyes, Dumbledore, who managed to procure such a precious object as the Philosopher's Stone from Flamel, could not be innocent, regardless of his involvement in its creation. He feigned compassion for the Muggles and proclaimed his benevolence towards them, yet he never regarded them as equals. Here was a man capable of vanquishing two Dark Lords who wreaked havoc in the Wizarding World, yet he turned a blind eye to his friend who was using countless ordinary lives to forge a mere stone. Of course, Dumbledore may have offered counsel or disapproved of Flamel's actions. Yet, in matters of consequence, one must heed the facts rather than intentions. The Philosopher's Stone indeed existed and was utilized by Dumbledore as a prop to instruct the Savior. A wave of frustration lodged in Charles's chest, neither rising nor falling. His neatly trimmed nails dug deep into his palm, the slight sting bringing him back to his senses. They had a falling out? Charles inquired. Indeed, Sebastian nodded. It is said they engaged in a private duel, and after his defeat, the first Dark Lord confined himself to Nurmengard, never to step outside again. What of his followers? Gellert Grindelwald's adherents belonged to an organization known as the Pure Blood Party, which at the time wielded nearly all the power within the German magical community. However, since Grindelwald's defeat, that organization has vanished without a trace. This was one of the conditions proposed by Mr. Dumbledore before their duel. Were they truly so obedient? Charles doubted. Those who have glimpsed the heights of power would not willingly descend into mediocrity. Even if they were inclined to obey their king's command, would their families acquiesce? Indeed, there had been a few localized disturbances. Sebastian neatly folded the towel in his hands, noting that the German magical community had seen its share of unrest in recent years. I wish to meet him. Charles, with his tousled hair, expressed, I want to see that Gellert Grindelwald. The Germans are indeed known for their integrity, yet it seems excessive for one to seclude himself for so many years due to a private duel. Charles suspected there might be undisclosed matters at play, and he yearned to meet the man himself, perhaps to glean some clandestine information about Dumbledore, though he recognized that his resentment was misplaced. His perception of Dumbledore was quite unfavorable at that moment. He simply desired to create some trouble for him. Very well, young master, I have taken note of it. Sebastian replied, gently combing Charles's hair. It is getting late. You should retire for the night. Charles stifled a yawn, mumbling, Draco is likely still in the common room. Too afraid to return. Please fetch him, but be cautious not to frighten him again. Rest assured, young master. Chapter 49, Harry's Intentions. After Christmas, the weather quickly warmed. The snow melted, and nature began to awaken, while the small creatures of Hogwarts faced the dreaded examination week. Upon receiving this notice, the lamentations of Gryffindor were the most pronounced among the four houses. Unlike Slytherin, which had been molded by elite education, Ravenclaw, known for its keen and studious nature, and Hufflepuff, which was diligent and earnest. Gryffindor was predominantly characterized by its spirited, fearless, and adventurous disposition. This meant that many energetic little lions could hardly be expected to sit quietly and study. With no one to impose discipline, the notion of them studying voluntarily was laughable. The monotonous knowledge inscribed in textbooks paled in comparison to the excitement of night escapades and Quidditch. Nevertheless, as students, they still cared about their academic performance. Perhaps because their examination results would be sent home to their parents. Thus, during examination weeks, the library became overcrowded with last-minute studiers. Even the mischievous Weasley twins settled down. Finally finished. It has been rather quiet lately, Draco exclaimed after completing the last exam. Benefiting from Charles's assistance, Draco felt confident about his exam results. Particularly after attending Sebastian's private tutoring sessions each night. His expression was notably relaxed. Indeed, it is a relief to be done, Charles agreed. During this time, Sebastian had resumed his role as a tutor, occasionally challenging him with intricate questions, all under the pretense of deepening the young master's understanding of the material. He was eager to see what excuse that insufferable fellow would concoct to torment him next. I had heard that Hogwarts final examinations were terrifying, yet I must admit, I found them rather enjoyable. A sudden female voice interrupted from behind. Charles and Draco turned to see the trio from Gryffindor emerging from the corridor. Weasley, should you fail this examination, do you believe your parents would withdraw you from school? Draco smirked provocatively at Ron Weasley. I have heard you possess a sister. And with your father dismissed from the Ministry of Magic, can your family truly afford the education of so many? Ron Weasley shot a fierce glare at both Charles and Draco, but after compensating Charles a substantial sum of galleons, he ultimately refrained from making any bold retorts. His lips were pressed tightly together, and Harry, standing nearby, could even hear the grinding of his teeth. Hermione Granger cast a worried glance at Ron, stepping forward to shield her friend. Malfoy, you have gone too far. This declaration rekindled Draco's interest, who crossed his arms and elevated his chin, adopting the condescending demeanor that Ron detested most. Miss Granger, may I inquire how I have overstepped? I am merely expressing concern for young Weasley, he retorted, then turned back to Ron, speaking in a patronizing tone. Although your family is labeled as traitors to purebloods, you were once of noble descent. I cannot simply stand by and watch you struggle to afford your education. Should you truly find yourself unable to continue your studies, do write to me. For the sake of our shared heritage, I would be willing to extend some financial assistance, as an act of unexpected benevolence. How dare he? It was they who had brought such ruin upon his family, yet he audaciously uttered these words before him. Ron's chest heaved with indignation, the embarrassment and anger washing over him like a relentless tide. Had it not been for Harry and Hermione grasping his sleeve firmly, he would have lunged at Draco, eager to shatter that smug grin. I have no need for your filthy money. Yet, recalling the furious letter his mother once sent to the school, Ron merely stomped his foot in frustration before turning and running away. Ron, Hermione exclaimed, hastily following after him. Harry hesitated for a moment. Charles, might we find a time to converse? Charles raised an eyebrow, surprised to be addressed so suddenly. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in a meaningful conversation with the Savior, and their recent encounters had barely included greetings. After a moment's contemplation, Charles nodded in response to Harry's complex gaze. All right, how about this afternoon? 3:30 by the Black Lake. He was quite curious about what Harry desired to discuss. Good. Harry nodded, hesitating to articulate further. Hey, Scarhead, aren't you and Weasley best friends? Why aren't you going to comfort him? Draco interjected, feeling somewhat irked by being ignored. If you don't hurry, you might miss him. Malfoy, you are meddling far too much. Harry shot Draco a cold glance before turning back to Charles. So we have an agreement. He then dashed off in the direction Ron had taken. What do you possibly need to discuss with him? Draco frowned. Could he still believe that you would be bullied in Slytherin? Draco certainly harbors a grudge. Harry had only uttered that remark shortly after the term began. Yet Draco clung to it for an entire semester. That seems unlikely. I suspect he may be referring to the matter of the Philosopher's Stone, Summer mused. Perhaps also advising me to be cautious of Professor Snape. Upon hearing this, Draco's brow furrowed even deeper as he muttered, I truly do not understand what they are thinking. Like a mad dog, relentlessly biting at my godfather. Is it not because your godfather has never treated them with kindness and is always looking for excuses to deduct points? Summer glanced at Draco but refrained from voicing this thought. Yet, since you have already guessed what he intends to say, why did you agree to talk with him? Draco inquired. I recall that the Potter family is also of noble descent, isn't that so? Summer asked. Indeed, Draco nodded. The Potter family is indeed noble and one of the governors of Hogwarts. Although they lean somewhat towards Dumbledore, they have historically intermarried with purebloods. Harry's grandmother hails from the eternally pure-blooded Blacks. To avoid being rude when encountering them at the banquet, Draco had memorized the genealogies of the nobility since childhood and recounted it with ease. So, by blood, you and Harry are related? Summer chuckled. Draco's expression darkened instantly, as if he had swallowed a slug. Who is related to that scar-headed fool? The Wizarding World's nobility is rather limited, and those who pursue pure bloodlines tend to favor intermarriage with other pure blood families. If one were to seriously calculate, it would become apparent that these noble families are all interconnected. Some are merely aimed to tease Draco, but upon witnessing his change in demeanor, he deftly shifted the topic. So, according to you, the Potter family has not fallen into disarray? Chapter 50, on conversation. During his previous studies of the wizarding nobility, Summer had formed a particularly vivid impression of the surname Black. To speak bluntly, it is a family renowned for producing lunatics. The majority of the Blacks are haughty, paranoid, and fervently obsessed with the so-called glory of pure blood. Their excessive zeal led them to behave outrageously while in power, resulting in a thorough reckoning after their downfall. As victors of the war, they demanded certain concessions from the defeated, while the great noble families, preoccupied with their own survival, largely chose to turn a blind eye, many of them eager to seize a piece of flesh from the Blacks. Thus, with the tacit approval of many, the Black family was sacrificed. Currently, 2 of the 3 remaining Blacks are imprisoned in Azkaban, while the only one free, Narcissa Black, has taken her husband's surname, Malfoy. Interestingly, almost every generation of Blacks has produced 1 or 2 rebels who starkly contrast with the rest of the family. Clearly, Harry's grandmother was not one of them. To marry into such a family, one can surmise that the former head of the Potter household must have had a limited favor towards Dumbledore. Rather than viewing this as a departure from aristocratic principles, it may be more accurately interpreted as a form of political investment. Of course not, Draco retorted. The Potters are a prominent noble family. It is said that during the tenure of the late patriarch, the Potters were only surpassed in power by the Malfoys and the Blacks. Isn't that intriguing? Charles remarked, moving forward with a light step. What is so intriguing about it? Draco queried, following him in confusion. I don't believe I mentioned before that Harry's life with his aunt was far from pleasant. Charles paused. One might even say it was quite dreadful. Impossible, Draco exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wasn't it said that Dumbledore arranged for him to have a safe and comfortable environment to ensure the chosen one could grow up healthily and smoothly? Is that what the Wizarding World claims? Charles furrowed his brow. If by comfort you mean subsisting on dry bread, wearing tattered clothing, sleeping in a cupboard, and occasionally going hungry while assisting with household chores, then I have nothing further to say. Setting everything else aside, Harry's past existence hardly qualifies as good. Wait, was Scarhead's life truly that miserable? Draco was taken aback. The notion of sleeping in a cupboard was beyond the realm of this young lord's imagination. Therefore, do you not sense something amiss? Charles inquired. What do you mean? Draco, recalling Charles's earlier question, suddenly had an epiphany. Are you suggesting something is amiss regarding the Potter family's estate? Precisely, Charles nodded. Harry Potter should be the sole heir to the Potter fortune. If, as you say, the Potter family has not fallen into disarray, then where has that wealth disappeared to? Charles had also examined the financial status of the Dursleys and found no irregular sources of income. Raising 2 children, even with Vernon Dursley's relentless labor, barely allowed them to maintain a decent standard of living. Thus, it was evident that the considerable wealth of the Potter family had not been allocated for their upkeep. Are you implying that? Draco swallowed his exclamation, glancing around furtively to ensure no one was observing him. Once satisfied, he lowered his voice and whispered, Did Dumbledore embezzle that money? Draco suddenly recalled that he had never seen the Chosen One adorned with any valuable jewelry or protective magical artifacts. Initially, he thought it was merely Harry's personal preference. But now he considered the possibility that the heirlooms passed down through generations of the Potter family might have never even graced Harry's sight. Not necessarily, Charles replied. I am merely speculating rationally. We must inquire further to ascertain the truth. If our suspicions prove correct, Charles felt the level of danger posed by Dumbledore escalate. It is one thing to seize another's wealth, but far more insidious is the ability to quietly appropriate it while maintaining a facade of benevolence, all the while having the original owner harboring feelings of admiration and gratitude towards him. Charles shook his head, beginning to reflect deeply. Recently, my actions may have been somewhat ostentatious, which is why Dumbledore did not truly regard me as a rival. Otherwise, with Dumbledore's cunning, I would likely have found myself ensnared before I even realized it. Initially buoyed by a series of successful strikes against Dumbledore, my heart has now regained its steadiness. This sudden tranquility left Sebastian, who was keen on seizing an opportunity to bolster his young master's spirit, devoid of fervor, much to the disappointment of a certain ill-tempered demon. However, that is a matter for another time. Upon arriving at the edge of the Black Lake, Harry's eyes sparkled at the sight of Charles, who had been waiting there. He hastened a few steps to stand before him. Charles, you actually came. Charles responded with a questioning tone. Why do you say that? Did we not agree on this beforehand? Indeed, Harry replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he scratched his head. He refrained from mentioning how many people had told him that Charles, being a Slytherin, would likely be mocking him. We had made plans. It has been a while since we had a proper conversation. How have you been, Harry? Charles naturally shifted the topic as he observed Harry's demeanor. The Gryffindors have been quite friendly towards me. After several Quidditch matches, the little lions have returned to their previous amiability with Harry, even exhibiting a heightened enthusiasm. Is that so? That is reassuring. Harry opened his mouth, intending to inquire if Charles had faced any bullying in Slytherin. However, recalling how he always found Charles and that insufferable Draco surrounded by admirers, he ultimately withheld the question. Harry, yes, do not be so tense. Charles chuckled lightly at Harry's anxiousness. Did you not say you wanted to talk with me? All right, Harry exclaimed, his eyes widening as he regarded the boy before him. If, and I mean if, I were to tell you that Professor Snape is a villain, what would you think? Would he even believe me? Harry held his breath, unconsciously clenching the hand resting at his side, wholly focused on awaiting Charles's response. Professor Snape. Charles pondered for a moment, not directly answering Harry's question. Harry, have you discovered something? Charles's demeanor elicited a fleeting pang of disappointment within Harry. He could not quite grasp the source of his discontent. After all, Snape was the head of Slytherin, and it was only natural for Charles to defend his head of house. Harry consoled himself, yet his unruly hair seemed to reflect his owner's emotions, drooping slightly. There is something of great importance at Hogwarts. We have discovered that Snape intends to steal it. Chapter 51, the continuation of the conversation. Then, Harry, why are you telling me this? Charles inquired. Harry hesitated. I merely wanted to inform you that Snape is dangerous. You should be cautious. Ron mentioned that he was once a Death Eater. Though their relationship had grown distant since their entrance into Hogwarts, Charles still held a uniquely special place in Harry's heart, for he was Harry's very first friend. Even so, Harry remarked, I need evidence. Charles appeared conflicted but insisted, you know, Professor Snape is the head of Slytherin. I cannot simply suspect him based on your word. I certainly have evidence. Harry exclaimed eagerly. That object is guarded by a three-headed dog, and after Halloween, we discovered that Snape had injured his leg. If he were not attempting to steal something, how could he have been bitten by a dog? Upon reflection, Charles considered the state of Snape's leg during those days and raised an eyebrow of doubt towards Snape's motives. Moreover, Hermione claimed that she had witnessed Snape cast a curse on my broom, intending to make me fall from the sky, causing me harm. However, Charles did not believe that Snape was responsible for this incident. A competent Slytherin would strike with precision if Snape truly harbored murderous intent towards Harry. Charles doubted Harry would still be alive to speak ill of him. As the only former Death Eater permitted to teach at Hogwarts under Dumbledore's watchful eye, Snape's cunning methods were likely far from simple. Moreover, even if Snape did wish Harry harm, he would hardly be foolish enough to act against the Chosen One in plain sight, especially with Dumbledore present that day in the Quidditch pitch. Such an act would not only fail to eliminate the Chosen One, but would also arouse Dumbledore's suspicions, a rather unwise trade-off, indeed. While mulling over these thoughts, a look of concern appeared on Charles's face. Really? How could this be? So, Harry, your current situation is truly perilous. Charles believed in him. He cared. Harry's unruly hair perked up slightly. Then, Charles reached into his pocket and produced a finely crafted brooch, placing it into Harry's palm. This magical artifact was procured by my father. It possesses a minor defensive charm capable of withstanding one dark curse. No. I cannot accept this. It is far too precious, Harry stammered, flustered. What will you do after giving this to me? Harry had only heard of such magical artifacts from Ron, said to be life-saving possessions used by the nobility and extremely costly. Charles's parents were not wizards. Acquiring such a magical item must have required considerable effort. Yet, here was Charles offering him something so invaluable. Suddenly, Harry felt a wave of shame for his previous feelings of resentment towards Charles due to their estrangement and Charles's harshness towards Ron's family. Charles, clearly still as caring as ever, had shown his true colors. Hogwarts is not that perilous for me, Harry asserted. But the strikingly handsome boy took a step back and earnestly replied, you need it more than I do right now. Regardless of your intentions, always ensure your safety. A warmth surged within Harry's heart as he grasped the brooch tightly, nodding earnestly. Back already? Charles pushed open the door to find Draco sitting in a chair, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. How was your conversation? It is confirmed. I did not encounter Potter's inheritance. Charles removed his outer robe and handed it to Sebastian beside him. How can you be certain? I provided him with a magical item. Charles took a sip of the red tea prepared by Sebastian, exhaling slowly. He appeared quite exhilarated. Such magical artifacts may be rare for commoners or minor nobility, but for great houses like the Malfoys or Potters, they are mere trifles. What young scion does not carry a handful when venturing out? They often even craft these items in various styles to complement their attire. Why not employ a transfiguration charm? Draco interjected. Wearing an enchanted accessory could raise suspicions about their family's financial standing. Harry's astonishment upon first seeing the brooch seemed genuine. The only plausible explanation was that he had never encountered the Potter inheritance before. Draco furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He discerned Charles's implication, though he wished for nothing more than for his family's belongings to remain out of that scar-headed boy's grasp. Yet the thought that the other party had not even laid eyes on his estate and was instead expressing gratitude towards the one who had acquired it brought him a sense of schadenfreude. Well, if it's given, it's given. I shall send you another set later. Then I shall thank you in advance, Draco, Charles replied graciously, even with Sebastian present. The prospect of physical assaults, spells, and curses remained daunting. Any additional assurance was welcome. By the way, Sebastian, Charles tilted his head slightly. Are you aware there is a three-headed dog in the castle? A three-headed dog, Sebastian exclaimed, his voice tinged with alarm before he could respond. How could such a dangerous creature be in the castle? Indeed, there was a three-headed dog, and as Sebastian recalled the filthy, drooling beast he had encountered while fetching the Philosopher's Stone, a subtle change crossed his face. It's located at the end of the corridor on the right side of the third floor. It is likely a challenge designed to test the savior. However, Dumbledore, Draco began, initially believing that the mere presence of a Philosopher's Stone in the castle was remarkable enough. At least that stone was inanimate, and as long as the information remained concealed, the danger was minimal. But he never anticipated that Dumbledore would go so far as to introduce a fiercely aggressive three-headed dog. Rest assured, I have examined the chains. They are quite secure, and the creature will not easily escape, Sebastian reassured them. Is that three-headed dog formidable? Charles inquired. A sudden wave of foreboding washed over Sebastian. And he thought, it seems rather ordinary to me. Do you think the Phantomhive Manor is still in need of a watchdog? Charles mused. I don't believe it is necessary. Sebastian, momentarily setting aside his aesthetic sensibilities, interrupted Charles, unwilling to let him continue. The shadow cast by that hellish beast from years past still lingered in his mind. However, do you not think that our butler, Mr. Nakata, is quite capable and would ensure the safety of the masters within the home? Sebastian interjected with a smile. As for your family, the threat posed by a three-headed hound would be significantly greater. Chapter 52, The Vanished Philosopher's Stone. Regardless of its ferocity, you would be able to command it, would you not? Charles set down his teacup and gazed serenely at the impeccably poised demon behind him. I trust you will not let me down. Observing the boy's unabashed delight in the prospect of mischief, Sebastian silently sighed. It seemed his earlier antics as a tutor had indeed provoked the young master. Clearly, he was eager for retribution. Yet, his demeanor remained one of respectful courtesy. Of course, as the steward of the Phantomhive estate, how could I possibly fail in such a trivial matter? Pleased to witness the demon falter, Charles nodded in satisfaction. However, upon reflection, a three-headed hound is undoubtedly too perilous for ordinary folk. Before Sebastian could breathe a sigh of relief, Charles continued, once you have trained it, you may deliver it to Malfoy Manor. He turned to Draco, adding, consider it my gift to you. Draco, however, was now quite reluctant to bestow magical artifacts upon Charles. It was evident that such a creature would not align with the aesthetic values of the Malfoy household. He had no desire to encounter a three-headed hound within their elegant and opulent manor. Even if he did not wish to keep it, it could serve as magical materials. Charles hesitated, uncertain, and remarked, surely, there must be parts of the hound that could be utilized as magical components? Catching a glimpse of Sebastian's smile, which had momentarily frozen, Draco's mind whirled. Having been bewildered by the earlier exchange, he now understood that Charles was deliberately provoking Sebastian. After being inadvertently injured multiple times during Sebastian's private lessons, Draco resolved to join forces with his companion, swallowing his initial refusal. If you insist. I insist, Charles affirmed. Then I shall accept it. Having said this, Draco surreptitiously prodded Charles and whispered, could it be that Sebastian is afraid of dogs? Sebastian's smile suddenly radiated with unprecedented brilliance as he replied, young Master Malfoy, you have misunderstood me. I am not afraid of dogs. I merely hold a profound disdain for them. Charles and Draco exchanged glances, processing his repeated assertion. Then why are you still here? Charles lifted his teacup once more. I hope we do not cause Draco to doubt the efficiency of the Phantomhive household. At the moment when Sebastian's gaze fell upon Draco, a shiver ran down Draco's spine. He instinctively shrank closer to Charles, offering a dry laugh. No, I wouldn't. You see, young Master Malfoy had not contemplated much. Sebastian lifted the teapot to refill Charles's cup. As a competent butler, it is my duty to ensure that you complete your afternoon tea first. Charles met his gaze. In that fleeting instant of connection, Draco, who quietly observed from the side, could almost hear the crackling of thunder and see blinding flashes of lightning. He instinctively tucked his chin in, striving to diminish his presence. Oh, the pattern on this spoon's handle is truly exquisite. Charles casually decided the fate of the three-headed dog, pondering little whether its original owner might seek trouble with Dumbledore over its loss. What concern was it of his? He was merely a timid first-year wizard, too afraid even to venture out at night. Meanwhile, emboldened by Charles's encouragement, Harry gathered his courage that very night and, together with Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, pushed open the wooden door at the end of the third-floor corridor. A minor incident occurred as they departed the common room. Neville Longbottom, having heard some rumor, stood in their path. This timid boy mustered his courage to intercept them, hoping to prevent further loss of points for his house. However, it was evident that mere bravery was insufficient. Hermione Granger swiftly dispatched him with a simple petrification charm. After narrowly evading the three-headed dog's attack, the trio landed among a mass of soft, cold, and slimy plants. The most chilling aspect was that these plants seemed to possess a consciousness of their own. As Harry moved his arm, a vine promptly ensnared him. Harry! He began to struggle fiercely, as more and more vines wrapped around his body, nearly choking him. Ron Weasley's situation was equally dire. His mouth was tightly bound. Am I truly going to be strangled to death? This thought flashed through Harry's mind. Just then, Hermione's voice reached his ears. I remember now, this is the devil's snare. You must relax, or you'll perish even quicker. Shortly after uttering these words, the girl, ensnared by the vines, sank down, disappearing from Harry and Ron's sight. Hermione, Harry cried out. Don't worry, I'm safe. Trust me, you need to relax. Her calm voice floated up from below the vines. Harry felt a measure of reassurance settle within him. He tightly shut his eyes, striving to suppress the urge to struggle. Suddenly, he felt the vines loosen, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself standing on dry ground. As for Ron Weasley, he was still caught in a frantic struggle. Witnessing his friend vanish only intensified his desperation. With a sigh of resignation, Hermione raised her wand once more, rescuing him just before he could truly be suffocated by the devil's snare. After enduring a series of trials involving the flying key, the enormous wizard's chess, and potions and flames, Harry finally arrived alone at the conclusion of the journey that Dumbledore had orchestrated for him. However, what awaited him in that room was not the longed-for Severus Snape. Quirrell, what are you doing here? Harry cautiously stepped back a bit, distancing himself from the man standing before the mirror. I thought it was. Upon hearing this, the man reflected in the mirror suddenly displayed a rather sinister smile. When Dumbledore burst into the chamber with McGonagall and Snape, only Harry remained in the room. The elderly man, with hair and beard as white as snow, cast a few spells on the boy, who lay unconscious and in disarray on the floor. Upon discovering that Harry was merely exhausted and his body had sustained no significant injuries, he slowly exhaled in relief. He then used a levitation charm to keep Harry floating beside him. Oh, Merlin's beard, Professor McGonagall exclaimed, using a handkerchief to wipe Harry's face. We need to get him to the hospital wing promptly. This child needs proper rest. I knew James and Lily's child would not disappoint me. Dumbledore chuckled as he stroked his beard, completely oblivious to the shadow that fell across Snape's face at the mention of James. However, Dumbledore's laughter was soon to fade. No, where has that large piece of the Philosopher's Stone gone? That was borrowed, he exclaimed. Where am I to find another to return it? Chapter 53, Dumbledore. As is well known, a smile does not vanish, it merely shifts. It seems matters have unfolded in a manner you did not anticipate, Snape remarked, arching his lips in a sardonic smile, leaving no doubt about his scornful tone. Well, since our great savior is alive and well, I believe my presence is no longer required. After all, Dumbledore had brought him along partly to prevent Harry from suffering excessive harm, and partly to show him that Harry had been well raised in the Muggle world, in order to avert any grievances he might harbor against Dumbledore's savior training plans. Severus, McGonagall admonished, casting a disapproving glance at Snape. It's getting late. I still need to patrol tonight. Snape emitted a low grunt, not waiting for Dumbledore or McGonagall to respond, and turned to leave. If he did not take the initiative to depart, given Dumbledore's level of suspicion, he might well find himself under scrutiny. Snape had no desire to waste time countering Dumbledore's incessant probing. Albus, what shall we do next? McGonagall inquired, clearly aware of the immense value and complexity of the Philosopher's Stone. The loss of such an item at Hogwarts would undoubtedly spell trouble. Minerva, please take Harry to the hospital wing, Dumbledore replied after a moment's contemplation. Rest assured, I will handle the ensuing matters. After Professor McGonagall's departure, Dumbledore scoured the entire chamber, but found no trace of the Philosopher's Stone. He even employed a retrospective spell on the Mirror of Erist. Yet the scene that unfolded left Dumbledore in disbelief. Harry had not acquired the stone, which seemed to have inexplicably vanished. He tugged at his beard in frustration, ultimately directing his gaze towards Harry. Thus, when Harry finally awoke from his slumber in the hospital wing, the first sight that greeted him was Dumbledore waiting by his bedside. Professor Dumbledore, Harry exclaimed, propping himself up in surprise. Oh, my child, you have finally awakened. The elderly wizard's eyes brimmed with affection. Do you know how Ron and Hermione are? Harry inquired eagerly. Rest assured, they are both well, Dumbledore reassured him. And the Philosopher's Stone? Has it been taken? Harry lamented, clenching his fists against the bedcovers. I am deeply sorry, my child. The stone has indeed been lost, Dumbledore said, his blue eyes, partially concealed by his half-moon spectacles, fixed intently on Harry. In order to recover it swiftly, can you recount what transpired that night? Perhaps it was merely Harry's imagination, but he sensed a certain urgency in Dumbledore's demeanor. I encountered Professor Quirrell in that room. He wanted me to seek the stone, Harry gathered his thoughts and began narrating. I stood before the mirror and distinctly saw my reflection placing the stone into my pocket, yet my pocket was empty. Thus, it became evident, as if by magical retrospection, that Harry had never possessed the stone in the first place. Dumbledore's expression darkened. This implies that the stone must have been lost prior to that moment. Who could have stealthily stolen the stone right from under my nose? He had employed numerous measures to safeguard it, yet clearly, they had proven ineffective. The individual capable of such a feat would either possess a deeper understanding of magic than he or be exceedingly familiar with him. A face abruptly surfaced in Dumbledore's mind, causing his fingers, which were gripping his beard, to tremble as he plucked several more strands from it. Perhaps he had misjudged. That man should still be at Nurmengard. But aside from him, how many other powerful wizards understood him so well? Dumbledore closed his eyes. Once the students were on holiday, perhaps a journey to Germany would be in order. And then, I heard another voice. Harry tightened his fists, his voice trembling involuntarily. That person, I'm referring to someone hiding beneath his turban. He wanted to kill me, to exact revenge. Yet, for some reason, when Professor Quirrell approached me, he began to scream. Then he transformed into a pile of ash. After that, my scar suddenly hurt intensely, and what transpired next remains a mystery to me. Oh, my child, do not bear too much guilt. The loss of the Philosopher's Stone is not your fault. It had been stolen before you entered the room. But what of your friend, Nicholas? Will he perish? The elixir in Nicholas's possession is sufficient to sustain him until we retrieve the stone. You shall recover it, won't you? Trust gleamed in Harry's eyes. Dumbledore nodded. Of course, my child, indeed. Headmaster Dumbledore, do you know why? Why Quirrell cannot touch you? Dumbledore, suppressing his impatience, inquired gently. It is due to your mother. When faced with peril, she sacrificed herself to protect you, a deed that leaves an indelible mark upon you. Noticing Harry's instinctive gesture to touch his forehead, Dumbledore gently restrained his wrist. Not that mark. The true imprint is one you cannot physically touch. After soothing Harry's emotions, Dumbledore eagerly returned to his office. Quietly seated at a desk cluttered with scrolls, his fingers absently caressing an empty picture frame, his expression tinged with solitude, no one knew the depths of his contemplation. A knock sounded at the door, and Professor McGonagall entered, inquiring, "How is it, Albus? Does Harry know anything?" Dumbledore shook his head calmly, shedding the earlier gloom. "Minerva, Harry knows nothing. I suspect that Hogwarts may have had visitors unknown to us." "Albus," Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her excitement rare. "You understand that the Philosopher's Stone must not be lost at Hogwarts." She could hardly fathom the danger that would ensue if such news were to spread. Young witches and wizards departing Hogwarts would be at risk from dark sorcerers coveting the stone. Once targeted, the best outcome would be the application of the soul-sucking curse. "Minerva, do not fret. I shall manage this matter." Dumbledore endeavored to reassure her. "You said the same when you insisted on bringing the stone to Hogwarts." McGonagall retorted sharply. Had she foreseen this predicament, she would never have acquiesced. Dumbledore found himself momentarily stifled by his loyal subordinate. "I previously conferred with Nicholas, proposing that we announce the stone's destruction, citing our concern for Harry's protection. Initially, it was merely a ruse. Who could have anticipated the stone would truly vanish? How could he explain this to Nicholas? How many would believe such a tale? Professor McGonagall remained skeptical of Dumbledore's clumsy deception. Dumbledore smiled. "Rest assured, I shall convince them." McGonagall regarded him with suspicion. "Oh, Minerva, it grows late. I presume you are here to remind me of the banquet." Dumbledore rose from his chair and made his way to the door. "The students await. As headmaster, tardiness is unbecoming." Chapter 54. The House Cup belonging to Slytherin. On the eve of students' departure from Hogwarts, the customary selection of the House Cup takes place, ranking each house according to the number of remaining gems, serving to honor and motivate the young creatures. The Great Hall had been elegantly adorned in advance, with banners bearing the Slytherin crest floating midair and silver decorations adorning the tables, boldly proclaiming the rightful ownership of the House Cup for the year. The Slytherins were in high spirits, proudly puffing out their chests as Dumbledore announced the gem counts for each house, a result that truly reflected their diligent efforts throughout the year. Whether it was striving for points in class or diligently adhering to rules outside the classroom, well, perhaps striving to avoid detection while bending the rules, this was their rightful reward. As Dumbledore, standing upon the dais, cleared his throat twice to interrupt the jubilant cheers of the Slytherins, he remarked, "While the Slytherins have performed admirably, I must add some final points in light of recent events." Recent events? Surely, he was referring to the affair concerning the Savior and the Philosopher's Stone. What should have remained a secret had somehow stirred a fervor throughout Hogwarts, resulting in the foolish Gryffindors now idolizing the Savior. Exchanging glances, the smiles on the faces of the Slytherins faltered slightly. It appeared that the headmaster intended to award points to the Gryffindors. Severus Snape's expression darkened. Yet, Dumbledore seemed oblivious to their sentiments. In a tone of commendation, the venerable elder allocated a significant number of points to the Gryffindor trio. propelling them from the position of having the least gems to a tie with Slytherin at the top. Yet Dumbledore, still unsatisfied, awarded Neville Longbottom an additional 10 points under the pretext of bravery for having the courage to stop his friends, thereby elevating Gryffindor to the position of having the most gems. The atmosphere at the Slytherin table instantly turned frigid, contrasting sharply with the exuberance of Gryffindor. I am now honored to announce. Dumbledore tapped his cup, allowing time for the little lions to compose themselves before continuing. However, before he could finish his statement, a voice from the crowd interrupted him. So, are you encouraging nighttime escapades? Regardless of whether the savior is truly brave, it remains a fact that the three of them violated multiple school rules, does it not? Should such behavior not be met with consequences? A profound silence enveloped the hall. Dumbledore's piercing gaze sought the source of the voice, only to discover that it emanated from the Gryffindor table. The little lions exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unaware of who had just spoken. Yet, in that singular moment, such a simple statement had placed Dumbledore in a rather precarious position before all the young creatures present. Dumbledore's audacity to award points to the Gryffindor trio and Neville Longbottom, based on what many considered an unfounded rationale, stemmed from his authority as the headmaster of Hogwarts. He believed that even if some were discontent with his pronouncements, no student or professor would dare interrupt the headmaster's address in full view of the assembled crowd. It was merely a matter of the House Cup. As long as he solidified the decision before everyone, any subsequent dissent would not alter the outcome. Once the new term commenced, who would still dwell on the events surrounding this year's House Cup? People would only remember the tale of the savior valiantly guarding the Philosopher's Stone in his first year. Dumbledore's calculation concerning what appeared to be a trivial House Cup was twofold: to encourage Harry and, more importantly, to ensure that Harry Potter, as the savior, would stand out among his peers from the very beginning, becoming the focal point of attention. Dumbledore sought to cultivate Harry into a leader, guiding Gryffindor to seize the House Cup from Slytherin, thereby earning Harry the admiration of his fellow lions. The belief that Harry would ultimately deliver victory, regardless of the challenges, was a notion Dumbledore aimed to instill deeply within the hearts of the young ones. Humans often possess a tendency to develop habitual thinking. Once one begins to idolize and revere an individual, over time, they come to align with and comprehend all of that person's viewpoints, ultimately becoming a loyal follower. However, due to a seemingly innocuous remark, Dumbledore's plan was thrown into disarray. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, it was already illogical to grant Gryffindor an unprecedented number of points. And to disregard the trio's infractions against school regulations would undoubtedly undermine Dumbledore's standing at Hogwarts. Yet, relinquishing this opportunity would render his previous efforts futile. Dumbledore hesitated, while Professor McGonagall, her face reflecting shame, spoke up. Nighttime excursions are, of course, prohibited, due to the violations of multiple school rules by Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger. I must deduct 100 points from each of them. The students below were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Consequently, Gryffindor's points would dwindle even further than before. Minerva, Dumbledore exclaimed, abruptly turning his head, realizing his tone had been overly harsh. He softened his voice and inquired, "Isn't this punishment somewhat excessive?" Albus, Professor McGonagall fixed her steadfast gaze upon him, conveying her unwavering resolve. "It is time for you to announce the winner of the House Cup." Dumbledore's overt favoritism toward Gryffindor filled this inherently principled witch with shame. Noticing that McGonagall had no intention of changing her mind, Dumbledore turned to the students and declared, "Let us congratulate Slytherin for winning this year's House Cup." To everyone's astonishment, the most fervent reaction to this outcome did not come from Slytherin, but rather from Ravenclaw. The little eagles jubilantly tossed their hats into the air, celebrating with unrestrained enthusiasm. They accepted their defeat to Slytherin, acknowledging that at least the little snakes had truly excelled. However, being inexplicably overshadowed by the always troublesome Gryffindor was utterly unacceptable. What merit did they possess beyond their penchant for chaos? Amidst the lively atmosphere, no one noticed a raven, cloaked in ebony, soaring across the ceiling. Draco nudged Charles, who sat beside him, and whispered, "Could the speaker just now have been?" The voice sounded so familiar. Charles, with a hint of a smile, fed Draco a spoonful of pudding. "Well, I too am curious about the identity of that speaker." Chapter 55, The Reunion. The expressions of the little lions visibly soured, with several girls unable to suppress quiet sobs. Had Dumbledore not specifically mentioned awarding points to Harry and his friends, perhaps the Gryffindors would not feel such profound disappointment over losing the House Cup. After all, the number of gems each house possessed had long been conspicuously displayed, and the Gryffindors were well aware of the House Cup's fate. Yet, Dumbledore's unexpected intervention had ignited a flicker of hope for seizing the cup from the clutches of Slytherin's serpents, only to have their spirits dashed once more. If they had never glimpsed hope, it might have been bearable, but to have something so nearly within reach cruelly snatched away created a psychological chasm that few could withstand. Naturally, the Gryffindors began to misplace their frustrations. They instinctively shifted blame. At this moment, they did not reflect on their own performances. Nor did they consider that had Dumbledore not shown favoritism by granting Harry and his friends a significant boost in points, their original gem count would have fallen short even of Hufflepuff's. They only knew that had it not been for Harry's transgressions against numerous school rules, resulting in Professor McGonagall deducting 100 points from each of them, perhaps Gryffindor could have emerged victorious in the House Cup evaluation. As the architects of their renewed despair, the trio from Gryffindor received many a resentful glare from their fellow Lions. Indeed, upon closer inspection, the trio had contributed significantly to the points deducted from Gryffindor over the year. Dumbledore, perched upon the podium, observed the reactions of the young ones, his gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts. The holiday season was no reprieve for Charles. He was burdened not only with essays assigned by the professors at Hogwarts, but also with the knowledge he had learned from Eric during his time at school. When the thoughts he had long set aside finally compelled him to seek help, he found himself still struggling with the exercises assigned by Sebastian. Ciel raised his hand to massage his throbbing temples, casting a glance at the uninvited guest in his study. Might I suggest that you notify me prior to your next appearance? The visitor, however, disregarded his words and unceremoniously took a seat, seemingly unconcerned. The Dark Lord had his own rationale for every endeavor, and a mere novice wizard had no right to question his agenda. Nevertheless, upon noticing the black-clad butler standing behind the boy, he wisely chose to keep this thought to himself. Have you procured what I requested? He inquired. Indeed, I have, Ciel replied, fixing his gaze upon him with an enigmatic smile. However, might I ask if you have forgotten to inform me of something? For instance, that directly touching the crown would result in one's soul being sealed within it, siphoning away their life force. Had it not been for the demon's innate sensitivity to souls, Ciel might have fallen victim to that very crown. Is that so? It was lamentable that the curse he had cast upon the crown during the fracturing of his own soul had been discovered by the boy. Should the boy perish, perhaps that man would willingly offer himself as a subordinate. Contemplating this, his expression remained impassive. After all, if he had not mentioned it before, it must not hold significant importance. The magical contract they had previously signed did not stipulate that he was obliged to ensure the boy's safety. And the item? It remains within Hogwarts, Ciel replied nonchalantly. He certainly had the means to have Sebastian retrieve the crown from Hogwarts. But why should he? This individual was already contemplating his demise. Did he truly expect him to fulfill their transaction dutifully? The magical contract did not specify a deadline for the completion of their agreement, so he could afford to delay. After all, the urgency was not his own. His gaze turned icy. I was under the impression our prior arrangement was for you to retrieve the item. Rest assured, my memory is impeccable, Ciel replied with a narrowed-eyed smile. Upon hearing this, the boy's attitude became clear, and he instinctively raised his wand, contemplating casting a painful curse upon the insolent mudblood before him. Yet, just as his fingers twitched, a beautifully crafted teacup was placed before him, producing a crisp sound as it met the table's surface. Lifting his gaze slightly, he found himself confronted by a man clad in black, offering a refined smile. Sir, please enjoy the tea. Meeting those dark red eyes, he was suddenly reminded of their first encounter, when several silver dining knives had been embedded in the wall. Now, with their proximity so close, a reckless move could very well lead to a fatal consequence. This thought intruded upon his mind unexpectedly, prompting him to forcibly suppress his anger. When will you deliver the crown to me? He inquired, struggling to temper his irritation. His soul, having been fractured too many times, was in a state far from well. After learning from that individual that splitting one's soul not only fails to grant immortality, but instead drives one to madness, he has been intent on reclaiming all fragments of his soul back into his body. The piece of soul hidden within the crown holds immense significance for him. I had presumed that Ravenclaw's crown belonged to Hogwarts. Charles, with his gaze lowered, took a sip of tea. Is it not rather inappropriate for the gentleman to claim it as his own? Charles directly pointed out the crown's origins. Had he known he desired such a precious item, he ought to have exploited him further. I believe that, regardless of the crown's value, it will not impact our transaction. He forced a disingenuous smile. Are you insinuating that you now wish to retract your agreement? Merely because he discovered that the crown originally belonged to Ravenclaw? Certainly not. Charles shook his head. Rest assured, I still possess a sense of honor in our agreement. As the two sat facing each other, Charles noted that the burn-like marks on the other's face seemed to have diminished. Have you recently encountered some fortuitous events? The boy, whose identity was deliberately obscured by a malevolent demon, cautiously inquired. Chapter 56. With injury? Almost as soon as the words left his lips, a wave of magical pressure surged toward him. Although Sebastian shielded Charles just in time, he was still compelled to pale slightly, a coppery sweetness rising from deep within his throat. What do you know? A shadow of menace clouded the boy's face as he fixed a chilling gaze upon Charles. In truth, Charles had been exceedingly cautious with his probing, yet the sensitivity of the situation was undeniable. Noticing the boy's penetrating stare and connecting it to Ravenclaw's crown and his question, he arrived at a series of perplexing conclusions. ultimately deducing that the other might have become aware of his troubling circumstances. It was hardly surprising. After all, the act of splitting one's soul was his Achilles heel. He considered himself to have made countless enemies in the wizarding world, and it was only natural to wish to conceal this fact from further scrutiny. In reality, had it not been for the presence of the enigmatic Sebastian, he would have preferred to eliminate anyone who might uncover his secret rather than merely threaten them. "Sir, it is exceedingly rude for a guest to strike at his host." Suddenly, several gleaming knives appeared between Sebastian's fingers, his expression growing serious. And the smile that once graced his lips faded. Ah, how dare he harm the young master in his presence? Perhaps he ought to teach this individual a lesson. Just before the knives were released, a slender hand emerged from behind Sebastian, deftly pushing him aside. "Young master?" Sebastian tightened his grip on the knife, puzzled. "What have I come to understand?" Charles, his lips devoid of color, ignored him, the frail boy smiling brilliantly at him. "Are you referring to the fact that your power is not yet complete, or—" Charles elongated his words, deliberately leaving his statement unfinished beneath the gaze filled with murderous intent. If there were merely suspicions before, the expression now, akin to that of a cat whose tail has been stepped on, unmistakably reveals to Charles that this man before him may indeed have endured some irrevocable harm 11 years ago. It is precisely due to such trauma that this once mighty figure, who commanded the winds and rains within the wizarding realm, has remained in obscurity for so many years. Yet, one must ponder, could such a profound injury truly have been inflicted by Harry, who was but an infant at the time? Charles harbors no disdain for Harry, but regardless of how one contemplates it, the loser in that encounter could hardly have been the Dark Lord before him, not to mention a mere babe. Even the current version of Harry would find it impossible to confront the weight of dark magic. With this thought, Charles gently tapped Sebastian's arm, saying, "At the very least, our guest deserves to experience the hospitality of the Phantomhive household." Charles has always been averse to being wronged. This individual has repeatedly used dark magic to intimidate him. Does he truly believe that Charles would remain unperturbed? "Rest assured, I shall ensure that our esteemed guest is treated with the utmost courtesy," the demon replied, a sinister smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Sebastian approached slowly, a heavy shroud of darkness seemingly trailing him, his imposing presence rendering the Dark Lord speechless. An unprecedented terror surged within him, transforming him once more into the ambitious Tom Riddle from the orphanage. The pristine soles of his shoes clicked sharply against the wooden floor, each sound echoing like a heartbeat. A piercing scream rent the air, shattering the silence. In the courtyard, the ever-composed butler, Tanaka, prepared a cup of green tea for Vincent. Observing the upright tea leaves with a smile as he remarked, "My lord, look, the tea leaves are standing. It seems auspicious events are on the horizon." Indeed, Vincent, seated comfortably, gazed at the rare clear sky, hoping for fine weather on the morrow. What exactly Sebastian did remains a mystery, but when he reappeared before Charles, he no longer bore the haughty demeanor of before. He appeared composed and dignified, finally resembling the illustrious Dark Lord that Lucius had spoken of. Charles nodded in satisfaction and retrieved a two-way mirror intended for communication with Lucius. It was not long before a charming visage materialized within the glass. Since forming an alliance with the Phantomhive family, Lucius had basked in glory within the aristocratic circles of the wizarding world, decisively subduing rivals who barely matched the Malfoy lineage, to the extent that one could say he had monopolized the spotlight. Thus, even when Charles interrupted his flirtation with a beautiful lady, Lucius maintained a cordial demeanor. The cunning Malfoy certainly knew to distinguish between a trivial dalliance and a partnership that could yield countless galleons. "Charles, what brings you to me?" "Indeed, there are matters at hand. Someone desires the old diary that you possess." "What diary?" Lucius momentarily faltered, unable to recall that he once had a habit of journaling. "It is the one entrusted to your care by another," Charles reminded him. Lucius furrowed his brow even tighter. Every gift delivered to Malfoy Manor was of exquisite quality. So where could such a thing have arisen? Suddenly, Lucius's face drained of color, and he swallowed hard. "Charles, how did you learn of this?" "It should not be known by anyone other than him and that individual." "Oh, it was he who informed me," Charles replied, flipping the two-way mirror in his hand, revealing the weary visage of another nearby within its reflective surface. A gasp of terror escaped from the mirror, followed by a clatter of sounds. And then the connection was severed. "TSK, it appears that the gentleman holds considerable influence in front of you." Charles couldn't help but tease. Chapter 57, with Lucius. Before he could utter a word, a soft thud echoed, and a figure abruptly appeared in the nearby clearing. "Charles, what was that?" Lucius, still unsteady, inquired hastily. At this moment, he disregarded the fact that directly operating into another's abode was deemed quite impolite among the nobility. Such trivialities were of no concern. He sought clarity regarding the face that had appeared in the mirror. Was it truly the one he envisioned? If not, why did this person bear such a striking resemblance to that gentleman from many years ago, before his madness had revealed itself? If it was indeed him, why was that gentleman now in Charles's presence? No, It could not be that gentleman. After all, Charles's demeanor had not deviated from the norm, showing no signs of harm or coercion. The Malfoy family was currently thriving. Lucius should have wished that the madman would never resurface. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he was suddenly reminded of the learned man who had once personally instructed him in spells during his youth. Lucius's mind was a tempest of confusion, leaving him uncertain of his own thoughts. However, any lingering contemplations dissipated upon sensing the familiar and unsettling magical pressure that filled the room. Turning to face the man seated opposite Charles, Lucius lowered himself, kneeling before him. He kept his head bowed, his soft hair cascading from his shoulders, concealing the panic etched upon his face. Welcome back. It is evident from Lucius's instinctual reaction just how profound the psychological impact of past dominion had been upon the wizards. The head of the Malfoy family, who holds a position of considerable influence beside the Dark Lord, is reduced to such a state of fear. One can only imagine how those of lesser stature, or those who find themselves in his crosshairs, must feel in his presence. For a moment, Lucius fell silent, his head bowing even lower, his body trembling involuntarily, beads of cold sweat forming on his polished forehead. Gone was the suave demeanor he once displayed in front of the mirror. The typically silver-tongued Malfoy resembled a mute sparrow, stripped of its voice, waiting in silence for the man's verdict upon him. Lucius understood all too well that the actions of the Malfoy family in recent years would not have pleased the Dark Lord, based on his temperament before his disappearance. As time ticked away and the man remained silent, Charles grew increasingly impatient and exchanged a glance with Sebastian. Mr. Malfoy, please rise. Charles broke the oppressive silence. This is our new partner from the Phantomhive family. I trust you do not require further introductions. In Charles's perspective, Lucius, a partner who could bring him substantial benefits, far outweighed the significance of a mere second-generation Dark Lord, recently tormented by demons, and now existing only in name. Isn't Mr. Phantomhive being a tad too meddlesome? He smirked. Regardless of the circumstances, Lucius remained his subordinate. The manner in which he treated him was not for an outsider to dictate. Mr. Malfoy is my guest, here. This is my home, Charles stated with a smile. Within the walls of the Phantomhive estate, all must obey him. Listening to the sharp exchange between Charles and Lucius, the latter was groggily helped to his feet by Sebastian. For a moment, Lucius questioned whether he had fallen under some strange curse. How could he witness that esteemed gentleman calmly engaging in a war of words with a mere muggle-born wizard? Shouldn't he be unleashing dark curses upon those who show him disrespect? By Merlin, the suspended socks hadn't been washed in centuries. If this were a nightmare, he wished to awaken swiftly. Lucius, dazed, pinched his arm. The sharp pain brought him back to reality, and upon lifting his gaze, the scene before him remained unchanged. One piece of bad news, that esteemed gentleman had indeed returned. One piece of good news, his mind seemed to have faltered. Noticing Lucius's small gesture, a smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't he Abbott child quite clever in his youth? Why, now that he has grown, does he appear rather dim-witted? He hadn't intended to leave Lucius hanging. He simply hadn't decided how best to address him in that moment. In those days, when he became aware of Dumbledore's cunning through the reminder of the red-haired man, his condition had already deteriorated significantly. In order to discreetly seek a method of recovery without arousing Dumbledore's suspicion, he was compelled to substitute the fragment of his soul that had been previously severed and placed within the Resurrection Stone to continue his role as the Dark Lord. Out of personal prudence and suspicion, he refrained from disclosing this substitution to anyone, not even to Abraxas Malfoy, who had initially stood by his side. When he departed, he had not anticipated how arduous it would be to restore his soul, nor did he foresee that those haughty nobles could be so significantly affected by the remnants he had left behind in his desperate bid for survival, transforming so drastically in such a brief span of time. Even Abraxas had been dealt with due to that remnant. When he discovered that Abraxas Malfoy had succumbed to a disease in France, he was nearly rendered speechless. Wasn't his former senior rather astute? Had he not noticed anything amiss with the Dark Lord? Although, in a sense, Abraxas's demise was not directly caused by him, the outcome was ostensibly no different. This realization stirred a rare pang of guilt within him in the presence of Lucius, the son of his old acquaintance. Yet he could not voice this unease due to the Dark Lord's influence. Thus, he contemplated using Charles's assistance to retrieve the diary belonging to the Malfoy family. Little did he expect that Charles would inadvertently expose his existence to Lucius. I believed our previous agreement stipulated that you were to obtain the diary and then hand it to me, he expressed, somewhat dissatisfied with Charles's actions. I merely thought it would be more convenient for you to approach Mr. Malfoy directly. Charles shrugged nonchalantly. He is unlikely to refuse your request. Regardless of how the process unfolds, just tell me if you can ultimately secure that diary. Chapter 58, A Modicum of Planning. Charles's retort left him momentarily speechless as his gaze swept over the impeccably dressed man behind him before he averted his eyes to Lucius. Lucius, my dear friend. It has been far too long. His voice, smooth and deep, sent an involuntary shiver down Lucius's spine. It was hardly surprising that Lucius felt apprehensive. According to previous custom, the utterance of the phrase "my dear friend" was invariably accompanied by a few malevolent curses. This individual had imbued those words with a distinct personal touch, creating a conditioned reflex among the Death Eaters who followed him. Even if such curses did not befall the likes of a grand aristocrat like Malfoy, the resounding cries of anguish and the lingering scent of blood were sufficiently cautionary for them. Though he sensed an inexplicable suppression of his temper, Lucius did not believe that he and the Malfoy family could withstand the wrath of the Dark Lord. After mulling over his words, a humble smile crept across Lucius's face. "My master, Lucius Malfoy, is at your service." Charles glanced at Lucius's sycophantic yet respectful smile and then turned to Sebastian, who appeared lost in thought. Silently, he raised his foot and stepped on him. Sebastian, bewildered, inquired, "Young master, do you have any instructions for me?" He slightly bent down, bringing his ear closer to the boy's lips. Charles initially intended to say, "Look at how he smiles." However, upon envisioning Lucius's grin on Sebastian's face, he felt an inexplicable wave of nausea. He opened his mouth, ultimately uttering only, "I am somewhat weary." With both he and Sebastian present, the two adult wizards in the room would be unable to converse freely. As a considerate host, Charles did not mind offering his guests a semblance of privacy. After all, the crucial documents resided in his own bedroom. This small study was merely a space for study. Thus, relinquishing it would pose little consequence. Sebastian, seizing the moment, asked, "Would you like to take a respite in the garden? Today's dessert is freshly baked apple creme. Very well," Charles replied, rising to his feet and nodding at the two men who had bowed in his direction. "I shall step out for a while. Please feel free to utilize this study. Once you have reached an agreement, we shall reconvene to discuss our subsequent plans." Charles harbored intentions of drawing Dumbledore's attention back to the forefront, using this opportunity to discreetly cultivate power alongside the Malfoy family, all while decisively suppressing or even annihilating the nobles inclined towards Dumbledore. His choice stemmed from a dual perspective. On one hand, he would never lean towards Dumbledore. On the other, he sensed that this individual held an exceptionally strong presence in Dumbledore's mind, akin to a solitary bulb illuminating the night, a rarity that ordinary souls could not rival. With such a conspicuous figure in the mix, Dumbledore would easily overlook the happenings in the shadows. Should financial support wane, the Order of the Phoenix would inevitably struggle to make significant waves, regardless of Dumbledore's formidable abilities, failing to exert substantial influence over the aristocracy. At that juncture, even if Dumbledore were to fight desperately or seek mutual destruction, it would hold little weight, especially with Sebastian on their side. In terms of sheer force, Charles was confident that no one could rival this demon. In simple terms, Charles aspired to usurp power. However, the execution of this plan hinged upon two pivotal prerequisites. One was the stance of the parties involved, and the other depended on whether Lucius could swallow the humiliation he had previously endured. For the plan to unfold smoothly, these two individuals would need to interact frequently. A hint of ulterior motives was acceptable, yet if collaborators harbored nefarious intentions, complications would inevitably arise. The first condition was manageable. If necessary, Charles could have Sebastian handle it again, as he held great confidence in his own demon's methods. As for the latter condition, it presents a certain challenge. In Char's perspective, those who have risen will not willingly kneel once more. Should Lucius harbor differing opinions, adjustments to the plan will be necessary. After all, Char is not a demon. He cannot compel a platinum noble to serve another. Besides, this individual is the father of Little Long. Provided that it does not infringe upon his principles, Char is inclined to extend some privileges to his friends. Altering the plan may incur some inconvenience, yet it poses no significant issue. Char strolled towards the garden, hoping that the two individuals left in the study could converse amicably. If they could resolve the matters that troubled him, it would be splendid. Moreover, the man appeared quite normal at present, not at all resembling someone capable of committing those heinous acts. Char was genuinely curious about what had transpired. Surely, it could not be that after being dealt with by Sebastian, the water in his brain was finally cleared? Approximately half an hour later, while enjoying the sunshine on a swing in the garden, Char received a message from a servant, indicating that the guests in the study wished for him to return and engage in conversation. "Sebastian, what do you think the outcome of their discussion will be?" Char inquired. "Mr. Malfoy is a clever man, young master. I believe the results of this conversation will align with your desires," Sebastian replied, casting his gaze upon the boy walking ahead of him. "Is that certain?" "Indeed. However, should unforeseen circumstances arise, it matters not. As your dedicated butler, I shall fulfill all your wishes." Char turned back in surprise, not entirely grasping why Sebastian had suddenly pledged his loyalty. Nevertheless, the door to the study was right before him, and it was evidently not the time for such musings. Upon opening the door, Char found the atmosphere between the two adult wizards to be relatively harmonious, which elicited a sigh of relief from him. It is truly wonderful to resolve issues through the simplest methods, Let us hope Dumbledore will appreciate the gift they are about to present him. Chapter 59, Didrich. Time always seems to pass swiftly when one is busy. By the time Char finally addressed the matters at hand and turned his attention towards Germany, the holiday was already well underway. Due to Vincent's unique status as the Queen's most exceptional hound, he had made countless enemies and thus would not leave British soil unless absolutely necessary. Eric, however, was eager to accompany his brother to Germany to meet the so-called First Dark Lord, but scheduling conflicts with his study abroad plans with Weston and his classmates prevented this. Consequently, the final decision for the trip to Germany included only Char and Sebastian. Their mode of transportation would be the private jet of the Phantomhive family. Initially, when Lucius learned of Charles's intention to travel to Germany, he had suggested utilizing the fireplace at Malfoy Manor for direct passage to the Malfoy estate in Germany. However, Charles declined this seemingly straightforward and expedient method. Even the slightest possibility of Dumbledore anticipating his desire to reconnect with a friend from his youth was unacceptable to him. As far as he knew, using the fireplace would leave a record with the Ministry of Magic, making it more prudent to employ mundane means of transportation, which Dumbledore might overlook. Remarkably, this was Charles's first experience aboard an airplane. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness as the aircraft ascended nearly prompted him to cry out. He tightly shut his eyes, his face paling with fear. It was only when he heard a soft chuckle from the demon that he cautiously opened his eyes. Sebastian, are you mocking me? Charles licked his dry lips, his gaze fixed on the demon clad in black, daring not to glance outside. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? Even if I am somewhat unsettled, what of it? I will surely acclimate. Indeed, my lord, I was merely admiring the scenery outside. Sebastian replied with a smile. It is truly remarkable. Would you care to take a look? Charles's pupils dilated in shock, and he shot a fierce glare at Sebastian, gritting his teeth before turning to gaze out the window. What was there to fear in merely observing the landscape? How infuriating. He refused to disgrace himself in front of a demon. At first, he beheld a pristine azure sky and an expansive sea of clouds, an unprecedented sight that filled him with awe. As his gaze descended, the buildings below transformed into small black dots, resembling the toys he had once played with. Charles pondered, his earlier trepidation now completely forgotten. Had he truly taken flight? His long lashes fluttered as he raised a hand to touch the window ledge. Pressing his face against the glass, his eyes wide with longing to see more clearly. My lord, would you care for a cup of tea? Charles turned back to find the demon smiling at him. He intended to articulate a response, opening his mouth, yet ultimately lowered his gaze. Ah, yes, let us have tea. Upon disembarking the plane, Charles spotted Dietrich waiting not far away. Uncle Dietrich. Charles quickened his pace, bowing and offering a sweet smile. Thank you for coming to receive us. This was the first time Charles had encountered Dietrich in this world since his rebirth, and he was somewhat surprised to find that this serious-looking man was not as rotund as he remembered. He appeared to be in much better spirits. Humph, Dietrich huffed, raising a hand to ruffle Charles's hair. Was your journey smooth? Dietrich is undoubtedly one of the closest individuals to Vincent, and as such, he is acutely aware that the seemingly innocent boy before him is far from harmless. His ruthlessness is unparalleled by ordinary standards. One might say that he truly is the offspring of that heartless creature, Vincent. Dietrich's unexpected actions momentarily startled Charles, who then promptly lifted his head and obediently replied. Thank you for your concern. The journey has been quite smooth. What are the arrangements moving forward? Dietrich led Charles and Sebastian outside, inquiring, would you prefer to attend to your own matters first, or shall we return to my residence to settle in? My affairs can wait. It would be prudent to pay a visit to your family, as we shall be imposing upon you for some time, Charles articulated with commendable etiquette, evoking an inexplicable discomfort in Dietrich's eyes. Charles's demeanor was strikingly reminiscent of Vincent. After all, it was Vincent's gentle and courteous fade that had deceived so many in the past. If his disguise had not been so impeccably executed, he would not have. Dietrich, recalling some unwelcome memories, waved his hand dismissively. Enough of such talk. The vehicle had been arranged early that morning, and after Sebastian placed the luggage inside, he opened the car door for Charles. As soon as Charles settled into the vehicle, Dietrich and Sebastian engaged in a fierce altercation. Dietrich appeared intent on eliminating Sebastian, employing a deadly combination of firearms and daggers, with each strike aimed at a lethal target. Meanwhile, Sebastian focused primarily on defense, attempting to create distance between them, though he occasionally launched a couple of kitchen knives in retaliation. Uncle Dietrich, Sebastian, Charles could not restrain himself from exclaiming. Yet, the fighting continued unabated. The two were intensely focused. Indeed, it was Dietrich who was exceptionally fixated, while Sebastian merely toyed with him. The significant disparity in their power was not easily bridged, and shortly thereafter, after exhausting the last bullet in his gun, Dietrich finally ceased his assault. With an impatient click of his tongue, he sheathed his dagger at his waist and coldly regarded the still smiling Sebastian, dismissively uttering, "Take care of him," before turning to enter the front vehicle. He offered no explanation for his earlier ambush. Charles stared blankly at Dietrich's retreating figure, rendered speechless. What bliss, mused the demon seated beside him. The young master is clearly cherished by many. Indeed, came the response from another car. Dietrich reclined against the seat back, tossing his gun onto the passenger seat. Contemplating the man who had effortlessly navigated his onslaught, he raked his hand forcefully through his hair and muttered under his breath. What sort of person has this little imp from the Vincent family managed to provoke? Chapter 60, The Dark Sorcerer of the Tower. In the ensuing time, tranquility enveloped the group, with both Dietrich and Sebastian seemingly unperturbed by the earlier incident. After a restful night, Dietrich arranged for their transportation to Austria the following morning, a location they speculated might be the legendary Numengard. Unlike the British wizarding community, the German wizards were not as conservative or exclusionary, engaging more openly with the Muggle government. However, the formidable reputation of Gellert Grindelwald loomed large within the German wizarding realm, rendering it impossible for even someone of Dietrich's stature to find a wizard willing to act as their guide. Consequently, they relied on the vague utterances of wizards to deduce the precise location of Numengard. The vehicle eventually halted in a desolate valley, surrounded by an expansive thicket of dense trees, whose branches formed a canopy that shielded the ground from sunlight. Perched halfway up the mountainside stood a dark and austere tower, clearly warded by enchantments, rendering it invisible to Dietrich's entourage. Charles instructed the driver to remain behind, adjusted his cloak, and approached the tower with Sebastian. The imposing structure, even from a distance, exuded an overwhelming presence. Its entrance was tall and grand, inscribed above with the phrase "for the greatest good." Though it shared a notorious reputation akin to that of Azkaban, it was peculiar that Numengard appeared devoid of any guards. There were neither sentinels nor even a locked door. Charles effortlessly pushed the door open and entered. Inside, the tower was eerily empty, suffused with an atmosphere of desolation and decay. The first Dark Lord resided in such a place. Charles could not help but furrow his brow. Was it not said that his followers were remarkably loyal? Did they not hold significant power within the German wizarding community? Was this their form of allegiance? Surely, considering Dumbledore's international standing, it would not be too audacious to discreetly enhance the living conditions of their former ruler, rather than staging a jailbreak. Dumbledore could not possibly keep constant watch over Numengard. Unbeknownst to Charles, the saints were eager for their king to escape and lead them back to greatness. The two ascended, eventually reaching a particularly unadorned room near the tower's summit, where they encountered an elderly man with a mane of white hair. The chamber contained merely a hard wooden bed and a set of austere furniture, as the old man sat at the table, perusing a book. Upon hearing their approach, he lifted his gaze and was momentarily taken aback by Charles's youthful visage. His stature was upright, and though his features bore the marks of age, one could still discern traces of his youthful handsomeness. Were it not for the piercing sharpness of his eyes, he would appear as an ordinary old man. "Mr. Grindelwald. A pleasure to make your acquaintance," Charles said, a smile curving his lips. "I am Charles Vandomahane. Vandomahane." The surname presented before Gellert Grindelwald was entirely foreign to him, not belonging to any noble he was familiar with. Yet, the demeanor of the child clearly indicated an upbringing steeped in the aristocracy. Could he possibly be a Muggle-born? What would compel a Muggle-born wizard to traverse mountains and rivers to seek him out in Numengard? Was it sheer audacity born of ignorance? Or perhaps a new scheme concocted by his old followers to entice him away from Numengard? A rare flicker of interest ignited within Grindelwald. He raised an eyebrow slightly and waited in silence for Charles to elucidate his purpose. "If you don't mind, may I have a word with you?" Charles offered a somewhat bashful smile, as he harbored questions he hoped Grindelwald could address. "It concerns Headmaster Dumbledore, you know, Albus Dumbledore." Upon hearing this name, an aura of intensity enveloped Grindelwald, an imposing force that belied the years of imprisonment he had endured. "I have not had visitors for quite some time. It may not be convenient to entertain a young wizard like yourself. You should return. I doubt we have much to discuss." Grindelwald cast a penetrating gaze at Charles, his voice cold. His fingers, resting at his side, trembled involuntarily. Albus, how long had it been since he last heard that name? To unexpectedly hear this name, etched deeply in his heart, once more from the lips of one of Albus's students, stirred an array of emotions. He recalled the last visit from that ambitious young man with dark hair and sighed inwardly, feeling an unexpected void within. "Albus, after all these years, you still have not forgiven me, have you?" He disregarded the two figures standing outside his door, turning back to peruse the book in his hands. Though his gaze was vacant, and not a single word registered, his once erect posture seemed to sag. Thus, it was evident that there was an underlying truth to uncover. Observing the elder's reaction, Charles felt increasingly confident in his previous conjectures. From the multitude of clues available, it appeared that Gellert Grindelwald, this notorious first Dark Lord in the British wizarding world, was not confined to Numengard in a state of helplessness. Instead, it seemed as if he was unwilling to depart from this place. The primary reason for his imprisonment in Nurmengard was his defeat in the duel against Dumbledore. No, something felt amiss. Based on Charles's understanding of Dumbledore, the Elder was not one to exhibit undue mercy. Rather, he believed fervently in his own sense of justice. So why did the defeated Grindelwald, a dark wizard seemingly at odds with Dumbledore's principles, continue to survive? Or, why did Dumbledore acquiesce to the existence of this Elder in what could only be described as a farcical captivity? Logically, it is implausible that Dumbledore could be unaware of the laxity of the guards at Nurmengard. Is it due to the consideration of their youthful camaraderie? Or perhaps a means to restrain the saints, preventing them from causing chaos? A myriad of questions lingered in Charles's mind. Leaving, of course, was not an option. At least until the queries within his heart found resolution, Charles had no intention of departing from this place. However, how could he obtain the necessary answers without appearing impolite? This required careful contemplation. After some reflection, Charles inquired of the elderly gentleman, who clearly intended to disregard him. Are you familiar with the Philosopher's Stone? The stone of Nicholas Flamel. It has gone missing, and recently, there have been rumors suggesting that Professor Dumbledore seeks to claim the stone for himself. Impossible. Gerald Grindelwald responded in an unwavering tone. Albus would never resort to such actions. If he truly yearned for immortality and sought to manipulate death, then the two of them would never have turned against each other, nor would he have confined himself within Nurmengard. Charles was unperturbed by any potential rebuttal. What truly concerned him was the possibility of his words eliciting no response. He merely smiled at the remark. Do not be hasty. I am simply sharing some news from outside. However, considering the current circumstances, did he still address Professor Dumbledore as Albus? Such an intimate form of address was indeed peculiar. It was essential to remember that this individual had been forcibly pulled down from the pinnacle of the wizarding world by Dumbledore himself. Did he truly harbor no resentment? Had the immense disparity from being a sovereign to a wretched captive vanished without a trace? Charles found it incomprehensible to grasp Gerald's mindset. He knew that had he exchanged positions with the elderly man before him, he would never allow himself to suffer such a fate. He would eliminate anyone who dared to lay a hand upon him, regardless of the cost. Gerald fell silent for a moment, then lifted his gaze to Charles. Young man, do share your intentions. Individuals like you rarely venture into such desolate wilderness to visit a so-called failure like me. Your claim is somewhat exaggerated. Charles replied as he settled into a chair that Sebastian had conjured from seemingly nowhere, facing Gerald across the prison bars. You are hardly a failure. Personally, I hold a deep admiration for your exploits. Thus, I hope you might graciously impart some wisdom on a few matters. Gerald, observing Charles' earnest demeanor, involuntarily twitched his lips. Setting aside other concerns, he pondered the origin of that chair. Such exquisite carvings and embroidery were certainly not characteristic of Nurmengard. Gellert's gaze fell upon Sebastian, who stood respectfully behind Charles, suddenly realizing that the man's presence was alarmingly feeble. Despite his appearance and demeanor being quite striking, Gellert had scarcely noticed him until he had taken the initiative to step forward. This was undoubtedly a perilous oversight. Gellert, a man forged in the crucible of battle, had a vigilance that was nothing short of formidable. He did not believe that life in Numenor had dulled his edge, and thus, only one possibility remained. This man was exceptionally strong, or at the very least, a master of disguise. Just imagine, such a presence quietly materializing beside you. Should any ill intent arise, one would be utterly defenseless. Yet, it was unclear why this individual had suddenly drawn his attention. Was it a threat, or something else entirely? Gellert rapped his fingers on the table twice, abruptly rising to his feet. As I previously mentioned, this is not a suitable place to entertain a wizard of your caliber. With that, he pushed open the cell door and strode out. Charles exclaimed, So you truly choose to remain here? Is it not said that Numenor is a wizard's prison? Is it truly acceptable to leave the cell door unlocked? Observing Charles, who usually wore a composed demeanor, now momentarily taken aback, Gellert allowed a slight smile to grace his lips before it swiftly vanished. Follow me, he commanded, turning his back as he walked towards the staircase. Charles and Sebastian exchanged glances before hastening to catch up. They were led to a lavishly adorned room, replete with priceless treasures. It was only once they settled onto the plush sofa that Charles managed to regain his composure, turning to Gellert, who was preparing tea, his astonishment evident. This arrangement was made by my rather troublesome subordinates, Gellert remarked. The room contained many objects he once cherished. However, in his quest for atonement for his past transgressions, he had lived a life akin to that of a hermit. Remarkably, this was the first time he had utilized this room in many years. Sebastian, seizing the moment, took the teapot from Gellert's hands, retrieving a small tea bag from his pocket and replacing the prepared tea leaves under Gellert's bemused gaze. Although Sebastian did not suspect Gellert of being so uncouth as to poison someone, who could ascertain how long the tea in this room had been sitting, the young master was rather delicate. What if he were to suffer discomfort from stale tea? He had his own supply, so why gamble on such a possibility? Moreover, the young master had always preferred tea prepared by him. Youth, speak your mind. What do you wish to know? Gellert inquired, indifferent to the nature of the beverage. He shifted his focus back to Charles. Gellert's unexpected straightforwardness rendered Charles's carefully rehearsed responses utterly mute. Surely, your relationship with Professor Dumbledore was once quite intimate? Charles pondered for a moment, then decisively returned the question with unvarnished candor. The word once struck a deep chord in Gellert's heart, inflicting an unseen wound. Noticing the evident strain in Gellert's breathing, Charles decided to intensify his inquiry. I have heard that you and Professor Dumbledore engaged in a clandestine duel in the past. Yet were you not close friends? Why, with your ability to easily depart from Nurmengard, do you choose to remain here? Gellert had anticipated that Charles would mirror the previous ambitious dark-haired youth, posing inquiries regarding magic, the Deathly Hallows, or means to augment one's power. However, he was utterly taken aback by the series of questions this child directed towards the secrets of his relationship with Albus. This incited a flicker of doubt within Gellert. Was it possible this child was privy to something? On one hand, Gellert worried that the revelation of his past connection with Albus might tarnish Albus's reputation. On the other hand, he secretly yearned for that relationship to be acknowledged publicly without shame. Gellert was proud, imperious, and above the trivial opinions of lesser beings. Even though he and Albus had now diverged in their paths, he did not consider their once fervent and pure affections to be tainted. Were it not for the fear that such revelations might bring Albus scorn, Gellert would not have hesitated. Chapter 62. Concerning Nurmengard? Gellert hesitated, refraining from directly addressing Charles's inquiries. After all, he was once a formidable dark wizard, and even after years of self-imposed confinement in Nurmengard, his mind remained sharp, swiftly deducing Charles's intentions. Although Gellert himself did not perceive his bond with Albus as a blemish, he was acutely aware that those whom Albus had shielded would certainly hold a different perspective. Given their current positions, if this matter were to surface, Albus's standing in the wizarding community would undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow. You intend to take action against Albus. As he spoke, Gellert lowered his gaze, subtly sipping his tea, his deep voice tinged with an almost imperceptible amusement. Yet Charles could distinctly sense the encroaching aura of danger emanating from him. Nonsense, he retorted. Your words are rather harsh. We merely believe that Professor Dumbledore, having devoted so many years to the wizarding world, deserves a well-earned respite. With the devil at his side, Gellert was unlikely to lash out in violence. Thus, Charles felt emboldened. Moreover, Professor Dumbledore was no longer young. Do you not think it time for him to make way for the younger generation? Such fine words. Yet the underlying truth was merely that Albus stood in their way. Gellert's lips curled into a sardonic smile. If I am not mistaken, you should be a Muggle-born? From the meticulous nature of the boy's demeanor and actions, it appears he belongs to Slytherin. If memory serves, Slytherin House is rather insular and, one would presume, not particularly welcoming towards Muggle-borns. Yet, the way Gellert observed the boy before him suggested he was not someone easily manipulated. What then could prompt a Muggle-born wizard to become embroiled in the conflicts of the magical community? You are correct. I am indeed a student of Slytherin, Charles acknowledged, a smile gracing his lips as he grasped Gellert's unvoiced inquiry. As for why I have chosen to partake in this war, Gellert noted the boy's use of the term war, causing him to momentarily falter in his breath. Believe it or not, I initially sought merely to negotiate a small transaction on behalf of my family with the Malfoy lineage. However, for reasons unbeknownst to me, Professor Dumbledore has been rather probing in his approach. To be frank, I find the sensation of being scrutinized at every turn quite unpleasant. He set his teacup down, the sound of porcelain clinking against the table resonating in the air. Rubbing his forehead with one hand, he appeared somewhat distressed. Personally, I do cherish my life at Hogwarts, and in order to ensure that my upcoming 6 years of study are as comfortable as possible, I must make preparations in advance. Gellert was certain that Albus would not take issue with a defenseless Muggle-born child without cause, as his primary concern was the protection of Muggles. Interestingly, it seems Professor Dumbledore's wariness towards me may be connected to you, Charles continued, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips as his clear gaze locked onto the elderly figure before him, who appeared suddenly petrified. I overheard from the portraits in the headmaster's office that Professor Dumbledore believes I bear a striking resemblance to a certain deceased acquaintance of his, which has led him to fear for the safety of the magical realm. This statement was a fabrication devised by Charles to gauge Gellert's reaction. After all, Gellert had no means to verify the truth of his words, and Charles was curious if Gellert might feel disheartened by Dumbledore's evident caution. I do not see how this pertains to me, Gellert retorted, forcing himself to maintain composure. Moreover, how can I ascertain whether you speak the truth? Headmaster Dumbledore has always harbored biases against Slytherin. It was merely last semester when he nearly compelled Slytherin to relinquish the House Cup to Gryffindor in public. Such information is easily verifiable with a bit of inquiry. I am here to establish a collaborative relationship with you. Thus there is no need to lie about something so easily discernible. Charles tilted his head in surprise, his eyes widening in disbelief. Do you mean to suggest you are acquainted with another individual who poses a potential threat to the magical world? No, none other, Gellert replied. The boy's noble lineage, keen intellect, remarkable talent, and ambitious nature, not to mention his seemingly considerable magical prowess, prompted Gellert to earnestly compare him to himself, discovering undeniable similarities between them. However, if even the slightest semblance of similarity could incite Albus's wariness, what image does one truly hold in his heart? Has he never relinquished his resentment? Have the myriad of acts undertaken over the years in pursuit of atonement gone unnoticed? Perhaps, in Albus's eyes, the only one worthy of caution has always been himself. Listening to Charles, Gellert felt an overwhelming bitterness, as if a vast chasm had opened within him, relentlessly buffeted by chilling winds. Gellert's heart sank. And even though he recognized the boy before him was deliberately sowing discord between him and Albus, he found it impossible to dismiss the matter entirely. Gellert coldly regarded the cunning, silver-tongued boy. I shall not speak of Albus or any matters concerning him. Rest assured, I shall not involve myself in your war in Britain. Your purpose has been achieved. Now, kindly take your leave. With that, he flicked his somewhat faded robe and turned to exit. He was in turmoil, eager to find solitude for a moment. Mr. Grindelwald, please wait. The young master has not finished speaking. A man clad in black interposed himself before Gellert, smiling politely. Gellert was nearly driven to laughter by the absurdity of the situation. It seemed his earlier demeanor had been too approachable, leading to this underestimation. This was Nurmengard, his domain. His wand slipped from his sleeve into his grasp, and Gellert's pent-up fury manifested as a series of curses hurled at Sebastian, only for the latter to effortlessly evade them. Gellert's frustration mounted with each failed attempt, for Sebastian's speed was astonishingly swift, rendering his spells impotent. The man even cradled a child in his arms. Indeed, to shield his young master from harm, Sebastian had instinctively scooped Charles up at the first sign of Gellert's outburst. Where could be safer than in his embrace? Gellert had never been so publicly humiliated. Even during his duel with Albus, he had intentionally held back to ensure his defeat. In a fit of heated passion, he unleashed a fierce fire spell, the blazing serpents of flame wildly coursing about the room, quickly igniting the opulent silk draperies. The spell struck the load-bearing wall with a resounding thud that sent shivers through the air. Charles's pupils dilated in fear, and he shouted, "Sebastian, I command you. Take us to safety." His chest heaved, and the air around him seemed to radiate an unbearable heat, accompanied by the devil's mocking whispers. Just as he uttered these words, the scorching intensity in the atmosphere dissipated, and upon lifting his gaze, he met Gellert's eyes, now held aloft by Sebastian in the other hand. Before he could utter another word, a deafening crash reverberated through the space. The sturdy and imposing tower, the infamous Nurmengard that had confined Gellert for over a decade, crumbled completely under the gaze of the three of them. Chapter 63, The Vanquished Dark Lord. Ah, Nurmengard has collapsed, Gellert remarked, his voice remarkably refreshing amidst the swirling dust. Is this truly the moment to be so relaxed? Charles, seated on Sebastian's arm, could not restrain himself and kicked him lightly. Dare you turn your head and take a look? Mr. Grindelwald's face has turned pale. Furthermore, was it not said that Nurmengard was originally constructed by Grindelwald to imprison dissenters? How could it be so easily brought to ruin? Surely, they did not skimp on the construction of this place? Countless thoughts flashed through Charles's mind. As it happened, the collapse of Nurmengard due to a few spells was purely a matter of unfortunate coincidence. When Gellert's subordinates initially built Nurmengard, they indeed spared no effort, aspiring to craft a prison that would stand as the most impregnable fortress in the wizarding world. They layered spell after spell, ensuring that few could escape, let alone destroy the edifice. However, every magical array possesses its vulnerabilities. After much deliberation, Gellert's subordinates had collectively decided to concentrate all the weak points into a single chamber, where they imposed rigorous enchantments to guarantee that no one could enter except for Gellert and those he designated. In their minds, there was no place more secure than Mr. Grindelwald's chamber. Unluckily, it was precisely the room Gellert had led Charles and the others into. In simple terms, the spell cast by Gellert had obliterated all the magical arrays sustaining Nurmengard. My apologies for my earlier rudeness, Sebastian said, releasing his grip on Gellert's arm and stepping back a couple of paces. Not at all. I ought to be the one expressing my gratitude, Gellert replied, almost through clenched teeth. As a figure of considerable stature, Gellert maintained a semblance of dignity. He recognized that the collapse of Nurmengard was a consequence of his own incantation, and despite a lingering sense of frustration, he refrained from directing his ire towards the two before him. Moreover, irrespective of the circumstances, they had indeed managed to extricate him from the ruins before they fell. Yet, had these two not appeared today, the situation would never have escalated to this point. Nevertheless, Nurmengard lay in ruins. Gellert's gaze upon the debris was laden with complexity. This was the very place he had sworn never to tread again in his lifetime. And now it had crumbled. Did this not signify that the relationship between him and Albus could never revert to what it once was? Upon receiving the news, Albus would undoubtedly believe that Gellert had broken his vow, that he had yet to relinquish his ambitions. A bitter smile tugged at Gellert's lips. The air resonated with a series of sharp sounds, as figures began to emerge before the ruins. Upon recognizing the figure of Gellert standing amidst the wreckage, their expressions shifted instantaneously from anger and shock to exhilaration. A dozen individuals, seemingly of high stature and authority, knelt on one knee, placing a hand over their hearts in unison. "Mr. Grindelwald, you have finally seen the light." If they had initially felt concern and ire upon sensing the calamity that befell Nurmengard, now only the thrill of excitement remained. The collapse was a blessing. With Nurmengard gone, Mr. Grindelwald would no longer be trapped in this desolate wasteland. For years, no one comprehended the depth of their yearning for this cursed place to vanish. Nor did they grasp how fervently they longed for the return of the king to whom they pledged their allegiance. Were they to voice their thoughts, they would assert that Albus Dumbledore was hardly worthy of the sacrifices Mr. Grindelwald had made for him. "My old comrades, it has been too long. Rise." Gellert, shedding his earlier despondency, called out robustly. As a capable leader, concealing one's true emotions before subordinates is an essential skill. Gellert, possessing an innate persuasiveness, swiftly calmed the fervent excitement of his followers. However, the abruptness of Nurmengard's demise left him uncertain about the next course of action. Thus, after declining the various suggestions from his followers regarding his future residence, he turned his gaze toward Charles, who was quietly observing the spectacle. Faced with Gellert's request for lodging, Charles initially intended to refuse. Yet, upon surveying the devastation before him, he inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt. In truth, upon learning that Charles was British, Gellert's followers were reluctant, as Dumbledore also resided in England, and none could ascertain whether Mr. Grindelwald would once again fall victim to his deceptions. Their lack of faith in Mr. Grindelwald was not the issue. Rather, it was that their king seemed to succumb to Dumbledore's influence as if under a spell, and the old bee's word was law, leaving them understandably anxious. Nevertheless, Gellert's insistence prevailed, and they acquiesced. After all, Mr. Grindelwald had emerged from Nurmengard, a promising omen. Other matters could be addressed in due time. I must say, observing their unilateral decision regarding Gellert's future residence, Charles could no longer contain himself. "The place you speak of is my home, is it not? Shouldn't such matters require my consent? Do you intend to deny a homeless old man his request?" Gellert's meaningful gaze shifted between Charles and the ruins. "Homeless?" Charles retorted. "Do you even hear yourself? Unable to find a place to stay, and yet your entourage stands idly by?" He sighed, realizing he had initially come with the intent to drive a wedge between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Keeping the man under his watchful eye seemed a safer course of action. Charles pondered uncertainly. Ultimately, due to the unexpected presence of a dark wizard, his holiday in Germany had to be prematurely curtailed. Of course, the decision to allow Gellert to reside in the Phantomhive Manor was made with Vincent's consent. Chapter 64, Concerning Gellert. In a certain sense, Gellert Grindelwald was indeed a rather terrifying individual. Charles observed the elderly man, who seemed at ease at his dining table, and contemplated the vast and tumultuous life that had afforded Gellert an extensive reservoir of knowledge and insight far beyond that of an ordinary person. His profound background, coupled with the complex and captivating qualities he possessed, enabled him to effortlessly forge connections with others, prompting an involuntary relaxation of their vigilance. Charles had even overheard him discussing fashion coordination with his mother. The suggestions he offered had garnered considerable praise from the society ladies at various tea parties and balls. "Mr. Grindelwald, do you not have other matters to attend to?" Charles inquired with a semblance of a smile. To be fair, Gellert had been remarkably well behaved during his stay at Phantomhive, showing no inclination to contact Dumbledore, at least not that Sebastian, who was assigned to keep an eye on him, had noticed. As for the morality of surveilling guests, oh, please, Charles had little regard for Dumbledore, who looked down upon ordinary people, and naturally could not allow a dark wizard, who once sought to enslave them, to roam freely in his home. Regardless of how amiable and approachable Gellert appeared, Charles remained vigilant, acutely aware that this seemingly charming elder bore the blood of many ordinary individuals on his hands. Even if it meant complicating Gellert's alliance with Dumbledore, Charles was not reckless enough to gamble the lives of the entire Phantomhive family. To be on the safe side, he certainly had to deploy the strongest fighters of the Phantomhive clan to his side. Yet, Gellert seemed unconcerned about the very issues that troubled Charles, instead appearing excessively comfortable. This was particularly vexing for Charles, who was already overwhelmed with responsibilities. Having emerged from Nurmengard, one should be working. What happened to leading his followers back to greatness? Did his subordinates know he was now nestled comfortably in the very Muggle household he once scorned? He should reclaim the audacity he once possessed. It would be a fitting excuse to send him to meet Merlin or something. To this, Gellert remarked that those of advanced age were not fond of matters concerning violence and conflict. Moreover, he had never claimed that he intended to lead his followers back to the pinnacle of power. His time at Phantomhive had been a rare period of tranquility in his life. allowing him to genuinely reflect on whether his previous methods of seeking to dominate Muggles had been excessively extreme. In his daily life, he immerses himself in literature, delving into the realms of what the Muggles have deemed science, while also imparting knowledge and skills related to magic to the two children of the household. Indeed, Gellert has been summoned by Charles to serve as a tutor. A formidable dark wizard such as he certainly cannot be allowed to simply idle away at home. If he can be utilized, one must make the most of it. In the wizarding world, Gellert undoubtedly possesses a deeper understanding than the self-taught Sebastian, and he generously shares with Charles and Eric some unique, energy-efficient magical techniques. Thus, even Charles, who harbors a deep-seated wariness towards Gellert, finds his perception gradually shifting. However, Gellert, upon closing the book in hand, could not help but notice the absurdity of the title emblazoned on its cover, an outline of physics. Was it not his intention to discourage any unnecessary actions on Charles' part that led him to agree to stay? Observing a fleeting discomfort on Charles' face, Gellert chuckled softly, tapping the tabletop with his fingers. Or perhaps you have yet to relinquish your desire for my demise. What are you talking about? Charles replied, feigning innocence as he raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. A mere young wizard like me has neither the qualifications nor the capability to defeat the great Gellert Grindelwald, does he? Neither qualifications nor capability? Gellert savored those words, refraining from expressing his true feelings. Deep down, he understood that his past actions would hardly endear him to the seemingly aloof, yet somewhat tender-hearted boy before him. Nevertheless, he had committed those acts, and facing some backlash was to be expected. If given another chance, he would undoubtedly act in the same manner. Years ago, upon realizing that the magical realm's barriers existed solely to protect wizards, the ever-proud Gellert nearly succumbed to madness. They, with their powers, should have constituted the most extraordinary group. Their innate talents ought to elevate them to the pinnacle of the world. They should stride boldly under the sun, basking in the admiration and awe of others, receiving the gifts and resources of the entire world. Why should the mediocre, ignorant, despicable, and arrogant Muggles possess such vast lands and resources? What right did they have to force wizards into a corner? In their shadow, wizards resembled timid mice, fearful of being discovered. Gellert's ambition soared. He refused to accept this reality. He yearned to secure for wizards a life of greater freedom and ease, rallying a team to confront the archaic and conservative ministry of magic openly. Although the uprising ultimately failed due to unforeseen circumstances, the flame of his ideals continued to burn brightly within him. If given the chance to start anew, he would undoubtedly exercise greater caution, perhaps even adopting a slightly more amiable demeanor towards Muggles, concealing his disdain for them more profoundly. Gellert's fingers traced the spine of the book, contemplating that among Muggles, there existed a fair share of intelligent individuals. If utilized wisely, they might well surprise him. You may lack ability, but your servant might very well possess it, he mused, casting his gaze upon Sebastian, who stood attentively nearby. Mr. Grindelwald, you flatter me, Sebastian replied with a smile, stepping forward. I am but a humble servant. How could I ever act against the guests of the Vanderman family? Oh, Gellert casually placed the book on the table and stretched his limbs. What if it were a command from your young master? As a dutiful servant, I must always prioritize my master's orders, Sebastian replied, his countenance unwavering. Child, your servant cannot possibly be human, can he? Gellert abruptly inquired. Why do you think so? Charles, startled by Gellert's perceptiveness, maintained his composure as he responded. Sebastian is merely an ordinary man. Chapter 65, Magical Creatures? Disregarding Charles's words, Gellert fixed his intense gaze on Sebastian, as if he were beholding a rare treasure. Initially, I presumed you to be merely an animagus, a powerful but illicit one. Gellert suddenly rose and circled Sebastian twice, letting out a sigh. Yet you are not. It is evident that you are a far more precious and rare entity. This conclusion arose from Gellert's meticulous observations over the past few days. It was an unspoken understanding between the two that Charles would send someone to monitor him. At first, Gellert had dismissed the notion of Charles's surveillance, believing that among the multitude of Muggles, only a single adult wizard and two nearly powerless wizarding children posed little threat to him. If he truly wished to act, it would be a simple task. However, his perspective shifted upon discovering that the magical artifacts he had placed in his temporary quarters indicated someone had entered the room. Gaining entry was not particularly challenging. The difficulty lay in evading all the aggressive magical traps he had set. Indeed, Gellert had scattered numerous perilous little objects throughout his temporary abode, designed to obliterate any intruder. Although he did not consider a few Muggles to be a significant threat, he acknowledged that he was not on his own turf, and maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance was prudent. Once or twice was acceptable. Yet the nameless intruder consistently managed to evade his intricate traps, a behavior that seemed to trample upon the reputation of Gellert Grindelwald. Naturally, as the sole adult wizard in the residence, Sebastian became Gellert's primary suspect. However, the more he observed, the stronger the inhuman aura emanating from the butler, known as Sebastian, became to Gellert. Thus, after a series of contemplations and inquiries, Gellert formulated a bold hypothesis. And now he intended to ascertain its veracity. One might assert that an animagus bears no comparison to you. You flatter me. I am but an ordinary butler. Sebastian replied with an unwavering smile. What, then, could possibly compel a formidable magical being to willingly accompany a muggle-born wizard? Ignoring Sebastian, Gellert continued to voice his conjectures. Perhaps you had previously entered into a magical contract? A contract orchestrated by the butler himself? Gellert abruptly turned his head and suddenly cupped Charles's face with both hands, as if searching the boy's visage with palpable intensity. No, that cannot be. I do not sense the existence of such a contract within your being. Unexpectedly confronted at such close proximity, Charles struggled, but before he could break free, Sebastian deftly supported him under the armpits and gently yet firmly reclaimed him. Mr. Grindelwald, please refrain from such actions. You might frighten the young master, Sebastian stated with utmost seriousness. Suspended in midair, Charles exclaimed, a small cross forming on his forehead as he covered his eyes with the back of his hand and commanded through gritted teeth, "Put me down." "Ah, my apologies." The instigator replied with a continued smile. I momentarily failed to react, as the young master's weight is rather insubstantial. Upon returning to solid ground, the first thing Charles did was to step on Sebastian's impeccably polished shoes, grinding his foot into them with force. Turning to meet Gellert's inquisitive gaze, Charles felt a pang of frustration. Even if, as you say, Sebastian truly is a magical being, what of it? What do you intend to do? Oh no. Of course not, Gellert replied, a hint of excitement illuminating his features as he spread his arms, his fingers trembling with nervous energy. Who would have thought that such magical beings, so akin to wizards, exist in this world? It is laughable that the wizarding world has never even heard of them. My earlier notions were indeed correct. Gellert could not help but ponder whether, should the wizarding community remain insular, wizards might one day vanish like these magical beings, leaving no trace even in the Muggle world. To grant wizards true freedom, they must be allowed to present themselves openly before Muggles. Observing Gellert's somewhat manic demeanor, Charles hesitated to speak, sensing that Gellert's thoughts had taken a peculiar turn. At last, Charles pressed his aching temples and waved his hand at Sebastian, instructing, Sebastian, please convey what you can to Mr. Grindelwald. Otherwise, I fear he may cause more trouble. Very well, my lord. Once I've handled it, I'll come find you in the study. Indeed, my lord. With that, Charles strode towards the door, and just before it closed, he caught a glimpse of a flurry of raven feathers cascading down from the sky. He pursed his lips and secured the door more tightly. About half an hour later, Sebastian arrived, accompanied by a somewhat disoriented Gellert, whose worldview had been forcibly dismantled. As they entered, Charles was engaged in a discussion with Lucius regarding their upcoming collaboration, primarily focused on the endeavor to displace Dumbledore from his position at Hogwarts. Upon hearing the commotion, Charles merely glanced up and silently listened to Lucius continue his lamentations about the difficulty of finding a satisfactory headmaster who would please the Board of Governors. Perhaps I could suggest a rather suitable candidate, Gellert interjected unexpectedly. To Charles's surprise, he seemed to have no objections to their plan to oust Dumbledore from Hogwarts. Charles, do you have a guest? Oh, am I interrupting your conversation? Lucius, upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, immediately resumed his soliloquy. Is this our new tutor? Charles was uncertain whether Gellert wished to reveal his identity before Lucius, so he casually deflected the inquiry and turned his gaze toward Gellert. The candidate you mentioned wouldn't happen to be German, would he? He asked. After all, we have just managed to rid ourselves of a white lord who relished playing political games at school. We certainly don't need a loyal follower of a dark lord in our midst. I'm afraid I must decline such a notion, Charles stated firmly. A German? Lucius echoed in disapproval. Ever since the inexplicable collapse of Nurmengard and the disappearance of Gellert Grindelwald, who had been imprisoned within, the wizarding world had erupted into various disturbances. Many speculated that Grindelwald would return with his followers. The Malfoy family, adept at navigating the winds of change, had refrained from taking a direct stance this time and would not engage with wizards from Germany during such a sensitive period. One could never know what intentions lay in their hearts. Furthermore, as an Englishman, Lucius preferred to entrust his children's education to his compatriots. Rest assured, he is an Englishman, Gellert replied, a most erudite and courteous gentleman. Charles rotated the ring on his left thumb, a habitual gesture when contemplating matters. However, in this lifetime, the ring upon his finger was no longer the hope diamond that signified his status as the head of the Phantomhive family, but rather a somewhat smaller para-BA tourmaline. Ciel believed that even after being admonished by Sebastian, Gellert would not relinquish the opportunity to overtly intervene in the British wizarding world. Was there an issue with the candidate he proposed? If it were a blatant identity concern, Gellert, with his cunning, would not have brought it up directly. The fact that he suggested this individual in Lucius's presence indicated that Gellert was confident that, despite the Malfoy family's current influence, No discrepancies could be found concerning this person. To err on the side of caution, it seemed prudent to have Sebastian investigate further. Ciel glanced at Sebastian, who nodded slightly, prompting him to withdraw his gaze. As for whether that individual would ultimately assume the role of Hogwarts headmaster, was that not the concern of Lucius and the other board members? He was merely a young wizard yet to enter his second year. Such significant personnel changes were beyond his purview. The candidate proposed by Gellert was the second son of a family renowned for its expertise in alchemy, a pure-blood lineage with a history of Ravenclaw graduates. However, this family had relocated to France to evade recruitment, and since then, they had faded from public view. Furthermore, Lucius had originally intended to secure the headmaster position for Slytherin and had not considered the possibility of selecting a headmaster from graduates of other houses. Thus, the inability to find a suitable candidate for headmaster rested squarely on Lucius's shoulders. Under the dual influence of Dumbledore and others, Slytherin's enrollment numbers had dwindled over the years. With most supporters of pure-blood ideology, it was exceedingly difficult to find an individual among them who was not dogmatic and held no biases against Muggleborns or half-bloods. The only two viable candidates for the headmaster position were one, the sole heir unlikely to forego his inheritance for a headmaster role, and the second, despite not needing to inherit wealth, was so mediocre that even Lucius felt reluctant to assert that appointing this individual as headmaster would yield better outcomes than the current situation. If Lucius harbored such doubts, it was even less likely that the other board members would agree, reluctantly contemplating whether to broaden the candidate pool. Lucius fell silent upon hearing Gellert's words. If he has this intention, then I believe we can discuss specifics in person. Naturally, he hoped Gellert would clarify that it was merely a conversation, and, even if he garnered unanimous support from the board, he could not directly assume the position of headmaster. The influence of Hogwarts' headmaster was immense, to the extent that even the Ministry of Magic sought to intervene, placing significant pressure on the board members should an inexperienced individual be appointed. Nevertheless, Lucius felt that enduring some pressure was a minor concern compared to allowing Dumbledore to continue in the role. In fact, the headmaster's successor should ideally be chosen from the current faculty, yet Professor McGonagall's Slytherin background left the board members feeling uneasy. As for another suitable candidate, Severus Snape, there is certainly no question regarding his capabilities. Although he may exhibit a certain bias in his dealings, it is primarily directed towards Gryffindor. Considering the recent revelations about Dumbledore's conduct within the school, the Board of Governors, comprised largely of Gryffindor alumni, would hesitate to vehemently oppose this selection. However, most of these governors grew up alongside Snape and have not been spared from his sharp tongue in the past. They possess a modicum of parental affection for their offspring, and the prospect of their children enduring psychological torment under Snape's headship leads them to tacitly include him in the list of potential candidates. Unless no other options are available, Snape would likely continue to serve as the head of the Slytherin house without issue. Rest assured, Gellert declared with his usual composure, he will reach out to you before tomorrow. After seriously contemplating the possibility of appointing a graduate from Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff as headmaster, Lucius felt a weight lift from his shoulders, recalling a brief introduction made by Charles earlier. How should I address you? Lucius inquired politely, gazing into the mirror. Through their interactions, he had developed an unusual trust in Charles, almost accepting that those surrounding such a meticulous and cunning young man could not be ordinary, like the dark-clad steward, or another with similarly red eyes. Lucius believed he had afforded the elder he met the basic respect due. Yet he was completely unprepared for the surprise that Charles would deliver. Lucius stared blankly at the aged visage reflected in the mirror, his gaze vacant, as if ensnared by a soul-binding curse. The profound shock of the revelation left him momentarily disoriented. Gellert Grindelwald, the Grindelwald who escaped from Nurmengard. How could he be in England? What brought him to the Vandermeer household? Thus, were the events at Nurmengard somehow connected to this child from the Vandermeer family? What were his intentions? A whirlwind of thoughts spiraled through Lucius's mind. For the first time in many years, the articulate head of the Malfoy family found himself at a loss for where to begin his inquiries. At our first meeting, Mr. Malfoy, a cheerful voice emanated from the mirror, jolting Lucius back to reality. With a firm grip on his serpent staff, he suppressed the urge to roar and managed to muster a pale smile, maintaining the basic courtesies of nobility. It is an honor to encounter you here in England, Mr. Grindelwald. Oh, Mr. Malfoy, there is no need for such tension. I am merely visiting the home of a new acquaintance. Gellert's light-hearted words did little to alleviate Lucius's taut demeanor. Lucius's thoughts raced towards the realm of cunning schemes, heedless of any distractions. One sought to probe, while the other merely feigned indifference. Yet, these two engaged in a dialogue through a two-way mirror. In such an environment, clarity was elusive. Charles exhaled deeply, closing the documents in his hands. Mr. Malfoy, might I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? He inquired. If there are matters to discuss, I would appreciate it if we could converse in person without interrupting my review of these documents. Chapter 67. The intruder. As Vincent and Eric remained in London, and Rachel attended the dinner, Charles found himself the sole host that evening. Tom Riddle, with a thunderous proclamation, addressed the uninvited Dark Lord. I remember you. You are a child of great talent and ambition. A cold sweat trickled down Lucius's back as he sat nearby. Who did not know that the Dark Lord detested any mention of his mixed heritage or his impoverished past? His disdain was such that upon gaining power, he hastily discarded his former name. Recognizing the precariousness of the Dark Lord's current mood, Lucius heightened his vigilance. Observe those present. Behind Charles stood the inscrutable steward, while Gellert Grindelwald exhibited no fear. It seemed that he alone could serve as an outlet for their frustrations. Lucius inwardly chuckled, suddenly regretting his acceptance of tonight's invitation. However, he maintained an air of composure, his crimson eyes coldly sweeping over Gellert. Mr. Grindelwald, I originally believed you would never leave Nurmengard. To encounter you here is quite surprising. Perhaps your sentiments have shifted somewhat? When it came to the art of betrayal, he was no novice. The close relationship between Dumbledore and Gellert was not a secret among their generation. Yet when Dumbledore was exalted as the hero who liberated the wizarding world from Gellert's tyrannical reign, this narrative gradually faded from discourse. Elders who knew the truth remained silent, while the younger generation did not whimsically associate two individuals with seemingly opposing stances. Thus, when Lucius uncovered this connection through Charles's subtle hints, he was taken aback. When he inquired why Charles suspected there was something amiss between the two, Lucius received a nonchalant response. I merely made a reasonable inference, Mr. Malfoy. Have you not noticed the empty picture frame on Professor Dumbledore's desk? What sort of existence could compel Professor Dumbledore to resort to such a method to ascertain another's fate? Contemplating this, Lucius cautiously glanced at Gellert, hoping to glean some insight from the legendary figure. Rather than worrying about others, it would be more prudent to focus on how he might restore his own visage to its former state. Gellert gently shook the crystal goblet in his hand, speaking in a leisurely manner. To be frank, Gellert held disdain for the self-proclaimed Dark Lord, perceiving him as short-sighted and excessively ambitious. When this man visited him in Nurmengard, Gellert realized that this handsome, yet hypocritical youth might indeed achieve great things. However, the so-called endeavors he pursued would not endure for long. Gellert could sense the tumultuous magic within him and discern the burgeoning ambition in his gaze. Yet he was far too young, too oblivious to understand that some matters cannot be sustained solely by magic and ambition. A successful leader must not focus solely on personal status and gain, but should also prioritize the collective welfare. Often, personal losses and gains are of little consequence. As he frequently remarked, all for the greater good. A group governed by power and violence is akin to a handful of sand, easily scattered by the wind. Reality, as it turned out, unfolded as Gellert had anticipated. This man, unwilling to confront his past, along with the Death Eaters he led, was like a meteor shooting across the sky, fleeting and leaving behind nothing but a trail of infamy. Gellert had initially believed that, with Albus's means, this man he regarded as a threat would have been dealt with long ago, yet here they were, sharing the same table. You need not concern yourself with my affairs, he said, suppressing his irritation while revealing a smile laced with malice. And as for the state of my face, it is a gift from your dear friend. Oh, forgive me, perhaps I should not refer to you and Mr. Dumbledore in such a manner. If you two are indeed closer than brothers, then why did you not seek him out immediately upon leaving Nurmengard? Having spoken so boldly, even after years of temperance, Gellert could no longer contain himself. The atmosphere at the dining table turned tense, with Lucius anxiously wondering whether these two formidable figures would draw their wands in the next moment. At that instant, Lucius admired Charles, who remained unperturbed, calmly enjoying his meal. Though such a captivating aura might attract the Dark Lord, his audacity was truly remarkable. Your two guests are about to come to blows. As the host, do you not intend to intervene? A proper Malfoy would never willingly expose himself to danger. Lucius shifted uncomfortably, contemplating an excuse to depart the table when an eerie laughter echoed from the corner of the dining room, sharp and high-pitched, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. The laughter quickly drew everyone's attention. Who is there? He demanded, frowning. Gellert turned his gaze toward Charles, who continued to hold his knife and fork, seemingly lost in thought. I was under the impression that there were no other guests today. Ah, Charles responded softly, his expression complex as he gazed at the figure emerging from the corner of the dining room. What brings you here? He. I have come in search of the Count. The newcomer replied, clad in a flowing black robe, his hands tucked within its sleeves. A peculiar black hat sat low upon his head, obscuring his features, while his silver hair cascaded down, and his pallid complexion appeared almost unnatural. His half-length bangs concealed his eyes, rendering his appearance enigmatic. How delightful to meet you for the first time, young Master Charles. Ignoring the wary gazes of the three adult wizards, he playfully leaned closer to Charles, one hand resting upon the boy's shoulder, while the other extended a finger, its long, dark nail gently pressing against the boy's cheek. Perhaps I should say, it has been a while, young Count. This whispered address was scarcely audible, heard only by Charles and a certain overly perceptive demon. Would you care to reside in my specially crafted coffin? In Chapter 68, The Funeral Parlor, the boy felt his frail shoulders stiffen momentarily at the sound of his title, his lips twitching slightly before breaking into a broader smile. Ah, this reaction. It seemed those sudden fragments of memory were not entirely illusory. How utterly fascinating. Truly, how amusing. Although the specifics of what transpired remained elusive, the thought that he could act in such a manner, entirely contrary to his original identity, was quite the exquisite jest. Huh. The shoulders trembled with laughter, growing ever louder, as the long nails left a faint red mark upon Charles's cheek, before the delicate fingers fell limply away. The raucous laughter was indeed deafening. Was it fortunate that he had dismissed the other servants early on? Observing the scene, where Charles was doubled over in laughter, he weakly pressed a hand to his forehead. Father and Eric will return to London after dinner. You may wait for him in the parlor. Sebastian, please escort him. Charles had been unable to discern the source of the humor, but considering the man's uncontrollable laughter, it seemed he would not cease any time soon. Allowing him to disrupt their dinner was not ideal. Better to let him cool down outside. Moreover, Charles harbored complex feelings toward him, which was why he had intentionally avoided him since his revival. Undeniably, during the initial phase of his ascendancy, this individual had provided considerable assistance. Without the aid of his father's old friends, even with Sebastian at his side, reclaiming control of the Phantomhive estate and restoring his title would have demanded far more time and effort. In this regard, Charles owed him a debt of gratitude. As for the subsequent actions, whether creating legions of the undead or resurrecting Eric through arcane means, Charles found it challenging to impartially evaluate these matters. His joy at Eric's revival was tainted by an inescapable sense of dread. Charles, who had forged a pact with a demon, was acutely aware that this world is both fair and cruel. Only through sacrifice can one attain anything. He harbored uncertainty regarding the price paid for Eric's resurrection. Eric, with his warmth and kindness, had devoted his final moments to fiercely protecting his brother, perhaps destined for paradise rather than wallowing in the mire of despair like Charles himself. The deceased ought to rest peacefully, rather than capriciously meddle in the affairs of the living. In terms of resentment, there was none to speak of. Even if momentarily consumed by anger, reflection revealed that one could not bestow kindness upon another without reason. The very act of offering nearly selfless assistance was inherently unusual. Charles had taken such aid for granted, leaving him unprepared for the subsequent turn of events. This was a miscalculation on his part, and he acknowledged it. The trials and tribulations he endured thereafter were deserved, a punishment for his inability to discern character. Charles had intended to steer clear of such matters in this lifetime. Yet he found himself inexplicably called by that familiar name. Could it be that it had followed him into this world? If so, he felt a curious intrigue about what transpired after he lost consciousness. Surely, his soul could not have simply traversed to another realm without cause. Each time he inquired of Sebastian, the demon remained cryptic, perhaps holding fragments of knowledge. Should he seek an opportunity to question him post-dinner? After all, the two notorious dark sorcerers, once tempestuous in the wizarding world, seemed momentarily preoccupied and thus unlikely to notice his absence. While it might be deemed impolite for a host to vanish for a brief period, Charles reasoned it was not a grave concern. As his thoughts raced, Sebastian approached him, softly apologizing for the disruption before bending down to effortlessly lift the laughing man, who was now utterly exhausted, onto his shoulder. Before the gathered audience, the man offered no resistance, hanging upside down with his head towards the ground, his hat securely in place, and his thick bangs remarkably undisturbed. Amidst his laughter, one couldn't help but worry about his well-being. Gellert, on the other hand, maintained his composure. As long as his boundaries were not crossed, his temperament was relatively mild, merely viewing the spectacle as curious without taking it to heart. However, another, who had long suppressed a well of frustration, found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. Never had anyone dared to exhibit such erratic behavior before the Dark Lord. Yet, out of deference to Sebastian, he merely cast a cold gaze upon the man's antics, as if to engrave the image in his memory, his obscure eyes glinting with a foreboding crimson light. As the red-eyed little sorcerer, Sebastian, was about to lead someone out, he finally stifled his laughter, his soft and gentle voice wafting into the ears of the crowd. Your soul appears to be rather incomplete, shattered into so many fragments. Are you intending to deceive death? No sooner had he spoken than a yellow-green spell shot forth, yet Sebastian deftly evaded it with a swift movement. You actually harmed a soul. Gellert stared in disbelief at the man who had now risen, wand in hand, with an imposing demeanor. Initially, Gellert had presumed that he bore the marks of some curse or backlash from a magical array, which explained the prominent impressions on his face. However, he never imagined that the affliction pertained to the soul itself. Moreover, from the ramblings of that deranged man and his current exaggerated response, it became evident that the injury to the soul seemed to have been self-inflicted. The erudite Gellert, piecing together the clues, suddenly recalled something, a Horcrux. by Merlin's patched-up old hat. Gellert's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Could it be that this individual had indeed fashioned his own soul into a Horcrux? That was a form of punishment devised in the Middle Ages to torment dark wizards. Chapter 69. Horcrux? Gellert's words rendered the already peculiar countenance of the other man even more contorted and menacing. A barrage of killing curses erupted towards him without pause, with a few inadvertently veering towards Gellert as well. In response to Gellert's displeased glare, the man merely curled his lips in a cold smile, continuing his relentless assault. Observing the impending indiscriminate attack, Sebastian decisively discarded the person slung over his shoulder and swiftly cradled Charles in his arms. The series of curses struck Charles' body, and contrary to expectations of an immediate demise, he remained vibrantly alive, even breaking into laughter once more. Hee. The three adult wizards present were left in stunned disbelief. This is impossible. Undeterred, they unleashed several more killing curses, only to witness those spells vanish silently upon contact with his garments. Who are you? Ah, who indeed am I? The little sorcerer's figure suddenly materialized before them, hands tucked within his sleeves as he cupped his face. Why not take a wild guess? His visage loomed perilously close, emanating a chilling aura that relentlessly surged forth. Though he exerted minimal force, the grip was inescapable, rendering even the arm that held the wand unresponsive. Realizing he was being subdued by this enigmatic figure, Gellert turned to the boy still seated upon the demon's arm, his gaze betraying an unmistakable terror. To my knowledge, no spell apart from sacrificial magic can withstand the Avada Kedavra curse. Is that so? Charles, somewhat unfamiliar with this information, nonetheless grasped Gellert's implication. He glanced at the merrily teasing figure and offered a perfunctory explanation. It is distinct. What he possesses can be considered a racial endowment. Lucius, seemingly oblivious, retorted, "What difference does your explanation make? I have never heard of any humanoid species possessing the ability to withstand the killing curse." Gellert interjected, "Surely he cannot also be a demon?" His gaze flickered with suspicion between Sebastian and another figure. It is indeed different. Suddenly, an enlarged visage materialized before Gellert. "Young sir, I am not akin to the butler. Like prey ensnared by a predator in the wild." It appeared as though the very flow of blood within his veins had slowed due to a chilling terror, rendering him incapable of even a flicker of resistance. Was that the sensation experienced moments ago? Gellert's pupils constricted sharply, and he leaned backward slightly, striving to increase the distance between them. From a positional standpoint, he ought to be considered adversarial to Sebastian. Charles patted Sebastian's shoulder, signaling him to release his grasp. "Please do not trouble my guest. I shall take my leave." Then, he remarked, retreating a couple of steps and glancing at Charles. "Since the young master has expressed such, I bid you farewell. By the way, should you wish to inquire about anything," he raised a finger to his lips, "the young master ought to know where to find me. My establishment always welcomes the young master and the butler." Mr. Vandemine, with a scowling visage and gritted teeth, remarked, "I had thought you invited us for dinner this evening. Yet not only did I not partake of the meal, but I have also found myself brimming with ire." Charles looked at him in surprise. "I believed I had only invited Mr. Grindelwald and Mr. Malfoy tonight. The two principal parties have yet to voice any objections. What right do you have to critique without invitation?" As if feeling insufficiently provoked, Sebastian continued to stoke the flames. "Regarding the items you have damaged, I shall compile a list before your departure. Although many of them are exceedingly precious antiques, you are, after all, a guest of the Vandemine household, and compensation at the original purchase price will suffice." No sooner had he spoken than the countenance of the man in question became suffused with a wild and volatile fervor. His emotional instability was glaringly apparent, wholly unbecoming of a rational adult. This behavior further solidified Gellert's suspicions. "So, you truly have created a Horcrux?" Gellert's expression turned grave. "Are you not aware of the significance of the soul to a wizard? Must its importance be reiterated by others? How dare you so brazenly tamper with your own soul? What could possibly compel you to do so? Even if one were raised in the Muggle world, unaware of a wizard's reverence for the soul, is it not said that Muggles are devoted to God, hoping for entry into paradise after death? By that reasoning, Muggles also hold their souls in high regard. Taking a step back, even if one resigns themselves to the belief that they cannot ascend to paradise and thus succumbs to despair, did they not contemplate subtly broaching the subject of their fragmented soul with their subordinates? If Gellert's memory serves him correctly, the organization known as the Death Eaters had amassed a significant portion of the aristocratic power within the British wizarding community. With so many individuals involved, was there truly no one to remind him of the significance of his soul? Furthermore, even if he were overly cautious and chose not to disclose this matter to anyone, did none of his followers notice his peculiar behavior? Or did they simply lack the courage to speak the truth before him? Gellert, revered by his followers, found himself bewildered and profoundly shaken. He glanced at what was said to be his most capable subordinate, the currently stunned head of the Malfoy family, whose expression was a tumultuous blend of shock and confusion. Clearly, It appeared that he had indeed kept the creation of Horcruxes a secret from everyone. Chapter 70. The most deeply hidden secrets unveiled in public. The head of the Malfoy family's complexion flickered between shades of green and white, revealing his distress. Horcrux? Charles inquired, perplexed. What is that? It involves splitting one's soul and concealing a portion within an object external to the body. The vessel for that fragment of the soul is the Horcrux, Gellert elucidated. The advantage of this practice is that even if the body is attacked or destroyed, one does not perish, for a part of the soul remains intact in the world. Pausing momentarily, Gellert's expression shifted to one of complexity as he continued. While this may sound appealing, the act of splitting the soul adversely affects one's consciousness and magical prowess. A Horcrux is a perilous and malevolent magical artifact, and it also serves as a means of torture in the Middle Ages. Even those who had long recognized that Horcruxes were not of commendable nature felt an overwhelming sense of distress upon hearing this explanation. The creation of a Horcrux is a form of profoundly advanced dark magic, and beyond the libraries of the aristocracy. It is likely that very few are aware of its existence. How, then, did one manage to circumvent everyone and accurately discover this incantation? Closing his eyes, he confessed, I stumbled upon it in a book titled Decoding Advanced Dark Magic within the Hogwarts Library. How can this be possible? Lucius exclaimed in disbelief. Even in the Malfoy family, which does not discriminate against dark magic, such excessively malevolent sorcery is securely locked away deep within their library, seldom brought forth for heirs to peruse. Now he was being informed that such a book could be found in the Hogwarts library? It must be a bait set by Professor Dumbledore, Charles mused, propping his chin in thought. To transcend death, you intend to achieve immortality through the creation of Horcruxes? Was this individual's mind ever sound? Do you believe everything that is written in that book? Wasn't he supposed to be a brilliant student with commendable character? Has his intellect truly diminished to this extent? Shouldn't he have at least conducted experiments on others before resorting to such measures? Charles's forthright gaze provoked Lucius's ire. If it were you, faced with an opportunity for immortality, could you guarantee that you would not be tempted? Lucius had already attained the Philosopher's Stone. Why would one be tempted? In a calm tone, Charles retorted. The mere presence of such a book in the Hogwarts library, which refuses to teach even the most aggressive spells, is indeed peculiar. I find myself curious as to why you never questioned this matter. Moreover, I have never believed that Horcruxes could truly enable one to transcend death. Charles pressed his palms downward, urging patience before you counter my assertion, sir. Allow me to pose a question. If Horcruxes were indeed so advantageous, why have so many ancient families refrained from creating them? You might argue that the creation of a Horcrux necessitates transgressing taboos. Yet, I contend that when faced with the immense temptation of immortality, human moral boundaries are unlikely to be very high. Did not a single wizarding family attempt this endeavor? If someone had succeeded, why has no one heard of it? It stands to reason that a person who cannot perish would be impossible to conceal from the entire wizarding world. The wizarding community has existed for countless years, with numerous exceptionally talented wizards, yet only one, Nicholas Flamel, has lived for such an extended period. Does this not speak volumes? Perhaps someone indeed extended their life through a Horcrux, yet ultimately succumbed to death. Charles tapped his fingers on the table, pondering the peculiarities of the situation. Mr. Grindelwald recently asserted that after creating a Horcrux, one could not die even if their body suffered harm. What, in your opinion, could have caused his demise under such circumstances? The handsome boy tilted his head, arriving at the final conclusion. There exists but one possibility. A Horcrux inflicts damage upon its creator, and such damage leads to the destruction of the original body. As his words settled, silence enveloped the room, overwhelmed by Charles's barrage of inquiries. He couldn't help but reflect on why he had once considered the creation of Horcruxes a commendable idea. Applause broke the silence, as Gellert silently clapped, his gaze towards Charles radiating unmistakable admiration. Before he could speak, he was interrupted by Lucius's voice. I recall that you have not returned to Hogwarts since your graduation, correct? With a solemn nod, he acknowledged this fact. Despite his numerous applications for the position of defense against the dark arts professor, he had been turned down each time. And the book? I discovered it during my time at Hogwarts. It seems that Dumbledore's intervention with students is indeed a tradition, Charles remarked casually. Compared to his methods of dealing with adversaries, Dumbledore has been exceedingly gentle with him. However, Charles felt no gratitude for this. Rather, it solidified his resolve to remove Dumbledore from Hogwarts. Allowing such a person to remain in the school could very well lead to further incidents. Dumbledore harbors disdain for all intelligent and ambitious individuals, favoring instead those foolish lions who cause chaos without a second thought. That sentiment sounds somewhat familiar, Charles mused, stroking his chin as he glanced at Gellert. His face had indeed darkened. Chapter 71. The transformation of Gellert after a moment of contemplation. Charles resolved to stoke the flames further. Cunning and ambitious, he remarked knowingly, Mr. Grindelwald, do you not find this description remarkably familiar? Are you attempting to provoke me, Charles? Gellert's icy gaze fixed upon him. Not at all, Charles replied, unwavering, returning the stare with equal intensity, his elbows resting on the table, fingers forming a steeple before his lips. I merely wish for you to perceive reality sooner rather than later. Recognizing Dumbledore's true sentiments towards you will prevent you from complicating their future plans. Your indulgence in the past is quite unbecoming. The boy's words, devoid of mercy, pierced Gellert's already wounded heart like a sharp blade. The atmosphere around Gellert surged with intensity, casting aside the facade of approachability. Finally, assuming the demeanor befitting a former sovereign of the Wizarding World, he casually glanced at Charles, whose emotions remained uncalmed. Surely, you do not naively believe that I would alter my long-held convictions over such trivial matters? Indeed, setting aside other considerations, Gellert harbored no profound misgivings about Dumbledore's interventions with the students. Had the reasons for Dumbledore's wariness not been personal, Gellert might have even admired this foresightful and pragmatic approach. Individuals or threats should be neutralized before they can exert greater influence. Furthermore, had he resisted temptation, many subsequent events might have been avoided. Dumbledore's involvement was undeniable, yet ultimately, the decision to create Horcruxes was his own. As a figure of cold ruthlessness, who had stirred the winds of change in the secluded wizarding realm, Gellert possessed lofty ideals. In pursuit of these aspirations, he regarded the lives of a few wizards with little concern, viewing them merely as necessary sacrifices on the path to success. Many wizards had perished at Gellert's hands, including those of high status and remarkable talent, all of whom he considered no different from the rest. Indeed, Gellert even thought his intellect somewhat lacking. With an evident air of disdain, Gellert's anger flared, but just as he raised his wand once more, a large hand, encased in a white glove, pressed firmly upon his shoulder. Turning, he encountered Sebastian, whose face bore a gentle smile. Sir, the young master and Mr. Grindelwald have urgent matters to discuss. Might I trouble you to refrain from interrupting them for the time being? Haunted by the harrowing memories that surged forth, Gellert quietly lowered his wand under Lucius's uncertain gaze. Thank you for your cooperation. The butler, having achieved his aim, offered a courteous bow before returning to a position a step away from the boy, where he could be easily seen should Charles turn his gaze. It seems that from a certain day onward, this enigmatic butler could always be seen by Char's side. Even the little dragon had mentioned that this individual appeared to be an animagus, and during their time at Hogwarts, he was indeed at Char's beck and call. Lucius found himself lost in thought, ever close, akin to a dragon guarding its treasure. While this figure remained composed, Char's conversation with Gellert was unaffected. How could it be otherwise? Char gently arched his brows and smiled. I previously mentioned my desire to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Although this matter would typically be broached in a more formal setting, I trust you won't mind this minor detail. Oh, Gellert leaned slightly back in his chair, fingers interlaced across his crossed legs, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Collaboration? Gellert was aware that Char was attracted to the influence his subordinates wielded in the wizarding world, yet he harbored doubts regarding Char's ability to present a satisfactory proposition. After all, he was merely a fledgling muggle-born wizard, even if he was indeed shrewd and resourceful. And even with a demon perpetually by his side, what could that possibly amount to? Could one truly expect a child to accomplish what he himself had failed to achieve in the past? It was preposterous. Moreover, while Gellert was uncertain about the nature of the contract Char had signed with Sebastian, it was difficult to discern whether such a perilous agreement would yield fortune or misfortune. Though he had already internally resolved not to acquiesce to Char's so-called collaboration, Gellert was nonetheless willing to hear what Char had to say. Even if he still held a certain disdain for muggles, Gellert could not deny that they occasionally possessed unique ideas, and their novel and intriguing perspectives could prove enlightening. As you are aware, the Vanderhane family previously engaged in a series of collaborations with the Malfoy family. Char took a document from Sebastian and placed it on the table, extending his right hand's index and middle fingers to push the document towards Gellert. What are your thoughts on this matter? Thoughts? Gellert had none. It was merely an old family scheme for amassing wealth. He casually picked up the document from the table and began to peruse it, straightening his posture as he did so. Were the details within genuine? Of course. I have no reason to deceive you, Char replied with a cheerful smile. Do you find this collaboration feasible? Let me consider it a substantial and continuous stream of revenue versus a relationship that has long since soured. What would you choose? Recalling the staggering profits detailed within the document, Gellert exhaled slowly. You present this information without fear of me disclosing it? Furthermore, with so many muggles in the world, I am under no obligation to collaborate with you. And even if it were to be revealed, what of it? Char tilted his head slightly. It may present some complications, but the advantage lies with us. Those who seize the opportunity early are the ones truly deserving of greater rewards. As for collaboration, I dare say you could hardly find a more fitting partner than the Van Doornheim family. The handsome boy stood proud and assured. The Grindelwald family possesses ample resources for my indulgence. Thus, how can you ascertain that I would be inclined to collaborate with you for a mere galleon? No one ever deems galleons excessive. Charles raised an eyebrow. Moreover, your desire to secure more living space and resources for wizards cannot be achieved without sufficient financial backing. With an abundance of galleons, you could shape the wizarding world to your vision. I believe you have experienced the creativity of muggles quite thoroughly over recent days. Have you not? In contrast, wizards tend to be conservative and rigid. Though it may seem impolite, I must confess that I often cannot help but question whether their minds have become stagnant. You must also recognize that this cannot persist. Given that the wizarding world has become stagnant, it would be wise to introduce new elements sooner rather than later. An influx of fresh ideas is bound to give rise to new thoughts, which will inevitably challenge the established order. When that time comes, instigating a rebellion would be effortlessly within your grasp. The boy's melodious voice articulated these beguiling words, reminiscent of your own saying, all for the greater good. Gellert closed his eyes, aware that he was intrigued. Chapter 72, about? Although Charles's words had stirred him, Gellert refrained from making an immediate decision. After all, this matter pertained to his loyal subordinates, those steadfast allies who had remained devoted over the years. Perhaps it was prudent to hear their opinions before arriving at a conclusion. To convene a small gathering. The response from most of Gellert's unwavering followers was one of exuberance. Ah, Mr. Grindelwald, you have finally come to your senses. Is it not merely engaging in business with the muggles you once scorned? Is it not collaboration? Excellent. As long as you do not intend to confine yourself again, we are at your service. No one could fathom the exhilaration that coursed through them upon witnessing the Black Banner rise once more after nearly half a century. The sovereign, for whom they willingly offered everything, had finally embarked on his rightful journey anew. They remained ready, just as they had many years ago, to follow his will as their guiding principle. Conversely, a small faction of those who had developed their own ambitions during Gellert's prolonged seclusion began to feel anxious, engaging in clandestine activities. The news of Gellert Grindelwald rallying his followers in Britain spread, further complicating the already intricate international landscape. Upon hearing this news, Dumbledore inadvertently shattered the empty frame that had rested on his desk. The elder, with hair as white as snow, gazed mournfully at the scattered shards. Gellert, after all these years, have you not relinquished your ambition? What is it that you truly desire? After a considerable time, a whisper-like murmur emanated from the principal's office. However, none of this concerned Charles. Mr. Grindelwald, do you have any idea how many people are currently searching for you outside? Charles lamented, one hand pressed to his forehead, expressing his exasperation to Gellert, who wished to accompany him to Diagon Alley to procure school supplies. It wasn't that Gellert was unable to go, but at the very least, he might conceal his true appearance, shouldn't he? Do not worry. That so-called wanted notice will soon be taken care of, Gellert asserted, feeling no need to alter his visage. He had not made a public appearance in many years, and those in England who were familiar with him would likely avoid Diagon Alley during busy times. Even if they did venture there, they would probably not recognize his current appearance. It was rare for someone who had maintained composure for most of his life to indulge in such whims. After futile attempts to persuade him, Charles decided to abandon the effort altogether. What if he was discovered to be at home? After all, he was still quite young. He could simply claim to have been coerced. Who didn't know about Mr. Grindelwald's disdain for muggles? A young wizard, barely in his second year, yielding to the great Gellert Grindelwald's intimidation was hardly disgraceful. Diagon Alley. So, could you enlighten me on what you have done to my family's fireplace? Charles inquired through gritted teeth. Oh, fret not. I merely connected it to the Flu network. Isn't that more convenient? Gellert waved his hand dismissively before shifting his gaze to the throngs of people. Is convenience even the issue? Did you obtain permission to make alterations in someone else's home? Charles retorted, glancing at Sebastian, who had just stepped out of the flames. Yes, Sebastian nodded. Lord Vincent approved this matter. Then that is satisfactory. Charles managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth. Hey, Charles, this method is rather amusing, exclaimed Eric, who emerged from the fireplace just after and enthusiastically draped himself over Charles's shoulder. Charles stumbled slightly, only to be steadied by Sebastian. What do you wish to purchase first? Gellert asked, scrutinizing Charles's list of books with an air of disdain. Has Hogwarts' curriculum truly remained unchanged all these years? Wait, hold on. What is this book for defense against the dark arts? A novel? Who names a legitimate textbook with such an extravagant title? At that moment, a commotion erupted from a family standing by another fireplace. Oh no, Harry indeed called the wrong name, shouted a plump, red-haired woman, for some inexplicable reason. Though Charles had never seen her before, her voice sounded somewhat familiar to him. Howler, Sebastian reminded him. Thus, that must be the legendary Weasley family. Upon closer inspection, Charles indeed spotted Ron Weasley, who was always trailing behind Harry, among the throng of redheads. What are we to do? Inquired a weary-looking middle-aged man. Arthur, we shall wait for you at the Leaky Cauldron. You should search for him in Nocturne Alley. That place is far too perilous for young wizards. With that, the Weasley family dispersed. Observing their retreating figures, Charles could not help but inquire, do they truly possess galleons to purchase new books? What are the lawyers of the Vandermine family doing? Surely, they must have assistants. Sebastian cast a meaningful glance in Gellert's direction. Charles understood. It was undoubtedly Dumbledore's doing, though he pondered the source of the funds aiding the Weasley family. What sort of place is Knockturn Alley? Eric, still hanging on to Charles, asked. It is a haven for dark wizards, Gellert replied. It is akin to the black market in your Muggle world, devoid of legal or moral constraints, where one can procure many forbidden items. Charles. Eric's eyes brightened with excitement. No, we cannot go. It is too dangerous, Charles replied coldly. But please, I am truly curious. Eric squirmed like a twisting pretzel. You have heard about the dangers of that place. Charles attempted to dissuade him, but to no avail. What does it matter? With Mr. Grindelwald and Sebastian here, they will surely protect us. Chapter 73, A Chance Encounter. Ultimately, Charles resolutely denied Eric's request. A gathering place for dark wizards does not sound like a favorable locale. Today, Charles merely wished to procure some supplies for the upcoming term and had no interest in adventurous escapades. Besides, he was accompanied by an internationally wanted criminal. Concluding this journey safely was of utmost importance. Diagon Alley remained unchanged since his last visit. Gellert gazed at the familiar sights and reflected with nostalgia. It has been nearly half a century since your last visit to Diagon Alley, has it not? Charles remarked coolly. The most renowned commercial street in the British wizarding world has not altered in 50 years. Is that truly a good thing? Gellert's momentary melancholy dissipated as he regarded Charles with a half-smile. I see. After we return, we shall simply sign the contract, shall we not? You wish to hasten my decision. The boy's ability to seize opportunities was indeed remarkable. However, since his former subordinates had no objections, there was no need to keep him waiting. Cooperation was inevitable, whether announced sooner or later. Rest assured, you shall not regret your decision today, Charles replied with a smile. Thus, amidst the bustling thoroughfare of Diagon Alley, these two individuals casually established a plan that would influence the future trajectory of the entire wizarding world. Once Charles concluded the business at hand, Eric began to drag him through the streets in exuberance. Intrigued by the allure of novelty, and perhaps seeking to alleviate the dissatisfaction of not visiting the alley, Eric activated his impulse shopping mode, resulting in Sebastian accumulating more and more items. Even Gerald found himself unceremoniously laden with a few. Gazing at the boxes in his hands, an unfamiliar sensation surged within him. Throughout his many years, Gerald had never engaged in such an act as carrying someone else's bags. Generally, people regarded him with either deference or trepidation. This gesture, indicative of intimacy, was something he had not experienced in many years. However, Gerald did not despise this feeling. On one hand, the Phandomanes, though Muggles, conducted themselves with great propriety, avoiding any annoyance. On the other, he had indeed taught the two children for a time, and considering future collaboration or personal sentiments, it seemed reasonable to cultivate a closer rapport. Thus, Gerald willingly embraced the role of a gentle and benevolent elder, trailing behind the two children with their burdens in tow. Before long, their shopping quest neared completion, and the group arrived at the Lehan bookstore. Upon observing the lengthy queue at the entrance, Charles fell silent. He turned his gaze to Sebastian, who subtly indicated that Charles should take a respite at the nearby pastry shop, assuring him that he would procure the textbooks. Satisfied, Charles nodded and was about to depart when he sensed a stir within the crowd. As is often the case in crowded places, friction and disagreements arise easily. Charles had no intention of spectating. He merely cast a cursory glance. Wait, did he just see? Uncertain, he glanced again. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. Draco, could you enlighten me as to how, despite being away from Hogwarts, you still managed to cross paths with the Chosen One? And Mr. Malfoy, is it not a tad too effortless how you nonchalantly slip items into that young lady's book? His desire to leave was abruptly halted. Charles was curious about what devious scheme the sly Malfoy had concocted this time. Thus, as Lucius, having concluded a rather clumsy performance, prepared to escort Draco away from the bookstore, he glanced up to see a pair of twins not far off, accompanied by an elderly gentleman who wore a benevolent smile. Lucius thought, is it too late to pretend I did not see them? Ah, Charles, Eric, you are here as well. Yet Draco was wholly unconcerned with his father's predicament, cheerfully waving to Charles and the others on tiptoe. Good afternoon, Mr. Malfoy. Draco, Charles, and Eric greeted in unison. While their politeness was commendable, Lucius would have preferred if they had simply ignored him altogether, especially with the presence of a more formidable figure nearby. Lucius cautiously appraised Gerald's expression. Good afternoon, gentleman Phandomane. Lucius, stroking his serpent staff, wrestled internally with how to address Gerald, before ultimately presenting a courteous smile. Draco did not hear Lucius's words. Upon noticing a stranger following his brother, he curiously examined the man. Who is this? Eric's new steward? Where has Sebastian gone? Just as he approached the group, Lucius was unexpectedly betrayed by his own son. No, this gentleman is our guest. Charles cast a complex glance at Draco. To have Gellert serve as Eric's steward? Even he wouldn't dare to entertain such a thought. As for Sebastian, He has gone to procure my textbooks. Charles gestured for Draco to observe the conspicuous figure within the predominantly female line. Ah, Draco nodded, then glanced at the item in Gellert's hand, perplexed, and inquired, why aren't you using the shrinking spell? It would be far more convenient to carry, wouldn't it? The trio, entirely unaware of the shrinking spell. If one does not know how, my father can assist. Draco patted his chest. Lucius, youngster, please silence yourself. The expression on that gentleman's face has become utterly frozen. Lucius now deeply regretted how he had raised such a foolish child who could not read the room. Fearing Draco might utter something alarming, Lucius declined Charles's invitation for tea under the pretext of other pressing matters. You startled him, Charles stated calmly, observing Lucius's hasty departure. I did nothing, it is merely his cowardice. Gellert shrugged. He considered himself neither tyrannical nor unreasonable, unwilling to take offense at the innocent remarks of a wizarding child unaware of his own identity. The elder thought little of his reputation within the wizarding community. Chapter 74. At the platform. The Malfoy family's conciliatory gifts arrived at the Van Dorn Manor even before Charles and the others. The gifts included rare herbs and valuable magical artifacts, clearly indicating Lucius's strong desire for survival. Naturally, there was an underlying intention to forge a closer bond with Gellert, according to the unspoken rules accepted by these ancient families. If Gellert did not intend to take action against the Malfoys, these items could not be returned. While these gifts appeared quite valuable to others, Gellert found most of them rather commonplace, so he retained only a few particularly unique magical items, generously passing the rest on to Charles and Eric. The days leading up to the start of the school year always seemed to pass swiftly. Once again, it was Eric who came to the train station to see Charles off, but this time a small mishap occurred. Observing the scattered luggage and the savior, who had fallen and was now dazed with a large red mark on his forehead, along with his little follower, Charles approached the stone pillar leading to the platform. He reached out to touch it, but his hand met only the cold surface of the wall. Charles furrowed his brow. It appears that this passage has been obstructed by someone. Charles's gaze involuntarily shifted to Harry, and he realized that he was likely entangled in the mess created by the savior. Charles, are you unable to enter as well? Harry inquired urgently, having just managed to rise from the ground. Indeed, it seems there is some issue with this passage. What shall we do? We will surely miss the train. Harry lamented, raking his fingers through his disheveled hair. He had escaped from his aunt and uncle's home, where they had punished him by installing bars on the window of his room. Had it not been for the Weasley brothers who rescued him in the dead of night, he would not have had the chance to reach the platform. He had clearly stated that he was not responsible for those incidents. The real troublemaker was a house elf named Dobby, who had even withheld letters from his friends, leading to his punishment. Yet, his aunt and uncle refused to believe him. Harry could scarcely bear the thought of missing the train to Hogwarts. The prospect of losing his opportunity to attend the school was unbearable. He had endured enough of being confined to that small room and the bullying from Dudley, and he had no desire to return to life devoid of magic. Thus, Harry fervently hoped to find a way to catch the train on time. Charles, do you have any ideas? He asked. At present, I have none, Charles replied, shaking his head under Harry's expectant gaze. What are your plans? Harry was about to respond when Ron Weasley seized his arm, interjecting, This is none of your business. Ron spoke curtly, a hint of concealed satisfaction evident on his face, likely due to some idea he had conceived. It was clear he did not wish Charles to be privy to it. Perhaps even entertaining fantasies of Charles missing the train and consequently being expelled from Hogwarts. Ron, please don't. Harry attempted to mediate, but Charles preemptively interrupted him. Eric, let us head back. Regardless of what ideas they might conjure, I have no intention of involving myself in matters concerning this savior, as they seem fraught with peril. Moreover, I am not entirely without means to arrive at Hogwarts before the sorting ceremony of the new year. There is no need to take unnecessary risks. Even if it meant being carried by Sebastian, I could reach Hogwarts. Yet, why should I exert such effort? Shouldn't the school bear responsibility in such situations? All it requires is contacting a professor at Hogwarts. However, before Harry could respond, Ron Weasley interrupted again, whispering something to him that caused Harry to fall silent, though his gaze towards Charles bore a hint of remorse. Well then, Harry, we shall meet at school, Charles said, straightening his attire and nodding at Harry before turning to leave. Humph, whether certain individuals can make it to the opening ceremony remains uncertain. A voice, deliberately amplified, emanated from behind Ron Weasley. Ron, cease your remarks, Harry whispered in admonition. What troubles you? Your countenance appears rather grim. Once aboard the carriage, Charles prodded his sulking companion, Eric, who was puffing up his cheeks in displeasure. Why did you pull me back just now? Eric grumbled. Had I not, would you have lunged at him? Charles raised an eyebrow. As the heir of the Vandermine family, engaging in a public altercation would surely attract media attention. Do you wish for your father to chastise you? But he was merely a thoughtless fool. There was no need to dwell on him, Charles replied, shaking his head. Charles, Eric began, somewhat glumly. What do you think about me attending Hogwarts as well? What? Charles looked at him in surprise. Father would never consent. If you were to attend Hogwarts, would that not jeopardize the extensive connections the Vandermine family has cultivated over generations? Eric, why this sudden inclination? Charles asked, his demeanor turning serious. Because, Eric said, embracing his brother, I have this nagging feeling that you might be bullied in that unfamiliar place. The docile creatures, momentarily taken aback by Charles's various actions, seemed to implore him, do you truly wish to hear your own words? Charles paused, reaching out to smooth Eric's soft hair, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, Eric, no one can bully me. Charles, what is it? Please refrain from touching my hair. I am the elder brother. After establishing communication with Professor Snape through the two-way mirror facilitated by Draco, Charles settled comfortably at home. Before long, a faint sound pierced the air, and upon looking up, he found a stern-faced Snape standing before him. Mr. Vandermine, I believe you should prepare your belongings. Snape's piercing gaze swept over Charles. Of course. Then let us depart, Snape declared, not granting Charles a moment to bid farewell to his family. He produced a silver box from his robe, revealing the flue powder that Charles had recently used. Striding toward the fireplace, Snape held the box aloft and addressed Charles. I presume Mr. Vandermine is already familiar with the use of flue powder? Chapter 75, the start of term. This assertion momentarily halted Charles's motion to retrieve the flue powder. How did Professor Snape know he had used it? After all, it stands to reason that a young wizard born into a muggle family would not have early access to such things. So, was their flue network being monitored? Or had he been observed while exiting from the Diagon Alley fireplace? No, more pressing was the question of whether Gellert's identity had been discovered, and why would Professor Snape deliberately remind him of this matter? Indeed, a deliberate reminder. Charles became acutely aware that the brooding man before him was deliberately reminding him of something. Could it be that he had inadvertently misspoken? Oh, what a jest. Severus Snape, a double agent capable of escaping the clutches of the nearly deranged and controlling Albus Dumbledore, was a figure who had vigilance ingrained in his very bones. How could such an astute individual possibly bring up something utterly inconsequential? What? Has Mr. Vandermane's head, overrun with bulrushes, rendered you incapable of recollecting what you ought to do now? A low voice echoed in his ears as Snape, seemingly oblivious to the revelation he had just let slip, unleashed his venomous tongue without hesitation. No, Professor Snape, it's just that you have yet to inform me of the destination for this journey, Charles replied, concealing his tumultuous thoughts while offering a courteous smile. If Snape sought something from him, he would surely return. After all, the urgency did not rest upon him. In the Slytherin headmaster's office, Snape cast a penetrating gaze at Charles and spoke. The school has applied for a temporary flue network for Mr. Vandermane, but it is only for this occasion. The latter part of his statement was evidently directed at Eric, whose eyes had suddenly brightened. What? I thought I would finally get to see where Charles studies, Eric murmured softly, completely disregarding the piercing glare Snape directed at him. Well then, Eric, we shall meet again at Christmas. Charles smiled back at him before vanishing into the flames with his belongings. Snape did not linger, promptly departing in his wake. Honestly, waiting until Christmas for our next meeting? I shall be quite lonely, Eric sighed softly. Oh, don't you have your own affairs to attend to? A frail voice suddenly emerged from the corner of the room. That is indeed true, Eric replied without surprise, but those matters do not conflict with Charles. However, is this truly acceptable? Mr. Grindelwald must have heard what Mr. Snape just said, no? Eric tilted his head, beaming with sunshine. Your subordinate seems to be somewhat disobedient. Is it not concerning that you fail to address this promptly? There's no rush, Gellert replied leisurely as he walked toward the door. One must leave a bait if one wishes to catch all the mice, wouldn't you agree? As long as you are aware, just ensure that Charles is not troubled. Otherwise, even if a magical contract has been signed by both parties, I shall not rest until I have my due. Eric's gaze suddenly turned icy. What can you do about it? Gellert inquired. We possess a piece that can completely disregard all rules. Eric casually swung his leg. That man, Mr. Grindelwald, has encountered him once, has he not? Rest assured. Hogwarts, the cellar. Mr. Vandermane, I believe it is time for you to depart to the Great Hall and reunite with your friends. Severus Snape regarded Charles with a cold demeanor as he surveyed his office. What shall become of my luggage? Charles inquired. It will be delivered to your dormitory shortly. Snape replied. I apologize for the inconvenience today. After a slight bow, Charles turned to leave, only to pause at the door and suddenly address Snape. By the way, while I was at the platform, I saw Harry and that red-haired boy who is always by his side. Were any professors there to fetch them? Snape's expression darkened immediately. Mr. Vandermane, if your mind has not been devoured by a troll, you should understand that such matters ought to be reported to me at once. Charles tilted his head in confusion. But when we parted, they seemed to have made plans. I thought, surely the professors have received no word? Snape exhaled heavily through his nose, his robes swirling as he strode away into the dim corridor without a backward glance. The professors certainly care for Harry, Charles mused, retracting his gaze and slowly making his way towards the Great Hall. Well, although Professor Snape's demeanor leaves much to be desired. I shall consider this information as a reciprocal reminder. It is through mutual exchange that collaborative relations are fostered. One would think that Professor Snape would not dismiss my overtures. In the Great Hall, Draco, upon seeing Charles arrive, immediately bombarded him with questions. At last you are here. What transpired? Why was the platform suddenly blocked? And was that scar-headed boy truly unable to board the train? As Charles settled into his seat, the surrounding Slytherins lowered their voices, their ears perked with interest. I am uncertain of the details, but I suspect I may have been entangled in Harry's misfortune, Charles replied, taking a sip of water. As for the whereabouts and actions of the two, he was not particularly informed. Yet Snape's reaction suggested that the professors were unaware of their failure to catch the train. Really? Draco unabashedly reveled in the prospect. Do you think the scar-headed one might be expelled from Hogwarts for missing the train? Charles responded, you would do better to dream. What a foolish notion. How could Dumbledore ever allow the not yet fully guided savior to slip from his grasp? It was a trivial thought, indeed. Draco, of course, understood that this was entirely improbable. But even the mere imagining of such a scenario was sufficient to delight him. It appeared that Draco was easily pleased. Charles fell into silence, deciding it best not to disturb Draco, who was reveling in his own amusement. Allowing him this moment of joy was harmless. After all, with Dumbledore's capabilities, Harry would soon be retrieved. Chapter 76, The Headmaster's Office. As anticipated by Charles, the figures of Harry and Ron Weasley soon materialized at the Gryffindor table. Their uniforms were soiled and wrinkled, their complexions pale, and they seemed to lack vitality. In response to the concerned inquiries from the young lions, they merely forced a smile. Draco confidently asserted that the scar-headed one must have gotten into trouble. Zabini doused him with cold water, expressing disdain for the headmaster's favoritism, warning that if he found out, it would be troublesome. And what if you do find out, Mr. Malfoy? A deep voice resonated from behind them. Draco froze, his neck creaking like a rusty hinge as he turned to face Snape, whose face was nearly as dark as the depths of night, nearly causing him to leap from his seat. Mr. Malfoy, please respond to my inquiry, or would you prefer to stand at the podium and share your thoughts with everyone? Snape's brow was furrowed. I believed, gentlemen, that you would understand that discussing others behind their backs is an exceedingly reprehensible act. And no, I apologize. Draco trembled under the shadow of Snape. Charles glanced at Snape, whose expression had grown even more forbidding, falling into contemplation. This reaction suggested that Harry's mischief this time was indeed significant. Yet, it was merely a one-way trip. What exactly had Harry done? Look at how riled up even their typically composed headmaster had become. Mr. Vandemine, Snape called. Yes? Charles looked up, taken aback by the sudden mention of his name. Headmaster Dumbledore requests your presence in his office after the banquet concludes. Snape's gaze bore into Charles, sensing the boy's reluctance. He coldly curled his lip. If I were you, I would not decline this invitation. Then, thank you, Professor Snape, for relaying the message. Charles nodded gently. I shall arrive promptly after the banquet. The password is Jelly Slug, Snape declared before storming back to his seat. Charles' gaze settled on the elderly man seated prominently at the center of the dais, offering a polite smile when their eyes met. He wondered whether Dumbledore sought him out tonight regarding Harry's predicament or the Floo network. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Charles' first impression was that it appeared even more chaotic than before. Dumbledore had ceased his usual bothersome antics and was already seated behind a desk cluttered with scrolls. However, they were not alone this time. Snape stood expressionless by the window, gazing outside. Mr. Vandemine, may I inquire what brings you here? Charles inquired politely, coming to a halt at the desk. Despite his numerous grievances against Dumbledore, he maintained impeccable decorum. Oh, Mr. Vandemine, you have arrived, Dumbledore remarked, his face unusually devoid of a smile. Please wait a moment. Once everyone is gathered, we shall converse together. Not long after, the door of the office swung open once more, revealing Professor McGonagall leading a downcast Harry and Ron Weasley into the room. What are you doing here? Ron Weasley exclaimed, pointing at Charles as if he were a cat whose tail had been stepped on, before Dumbledore had even uttered a word. Mr. Willis seems rather surprised by my presence at Hogwarts, Charles remarked, raising an eyebrow. I apologize for arriving just in time for the sorting ceremony. I could not adhere to your expectations. Although Ron Weasley was acutely aware of the trouble he had caused, he felt a secret thrill upon seeing Charles. He had assumed that Charles would have no means to arrive at the school on time. In truth, Ron Weasley harbored a profound dislike for Charles. A mere muggle born with no roots in the wizarding world, yet he consistently acted as if he were exalted above others. Ironically, the vile and despicable Slytherins seemed to have been bewitched, lacking any spine, and instead of bullying him, they willingly followed in his wake. This filled Ron with envy and resentment. After all, the Weasley family was pure-blooded like them, so why did Charles, a muggle-born, receive such preferential treatment? As a frequently overlooked child in his family, Ron was undeniably both insecure and proud, yearning for the attention of others and desiring to be the center of focus. If not for Charles as a point of comparison, he could boldly condemn the Slytherins for their malice and pretentiousness, dismissing their scorn as persecution for refusing to stoop to their level. However, Charles's presence shattered all of Ron's self-righteousness and pretensions of superiority into fragments. He had believed that this time he would surely triumph over Charles. Enough, Dumbledore interjected, interrupting the exchange between the two. Now, can anyone tell me what transpired this afternoon at the platform? I believe it would be more appropriate for Harry to recount the events, Charles noted, casting a glance toward Harry. By the time I reached the platform, the passage had already been sealed. But I have no idea what happened, Harry murmured. George and Fred managed to enter the platform before us. Yet when Ron and I attempted to go in, we were suddenly blocked. Dumbledore's azure gaze turned toward Charles. Mr. Van Doom, can you explain why you chose to leave alone at the first opportunity? Because the platform was inaccessible, Charles replied, widening his innocent eyes. Did you expect me to stand there waiting foolishly? Ahem, what I meant was, why did you not act alongside Harry and the others? Because everyone has the freedom to decide their own actions? Then, Mr. Van Doom, why did you not inform us at the earliest opportunity, when contacting Professor Snape, that 2 young wizards were stranded outside the passage? Dumbledore, with a hint of inquiry in his tone, seemed to provoke a chuckle from Charles, who indeed laughed aloud. Mr. Dumbledore, first and foremost, I wish for you to understand that I, Harry, and this rather casual fellow with the red hair, are 3 entirely independent individuals. My relationship with them is not intimate, and thus I bear no obligation or necessity to take responsibility for their decisions or actions. Chapter 77, The Savior's Calamity. Moreover, as you are aware, we soon parted ways, so I am not privy to whether they informed the professor, nor do I care about the adventures they undertook to reach Hogwarts. The slender boy spoke with an insouciant smile, effortlessly capturing the attention of all, just as he had done countless times before. I am also curious as to why, upon learning of our separation, you do not suspect that they conspired to isolate me. Mr. Dumbledore? From the current circumstances, it seems most probable that they have excluded me from their plans. Would you not agree? Charles's words, delivered in an elegant and measured tone, pierced through Dumbledore's ears like sharp thorns, each syllable laden with pointed clarity. Mr. Van Doomhane, Harry and Mr. Weasley are simply good-hearted children. They should not have to endure dangers like those faced this evening. Dumbledore gazed deeply at Charles. I merely wish to inquire about what transpired at that moment. If I have led you to misunderstand, I apologize. I hope you can comprehend an old man's momentary lapse in judgment. You know, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, my utmost concern is the safety of all students. Oh, I see. That is acceptable, Charles replied, a look of relief washing over his face. I feared you intended to indiscriminately attribute the adventures they experienced today to me. Even if my demeanor is more composed than theirs, I must insist on acknowledging a reality. I am not responsible for the actions of these 2 children, whom you describe as innocent and kind. Charles paused, seemingly hesitant to utter the next 2 words, innocent, kind children, considering them as peers whose actions do not warrant my oversight. My time and energy are precious. I cannot waste them on those who exhibit a lack of gratitude. With that, Charles cast a pointed glance at the now flushed Ron Weasley. As for Harry, he hung his head low, his long eyelashes casting shadows over the sorrow and disbelief in his eyes. Theoretically, Harry understood that Charles was correct. It had indeed been he who, misled by Ron's advice, neglected to inform Charles about their subsequent actions in order to accommodate their luggage. Yet emotionally, Harry found it unbearable that his first friend, who had shared in the misfortunes of his desolate life, would utter such cold and callous words before him. His hands, hanging at his sides, clenched into fists, the knuckles turning pale from the strain. He found himself at a loss for how to respond, rendered speechless. Charles's incisive remarks effectively silenced Dumbledore, who had been prepared to deliver a lecture about the importance of camaraderie among classmates. Once more, 2 strands of his white beard were tugged away, and while Dumbledore felt a sense of discomfort, he also harbored a flicker of relief. He had always been aware of Charles's prior acquaintance with Harry before attending Hogwarts, yet he believed that someone of Charles's background and temperament was ill-suited to befriend Harry, at least not until Harry fully grasped the weight of the responsibilities he bore. Initially, Dumbledore had worried that Harry might be influenced by Charles, even contemplating how he might separate the 2. However, it seemed their relationship was not as intimate as he had feared. As Dumbledore contemplated his next words, Severus Snape, who had remained silent until now, interjected. Mr. Van Doomhane, I presumed you were aware of the basic etiquette required when addressing an elder? Of course, Professor Snape, Charles replied with a smile, then turned to Dumbledore. I sincerely apologize. Mr. Dumbledore, I misunderstood you. Dumbledore realized that if he continued to press Charles, Severus would indeed become irate. Considering his future potion on dental decay, and recognizing that he could no longer extract information from Charles, Dumbledore shifted his gaze towards Harry and Ron Weasley. At that moment, an owl flew through the window, dropping a newspaper onto the table before soaring back out of the office. The front page boldly proclaimed the sighting of a floating car, exclaiming that it had been seen by multiple muggles, nearly exposing the entire wizarding world. It even damaged the Whomping Willow. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? After reading the article, Snape's piercing gaze fixated on Harry. You have violated more than one underage wizardry regulation. Were you Slytherin students? I would have you pack your bags and return home immediately. But they are not, Severus. They are both Gryffindors, Dumbledore calmly interjected. How about we entrust this matter to the current head of Gryffindor House? I am confident Professor McGonagall will handle it appropriately. Upon hearing Snape's words, Harry's heart plummeted. Leave Hogwarts? No, he could not possibly leave Hogwarts. He had come to regard this place as his home, and no one could force him from it. Yet, if Professor McGonagall truly insisted he depart, what would he do? He refused to return to those days of relentless bullying. Professor McGonagall, will you expel us? Ron timidly inquired. And Harry felt his heartbeat surge to an exhilarating crescendo. He sensed Professor McGonagall's gaze upon him, involuntarily holding his breath as he awaited the witch's final judgment. It felt as if only a second had passed, yet it seemed to stretch into eternity before he heard her steady voice. No, at least not this time. The atmosphere around him seemed to rejuvenate, and Harry slowly exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling immensely fortunate that he had resolutely declined to join Slytherin. Then he heard Professor McGonagall continue, however, both of you will face consequences. I shall inform your families of this incident, and you will be confined until you fully comprehend the gravity of your actions. Charles. Even though he knew Dumbledore would not impose severe punishment on Harry for such a trivial matter, Charles could hardly believe it, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 78. The Notion of Fairness. Were they truly not jesting? Charles turned to the left and saw Dumbledore gazing at the two individuals who were now embracing in joy. Visibly pleased, he turned to the right, where Severus Snape stood silently, emanating an aura of thunder and lightning. Charles looked to the center, where Professor McGonagall, always stern-faced, allowed the corners of her mouth to curve slightly. Clearly, all the adults present had tacitly agreed that such a laughable punishment was sufficient to instill a sense of awareness in the great savior. Pardon me, esteemed professors. Charles abruptly broke the serene atmosphere in the room. May I pose a question? He inquired politely. A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up within Dumbledore. But he could not dismiss Charles outright, so he donned a benevolent smile once more. Of course, Mr. Van Doren, you may. I have always been curious, Charles continued, his brow furrowing slightly. When does each term at Hogwarts officially commence? Is it from the moment we board the train? Oh no. Dumbledore realized almost instantaneously Charles' intention. He sought to obfuscate the timeline, but Professor McGonagall preempted him by answering Charles' question. Indeed, the new term begins the moment you board the train to Hogwarts. Then, for my second question, Charles raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers, if that is the case. Why did Professor McGonagall not deduct points from Gryffindor just now? Surely, the two of them must have violated several school regulations tonight, correct? Is Professor McGonagall aiming to encourage others to emulate them? Charles tilted his head, feigning ignorance. Or is she intentionally showing favoritism towards her own house's students? This was a veiled threat. He was threatening himself. Dumbledore, after catching the boy's unabashed gaze, realized that if he devised a way for Harry to evade the penalty, the events of the evening would undoubtedly be embellished and exaggerated. The Forbidden Forest would soon be besieged by a multitude of adventurers, and Harry's reputation at Hogwarts would likely suffer greatly. As the headmaster, Dumbledore understood that he could not overtly display favoritism. Such behavior would undermine his authority in managing the students. However, if McGonagall were to deduct points from Harry as per the rules, Harry's experience in Gryffindor this semester would surely become quite unbearable. Should he offend one house or three? After weighing the options in his mind, Dumbledore swiftly reached a conclusion. Harry's actions had been exceedingly reckless. Perhaps a little hardship would serve him well. Well, Gryffindor is comprised of good-hearted students, and as long as Harry could recover the lost points before the end of the semester, there should be no further issues. Thus, with Dumbledore's tacit approval, Charles obtained what he deemed a somewhat acceptable outcome. Gryffindor's precious rubies were thoroughly deducted on the first night of term. Snape, however, appeared quite satisfied with this result, even bestowing upon Charles a rather stiff smile. Hearing a rapid succession of footsteps behind him, Charles halted and turned to see Harry approaching. Is there something you need, Harry? It's getting late. I ought to return to the dormitory. He smiled warmly, as if nothing had transpired. Charles, why did you do that? What did I do? Why did you have Professor McGonagall deduct points from Ron and me? Harry's expression was one of indignation. His eyes reddened as if he had suffered an unbearable betrayal. Harry, Charles's demeanor suddenly turned serious. Are you attempting to slander me? I am not. It was clearly you. I did nothing. Charles interjected without hesitation, turning the tables. Allow me to ask you a few questions, and I hope you will answer truthfully. If, in the end, you still believe I am deliberately obstructing you, then I have nothing further to say. Were you on that flying car captured by the newspaper? Harry hesitated for a moment. I was. Was there anyone else driving the car into the Forbidden Forest? There was. That ancient whomping willow, older than we are, was injured because of that car, was it not? Yes. Now tell me, did you violate school rules? Yet Harry wanted to explain that he had not intended to break any rules. He simply did not want to miss the Hogwarts opening ceremony and feared expulsion for missing the train. Everything that followed was merely an accident. All you need to do is answer me with either yes or no. Yes. Harry's head slowly bowed. Then do you believe I forced you into that flying car? That I caused you to be photographed by the newspaper? That I compelled you to enter the Forbidden Forest and crash into the Whomping Willow? Harry was rendered speechless by the inquiry directed at him. His mouth opened, yet no retorts could be summoned. Fortunately, Sire did not require his response. I merely laid bare your actions. Why has this become my fault in your narrative? However, if you do not wish to mention this matter, I certainly could refrain from doing so. Sire's eyes glimmered in the dim candlelight of the corridor, his slender silhouette merging with the vast darkness behind him. But Harry, this is unjust for me and for others. In a school bustling with so many, why should only you be exempt from penalties for breaking the rules? Is it due to your status as the savior? Or perhaps the favoritism of Professor Dumbledore? Sire approached Harry, the finely crafted soles of his shoes producing a crisp sound against the tiled floor, each step resonating like a pressure point on Harry's heart, inciting an inexplicable anxiety that almost compelled him to flee. Oh, I presume you have noticed Professor Dumbledore's favoritism towards you? Sire whispered softly, tilting his head to Harry's ear. Do you feel an overwhelming pride? Do you regard yourself as exceptional? Do you believe you surpass others at Hogwarts? The concealed thoughts that Harry had long harbored were ruthlessly exposed by the boy before him, causing his complexion to shift from pale to flushed. Wishing he could vanish into the ground, Sire grasped Harry's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. Of course, professors are human, and it is inevitable that they have their favorites. Yet, the degree of bias must at least be bearable. If they cannot provide me with the fairness I seek, I am untroubled by the prospect of obtaining it by my own means. Having uttered this, Sire released his grip, disregarding the stunned Harry as he turned and vanished into the inky darkness of the corridor. Chapter 79, The Weasley Brothers. Thanks to Harry and Ron Weasley, the Gryffindor Cubs found themselves enveloped in an atmosphere of pervasive gloom on the very first night of the school year. While the Cubs were inherently spirited, eager for adventure, and idolized individual heroism, this did not imply a lack of collective pride. In an effort to prevent Gryffindor's gem count from languishing in comparison to the other three houses, nearly all the Cubs devised various strategies to accrue points for Gryffindor, leading to a marked decline in the number of night wanderers and pranksters within Hogwarts. In stark contrast, the culprits, Harry and Ron Weasley, faced ostracization from their peers. Cold indifference, idle gossip, and scornful mockery escalated into simple physical confrontations, all of which felt hauntingly familiar to Harry, reminiscent of his days at his aunt's house when he was bullied by his cousin. At least he could take solace in the fact that he could still enjoy a proper meal. Harry grew increasingly silent, as the vibrant spirit he had painstakingly nurtured during the previous semester at Hogwarts began to wane once more. If Harry could still barely endure the attitudes of those around him, Ron Weasley, who had never encountered such experiences, could not bear it at all. He began to complain incessantly about Vandomhane, as if all the bullying he endured were solely the fault of this individual. Harry, Hermione, and several of the Weasley children were left with ears nearly calloused from listening to his grievances. Thus, when Ron Weasley once again made a scene in front of his brothers, the eldest, Percy Weasley, reprimanded him without hesitation. Enough, Ron Weasley. You've already caused enough trouble. I warned you to keep your distance from that Vandomhane. Why do you refuse to listen? Are you satisfied with how things have turned out? If I catch wind of any more of your misguided intentions, I will write to Mother and have her bring you home from Hogwarts. The Weasley family could no longer withstand the losses that Ron's antics might incur. You Slytherin lackey, coward. What right do you have to control me? Ron Weasley fumed, his face flushed with anger as he glared at his brother. It's all because of that vile, loathsome serpent. I merely sought revenge. What is wrong with that? Simply because I am your brother. Percy Weasley replied coldly. If you doubt my resolve, feel free to test it and see if I can indeed send you home. Ron's gaze fell upon Fred and George Weasley, who remained silent, seemingly in tacit agreement with Percy's words, igniting an even greater fury within him. With a forceful shove, he pushed Percy aside and stormed out without a backward glance. Fred, concerned, wished to follow him, but Percy held him back. Let him go, Percy said, pinching the bridge of his nose in weariness. The four Weasley boys, close in age, had previously enjoyed a good relationship. However, due to the innate bond between the twins, Fred and George, Percy had always been particularly protective of their younger brother, Ron. The bond between Ron and Percy had been the strongest, yet inexplicably, since arriving at Hogwarts. Ron seemed to have transformed entirely. It appeared that whenever he encountered the Slytherin named Vandomhane, Ron's judgment faltered, leading him into frequent trouble that even resulted in their father losing his job. Despite all this, Ron showed no inclination toward reflection or remorse. This cannot continue, Percy thought. Don't be upset, Percy. Ron didn't mean what he said, George offered, gently patting Percy on the shoulder. To be frank, the trouble that Ron and Harry had caused was quite significant. Not only had they faced ostracization, but even Fred and George, who were well-liked among the Gryffindor crowd, had been affected, placing even greater pressure on Percy as a prefect. However, following this incident, Fred and George, who were typically fond of pranks, exhibited a marked degree of restraint. It became evident that when mischief befalls oneself, it is not nearly as amusing. Indeed, had it not been for Percy and the Weasley twins interposing to deflect numerous overt and covert attacks, Harry and Ron would find themselves in an even more dire predicament. Yes, perhaps, Fred continued, it might simply be an inadvertent revelation of heartfelt truths. Percy interrupted him. Percy, Fred chided him disapprovingly. Although he recognized that Percy was hurt by Ron's earlier behavior, some words should remain unspoken, for once articulated, they can never be retracted. He wished to prevent any irreparable rift from forming among the brothers due to this matter. Yet, Fred was unaware that some fissures cannot be mended by the efforts of a single party alone. Percy pressed his lips together, choosing not to elaborate further. Percy, when was the last time you had a proper rest? George inquired, noticing the bruises beneath Percy's eyes. I've forgotten, Percy admitted, revealing that he had not enjoyed a full night's sleep since the beginning of term. He was tirelessly studying, striving for every opportunity to earn points for Gryffindor, while also devoting part of his energy to restraining the unruly young lions, preventing them from bullying Ron in his absence. You truly need a good night's sleep, Fred said, placing a hand on George's shoulder. Do not worry about Ron. We are keeping an eye on him. George added. You too? Come now. We are, after all, Ron's brothers. They both chimed in unison. Your attitude is rather disheartening, Percy remarked. Have a little faith in us, Percy. Percy harbored skepticism towards the two, recalling that prior to Ron's arrival at Hogwarts, these two were hardly paragons of virtue. The memory of cleaning up after their antics was still vivid. Were it not for the fact that he himself had been a target of their twin mischief, the Gryffindor's attitude towards him would likely have been less than favorable. Rest easy, George and Fred said, each wrapping an arm around Percy's shoulders. We have transformed into well-behaved, responsible individuals just like you. The term well-behaved had previously been employed by the twins to mock Percy's overly rigid and rule-abiding demeanor. This marked the first occasion they had applied it to themselves, signaling their commitment to Percy. I'm feeling even more concerned, Percy replied. Chapter 80, Surrender? Due to Charles's interference, the Gryffindor points were completely wiped out, a matter that, once propagated by those with ulterior motives, served to significantly enhance Charles's notoriety among the Slytherins. Naturally, following Dumbledore's relatively satisfactory reprimand of Harry and Ron Weasley, everything that transpired that day in the headmaster's office was expected to remain a well-guarded secret among those in the know. However, Charles had no intention of adhering to the plans laid out by some brooding adult. He was merely a young wizard, recently promoted to the 2nd grade, who had narrowly avoided being unable to attend school. It was only natural for him to share his experiences as a topic of conversation with his long-absent roommate. As for matters that were supposed to remain confidential, alas, he was entirely unaware. No one had explicitly informed him that such matters required discretion. Thus, before Dumbledore could mold the entire incident into a testament of Harry's bravery and fearlessness, the version of events narrated by Charles began to circulate throughout Hogwarts. Consequently, Harry was inevitably branded as a foolhardy hero in the minds of many small creatures. By the time Dumbledore recognized this fact, it was far too late. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, Charles poked Draco, who was engrossed in the story being told. Charles replied absent-mindedly. Although this newly appointed professor of defense against the dark arts appeared to be rather inept, his storytelling abilities were undeniably remarkable. Given that they could not enjoy operas or ballets at Hogwarts, listening to stories occasionally proved to be an admirable diversion. As for the lack of any enhancement to their skills in defense against the dark arts, that was of little concern, for their families still had a formidable Gellert at home, ensuring they were well prepared for practical training. Did you do something to Scarhead? Draco glanced around and lowered his voice. Why does he keep looking at you with such revolting eyes? Draco was convinced there was something he didn't know. It's nothing. Just spoke a few truths he might not have been willing to hear, Charles replied, fully aware of Harry's occasional glances in his direction. However, he believed he had made his stance abundantly clear. They were not on the same path. He thought that after his merciless words that night, any prior camaraderie between him and Harry should have been severed completely. Yet, he found himself puzzled as to why Harry continued to adopt a demeanor that suggested he had much to say but refrained from doing so, which only served to irk Charles. Whether it was an apology or a rebuke, Charles found himself indifferent to Harry's thoughts. He had always detested such sticky and convoluted emotional entanglements. Having chosen his side, Charles was resolute in his decision. Abandoning Harry, who stood with Dumbledore, was merely a matter of time. His primary target was Dumbledore, and as for Harry, a so-called savior, thrust into the limelight yet devoid of substance and ambition, would not significantly alter the course of events. So, what you mean is, Draco chuckled, you two had a falling out. He was finally free to disregard Charles and unleash his efforts against the savior. I suppose so. Zaire glanced at Draco, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he inquired. So, could you enlighten me as to why you harbor such animosity towards him? Zaire had long been curious about this matter. During their time at Hogwarts, he and Draco were nearly inseparable, yet he seldom witnessed Harry approaching them. What could have ignited such intense hatred? Draco stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully before responding earnestly. I don't know. Perhaps it is merely that I find him disagreeable. As the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage, did he truly require justification to target someone? If the other party irked him, was that not the gravest of offenses? Draco firmly believed so. Zaire refrained from commenting further. He exhibited a considerable degree of tolerance towards those within his circle. Although he had no inclination for mischief himself, he found no harm in Draco's interest in it. Given Draco's temperament, he was unlikely to cause any significant turmoil. Just observing Draco's delight at the mere thought of Harry being expelled was enough to reveal that, in some respects, Draco was rather easily pleased. In the dormitory, welcome back, young master, Sebastian greeted as Zaire entered, having been waiting at the door to assist him in shedding his outer robes. Was your class satisfactory today? Zaire shot him a sidelong glance. Haven't you been following me? Did you see nothing at all? I merely wish to hear your sentiments directly from your lips. Sebastian replied. As a competent butler, it was essential to be attuned to his master's innermost thoughts. Do not speak in such a manner. It is utterly distasteful. Very well. If you insist, the impeccably dressed butler followed closely behind Zaire, his handsome visage betraying a hint of feigned distress. However, it would indeed be a pity if he were never to witness the young master's bashful demeanor again. Be quiet. Yes, young master. Would you care for a snack now? I prepared caramel BRLE, complemented with Earl Grey tea infused with fragrant lemon. Young master? Yes. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare it for you immediately. Draco, who had entered behind Zaire, had grown accustomed to the dynamics between the master and his servant. He had learned to largely ignore Sebastian's occasionally extreme remarks, maintaining an impassive facade. In situations like this, it was best to quietly diminish his presence. Or perhaps, he need not lower his profile at all. After all, in Sebastian's eyes, he likely resembled an inconspicuous ornament. If not for the fact that Draco sat expressionless in the chair opposite Zaire, quietly awaiting the tea and snacks, he would have surely taken issue with anyone who dared to overlook him. Chapter 81. Some truths. After indulging in a light repast, Draco, having successfully leveraged his connections through galleons to secure a place on the Slytherin Quidditch team, tactfully excused himself to attend training, leaving the dormitory empty for Charles and Sebastian, his loyal servant. His silhouette swiftly vanished through the doorway, leaving Charles no time to intervene. What have you done to him? How could you frighten him so? Charles inquired, casting a dubious glance at Sebastian, only to find the supposed mastermind equally perplexed. Sebastian was genuinely innocent in this matter. He had merely been indifferent to Draco. Even if he found the boy, who consistently lingered around his master, somewhat disagreeable, he had not acted upon any malicious impulse. Draco was haughty, arrogant, and dismissive, yet obedient. Though he did not comprehend the rationale, his father had instructed him to maintain his distance. Never mind, Charles sighed, shaking his head as he redirected his attention. Please, enlighten me about the situation at the factory. Initially, he had intended to inquire whether Draco was aware of what Lucius had slipped into that red-haired girl's book in Diagon Alley, but upon reflection, he deemed it more practical to delegate the investigation to Sebastian. After attending to all his affairs, approximately 2 hours had elapsed. He glanced at Sebastian, who stood poised with documents in hand, and abruptly posed a question. Sebastian, why did you not consume my soul when you first approached me? Despite Sebastian having avenged him, fulfilling the conditions of their prior agreement, and notwithstanding a minor complication, Charles had not resisted the completion of their original pact when the demon had come to collect. So what had allowed him to survive until now? Was it the demon's capricious whims, or a sense of aesthetics? Or perhaps, Sebastian paused momentarily, then casually closed the file in his grasp, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the boy lounging in the armchair. What do you believe is the reason? My lord, he stood against the light, his tall figure casting a shadow that enveloped Charles, as though concealing a most precious treasure from prying eyes. From his elevated vantage point, Sebastian's gaze bored down upon Charles, his eyes glimmering with a murky red light, a blend of hunger, greed, and malice. From this lower perspective, the intensity of his gaze was undeniably oppressive, chilling to the core, yet Charles remained unfazed, even somewhat accustomed to it. As once articulated in another realm, Sebastian was a hellhound. Even when restrained by a collar, this beast could never learn to be docile. Charles had never taken to heart Sebastian's occasional mischief. As long as he proved himself useful, dispatching all who had wronged him to the depths of hell, a few dark whims were of little consequence. Upon entering this world, Charles became increasingly indulgent. The days he had gained seemed to him a mere bonus, for ultimately, barring any unforeseen events, he would inevitably become sustenance for the demon before him, whether sooner or later was of little consequence. Are you concerned about something, Sebastian? Charles queried. His fingers interlaced beneath his chin, his gaze piercing as it locked onto Sebastian. Why do you still harbor such thoughts, my young master? The demon's lips curled slowly, revealing sharp canines that glinted ominously. Do you not find this notion somewhat absurd? Is it? The boy's eyes, ignited by candlelight, sparkled like stars. Yet his demeanor exuded an unwavering confidence. Initially, I too found this speculation rather far-fetched. After all, you are a demon capable of subduing the Grim Reaper. What could possibly instill trepidation in you? However, your present reaction suggests my conjecture is not unfounded. Given Charles's years of acquaintance with Sebastian, the latter's response seemed disproportionately dramatic. Charles rose and strolled towards Sebastian, pondering aloud. You initially intended to return my soul to the original world, did you not? What caused you to alter your decision? Were you injured in your search for me? If that were the case, you should be more eager to return to your domain, where healing would be far more convenient. After locating me, why would you willingly accompany me to Hogwarts to engage in a game of defeating the Dark Lord? Charles took another step closer, their toes nearly touching, and he gently prodded Sebastian's abdomen with his delicate fingers. If I am not mistaken, you must be quite famished. Is that why your gaze upon me has become so fervent, brimming with an almost uncontainable desire? Why not simply consume me? Is it to uphold your so-called aesthetics? A purely innocent smile graced Charles's face as he looked up at the demon. Or perhaps you are simply incapable of doing so. The frail boy raised his chin proudly, a serene and confident smile adorning his beautiful visage, resembling a kitten seeking praise from its master after catching a mouse. Ah, dear me. Sebastian raised a hand to cover his face, a deep, magnetic laughter spilling through his fingers. This display was undeniably adorable. It seemed his patience during this time had been worthwhile, for his young master never failed to meet his expectations. Though Sebastian encountered some difficulties after traversing the boundary of worlds, he realized that with a little perseverance and a minor sacrifice, he could indeed retrieve Charles's soul. However, he noted that, perhaps due to the resolution of a long-standing grudge, the boy's soul appeared somewhat dimmed, lacking the vibrant allure it once possessed, which had previously emanated an irresistible fragrance even from afar. Sebastian, who held exceedingly high standards for food, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Thus, he resolved to cultivate his appetite before indulging in culinary delights. In the absence of obsession, he would create one, where there was a lack of survival instinct. He would allow the trivial emotions of others to tether him to this world. The most exquisite cuisine would undoubtedly become more delectable after a prolonged period of hunger. He could hardly contain his eagerness to savor his meal. By then, the essence of his master would surely blossom in beauty. What are you laughing at? Charles asked, furrowing his brow in displeasure. Had he misjudged the situation? It shouldn't be so, my lord. Sebastian placed his hands gently on Charles's shoulders, leaning down slightly to gaze into the boy's eyes, where his own reflection danced. A cryptic smile graced his lips. Undeniably, you have discerned certain truths, yet the entirety of the truth remains for you to uncover. Your performance has been commendable. I trust you will continue to strive in the days ahead. Chapter 82, The Bait. Are you mocking me, Sebastian? Charles swatted Sebastian's hand away. Not at all. Sebastian stepped back, maintaining a proper social distance. I am genuinely praising you, my lord, he asserted with sincerity. Charles paused, contemplating. About those truths you mentioned. Shoo. A gloved finger pressed against Charles's lips, the demon smiling mischievously as he stifled the boy's words. It's a secret. Even at your command, I cannot divulge it directly. Besides, isn't it far more intriguing to discover the answers on your own? Enough. Charles narrowed his eyes, once again brushing the demon's hand aside. I understand. I shall refrain from questioning you further. Sebastian, unfazed, withdrew his hand, only to hear Charles instruct, keep an eye on Dumbledore these days. He may be plotting against me. The tales of the Savior's adventure on the night of the school's opening had spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts. Dumbledore could hardly be oblivious to the machinations at play. Following the infamous precedent set by a certain red-eyed Dark Lord, it was likely that the power-hungry elder would not be able to restrain himself for long. One wondered how the so-called White Wizard, who professed to safeguard the safety of all Hogwarts students, intended to proceed. Sebastian observed the boy, who seemed to have relinquished his pursuit of the earlier inquiries, and he slowly bowed his head. To create an opportunity for Dumbledore to act, Charles commenced a series of solitary excursions. In just a few short weeks, he had traversed every conceivable location, both advisable and inadvisable, yet nothing transpired. It was not until a rumor reached his ears from Zabini that things began to shift. I heard there is a mirror hidden in the restricted section of the library that can grant wishes, Zabini remarked upon returning from the Hufflepuff table. Though the little badgers seldom seek the limelight, their whispers are the most astute among the four houses. A mirror that grants wishes? Draco disdainfully curled his lip. What significance could a mere mirror hold? His father would fulfill all his desires. Indeed, it was said that some could glimpse their future within such a mirror. Zabini, however, merely entertained the notion as a triviality, not taking the rumor to heart. The Slytherin serpents are inherently cautious and rational, as if born with the ability to assess value and weigh gains against losses. They are acutely aware that everything in the world has already been priced, and those seemingly fortuitous opportunities often harbor hidden dangers. Char tapped his fingers on the table, finding the premise somewhat familiar. Was it possible that this mirror was the very same erased mirror Sebastian once encountered? The emergence of this news felt rather delicate. Draco, shall we take a look tonight? He proposed. Draco turned to him in surprise. Is there something you desire? No, Char shook his head. I am merely curious about what my future holds. Char did not behold any semblance of a future within the erased mirror. Instead, he retrieved a book with a grimy cover, inscribed with the title Deciphering Advanced Dark Magic. A cold smile escaped him. Were they truly attempting to exploit a child's insatiable curiosity? To place him on the same pedestal, Dumbledore certainly held him in high regard. Char, what is that? Draco, having just returned from witnessing his own image triumphantly claiming the Quidditch Cup for Slytherin, halted his boastful words. Intrigued by the book now in Char's possession. We'll discuss it later. Char concealed the book beneath his ample robes, extending a finger to gently nudge Draco away. All right. Draco retracted his neck, his words tumbling forth. Char, what did you see in the mirror? Did you catch a glimpse of the Quidditch Cup I won? I knew that scar-headed boy could never rival me. Draco, huh? Shut up. Do you wish to be caught by the patrolling professor? As their footsteps receded, silence enveloped the room once more, pale moonlight streaming through the glass panes, casting shadows that danced fleetingly in the dim corners. My lord, what do you intend to do with this? Sebastian inquired, leafing through the book. Did you bring it back to experiment with creating a Horcrux? To become a muddled-minded lunatic? Char shot him a glare. Do I appear to be the sort who would recklessly fragment their soul in pursuit of immortality? If one exercises sufficient caution while splitting their soul, they can maintain their sanity. Sebastian offered a dispassionate analysis. The gentleman's temperament became uncontrollable in later years precisely because he divided his soul into too many fragments. Watching all the familiar faces depart, leaving one to drift like a solitary spirit in this world. Surely such a fate must be a form of punishment? After Charles spoke, he paused and cast a glance at Sebastian, who, as anticipated, wore an expression of confusion. Indeed, to an immortal demon, the words he uttered must appear utterly absurd. Charles, propping his chin with one hand, emphasized with conviction, I absolutely, unequivocally do not wish to attain immortality by fragmenting my soul. He felt compelled to clarify this point, lest the demon before him be tempted to undertake some unnecessary actions. He was indifferent to the prospect of the demon consuming his soul, yet he had no desire to become a mere victim of the demon's whims. Are you suggesting? Charles narrowed his eyes slightly. Let the word spread. I believe there would be many at Hogwarts intrigued by the notion of eternal life. With Dumbledore having presented him with the proverbial knife, it would be remiss of him not to reciprocate the gesture in kind. Ah, Charles said, twisting the ring on his thumb, falling into a prolonged silence before continuing. Before releasing the book, remember to amend the content, ensuring it includes the consequences of creating Horcruxes. At your command, sir. Chapter 83, The Incident. In the restricted section of the library lies a tome rumored to conceal the secret to immortality. This whisper circulated quietly among the small creatures of Hogwarts. Unbeknownst to the professors, the rich historical tapestry of Hogwarts lent an air of credibility to the rumor, igniting the curiosity of the eager little lions, the diligent little eagles, the ambitious little snakes, and a few intrepid little badgers. Consequently, the number of nocturnal wanderers surged, overwhelming the professors tasked with nightly patrols. The number of small creatures confined in professors' offices grew to such an extent that it nearly reached a breaking point. While the professors were not entirely oblivious to the peculiar behaviors exhibited by the small creatures during this period, they perceived it as somewhat typical for Hogwarts, where students venturing into the restricted section was not uncommon. Moreover, the professors were engaged in daily lessons and the grading of assignments. Some, specifically Professors Snape and Sprout, were also responsible for the potion supply and herb cultivation throughout Hogwarts, leaving them little time or energy to delve deeply into the circumstances surrounding each captured night wanderer. They merely administered routine penalties and set the matter aside. As for Dumbledore, he was distracted by news of a sudden appearance in Austria. Even if he were aware, he likely would not concern himself with it. After all, in his view, a little mischief is part and parcel of childhood. A lack of restraint is what defines youth. Night wandering is a rite of passage that nearly every graduate of Hogwarts has experienced, rendering it a matter of little consequence. The book containing the incantations for immortality was not particularly well hidden, leading numerous individuals to discover its whereabouts. However, almost all the small creatures who encountered the spell returned to the common room, tightly lipped about the incantation, even when pressed by those closest to them. A faction of the well-established families, particularly those with nimble minds, recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly sent letters home. After receiving stern warnings from their parents, they settled down in earnest. Of course, this applies to the majority. There were still those who, in their ignorance, believed themselves to be exceptionally unique. Thus, it was only natural that a calamity would ensue. The incident involved a third-year Ravenclaw, a muggle-born girl of unremarkable appearance, quiet demeanor, and average academic performance within her house. Following a minor dispute with a friend, she suddenly erupted in rage and, without hesitation, unleashed a highly destructive curse upon those nearby. The unsuspecting young girl was sent flying. Yet the assailant remained unsatisfied, casting a malevolent gaze over the frantic creatures attempting to assist her friend. Amidst the piercing screams and accusations echoing in her ears, she unleashed another barrage of spells. It was only when a professor arrived and cast a petrification charm that her eyes, still glimmering with fury, revealed a face twisted in agitation, bordering on madness. The professors levitated the injured students to the hospital wing, the clamor of the crowd rendering Madame Pomfrey's expression exceedingly grim. "Those uninjured, please leave this place at once," she commanded, her tone reminiscent of one shooing away chicks, driving a throng of curious creatures eager to uncover the truth of the situation away from the scene. The first girl injured bore the most severe wounds, appearing as though her very life was slipping away. After casting several diagnostic spells, Madame Pomfrey suggested to the hastily arriving Dumbledore that they transfer her to St. Mungo's Hospital. "Albus, I can save her life, but her facial injuries are far too grave. Hogwarts lacks the appropriate potions. If we do not expedite her transfer to St. Mungo's, she will be disfigured," Madame Pomfrey stated earnestly. Oh, Madame Pomfrey, please do not rush," Dumbledore replied, glancing at the girl lying on the hospital bed. "I have faith in your medical expertise. Is there truly no other course of action?" From a distance, Snape, lagging behind, could not help but sneer derisively at Dumbledore's words. For Dumbledore, it was paramount to keep this incident contained within Hogwarts. He harbored no doubt about the backlash he would face should the accident become public knowledge. It was not merely the blame directed at him that concerned him. He feared the Ministry of Magic and those led by Malfoy would seize this opportunity to meddle in Hogwarts affairs. Harry had yet to receive adequate training, had not acquired sufficient knowledge, and lacked the strength to uphold the mantle of the Chosen One, to meet the expectations and ideals placed upon him. Dumbledore certainly wished to avoid any complications at this juncture. "Albus," Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the elderly figure standing before the bedside. "He should be aware that Madame Pomfrey never speaks lightly. Yet, Minerva, I merely wish to confirm once more." Dumbledore did not turn around. He simply extended his hand and tapped the railing at the foot of the bed twice. Madame Pomfrey maintained a serious demeanor. "I insist." "Very well," sighed Dumbledore. "Minerva, could you kindly inform St. Mungo's to arrange for a bed and a healer post-haste? And do not forget to notify the student's parents." The inherently principled witch opened her mouth and eventually uttered, "Very well, Albus," although she was uncertain as to why Dumbledore had hesitated earlier. And though she found his response somewhat callous, the habits and understanding forged over many years of collaboration prevented her from easily questioning his decisions. She was quite certain that whatever actions Dumbledore took were for the purpose of safeguarding the peace of the entire wizarding world. Professor McGonagall pushed open the door to the infirmary, directly confronting a group of small creatures peering curiously from the threshold. "Now, ladies and gentlemen, could anyone enlighten me as to what transpired at that moment?" Dumbledore spoke first, hastening to intervene before Madame Pomfrey could usher them away once more. The caught-off-guard creatures exchanged glances, pushing one another, and remained silent for a considerable time. "We, actually do not know what occurred," one Gryffindor finally spoke up, meeting Dumbledore's gaze filled with kindness and encouragement. "It happened so swiftly. I saw them conversing at first, but then they seemed to inexplicably begin arguing. With one taking the lead, others soon joined in, each recounting their observations. Once the argument ensued, somehow it escalated into a physical altercation. I know they are very good friends," a small eagle chimed in. "They share a dormitory with me and are nearly inseparable, having never quarreled before." She just went mad. Indeed, she suddenly began casting spells aimlessly. "No, wait. I saw several others rushing to assist the first girl who fell. Could that even be deemed a reason for an attack? Was she under some curse?" When she struck, the veins on her face were bulging. Enough. Seeing the volume of their discussion rise and the topic veering further off course, Dumbledore raised his hands to calm them. "Thank you for your assistance, ladies and gentlemen. Might I kindly ask you to leave the infirmary for now? I believe the injured require a tranquil space to rest." He suddenly winked at the small creatures, adding, "And if you do not depart soon, Madame Pomfrey will surely become displeased." Chapter 84, The Incident. The air of panic that had yet to spread among the small creatures was effortlessly dispelled by Dumbledore's somewhat playful wink. With the small creatures sent away, the infirmary, having regained a semblance of calm, soon welcomed a new wave of visitors. Trailing closely behind the healer dispatched from St. Mungo's was Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister for Magic, accompanied by several Aurors and the aloof Lucius Malfoy. As anticipated, they had arrived. Dumbledore's eyes darkened, and he sighed deeply within, then rose to greet them. "Fudge, what brings you here?" Dumbledore inquired, feigning ignorance. "Mr. Dumbledore, I have heard that a Muggle-born student has been injured at Hogwarts," Fudge replied with a slight nod towards Dumbledore, his gaze shifting to the student in the hospital bed. "I wish to inquire about the situation. You must understand the implications of a Muggle-born being harmed within Hogwarts for the current wizarding community." No one knew how long he had awaited this opportunity. As a puppet minister, simultaneously chosen by both the Dark Lord and the aristocracy, Fudge's ambitions were not to be underestimated. He yearned desperately to truly seize the power in his hands, rather than perpetually bowing to the whims of others. The deeds of the White Wizard shone too brightly, a beacon in the wizarding world of Britain, and nearly everyone believed that as long as he remained, the wizarding community would not once again descend into chaos. All observed the valor and fearlessness of the Order of the Phoenix, led by Dumbledore. Yet few acknowledged the significant casualties suffered by his Aurors in their quest to win that war. Dumbledore's extraordinary achievements rendered the Minister of Magic almost insignificant in comparison. The individual whose name could not be uttered had vanished completely, and the most powerful figure in the British wizarding world ought to be him. Since Dumbledore had fulfilled his mission, why could he not simply remain at Hogwarts as its headmaster? Fudge had once felt gratitude towards Dumbledore. After all, it was partly due to him that he had risen to his position. However, that gratitude had eroded over the years due to Dumbledore's repeated interference in the Ministry of Magic. Now, having finally grasped such a significant leverage against Dumbledore, he certainly could not let it slip away. It was merely a trivial jest among friends. No one would take it seriously, Dumbledore mused, stroking his beard. Moreover, Fudge, you may have misheard. The one requiring treatment at St. Mungo's is a half-blood. Upon hearing this, Fudge's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. I wonder, what is Mr. Malfoy doing here? Dumbledore considered Fudge, whom he deemed rather dim-witted, and turned his attention to Lucius. Mr. Dumbledore, I had thought Hogwarts was the safest of places. Lucius intoned in a melodious lament. Surely, you can empathize with the concerns that arise in a parent's heart upon hearing of such an incident at the school? Indeed. Dumbledore chuckled softly, refraining from commenting on the veracity of Lucius's words. Albus, just as the atmosphere in the room seemed to solidify, Madame Pomfrey suddenly gasped. Madame Pomfrey, what has occurred? Dumbledore inquired. Madame Pomfrey gazed at Fudge and Lucius, her lips parting as if weighing the appropriateness of her forthcoming words. What on earth is happening? Fudge inquired urgently. If necessary, the ministry will promptly arrange for a healer from St. Mungo's. Madame Pomfrey gently caressed the forehead of the girl on the bed, whose eyes were tightly shut and body convulsing. I suspect she has been cursed. Indeed. A deep voice suddenly resonated. I have examined her personal belongings and found nothing that could harbor a curse. Snape entered, pushing the door open. Severus, Madame Pomfrey frowned. I can think of no other possibility besides a curse. No, there is another possibility. Snape's dark gaze swept over Dumbledore's suddenly pallid face as he raised his wand, casting a detection spell upon the girl in bed. How can this be? Madame Pomfrey gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth as the spell emitted a glow. Now, can someone tell me what has transpired? Fudge, somewhat agitated, raked his fingers through his hair. Her soul, has been damaged, Madame Pomfrey stammered. This is impossible, Fudge shouted. In the wizarding world, all magic concerning the soul is the most profound form of dark magic. How could someone capable of such a feat target an apparently ordinary Muggle-born? Initially intent on finding fault with Dumbledore, Fudge was now utterly unsettled. Dumbledore, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Lucius's expression remained unchanged, yet his fingers clenched tightly around his serpent staff beneath his robe. Mr. Snape, could you enlighten me as to why you thought to examine the soul? Fudge spun in place, abruptly turning his scrutiny towards Snape. Why? Snape looked at the silent, impassive elder. Because initially, Dumbledore intended to have him deliver that book to the child. He had not anticipated that, after his clear refusal, the other party would persist in this notion, leading to the current predicament. However, considering that Harry still requires Dumbledore's protection, such words could not be uttered outright. Snape lowered his gaze. This question, perhaps, is better suited for another. Am I correct, Mr. Longbottom? Neville Longbottom, lying on the bed feigning sleep, jolted awake. He dared not delay, cautiously propping himself up to meet the seemingly tangible gazes of the adult wizards. In a hushed voice, he said, Yes, Professor Snape. I mean, there have been rumors that on the fourth shelf of the restricted section, there is a book that contains magic capable of granting immortality. Chapter 85, Confrontation. Neville Longbottom's voice was low, yet it resonated profoundly in the ears of those attuned to it. Fudge cast a fleeting glance at Dumbledore, deliberately lowering his voice. So, Mr. Longbottom, are you suggesting that her soul has been harmed due to that book hidden in the restricted section? This cannot be true. McGonagall interjected eagerly, interrupting Fudge's impending remarks. Every book at Hogwarts has been meticulously screened by the professors. It is utterly impossible for there to be such profound dark magic. Mr. Longbottom, please tell me the name of that book, Professor McGonagall inquired. I do not know, Neville Longbottom stammered, his gaze faltering under her stern scrutiny, his eyes reddening with fear as he shook his head vigorously, as if to affirm his ignorance. I merely heard rumors about it. It is called Secrets of Dark Magic. A soft feminine voice chimed from the side, laced with an unmistakable tremor. The gathered assembly turned to see a Ravenclaw girl, her arm injured, sitting by the window. Feeling the weight of their attention, the pale-faced girl shrank back uncomfortably but then seemed to gather her thoughts, looking back at the adult wizards in the room. The title of the book is Secrets of Dark Magic. I believe she must have created a Horcrux as described within its pages. She bit her lip, struggling to widen her eyes, tears flooding down her cheeks as if a great burden had been lifted. Her previously stable demeanor shattered abruptly. It is my fault. I should have stopped her. I should not have bet with her. If it were not for me, she would not have resorted to such extremes to prove me wrong. It is all my fault. The girl buried her face in her hands, weeping uncontrollably. Shoo, shoo. Madame Pomfrey hurried over to embrace her, gently comforting. There, dear girl. It is not your fault. A Horcrux? One of the Aurors murmured in confusion. What is that? Due to the exceedingly intricate nature of dark magic, many of the contemporary witches and wizards, apart from the few small creatures who had perused that book and members of ancient families with long-standing traditions, were largely unfamiliar with the term. Prior to this, they had never even heard of a Horcrux. What is it? Fudge's brow furrowed once more. It involves a specific method to split one's soul and then conceal a fragment of it within an object. That object is known as a Horcrux. Lucius's face had turned a ghastly shade, his fingers gripping his serpent staff, knuckles whitening. If not for his remaining rationality, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses upon Dumbledore. What a familiar title, he thought. How dare Dumbledore? How dare he place such a perilous object once again within Hogwarts? Reflecting on the horrors caused by Horcrux creation, the unfortunate souls who had been driven to madness. And considering his only son Draco, Lucius could scarcely fathom the implications if Draco were to fall victim to such a fate unbeknownst to him. His expression darkened further, his voice chilling enough to freeze the air. Mr. Dumbledore, regarding this matter, I believe you owe us an explanation. The adult wizards present, some of whom were entirely unaware of the situation, collectively gasped in shock. A soul, a fragmented soul. This is inconceivable. Such a tome could never exist within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall could not contain her exclamation. It is essential to recognize that only the headmaster and the 4 house heads had the authority to introduce external books into the restricted section. There was no conceivable reason for them to have brought such a volume within. Wait, hold on. Professor McGonagall's gaze inadvertently flitted toward Dumbledore, and upon observing the barely perceptible evasion in the elderly man's expression, her complexion drained of color inch by inch. No, perhaps I am mistaken, surely. I must have misinterpreted what I just witnessed. Albus, how could he, who cherishes Hogwarts so dearly, ever allow harm to befall the students? There must be some misunderstanding. Reflecting on Dumbledore's relentless efforts over the years to maintain peace within the wizarding community momentarily steadied Professor McGonagall's wavering resolve. Yet, the unsettling impression left by Dumbledore's recent demeanor had sown a seed of doubt within her, one that awaited the opportune moment to take root and flourish. Professor McGonagall, rather than stubbornly denying the truth, perhaps we should inquire with others to ascertain the authenticity of this situation. Lucius, harboring no particular animosity towards Professor McGonagall, found his spirits considerably dampened and thus lacked the inclination to uphold his gentlemanly demeanor. Now then, Lucius's icy gaze swept across the infirmary. Ladies and gentlemen, how many of you are acquainted with the matter we just discussed? After a brief pause, almost all the small creatures feigning illness on their hospital beds raised their hands in unison. Merlin's beard, how dare you? Professor McGonagall felt a wave of darkness wash over her, her body swaying involuntarily. It was only thanks to the support of an aura beside her that she did not collapse to the floor. She prided herself on being a competent professor, strict yet caring towards her students, but she could never have anticipated such a monumental surprise hidden beneath her very nose. Now, Mr. Dumbledore should be inclined to provide us with an explanation, should he not? Lucius pressed, his tone aggressive. Mr. Malfoy, has your mind been thoroughly muddled by the use of a glamour potion? Severus Snape interjected ominously. This is not the time or place for such discussions. What is of greater import is determining just how many of these dim-witted creatures have meddled in this affair. After all, if too many are implicated, it would bode ill for all concerned. With that, he whisked his robes around him and strode out of the infirmary, making his way towards the Slytherin common room without a backward glance. Rest assured, I shall provide a reasonable explanation for this matter, the old headmaster assured. Locking eyes with Fudge and Lucius, A reasonable explanation? Does that imply he does not intend to uncover the truth? Lucius chuckled coldly within himself, having resolved to no longer endure the circumstances. With the board members nearly all contacted, he seized the opportunity to convene a board meeting. Given the current situation, it might be prudent to consider Dumbledore's departure from Hogwarts. Perhaps it would render the institution safer for the students. Chapter 86. Aftermath. The statistical results were not particularly optimistic. Across the 4 houses in 7 years, a total of 13 audacious students had embarked on their own experiments. Fortunately, due to their reluctance to take lives, none succeeded in creating a Horcrux. Although the number of those daring to act was limited, the number of those harboring such thoughts was undoubtedly significant. After all, who would not be tempted by the prospect of immortality? Dumbledore was aware that the matter of Horcruxes could no longer be suppressed. What should he do now? Fudge, his plump face glistening with sweat, paced anxiously in the headmaster's office, waving his short, stout hands and asking loudly, "Oh, Fudge, do not be so agitated. The situation remains within our control," Dumbledore replied, pinching the bridge of his aching nose. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, he felt the pressure no less than Fudge. In fact, the barrage of howler letters he had received in recent days nearly threatened to overwhelm his office. Not to mention the relentless probing from various factions regarding the rumors of immortality, which had left Dumbledore feeling utterly exhausted in just a few days. From the moment Dumbledore learned of the rumor, he recognized that he had underestimated the child named Vandomahane. However, he had not anticipated the child's ruthlessness. A mere test had the potential to drag all of Hogwarts into turmoil. These were his classmates, with whom he had spent countless hours. Did he not hesitate for a moment when making such a decision? The series of actions by Char only deepened Dumbledore's despair. Even his once-beloved sweets now tasted only of bitterness in his mouth. This further convinced him that the enigmatic Char was far more dangerous than he had previously believed. His prior precautions and tests had proven to be justified. At his advanced age, the wizarding world could not withstand another upheaval. And the kind-hearted Harry was no match for that child. Before matters could deteriorate further, he needed to resolve the situation swiftly. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Dumbledore's azure eyes. Fudge ceased his restless pacing, his small eyes fixed intently on the elderly headmaster seated behind the desk. "Within our control?" he inquired eagerly, Merlin's foul shoes. "Dumbledore, have you already found a solution to this predicament? Trust me, as long as we can work together, we will discover an appropriate resolution." Dumbledore's voice carried a reassuring strength. Fudge gazed at him for a moment, reluctantly relinquishing the desire to uncover the true origins of that book from Dumbledore. "Of course, Albus, you know I would never pass up an opportunity to collaborate with you." Fudge chuckled twice, a flicker of resentment flashing in his narrow eyes. Had it not been for the magnitude of the incident, which made a graceful retreat impossible, he would never have acquiesced under Dumbledore's subtle insinuations. What a pity it was to squander such a significant leverage. Dumbledore, however, was unconcerned with Fudge's inner musings. As long as the Ministry of Magic was willing to align with his narrative, that was sufficient. He rubbed the rough pad of his finger against the blank frame he had placed back on the table. Everything was for the greater good. "Gellert, I hope you won't hold this against me." The following day, upon reading in the Daily Prophet how Dumbledore and the Ministry characterized the entire affair as a conspiracy orchestrated by Gellert's followers against the wizarding community of Britain, Charles, emboldened by Gellert's inability to enter Hogwarts at will, unhesitatingly took out the two-way mirror. He proceeded to provoke the sullen Gellert with a barrage of taunts. So much so that Gellert abruptly disconnected the mirror, the mockery that had briefly graced his face now fading away. "Young master." Sebastian bowed slightly as he poured a cup of tea for Charles. "You must realize that Master Eric will suffer for your actions." Charles, having unintentionally ensnared his own brother, stiffly shifted the subject. "Sebastian, how many more times do you think it will take for Mr. Grindelwald to be utterly disillusioned? Matters of the heart are often frail and cannot withstand the test of time." Gellert, who had always been the favored one, would likely struggle to accept that in this relationship, he was perpetually the one abandoned. The accumulating disappointments would compel him to reflect on his past affections, forcing him to confront the reality that the love he once cherished was far less genuine and beautiful than he remembered. Dumbledore must strive harder. For only by completely severing Gellert's potential for retaliation could Charles earnestly begin to discuss collaboration with him. "I am confident that before long, your wishes will be fulfilled," Sebastian responded earnestly. "If that is indeed the case, it would be splendid." Charles sighed softly. "Young master, are you feeling unwell?" "Sebastian, that book has already been revised." "Has it not?" Charles queried, perplexed. He had instructed Sebastian to annotate the potential consequences of creating a Horcrux. Why then did it still occur? After learning that the girl whose soul had been harmed had no chance of recovery, Charles fell into a long silence. Undoubtedly, had he not resorted to such tactics against Dumbledore, that girl would not have suffered. "Your heart is truly kind," Sebastian remarked with a sigh. "Huh, what nonsense are you speaking? You are indeed kind. The girl's fate was not caused by you, yet you still feel sorrow for her suffering." Sebastian interrupted his retort. I do not feel sorrow for her, Charles replied nonchalantly, lifting his chin slightly. Nor am I benevolent. I simply cannot fathom why she would make such a potentially life-threatening decision despite being aware of the dangers. Weak, foolish, greedy, and arrogant. This is the essence of humanity. Knowing the risks, yet still gambling on the slender chance for immediate gain, naively believing oneself to be the favored one under divine protection. How utterly presumptuous. The demon, clad in darkness, did not conceal the sarcasm in his tone. You need only to understand that this was entirely her own choice. It has no bearing upon you. Chapter 87. Charles Dumbledore. Tedious. Charles cast a fleeting glance at Sebastian. I am, of course, aware of such matters. He was not one to blame others for their errors, merely expressing a sentiment. Although Dumbledore attributed the blame of the Horcrux to Mr. Grindelwald, how many would genuinely believe him? Furthermore, with Lucius, who greatly values his only son and is acutely aware of the origins of that book, it is likely that Dumbledore will not remain at Hogwarts for much longer. Charles twirled the ring on his finger and continued. The Malfoy family is likely to commence their actions in the coming days. You should coordinate with his maneuvers. It would be best to keep certain individuals, who are unrelated to Hogwarts, from making an appearance. Dumbledore's reputation within the wizarding world is exceedingly high. Should the governors realize they intend to oust him from Hogwarts, it would not be surprising if a few esteemed individuals came forth to support him. They have prepared for so long, and Charles did not wish to see their efforts thwarted at the brink of success due to a minor oversight. Moreover, after this incident, Charles felt that Dumbledore was likely to regard him with greater importance than those who had yet to show themselves. Should he continue as headmaster of Hogwarts, it is improbable that he would be pleased to have both himself and the savior he has diligently nurtured in the same institution. Charles was quite content with his current school life and had no intention of making any changes. Thus, it seems Dumbledore must endure some discomfort. After all, he has dedicated considerable effort to the wizarding world over the years, and it is time for him to rest. What a willful young master, Sebastian mused silently. Even for himself, entirely obstructing the information Dumbledore disseminated and leaving him isolated at the board meeting would not be an easy task. Nevertheless, since the young master had issued the command, how could his devoted servant fail to accomplish even such a task? The demon, clad in a black tailcoat, placed his right hand over his left chest and gently bowed. After declining Draco's invitation to watch his training on the pitch, Charles walked alone to the edge of the Black Lake. A gentle breeze swept across the tranquil lake, causing ripples to dance upon its surface. He stood quietly upon the grassy ground, lost in thought. Mr. Phantomhive, a voice, aged and resonant, broke the stillness behind him. Charles turned to find the speaker, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. Mr. Dumbledore, may I inquire what brings you here? I believe we need to converse. The elderly man, with hair as white as snow, stood silently, his gaze piercing through the crescent-shaped spectacles. I am afraid I do not share that sentiment, Charles replied politely, the corners of his lips curving slightly as he prepared to depart. There was truly little of substance to discuss with this overly perceptive elder. You were observing the direction of the medical wing just now, were you not? If you harbor concerns, why not ascertain the truth with your own eyes? Charles paused mid-step, turning to meet Dumbledore's unwavering gaze. The medical wing? Mr. Dumbledore, what are you implying? I merely sought solace by the lakeside. That girl's soul has endured irreparable harm throughout her life, Dumbledore continued, seemingly unfazed. Soul? Charles furrowed his brow. Are you referring to the rumors that circulated earlier? Such a perilous endeavor. Did someone truly dare to attempt it? Is it possible that Mr. Phantomhive is unaware of this matter? Mr. Dumbledore, what precisely do you believe I ought to know? Charles tilted his head, maintaining an expression of innocent curiosity. Is it the secrets of dark magic or perhaps the methods of crafting Horcruxes? He paused deliberately. Or was that book originally prepared for me by your own hand? The air thickened, almost palpable, as Dumbledore and Charles stood facing one another, the wind billowing their flowing robes. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore broke the stillness with a gravelly voice. When did you first become aware of this situation? Naturally, it was upon the very first glance at that book, Charles replied with an air of nonchalance. Under your watchful gaze. It is rather peculiar that a tome containing such profound dark magic would surface while you were willing to appoint a fool as our defense against the dark arts professor. Would you not agree? Indeed, Mr. Phantomhive possesses a sharp intellect, Dumbledore observed, his deep blue eyes seemingly capable of piercing the very soul. Thank you for the compliment. Charles inclined his head slightly. So, after discovering that someone had been harmed, have you ever regretted your decision? Regret? Why should I feel remorse? Regardless of how one views it, the fault lies with the individual who brought that book into Hogwarts, does it not? Charles playfully kicked at the grass beneath his feet. Ah, are you inquiring why I returned the book to the restricted section? It is because I found that book in the restricted area. It was not mine to keep. So returning it is only natural, is it not? I am merely an ordinary second-year wizard, a muggle born by your standards. So how could I possibly conceal tomes that contain such profound dark magic? The education I have received does not permit me to take without asking. That would be quite impolite and morally reprehensible. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by his response, and before he could articulate a reply, he heard Charles continue. As for what transpires after returning the book, that is no concern of mine. I am here at Hogwarts to study, and as a student, my duty is to fulfill my responsibilities well. Would you not agree, Professor Dumbledore? Thus, Mr. Van Doren believes he has committed no wrongdoing. Dumbledore's gaze turned icy at this. He perceived Charles's previous words as a blatant evasion of accountability. If the boy truly bore the innocence he portrayed, such rumors would not have circulated. I wonder where you believe my error lies, Professor Dumbledore? Under his scrutinizing gaze, Charles gently waved his wand, and at its tip appeared a resplendent phoenix, entirely engulfed in flames. After all, everything is for the greater good, is it not? The boy's graceful, pristine movements and his almost sighing whisper caused Dumbledore's pupils to constrict sharply.